like that what he got charged for did not happen.
So criminal courts don't uphold convictions to 100% certainty. So would you say because there's a possibility that Jeffrey Dahmer isn't a serial killer that we can't assume he's a serial killer?
What that means is I wouldn't agree with the civil court then. That's what that means.
I'm sorry, I meant criminal courts.
That's what that means, yeah.
You disagree with criminal courts?
What do you mean?
Criminal courts don't uphold an evidentiary standard of 100%. Does this mean that you disagree with criminal courts?
Say it again, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Criminal courts don't uphold an evidentiary standard of 100%. Does that mean that you disagree with criminal courts too?
No.
But they don't uphold an evidentiary standard of 100%. And I thought that was your issue with civil courts.
I'm saying he would be criminally charged though, if there was enough evidence.
No, right? I'd actually make the case that there was sufficient evidence for him to be criminally charged, but she couldn't pursue criminal litigation for the reason that the statute of limitations had been
Okay, so then why didn't you report it then inside the statute of limitations? Because, like, if I was...
I mean, that's just victim blaming.
I don't think that's victim blaming. I mean, you're really going to sit here...
Totally is.
You're going to sit here and think that Trump being a billionaire, women don't have like different mindsets and stuff like that. I'm not saying it didn't happen or anything, but it is way more likely of a possibility to a woman to false report something with Donald Trump than it is to false report something with one of us. You know how much there is to gain from it? Seriously.
Yeah, so your only issue here is that we have no evidence, right, to justify the claim that she was just false reporting for money, right? And there'd be a lot of data points to suggest that that's false when we look at the case, right? One of the data points would be the fact that she had told her therapist, right, in the 90s that she'd been raped by Donald Trump, as well as there's consistent testimony between 7 witnesses across the next 20 years, alongside the fact that she had a dress that she claimed Donald Trump raped her in with unknown male sperm on it, right, which she claimed to have been Trump's, and which Trump then refused and declined to provide his DNA to the court for that to be tested against the DNA on the dress. So when you take these factors into account, right, it seems like you have absolutely no window here to appeal to the opportunity that it's possible that she was doing so falsely, was a liar, and was just wanting his money, right? In fact, there's no evidence that would exist to suggest that is unironic victim blaming.
I'm not going to, my make or break vote, this isn't going to make or break my vote. Because at the end of the day, that's not going to affect what he does. Like,
so if Trump certainly raped a woman, would you still vote
certainly for him? Certainly then no. Yeah, no. I wouldn't vote for him. Certainly no.
Okay, so it actually would make or break your vote, right? Because you're trying to appeal to possibilities.
Yeah, but that's right, hypothetical because it didn't certainly happen though.
You're trying to appeal to possibilities that instantiate the idea that it didn't happen, right? And I'm explaining to you how your possibilities are incorrect, right? How we have no reason to assume that the rape didn't happen. How we have ultimately so much reason to assume that the civil court was correct in their determination, right? I doubt you even knew her name before I just said it. I doubt you knew what piece of evidence submitted to the court before I just said it, right? Can you give me a case insofar as how the determination of the jury was incorrect?
Say it again.
Right? You have no reason to assume, right, that the determination of the court was wrong.
Okay.
Right? Can you give me a reason?
No.
No, you can't. See, you can't give me a reason why the determination of the court was wrong. Yeah, you ignore it.
I don't study the court case. That's why. Like,
right. So you can't give me a reason why the determination of the court was wrong. Right. I gave you a preponderance of reason to suggest that the determination of the court was true. You even said that you would accept it if it was substantially true, and that is what the judge ruled. Right. When Trump tried to countersue her for calling him a rapist on live TV, he said that E. Jean Carroll's claims that Trump had raped her were substantially true. If you read the jury verdict form, right, the first words on it are specifically right. E. Jean Carroll has proved that Mr. Trump raped her, right? And then you come out here and you deny it? On what basis? You don't have one.
The first thing you asked me was more likely than not, meaning that it wasn't 100%. It's not 100%. So it's... I can't really have an opinion on something that isn't 100%.
Okay, you just said that you can't have an opinion on something that isn't 100%.
No,
okay, DJ, I'm going to clear you. I'm going to clear you right now. You just said that you can't have an opinion on something that isn't 100%. So criminal courts do not operate off of the standard of evidence, that being 100%. Okay? So would you reject all criminal courts?
You're going to listen to what I'm saying?
Are you going to listen to what I'm saying? Shut the fuck up while I speak, okay? You said that you can't have an opinion on anything that is not 100%. Criminal courts do not uphold an evidentiary standard of 100%. In criminal courts, you do not have to prove something to be certainly true, 100% true. So does this mean that you can't have the opinion that Jeffrey Dahmer is a serial killer?
Bro, Jeffrey Dahmer is 100% a serial killer.
No, he's not. Criminal courts don't operate on a standard of evidence of 100%. Okay, you don't have to have 100% proof for criminal courts.
How I operate is how it matters to me, how I operate. That's what matters to me. I said that I don't know enough about this specific case, this specific one. So it's not going to sway my vote.
Wait, which
Like,
one is it? Do you
we're
not know
talking
enough about the court case, or do you
No,
not
this
operate on
specific-
anything that isn't 100% true? Because 2 seconds ago, you said you don't operate off of anything that isn't 100% true, right? And then I gave you the argument that, specifically speaking, no court, including criminal courts, upholds such a standard of evidence, right? But now you're shifting the goalpost, but I wouldn't recommend you do that because you'll simply miss, right? You've missed. You said that you will not have an opinion on anything that isn't 100% certainly true. Criminal courts do not uphold that standard of evidence. Therefore, if in accordance with your own logic, you cannot trust criminal courts.
I mean, like, you can't just think black and white for everything that I'm saying. I'm talking about this specific thing, this specific court case that I don't know about. One opinion on the aspect that I have does not go for everything and everything. It doesn't make any sense. What you're saying doesn't make
So
any sense.
you just admit to special pleading, right? And particularly rejecting the decision made by this jury, and you'll hold a different standard for other
literally
courts.
asked
So,
me-
can I talk without interruption, DJ? Are you going to interrupt me again? Yeah, that's what I thought. Pipe down. So you just are admitting to special pleading. You're admitting that you have no good reason to reject the findings of this court, even though you typically accept the findings of courts. You're admitting that you haven't done any research into the case. You're admitting that you're denying the lived experiences of a woman who didn't just accuse a man of raping her, but proved it in court without good reason, as you've self-admittedly not researched the case. And then on top of that, you particularly admitted that you're only going to hold this standard of 100% certainty to this court, but not other courts that you accept because you're special pleading.
Listen, this is like I told you before. This is not going to change my vote from who I'm voting for, Trump or Kamala Harris, because of this case that happened, what, 30 years ago, almost 30 years ago. Now, it's not going to change the way I vote right now. Like, especially not for Kamala Harris. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if you want like another 4 years of what's been going on now, then you gotta be fucking crazy. I'm sorry. This shit is not.
So what
right.
has Kamala Harris and Joe Biden done bad for our country?
They just done nothing. Just nothing. I know.
They've
I
passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S.
I'll
history.
tell you right now. Listen, I don't need to give you bullet points or list off policies of what's bad or not. I live in the real world. I can see it. This shit's not right, like, at all. And also, like, you guys like to say that Republicans are so racist and stuff. Literally, all I work is with us black and Hispanic guys. I'm Hispanic myself. Literally, all we are voting for Trump. None of them voting for Kamala.
Okay, so first of all, right, you said that
He's
Biden
putting
and
people
Harris.
in jail for petty smoke crimes.
Okay, so she actually put okay. So are you going to
My mom's
continue
a
to interrupt
DA.
me
My
and make
mom's
these
a
claims?
prosecutor.
Okay, so you're going to continue to interrupt me and like speak shit. Okay, go ahead.
I'm not interrupting you. I was talking.
Because I was trying to respond to each individual claim, and then when I get 2 words out of my mouth, you interrupt me. Calm the fuck down, little bro. Okay, right?
Little bro.
So once again, you're right. You made the claim that she put people in jail for petty crimes. We've already gone over this. There was 45 people sentenced for what we would say were small crimes while she was a prosecutor in the state of California. This is not her putting people in jail. This is her not appealing the sentences of individuals who broke a law at the time. I asked you who goes to jail. You said
He's
people that
ruining
broke the law.
people's lives by doing
DJ, you are interrupting me once again. What is it? Do you want to have a two-way conversation, or do you interrupt Dean every time he speaks?
I mean, you were always putting me on mute. I mean, I'll go on mute, but go ahead.
That's what I thought. Thank you. Once again. So I asked you who goes to jail. You said criminals. What's a criminal? Someone that breaks the law. Specifically speaking, this was a law that was broken in the state of California at the time, right? And if you're going to say that this is something wrong that she did, well, I mean, I think that you should take a different approach on this issue. We shouldn't be coming after people that are just simply doing their job, right? Prosecuting, but we should rather be advocating for reform within what is legal and what is illegal, right? And now that we've come to the determination that that is the right thing to do, right? That is what a good person would do. They'd advocate for reform within our legal system. That is what Kamala Harris did starting in 2014 before anybody else in the Senate, before anybody else in the House, before it was popular to do so. She advocated for the federal decriminalization of these small M drug related crimes and even co-signed on legislation in the Senate in 2018. But the fact that you think a prosecutor prosecuting is comparable to a guy that raped a woman, sexualized a little girl, boasted about walking into the change rooms of half-naked teens and tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government, to hold on to power through tyrannical processes is astounding. It shows your hypocrisy. It shows how you're not acquainted with reality, right? And then second of all, you said that Biden and Harris haven't done anything in the last 4 years. That is an objective lie, flat out false. They've actually been one of the most effective administrations, passing some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history. CHIPS and Science Act, PACT Act, Infrastructure Bill, Inflation Reduction Act. They've cared for the American people. They've tried to reduce income inequities, cared for the low and middle class. Meanwhile, Trump, when he was president, put the high class above all. He cared about the 1% at the detriment of the low and middle class. And you're going to try to make the argument that Biden and Harris have done nothing? Name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited the top 1%.
Bro, Biden and Harris don't care about anybody. All the shit you were just saying is all
False
whack.
conjecture. False conjecture. False conjecture.
It doesn't matter what Biden and Harris say they're gonna do. They don't do shit. They literally don't do anything. Literally, they don't do shit. They don't do shit. Like
I literally just named you 4 policies that they influence to get passed through Congress. Chips and Science Act, PACT Act, Infrastructure Bill, Inflation Reduction Act. There's them doing shit. There's them doing more shit than any other president that we've had in modern U.S. history. You're a liar.
Reduction Act. What is that supposed to do?
Which one?
Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, it's supposed to address supply chain issues in the long term by investing millions of dollars into renewable energy resources now to reduce inflation in the long term.
Oh, so in the long term, okay. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna vote for Biden and Harris. Like I already told you, for the simple fact that they haven't done shit in the last.
Bro,
40 years.
you're lying. You continue to lie. I just told you,
lying, bro.
DJ. I just told you what they did. How can you listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth? Okay,
You're talking so
hey,
fast.
will you affirm or deny the following statement? They
Listen,
have
I
passed some of
know-
the most monumental
I'll tell you
legislation in
right now.
modern U.S. history. Do you affirm or deny that sentence?
I'll tell you right now.
No,
I know
DJ.
that-
Do you affirm or deny the following statement? The Biden and Harris administration has passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history.
Okay, I heard you. Yes.
Okay, so you affirm that statement. So
Sure.
how can you affirm the statement that they have passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history while also affirming the statement that they haven't done shit? Those
They
two
passed
statements
it.
are
What did they do,
contradictory.
though? They passed it. Okay, what did they do? What happened? They just
What
passed
happened?
it.
The U.S. had the
What
quickest global
happened?
rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7 won. The U.S. has been producing more oil than any other country that has existed in the history of the earth, including under Trump's administration. In the U.S. as well, there's 2, right? The U.S. has rejoined the Paris Agreement. The U.S. has new climate goals set that were not true under Trump, specifically for the reason that he denied climate change at the hand of men. 3, 4, right? Biden and Harris have constantly fought for the rights of women, and Harris is currently campaigning on federal protections for access for abortion for all 170 million American women and girls. 4.
Yeah, I agree
there's
with that.
4
I'm
points right
pro-choice.
there. I want you to tell me one thing that Trump did while he was president.
Listen,
Name
I'm
one bill
telling
that he
you-
influenced to get passed.
Listen, I'm telling you right now. What are they doing about the border? How about that? What are they doing about the border?
Bro,
right
please
now?
answer my question. What is one bill that Trump influenced to get passed while he was our president?
Bro, I can't tell you, bro. When Trump was president, I was 14 years old. I didn't give a damn.
Okay, so
about
Trump didn't do
politics.
shit. How about that?
No, I just haven't researched it. I'm telling. I can.
So how do you know that Biden and Harris didn't do shit when I was just able to name you 4 bills that they influenced to get passed, but meanwhile you think that Trump did do shit when you can't name one bill that he influenced to get passed? What is this hypocrisy? What is this astounding hypocrisy?
Bro? What 14-year-olds are into fucking politics, dude?
How do you know that Biden and Harris didn't do anything, but Trump did?
Bro, what the? Because I can see it. What the fuck is going on at the border? How about that?
Okay, so what can you see that
What's
Trump
going on
did?
at the border? How about that?
Okay, you want to talk about the border, right?
Yeah, let's talk about the border.
Yeah, how about we talk about the fact that Biden and Harris advocated for
Who cares if
bipartisan.
they advocate? Nothing's happening.
Hey DJ,
don't
shut your
matter.
dumb ass up while the real man is speaking. Do I need to
Real
tell you to
man with
pipe the
that girl
fuck
ass
down?
wig, dude. You 5'8" little bitch. You ain't doing shit.
Oh, look at you. You're
Get me
so
off the
emotional
line.
because you're getting intellectually stomped on by someone that is
Intellectually,
smarter
you
than
just
you'll ever
talk
be.
fast to
Oh, we
interrupt
got a
people
baby
over the
whining in the chat. Let's go ahead and get some baby bottles for the grown man whining and crying on the live, okay? Right, DJ, I need you to pipe down. I understand that men get so emotional when someone is smarter than them and educating them, but I want you to take this as a free lesson, okay? I'm not charging you. You're not paying me tuition. You're not paying me by the hour. You're not paying me by the minute. You probably should be, but just pipe down and learn a thing. You asked me what the Biden and Harris administration have been doing about the border. First of all, let's talk about what Trump did. Trump didn't do anything about the border, right? I want to make that incredibly clear. He tried to advocate for border policy. He tried to advocate for a wall. Could he get it passed through Congress, even though it was predominantly Republican, because he couldn't pull the people in Congress together, so that he had to sign in some half-assed executive order to build 50 miles of a wall that effectively didn't do anything, right? And the only reason he has lower numbers than the Obama administration is because he was able to sign Title 42 in effect when COVID hit, completely stopping crossings. In fact, crossings increased all throughout his presidency until then, right? Second of all, Biden and Harris advocated for bipartisan legislation in the House and the Congress. In fact, we even saw a Republican congressman draft border legislation that was on the House floor, and then Trump called the Republican lawmakers in the House and the Senate and told them to vote against the bill. Okay, Trump shot down a bill for political purposes. He wanted these undocumented migrants to continue to come into our country, and as the Republican rhetoric would go, destroy it, right, just so he could use that as a campaigning talking point. Trump doesn't care about the border. If he does, how can you explain him shooting down bipartisan legislation proponed in the House by a Republican, Langford, by the way, right, if it's the case that he shot it down to use as a campaigning point?
Listen, buddy. The Democrats don't even want Kamala Harris to be the nominee of the party.
Can you answer the question that I asked you?
What happened when Kamala Harris ran for
Buddy,
president?
I literally just
What
asked you a
percent of the vote
question.
did she
DJ,
get?
with all due respect, you could ask me questions after you answer mine.
Go ahead.
I just asked you it. Why would I have to ask you my question twice? So you're not listening?
What? What you mean?
I asked you a very clear question. Can you answer it?
Yeah, what's the question?
I just asked you it. So you
Right.
weren't listening to me.
Okay, if you want to say that, that's fine.
Right. So
Right.
how could you say that Trump cares about the southern border
going out
when he shot
without
down
the
my
word
part?
about five
I'm
different
asking you my question again, so you're going to continue to interrupt so you can't hear it.
Sorry, go ahead.
So how could you say that Trump cares about the southern border when he shot down 2 bipartisan border bills in the House, right? Specifically to use the fact that undocumented migrants are coming into our country as a campaigning point for this election.
So you're saying that Trump is letting immigrants come across the border to help campaign? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, I need to see a source for that.
Yeah, Lankford. He went on CNN and Fox News, by the way. So Lankford is a Republican in Congress. He drafted 2 bipartisan border bills. Then specifically, Trump called Republicans in the Congress and told them to vote against it. Right? We have Lankford, who's a Republican in Congress. We also have Mitch McConnell, right, who's going to be one of the Republican leaders in the House. We have Ted Cruz, who's also a Republican in the House and the Senate. This is an uncontested fact, right? Then also not to mention that Trump told you all to blame the border bill failing on him at particularly his rally in Nevada.
I mean, if it's true, then I don't agree with it.
Right, so it is true, right? So how do you feel about him using that as a campaigning
I
piece?
just told you. I literally just told you.
Okay, so when you say that you're going to vote for
You're not
Trump because he
listening.
cares about the border, even though first time he was in office and he had a predominantly Republican split in the House and the Senate, he didn't get shit passed through them, right? And then he only built 50 miles of a wall through a half-assed executive order because he
miles
couldn't get
more than
Congress to come
Kamala and
together,
Biden did.
right? What do you
The
expect
fuck?
him to do?
I don't know, something more than Kamala and Biden because they're literally not doing anything. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm not going to
So
vote for the
actually,
same
Biden
shit.
signed
That's why
an
I'm not gonna vote
executive
for
order.
them.
Biden signed an executive order into law that decreased border crossings by 55%, putting us at lower levels now than what we saw at the end of Trump's term.
Say it again?
You heard me. Biden
No, I
signed an
literally
executive
did.
order into law that decreased border crossings by 55%, putting us at lower crossings per day now than at the end of Trump's term.
So we have low-end crossings per day now than we had in Trump's whole term, or just at
The
the end
end
of
of Trump's term.
So now you're highlighting. So now you're just highlighting the specific end of the term. Why don't you just do his whole term? Who is better in totality?
Oh my God. So I'm going to explain this to you one more time. Hey, DJ, first of all, how many branches of government are there?
3.
Name them.
Why do I need to name them for you? I just told you how
Because
many.
you don't know shit. Because you don't know shit.
No, you're
That's
just
why.
mad that
Go
I
ahead and
answered
name
your
them.
question correctly, so you're gonna ask another one. And you're just
No,
gonna
you
keep
actually
asking
didn't
fucking
answer my
wrong.
question correctly. I've explained this to you 3 fucking times, and you haven't been listening to me. I literally had to repeat it a good 7 times just to get your
What is it,
attention. Maybe I need to start putting like
legislative,
polka dots on the screen.
What is it? Legislative, judicial. What's the last one? Fuck, I don't know.
Right. We're going to go to move on to our next guest, guys. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say. Everyone, just give us a minute to get our next guest up in here, y'all. If you're on the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We want people that actually know something about our government, though. What's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you? Bro, honestly, it's funny that your name is what it is, and then you're coming up on the live acting like
You
this.
look like Tom Hanlon. You know the Spider-Man? Yeah, that's what you look like.
You just tried to insult me by telling me that I look like Tom Holland.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That was an incredible insult. So how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. All right. And are you voting for Trump?
You know you talk a whole lot of shit, bruh. You know, like, I just want to smack you, fool. Like, you talk a whole lot of shit.
Okay. So you have no brain cells?
Huh?
So you have no brain cells? Like actual caveman type shit. Like legitimate caveman behaviors.
Little caveman behaviors.
Yeah. So are you voting for Trump?
No, I ain't voting for nobody, bruh.
All right. You're doing a great service to your country. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here at this point, y'all. Dude, where do you find these people? Bro, so real. Hey, what's up? How old are you? All right, Drew's not on the live. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Let's go to get Alex up on the live. Y'all make sure that we're double tapping. And Chris, thank you for the $10 on PayPal earlier. I want to see some W's in the chat for Chris. Thank you so much. Saying fuck Trump for real. Thank you for the love, Chris. What's up, Alex? How old are you?
I am 20 years old.
Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
I believe he's better in many aspects, especially when it comes to national security. I think he's better in that, particularly when it comes to handling foreign adversaries such as Kim Jong-un or people in Iran, et cetera, et cetera.
like we already talked about the grape case, Dean. I mean,
I want to hear your
this is a
evidence.
redundant conversation.
If you can't name your evidence, just tell me and we will move on.
Yeah, let's just move on. You want to talk
So
about
isn't it funny how I could give you more evidence for Trump pushing Ivana down the stairs than you could give me evidence for the idea that Trump didn't grape E. Jean Carroll?
I already proposed my evidence. I gave you reasons why I have doubts of the jury and their determination.
No, man, I'm dancing on you right now. You could like save yourself the embarrassment by either leaving or providing me with the evidence.
No,
'Cause
I'm
right
not.
now the whole chat is looking at you like you're.
Yeah, I'm not embarrassed, Dean.
So then, wow,
that.
really? I literally gave you more evidence for the idea that Trump pushed Ivana down the stairs than this idea that Trump didn't grape E. Jean Carroll.
No, I mean we already had the conversation about
No, we
the
don't.
essay case. Yeah, we
No,
did.
you actually, we had a conversation about it, but you never provided me evidence why you rejected
Yeah,
the determination of the jury.
the lack of evidence is evidence that he did not commit the crime.
So what would be
That's-
sufficient evidence to prove that Trump had graped E. Jean Carroll?
I don't know, but it was not given. It was not given.
Wow, really? There was not sufficient evidence given. There was none given, none, N-O-N-E. But I don't know what sufficient evidence would be, but it wasn't sufficient. It wasn't sufficient, right?
Yeah, all I'm going to say is I'm voting for Trump. I'm voting in a swing state too, so my vote actually matters. And Trump's going to win, and you guys are gonna. I think you guys are gonna be really sad. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, Kai, you've gone like intellectually dog walked. I enjoyed it. It was really fun. It was like a really fun experience for me to like just intellectually dog walk conspiratorial MAGA lunatic. I had fun. I'm not even mad at you. I had fun dog walking you.
Yeah, I mean, you got a big ego.
I really
You
like
got a
it.
nice ego. Yeah.
I really like it when I'm done like just intellectually mogging on guests, you just hit that kind of draw out card of saying
but you didn't.
Trump's
you didn't
gonna
change my
win.
vote.
I'm
You didn't
gonna
change my
vote. 1 second, Kai. You just say Trump's gonna win. I'm gonna vote for him. You didn't change my mind. It's just the ultimate cope, right?
I'm still voting for him. So I mean.
Yeah, but you're just like, 'cause we're debating about who the better candidate is. You haven't been able to refute a single reason I've given you. So then you're just like, I'm still gonna vote for Trump.
I mean, you want to talk about abortion? That's another reason I'm voting for Trump.
Oh, truly? Okay. Are you pro-life?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that victims of rape should be able to seek abortion?
No, I don't think we should punish children for, the sins of the father. That's not right.
Right, but we shouldn't obligate the mother to provide in her bodily resources to the fetus growing in her womb, especially in circumstances where she didn't consent to the sex that caused that in the first place. Right? This is like me walking up to you with an IV, sticking it in your arm, telling you if you disconnect the IV, I'll die. Would you have a right to pull that IV out of your arm?
Yes. Wait. Can you lay out the hypothetical again?
Yeah, we're basically just explaining to you a very basic principle of bodily autonomy, right? First of all, I just want to point out, Lindsay, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, and I got you as well, Lindsay. Right? You're essentially saying that like these 12-year-old victims of grape, grape by their father, grape by their uncles, shouldn't be able to seek medical treatment to terminate that pregnancy that they didn't consent to, that they don't want. Right? You could absolutely never instantiate good reason.
Wait. I don't think two evils makes a right. I don't think one wrong justifies another wrong. I think the grape is terrible, and I think we should punish the rapist, or I don't think we should punish the unborn.
Right, but what I'm saying is that allowing a victim of grape to access healthcare such as abortion,
I don't think it's
isn't done
healthcare.
for the reason of punishment for the. Wow, so healthcare, right? You would even deny that in the context of a grape victim. That's crazy. I'm gonna go ahead and continue what I was saying though. So yeah, so like a grape victim in this circumstance seeking an abortion to terminate her pregnancy, right, isn't done to punish the unborn. It's done to respect the girl or woman's bodily autonomy. Right, you cannot justify a parasitical life form of the fetus leeching off her bodily resources without her consent for 9 months. Absolutely, the mother in this circumstances has the right to revoke access of her bodily resources being supplied to the fetus, and in the process of an abortion, that fetus is removed from her uterus. It's evicted from her womb because that fetus has no right to her bodily resources, and the death of a fetus is an unfortunate consequence of that. Right? So it's not done to punish the unborn, it's done to bolster and uplift the rights of bodily integrity and autonomy of the woman. You cannot justify the woman being obligated to provide her bodily resources to the fetus for 9 months without her consent. She should be able to revoke that whenever she wants.
Yeah, so I think that
Jesse, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Jesse. Let's get some W's in that chat for Jesse. Thank you so much. And yeah, Lindsay, Jesse, Effie, and Adam, type in the chat if I see you, and I'll mod you. Go ahead.
I don't think that you should, kill human life for just because another evil is done. That's just, you haven't
You're strawmanning my position.
No, you haven't dismantled my position. I don't think we should be killing humans because of grape. That's not right.
Yeah, no, so you are specifically strawmanning my position. I gave you my reasons insofar as why victim. Oh, is it locked? Are we good? Yeah, you're good. Do you need to get in here? If you do, go for it. You're absolutely good. I'll even in my stream if you need me to, so you can get in here and do work. Just let me know, y'all. All right, thank you. Yeah. Sorry, guys. We have some of the water restoration people for the flood here, so I may have to end my stream. Anyways, Kai, you are going to be strawmanning my position here. The reason why I'm saying that victims of rape should be able to access healthcare, right, particularly abortion under these circumstances, right, isn't because it's a punishment to the unborn, but rather it's just a mother enacting her very basic right to bodily autonomy and integrity.
Yeah, but
a rape victim is going to be under no obligation to provide her bodily resources to another individual without her consent. I'll just ask you this question. If I walk up to you and I stick an IV inside of your arm and I tell you, if you remove that IV from your arm, I will die because I need your blood to live, would you be doing anything wrong by removing that IV from your arm?
absolutely, yeah. You should help other people who are in need to live. You shouldn't. Why would I kill you? Why would I kill you just because you're taking some of my blood?
Really? So when the low class, right, walks up to the high class and they're like, pay an extra 4% in taxes or we will die, would you be doing anything
Yeah, that's
wrong
not-
if you
that's
didn't
not
pay
the-
that extra
that's not-
4% in taxes?
That's not the scenario. That like if we don't pay this 4% extra in taxes, that they're just gonna, they're gonna die. That's not the scenario.
It's logically synonymous.
They can get jobs. They can provide for
it was
themselves.
logically synonymous. Wait, so I mean, just to clarify, so if you live in a cabin, so just to clarify, if a vampire walks up to you, starts sucking on your blood out of your neck, right, putting your life at some amount of risk, you would say that you'd be doing something wrong by forcefully removing that vampire from your neck if it is the case that it caused the death of the vampire?
I mean, I don't value vampires like human beings. They don't have.
I'm gonna assume that it's
value.
a human vampire, buddy.
I don't give human vampires the same value as human beings, Dean.
We're
That's
literally
the difference.
assuming it's a human being.
Okay, then if they're gonna die, if an innocent, well, I wouldn't say innocent in this scenario, but I would be morally obligated to not kill this person. That's my position.
Wow. Okay, so if you live in a cabin in the middle of the woods, and a individual with a failing kidney walks up to your doorstep, right, and just forcefully like starts to rip off your clothes, they even pull a knife out and they get ready to remove your kidney, putting it into themselves. If you stop them from doing that, would you be doing anything wrong?
Yeah, because I'm gonna die from that. That's just gonna be self-defense at that point.
No, you could survive with one kidney.
It's gonna be self-defense, dude.
Why would it be self-defense?
Because I could die.
Because you could die. So can women die from pregnancy?
Yeah, what's the likelihood for every pregnancy? It's like
We're
one
gonna
out of
assume-
1,000.
We're gonna assume that it's. Okay, I just said that out loud. I'm happy that you at least have been tracking the conversation that much. And what's one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court?
Well, see, look, we can talk about this all day, but like, let's talk about like what's going to fix the country.
Well, I have a big feeling. That the reason you don't want to talk about the grape case is because you don't know anything about it, right? You just deny it
Well,
without
I don't
reason.
really care
I asked you for
about
your
it.
reasons.
So how
you-
about this? Yeah, I will vote for him if it's true. Yeah.
So you'd vote for a rapist over a
Yes.
non-rapist? Why
Yes.
so?
Because his policies are what's going to get the country, and that's what's affecting me.
Can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed while he was president that benefited the middle class more so than rich people?
I don't really care about that. I care about illegal immigration.
Can you name one
crime.
policy that he influenced to get passed point blank period?
I mean, he tried to build a wall.
So that was not a policy, right? He actually, right, had to execute that through an executive order because
Yeah,
he couldn't
and-
rile support in
and
Congress.
why
So
were
what's a
people trying
policy
to
that he
stop
influenced
it?
to get passed?
Why were people trying to stop it?
Because he's a bad leader and he can't bring people together.
But why would you not want a wall?
Why would you not want a wall? Because it's an unnecessary expense of U.S. payers' tax dollars.
Oh, so
and he
$4
specifically
billion
promised that
for
this
a
would be
wall,
stuck
but
on.
we're sending $200 billion to Ukraine.
So first of all, we have not sent $200 billion to Ukraine. We've sent $170 billion. Second of all,
Oh,
that's not a
my bad,
monetary wall. That's going to be in
107.
weapons and ammunition. And third of all, that's not unnecessary, as it's actually necessary if we want to maintain the agreement that we made with Ukraine
You
in
think
1994.
Russia would have invaded Ukraine if Trump was president?
I think that we'd have no reason to believe that they wouldn't.
Okay.
But
Well,
without pivot this time, right? I specifically asked you to name a policy that he influenced to get passed that you agreed with. Can you name that policy?
He policy. Let's see. Gave funding to HBCUs. Is that good?
So he actually gave 16 times less funding to historically black universities than the Biden-Harris administrations. Why would you say less funding to historically black universities is good?
Well, you're throwing out all these statistics, but how do we know if they're true or not?
Because you could fact check me with government expenditures. I mean, this is a listed expenditure of our federal government, right? You can specifically look up the granted funding to HBCUs under the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't have time to just like sit here and fact check every one of your statements.
You don't have time to go on pause and Google how much money did Trump in comparison to Biden send to historically black universities. Well, then you probably don't have time to be on my live yapping in the first place.
No, I really want you to answer one question I have.
Okay, so another pivot after pivot after pivot?
Yeah, I'm going to pivot one time. I want you to tell everybody on your page why we should vote for Kamala Harris.
Oh, sure. Awesome. Well, I mean, that's the first question that you asked me, and you interrupted me about 2 sentences in, but if you will let me finish this time, I'll go right ahead. So there's 2 predominant reasons that we should be voting for Harris over Trump. The first predominant reason is that she has better character than Trump, and the second predominant reason is she has better policy than Trump. Let's start off with character. So specifically speaking, Trump is a racist, Trump is a misogynist, Trump is a womanizer, Trump is a rapist, and Trump tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government in 2020. Trump also instituted a Muslim ban, saying that he wanted to ban all Muslims from entering into our country, and he elected 3 justices to our Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, which put the rights of all 170 million American women and girls on the line, and specifically guaranteed 1 out of every 3 women of reproductive age here at home in America to no longer have access to health care, even victims of rape in 12 of our 50 states. Now, if we want to reference policy, the Biden-Harris administration influenced some of the most monumental policy to be passed in modern U.S. history. We'd be referencing the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, and the Inflation Reduction Act, and all 4 of these policies specifically benefited the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%. Meanwhile, Trump only influenced 1 predominant piece of legislation to get passed, that being his tax cuts, that predominantly benefited the top 1% at the detriment of the low and middle class. We could even reference proposed policy. Trump wants to replace the federal income tax with tariffs, which would be inflationary and would predominantly serve as a detriment to the low and the middle class. So those are going to be my 2 main categorical reasons.
So you just said Trump's tax cuts are going to be inflationary. What about the inflation that's been caused through Biden-Harris?
Well, there hasn't been
And the
inflation.
gas, why is gas so expensive? Why is groceries so expensive?
Yeah, so how have Biden and Harris caused inflation?
All day and say they passed 4 bills, but it hasn't really affected any of us in any positive way.
Yeah, so that's a lie, right? But how did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
Well, let's see. Pretty sure day one he ended that pipeline.
Okay,
Right.
what was the name of the pipeline?
Keystone.
Okay, so it actually was not the Keystone pipeline; it was a Keystone XL pipeline.
Oh,
and this
I'm
did
sorry.
not cause
I missed 2 letters. I'm sorry.
Well, you missed 2 letters, but this is a big mistake for the reason that the Keystone XL is very different than the Keystone. It's not just 2 letters; it's an entirely different pipeline.
Okay,
right?
my point is when you
Do you mind if I go ahead and finish?
reduce energy expiration, that's what drives prices up.
Okay, so no, that's false. So the Keystone XL pipeline was court-ordered by the Supreme Court to be shut down, and it wasn't currently producing oil, which meant when it was shut down, it didn't increase the price of gasoline as the supply of oil wasn't decreased. And I thought it would be worth mentioning here, we are more energy independent than any country that has ever existed in the history of the world, and we're producing more oil than we did under Trump's admin and more oil than any other country ever, right? Under the Biden-Harris administration, as they have approved more drilling permits than any administration that we've ever had.
All right. Yeah, man. Look, I'm gonna be voting for Trump. And it was
Well, can you respond to that point, please?
No, because you just stating all this stuff that I don't even know if it's true, and 2,
Well, I'll go ahead and give you my source. That would be the Energy Information Administration. You could particularly look up the U.S. crude oil production year by year, month by month, and you'll see the highest month and the highest year, right, under Biden's administration.
say okay. So if you have all these
Would be
facts,
higher than that under Trump.
why is gas so much more expensive under this administration?
Of course, because we've seen a decrease in the oil supply globally speaking, right? There's 3 predominant reasons. First,
Well, I thought we produced the most we've ever had.
Yes, the U.S. has, but that doesn't mean that we'd see a higher amount of global
So
production.
why would we rely on other countries?
Because it costs less to import our oil than to use that in which is domestically produced.
So we're just you want to keep buying oil from Iran and making them rich,
Well,
and then
predominantly
they're going to
speaking, we
attack
don't
Israel,
import oil
and then we're
from
going to get
Iran.
into World War III.
Well, we actually don't import oil from Iran. We particularly import.
All
oil
right,
from
you want to
Saudi Arabia,
import it from
OPEC, and
Venezuela?
Canada. Our predominant import is from Canada, sir.
Okay, you're saying
We're not
prominent,
importing any more oil now than we did under Trump's administration.
but
as
I'm
well.
saying we are importing oil from Iran and Venezuela and all that shit. It might not be prominent.
So we did more. We did more so under Trump.
Yeah, but they respected Trump.
Okay, actually, Okay, so what is this pivot? So you wanted to wait? Are you saying that the reason gas prices are higher now is because world leaders have less respect for Biden and Harris? What is this speculatory horseshit?
No, you said that we imported oil from Iran under Trump, and I'm saying, yeah, we can do that because they're not going to fucking attack Israel and about to get into World War III under Trump. Because
Maybe I'm just lost. I've no fucking clue what you're trying to say, right? So we could talk about your fear mongering and how you think of Kamala Harris as elected World War. Hey, Michael, listen to me. We could talk about your fear mongering and how you think if Harris is reelected, it's going to cause World War III in a moment. But I thought that we were talking about why the price of gas was high. I was giving you an explanation, and then you hit the random pivot to the fear mongering. So let's stay on one topic at a time. Don't worry, I'll hold your hand, buddy. So you specifically said that Biden and Harris caused inflation by decreasing our domestic oil supply. So once again, that was false. We actually have a higher domestic oil supply than we've ever had. So how did Biden and Harris cause inflation?
I mean, I guess I'm wrong on inflation. I just have to.
You are wrong. So then why would you be voting for Trump if the predominant reason you said that the Harris administration
Okay, so
was doing badly was because of inflation?
Why is inflation higher under this administration?
Yes, because Biden and Harris started their administration with a worldwide pandemic that caused global inflation. Trump didn't.
So, can you explain to us why the pandemic caused this inflation?
Yeah, sure, because pandemic causes people to have decreased confidence in their economies. It causes people to lose their jobs, and it decreases consumer spending, right? And then specifically speaking, a response that would negate a recession from any country in the world would be stimulus to the economy. Then with it provided stimulus to the economy and dropped interest rates to spark an increase in consumer spending, we'll see an increase in inflation, right? And there was the same increase in inflation all across the globe, not just here locally, here at home in the U.S. However, specifically speaking, the U.S. had the quickest rebound from this inflation out of any other country in the G7.
Well, I'm not really worried about any other countries besides ours right now.
Yeah, but the relative comparison of the U.S. to any other country in G7 is only relevant to show how good of a response the Biden-Harris administration has had.
All right.
See how I know much more than you in like every single thing that we're speaking on here, and you actually have a lack of critical thought, a lack of explanation for
All right,
the
can we go to one more
and
topic?
a lack of education related to
One more
literally everything you're
topic.
bringing up.
One more topic.
Sure, we could go ahead and pivot again.
All right, wait. I actually have two questions. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Are you in college?
Sure am.
Where do you go to school?
I'm not going to tell you that.
I mean, I'm not. Okay, that doesn't really matter. But why is the Democratic Party for months and months said Biden's the most cognitive, great person for the country, and then they forced him to drop out? And everybody says Trump's a threat to democracy. They just wiped out 13 million votes to throw Harris in there.
Okay, so I think that we need to, talk about the primary elections. So you're saying that, replacing Biden with Harris is a threat to democracy. So in the primary elections, when we're voting in either the RNC or the DNC, we're actually not voting for a candidate. We're voting for pledged delegates to a candidate. And specifically speaking, those are private political parties. You have the freedom to vote for whoever you want in the general election, as that is overseen by our government. However, you could go tomorrow, vote for someone else. You could go tomorrow, start your own private political party, and have an elected official to run in the primary and to run in the general election in November, right? That is not anti-democratic. That is not that is not anti-American. And
So
that's
what
not
was
against
the
our
point of the
Constitution.
primaries then?
The point of the primaries is just like a general ideological separation between two groups of people to find two running candidates. It's not necessary, and it's also not like legally ordained. It's a private political party.
So the 13 million people that voted for Biden, their vote doesn't count?
Well, I mean, who else did they vote for?
I don't know.
Because they voted for a ticket, right? Who's on the ticket? Biden and who?
And Harris.
And Harris. And what happens when the president
But-
steps down?
The vice president is in charge.
Phenomenal. So I just led you through a logical explanation on
But-
how no, the president stepping down from a re-election and having the
This is
VP
for the
step up
next
is not against our-
administration, not
is-
the
is
current
not
one.
is not against our democracy, and as well as the idea that it's only being ran through a private organization, a private political party.
Well-
But I find it quite hypocritical that you're sitting over here accusing the Democrat Party of being anti-democratic, as it is the case that Trump literally staged a coup and incited an insurrection against our
Where's
government
your
on
evidence
January
behind
6th.
that? Where's your evidence behind that?
Sure, I have plenty of evidence. Well, we
hear
could
it.
just reference the fact that he's admitted to it.
Peacefully protest.
Okay, so are you going to interrupt me, or are you going to allow me to provide my evidence? You
Yeah,
can only
you got
choose
it.
one of the two options.
Go.
Phenomenal. So let's talk about the fact that Trump sent fake slates of electors to 7 different states to cast false votes into the electoral college. They literally made fake certificates of electoral votes for Trump when they were supposed to go to Biden, and sent them into Congress to be certified, right? And then the Stop the Count protests that Trump organized on the day of January 6th was specifically to hold Mike Pence's hand to the table to get him to certify the false votes, right? Mike Pence even got death threats from Republican senators. Mike Pence was being pressured by the protesters, by the rioters, as well as Trump himself. However, Mike Pence ultimately put the Constitution over Trump and certified the real votes instead of the fake ones. However, if he had certified the fake votes, Trump would have been elected as our fake president for 4 years. However, that didn't end up happening, and that's how he tried to stage a coup against our government. He also incited the insurrection upon our capital on January 6th.
So when he told them to go peacefully protest, that's staging an insurrection?
So do you know what time he said that on January 6th?
No, I don't.
He said that at 2:12. Do you know when the first pipe bomb went off?
What?
So
No pipe bomb
He
went
sent
off
out that
on January
quote.
6th.
yes, it did. Feel free to look it
No.
up. Right?
Where's your evidence of that?
Okay, Michael, you're being incredibly rough. I'm literally trying to
He
grant
said
you
it
an
at the
explanation.
rally,
You're not
peacefully
it-
protest.
Okay,
Peacefully
so
protest.
hey man, so yeah, he sent that tweet out at 2:12. There'd already been a pipe bomb went off, and Ashley Babbitt already died.
Why is that his
by
fault?
2, and specifically,
Why is
people
that his
entered into the
fault?
Capitol at 1 because
Why
he
is
told
that
people
his-
to go to the Capitol to stop the count and fight like hell. And there was specifically
But he said to
already.
peacefully protest right when he said we're going to march
Okay,
down.
so
the
Michael, are
Capitol.
you going to listen to me, or are you going to be hard?
You were
Like, are you just going to be
so-
hard-minded?
Are you okay, buddy?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine.
No, you seem like you're getting upset.
I do.
Yeah.
There's no way you're acting like you're for real, right? I'm very calm.
Are you?
Yeah, I mean, what is this like? Is this
I mean,
like a
you're trying to have
gaslighting
a
tactic?
debate, and every time I interrupt, you're freaking out. That's what debates are.
So I mean, like, I'm just asking you politely
I'm
not
not just going to let you ramble on for 30 minutes about everything that Harris is going to do wrong to our country.
I'm just really confused. Like, I'm explaining to you how Trump like staged a coup to overthrow our government in 2021, and like you're
no
like
pipe
interrupting
bomb
me,
ever
like
went
asking
off
me
on
if I'm about to like cry. So how do you feel about him like sending fake sending fake
No
votes
pipe
into
bomb
the-
ever went off.
Hey
on
Michael, how do you
January
feel? It did. How do you feel about Trump sending
Where's
fake?
that evidence?
Hey Michael, how do you feel about Trump sending fake like votes into the electoral college?
Well, I
to
do
be
think
certified
there
as
was
well?
voter fraud in 2020. I know the media likes to say there's no widespread voter fraud. They don't like to say there's no voter fraud. They like to say there's no widespread. That's how they get around it, you know?
Okay, so do you think that Trump rightfully won the 2020 election?
No,
and
I
was
do
stolen
not.
By Biden?
I do
Okay,
not.
so then you don't. So then you don't think that there was sufficient voter fraud to overturn the results
No,
of
I
the election?
do.
So,
I think there was.
okay, if there was sufficient voter fraud to overturn the
No,
results of
I
the election,
see.
then why wouldn't you say that?
I
Trump
didn't
rightfully
say there
won?
was enough for him to win, but I'm saying there was voter fraud.
Okay, well, I mean, I just want to make it very clear: there's voter fraud in every single election. The election in 2020 is the safest election that we've ever had. This has been proven with the audits, as well as the 63 courts that told Trump he had no sufficient reason to believe that the election had been overthrown. I do want to reference back to the one question I've been asking you that hasn't gone answered. How do you feel about Trump sending fake electorates into the Electoral College to cast false Trump votes and to pass them off as real to Mike Pence?
I probably don't think that's the best thing ever.
Yeah, so that is definitionally speaking a coup against our government.
Is it? Mm-hmm. So you think Trump would be a dictator, right?
Yes, he literally did try to take our democracy and turn it into a dictatorship.
But we had 4 years of him, and that never happened.
He literally tried to get it to happen. There was
How?
one man that stopped him, that one man being Mike Pence.
So why?
Hello?
Why was he a dictator? Why wasn't he a dictator in the first 4 years of his presidency?
Why wasn't he a dictator in the first 4 years of his
Yeah, if
presidency?
you're going to say he
What do you mean
tried
by
to be a
that?
dictator, why wasn't he a dictator in his term?
Because he had not tried to toss out our civil and electoral processes until January 6th. He had not tried to absolutely disregard and control the checks
So
and
if he
balances offered
wasn't a
by the other two
dictator for
branches
those
of,
4 years, why would he be a
government.
dictator for 4 more?
So, Michael, I'm literally telling you, he did try to become a dictator on January 6th of 2021 when he sent fake votes into the Electoral College that he ultimately wanted his VP to certify as real votes, making him the president of the United States without going through the correct civil and electoral processes, tossing my opinion, your opinion, everybody's vote out of the window and overthrowing the checks and balances offered by our three-tiered government. And he left alive. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Let's go into what our next guest has to say. All right, guys, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. Then also, everybody's saying that I just lied. You are coping. Trump admitted it to the Supreme Court. You are all wrong. You are all wrong. We are going to go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Yeah, hey, could I have my supporters down below, like, drown out, like, the MAGA cultists? Also, I have my hands over here. No, I didn't kick the MAGA lunatic, guys. I would have loved to continue that conversation. You are all just crazy. I would love my supporters to drown out and laugh at all of the MAGA lunatics in the comment section. What's up, Nathan? How old are you? Nathan, you're on the live. How old are you? Okay, Nathan isn't here. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Yeah, I'm just ultimately like smarter than every single person that comes up on my live, right? You know, it's just crazy. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah,
All right, why so?
because he's not a Democrat.
Okay, so if Trump was running as a Democrat and Harris was running as a Republican, who do you vote for? Crazy.
You got me.
Crazy. He's going to leave too. Watch it. They're going to say I kicked him. All right, moving on to our next guest. Let's go to see what Hunter has to say. Crazy. 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 You're going to say I kicked him too. Wait for it. What the fuck? Oh, my phone died. All right, we're going to go to move on to our next guest, guys. If you do want to come up and debate, let me see MAGA down below, y'all. We're going to go to get our next guest up in the box literally right now, y'all. If you want to come up and debate, let me know. Coco, thank you for the confetti. We're going to go ahead and plug in my other phone as well so we can get my main account back up here as a guest. If we don't start sending out here shortly, I am going to go ahead and just restart the stream. We'll see. All right, we're just waiting on our next guest. What's up? How old are you?
18.
18. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
All right, Jamin, how old are you?
21.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right, honestly, go ahead and take it away, y'all. Feel free to 2v1 me. Why are you guys voting for Trump?
His policies are better.
Okay, truly.
And
name one
Kamala
policy.
Harris bailed out a rapist.
Okay. No, she didn't. Can you give me any evidence of that?
You can go look it up.
Well, I mean, you have to tell me what to look up. Could you give me the name of an article and on a publisher? No, you can't because it never happened. Okay, Jemin, I want to go to respond to your claim as well. So you said you like his policy. Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that you agreed with?
Yeah, he cut the taxes by like 35%, all the way down to 21%. The estate tax and the death tax.
Oh, okay. So that's going to be the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, right? So you couldn't name the policy, but anyways.
Oh,
so
my
they sent 83% of the tax cuts to the top 1%. In fact, you just referenced that tax cut for the top 1% from 35 to
No,
down
I
below.
didn't say 1%. I just said 21%. Not to interrupt or anything. I just
So what marginal tax rate is taxed at 35% federally?
say what?
Who's taxed at 35% federally? The top 1%. Thanks. Anyways, so 83% of the tax cuts went to the top 1%, and this cost $1.9 trillion through debt-related spending that was passed off to the low and middle class, and it specifically only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.02%. So would you say an investment of $2 trillion for a return of 0.02% is a good investment?
Yeah.
You would. Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, you wouldn't make it a day in the stock market. You wouldn't make it a day managing a large amount of
The
money.
stock market is
You should
crashing
never
right
become
now.
a financial advisor.
The stock market's crashing right now. As we
Okay, so
speak.
that's actually a lie. It's actually been up for the last 3 days. It crashed for 2 days. Do you blame that on the Biden-Harris administration?
Not necessarily. I don't really think the stock market is relative to the presidents in general.
phenomenal. Well, it's actually not relative to the U.S. as a country.
Yeah.
That crash was particularly caused by the BOJ, the Bank of Japan, increasing the interest rate on yen, right?
And
so
the
people pulled their
AIs.
yen out of the stock market.
And the
Anyways,
AIs were going to AI was going to crap then, but that's besides the point.
AI was no, it had nothing to do with AI. If you're referencing the Intel layoffs, that didn't cause the general stock market crash. But anyways, now back to my point here. No, an investment of $2 trillion for a 0.02% return on our GDP is not a good investment. That is false. And specifically speaking, Harris wants to take the TCJA. She wants to reform it, increasing the marginal tax rate on people making over $400,000 a year, so she can introduce tax cuts for renters, tax cuts for people that make under $100,000 per year, and an increased child tax credit to nearly $500 a month, making it so that this policy predominantly benefits the low and middle class at the expense of the top 1%, instead of benefiting the top 1% at the expense of the low and the middle class. Would you disagree with Harris's proposed reformations here?
Propose. You said propose. Why hasn't she done it already? Or like, why hasn't she tried or put it in Biden's face to do it already?
Well, I mean, it's been planned, but the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act expires in 2025.
How long do we have to wait though? I'm
Until
tired of waiting.
2025, when the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act runs out.
Runs out. So what happens when it runs out? What are we going to
It's
do?
replaced by Congress.
Replaced by
They
Congress.
either renew it or they reform it.
I don't know. She hasn't really done anything, and Trump actually was showing action and made gas go lower, made more jobs. I think 7 million new jobs.
How
to
did-
be honest with you?
So let's
7
talk
million
about.
new jobs.
So we could talk about jobs. Biden has added more jobs to the economy than Trump.
Yep.
Trump clocked in at 183,000 jobs per month added non-COVID related, and Biden clocked in at 206,000 jobs added to the economy per month non-COVID related. When we want to reference gas prices, how did Trump cause the price of gas to decrease?
Okay. My bad. My mom was talking to me. All right.
Can you answer my question?
Yeah. Could you repeat it? My bad. We just started talking, and my mom was talking to me.
How has
Nah.
Trump caused the price of gas to decrease? Because as far as I'm aware, it actually increased month by month every single month of his presidency until COVID.
I mean, but it was still cheaper than it is now. It was like I went up to, I can't say where I live, but I went up to a different state and it was $4. Where I
It's
live
more
is
expensive
$3.
now. Yeah. So how did the
No,
Biden-Harris
it is.
administration cause an increase in the price of gas?
Because they wanted to go state to state, get it from Iran, get it from Canada, when we could be drilling right here in America. And Biden shut the pipeline down the first day. And I already was in the debate with the dude, so you don't have to go yet because you like to go on and
Hey,
on.
Jamin, the U.S. is
What?
producing more oil now than any country that has ever existed in the history of the earth, including the U.S. itself under Trump.
In the history of the earth, the world's always produced oil. I don't know why you're talking like, oh, it's something new. Oil doesn't run out. It's always been producing oil.
Jamin, what did I just say? Can you repeat my claim?
No.
No, you're not listening.
How
So-
am I not listening?
You said that Biden and Harris increased gas prices by decreasing domestic oil production. However, that's false. The U.S. is producing more oil than any country that has ever existed in the history of the earth, including the U.S. under Trump's presidency.
Well, it's not even just the oil and the stuff. Like, it's more of just like,
Didn't you say it was the oil?
I'm saying, there's so many topics I have to discuss about.
Well, I'm asking you, the Biden-Harris administration caused an increase in the price of gas, and you said lower oil production.
Because I can
That's
see it
false.
visually. I see it visually. So
You
when I
like,
see,
look at the
when I-
fucking
no,
price of
listen,
gas when you pass the gas station. That's your justification.
Yeah, it is my justification.
Okay, I didn't have a girlfriend under Trump. I did have a girlfriend under Biden. Can I blame Trump for me not having a partner? And can I blame Biden for me having a partner?
No.
No?
can't.
Okay, yeah, because Trump didn't pass a Dean has no girlfriend act, and Biden didn't pass a Dean has a girlfriend act. But very similarly, Trump didn't pass a gas costs less act, and Biden didn't pass a gas costs more act, right? Those
That's not
two
even
things have no
relevant.
association with the presidency whatsoever, right? The idea of me having or not having a girlfriend under the given presidencies is just as relevant to the president as the price of gas.
I just think Kamala Harris is also a bad person as well for locking
Before
up.
we pivot, can you tell me how the Biden-Harris administration increased the price of gas?
No, not
Because
not-
they didn't. Because they didn't. See, if you just want to associate anything that happens in the country with being caused by the president, can I blame the highest unemployment rate since the Great Depression that we had in 2020 on Trump?
No.
Oh, but why not? I'm literally using your same logic.
Yup. Yeah, I'm lost for words. You got me, Dean. Now, can we go to the next topic?
Yeah.
The other reason is that's not going to change. By the way, that's not going to change my vote just because of
It's
I guess.
fucking crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's actually crazy how like dogmatic and tribalist people are. You literally gave your reasons why you think that the Biden-Harris administration has been bad. I disprove you. You even verbally recognize that I disproved you, and then you also verbally recognize that even though I've disproved you, that won't change your mind. It's like you just like are willfully holding on to false beliefs. But please go ahead. What's your next point?
False beliefs. Anyways, I think Harris is a terrible person and Biden are terrible people. Besides the fact I think Trump is not necessarily a better person in general, but I definitely think Harris is not going to do anything because of how bad they've run stuff and how bad they are individually. I think she's racist.
Oh,
What?
how is Kamala Harris racist? Also, make sure not to
Mostly
say the
so.
names of any drugs. Just
Obviously, I'm not going to say
How is
that.
Kamala Harris racist?
Locking up a ton of black people in California.
When did she do this?
When she was a senator, had somebody on,
Senators don't lock people up.
or I don't know exactly what she was, but I know someone was on death row to the point that a prosecutor. She was a prosecutor.
Okay,
I
when
know
she was
she
a
was-
prosecutor in the state of California, they actually didn't report race or gender statistics for crimes.
Oh, well.
So how
lucky
could you
her.
how do you know that she locked a lot of black men up when they didn't report race or gender stats for crimes?
Because it says all over the internet that she had somebody on death row to the point that they needed his DNA sample and she wouldn't give them the DNA sample literally until they forced it from her, and that dude was gonna die and was on death row until he literally wasn't. They forced the DNA sample, and now they got the DNA sample and he was proven innocent.
That's a really cute story. Too bad it's fake as fuck.
How
It's
is
literally
that
made up.
fake? It's
How's it fake? I mean, are you ready for a crazy? Are you ready for a crazy question? Can you give me
I am.
evidence?
Can I give you evidence? Not like, oh, right now, but if I had like 15 minutes, I probably could.
Oh, don't worry. I'll look it up for you right now.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, I looked it up. So the person that I was on death
was
row
quick.
that was
Holy.
particularly calling for the DNA evidence for, right? So she specifically argued that DNA evidence was not required, as it is the case that he had been
He
proven
said it.
guilty with other evidentiary standards, right? And she did argue that no, there shouldn't be DNA testing done for him, right? However, eventually she did concede DNA testing was done for him. He was not proven innocent. In fact, the DNA matched and he was proven guilty twice, right? And he's actually still alive on death row to this day because California stopped executions in 2006. And then additionally, Gavin Newsom and launched an investigation into Kamala Harris for denying DNA testing. And they found her innocent of any wrongdoing. And that happened in 2018.
2018. Wow. Well, I still think she's a bad person. I don't really care. But at
Why?
least Biden.
Why? Why is she a bad person? Why?
Also the fact that she likes to false claim her race. Yeah, she is black. She is black. I understand that. But at the end of the day, she even her dad disowns her, doesn't like her for because she went on a podcast. And this I saw the podcast, so don't worry. And she was talking about doing a certain substance on the podcast when if she was going to unban a certain substance worldwide. And she said yes because she's Jamaican, and her dad came on the news and said that he doesn't want anything to do with his heritage, and her grandparents are probably crawling her skin how she disowned their heritage.
Adam, thank you for the $6.66 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for
Dang,
that.
I
love.
can't yap, but you're allowed to yap for 10 minutes.
I was just thanking someone for a dono.
Oh, it's cool. Good job for Adam. Get your money right. But I'm just saying, like, that was another reason.
Yeah, so that's also a completely fabricated, made up story.
Oh, made up. Her dad didn't just tweet it or whatever he did.
Yeah, can you give me any evidence of that?
No, I'm not
No,
gonna
you
go look
can't.
it
It's
up.
because yeah, okay, all right, completely made up. So now that we've recognized that, let's just assume that your made up story is true. We're just gonna assume
It is.
everything that you just said is right. It isn't true. Why are you so confident about something you have no evidence for?
Because it was on the news.
What news?
CNN, of course. I'm playing. It was on Fox News.
When was it on Fox News?
I don't know the exact date. Like a week ago.
Like a week ago. And what was what was her dad's name?
I don't know her dad's name. I'm not.
Okay.
I don't stalk Kamala Harris like you do.
Okay. Okay. See what I mean? I don't know why you're so confident about something you have no evidence for. That's just absurd. And then second of all, how does that compare to the rapist, felon, fraudster, election denier that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government that also imposed a Muslim ban, which is literal religious persecution?
I don't think
That also
he-
proponed the birther movement of Barack Obama, saying that Barack Obama's black, therefore he's from Africa, therefore he's not a U.S. born citizen, therefore he shouldn't be able to run the country. Or saying stuff like, he released a sneaker line and said, oh, like I can't wait for all my black supporters to buy these sneakers because black people love those. Or like, I don't know, the civil litigation
I do love
against him
sneakers, I can't lie.
in 1973 that specifically was against Trump for not granting housing opportunity to black people. He'd put the letter C on their housing applications and throw them out the window. Can you tell me how those two things compare?
No, and I just, to be honest, the raping is just not relevant, like, to the election because he hasn't even been proven guilty yet. We'll find
So he
that
was
out.
proven guilty.
I think his trial, his official trial, like the date is September 14th. To be honest with you.
No, so that's actually the sentences.
Still innocent.
September 14th, that's going to be the sentencing point for the 34 felonies that he's already found guilty of. But the sentencing of the civil court that ruled he had raped a woman has already occurred. The jury found him guilty and he was sentenced to pay out $87 million.
Good thing he has $87 million. Holy. I mean,
So, can you tell me how, like Kamala Harris's supposed character that you completely fabricated is worse than that?
it's really
No, you
it's
can't.
really-
Because could you agree that Trump's character is
Wait,
worse
can
than
you stop
Harris's?
interrupting me because I didn't get to finish. But to be honest, I don't really think it's really that. I just like how the country was ran for the first 4 years. And I used to believe all the things you were
Yeah,
telling
you're
me.
completely pivoting around the character point. You're the one that brought up character. You're the one that said Harris had a bad character. I'm the one that disproved you, and I'm the one that showed Trump objectively as a worse character. So can you go ahead and recognize that?
Yeah, she's Indian and like 5% black and just like a terrible person and just doesn't know how to
She's
run. things.
Indian and 5% black. Okay, what happens when you have a black father and an Indian mother?
I know because I'm light skinned. It's obviously you're biracial. Or
So Kamala Harris is biracial,
technically speaking.
and
Like-
her father is 100% Afro-Jamaican. Her mother is 100% South Asian. What does that make her?
I mean, yeah, she's technically biracial, but you are who you hang around.
What do you mean
And she-
technically biracial?
She is biracial, but you are who you hang around. And she's
Okay, so when she went to a historically black university and belonged to a black sorority, what did that make her?
wait, because you cut me off.
And also, no, you're not who you hang around. I just want to clarify that now. Not in this respect.
Don't you hang around Parker and he's doing the same thing you do? And
I
Harry-
said within this respect of your race. Like, 1 second. Would I be more manly for marrying a man instead of a woman? Because if I marry a woman, I'm going to become a woman myself.
I don't really go on those type of topics with.
Okay, if I married a black woman, would I become black?
not technically, but you're gonna pick up things that they like.
So it's not technically. The answer is
Culturally.
just hell no. I will not become black.
No, you wouldn't become black. but
Okay,
you'll be-
so when Kamala Harris marries a white man, which is I know what you were going to say, does that mean that she became white? I thought the claim was that she was Indian. Come on. Hey, Nicole, thank you for the $42 on PayPal. Yo, I want to see at least 100 W's for Nicole in the chat. Thank you so much for the $42 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Nicole. I want to see some massive love shown to Nicole in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $42 on PayPal. Thank you so much. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, or my bio, I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and it means the world to me. Thank you guys so much. So anyways, Jermaine, can you go to respond to my questions there?
Yeah, I will. Nicole, a -1,000 aura. But anyways.
Okay, so are you just like clowning people that are donating to me now because you're mad?
I'm not mad. Who's mad?
Yeah, you just referenced the name of the lady who just sent me $42 on PayPal, and you said -1,000 aura associating her with being like lesser now that she sent me money.
Wait, hold on, because I feel like you're trying to gaslight me real quick. So let's stop.
Oh
with
no,
that.
I'm not gaslighting on, but yeah, we could get back to the topic.
Yeah.
But Nicole, plus 1 trillion aura. Anyways, so yeah,
Plus
when you
1
said that you
trillion.
are who you hang around, what did you mean by that?
You are who you hang around. So if I'm hanging around a lot of white people, I'm gonna get into the culture of like with the more of the white people. And if I'm hanging around more black people, I'm digging into the culture of more black people. It's like it's the same thing. She married a white dude, has 10% black kids that are dang near white, and she supports the white race more than she's supporting her black race now, today. I'm not talking about back then. Obviously, she went to a black college and whatever else black things she did.
So if I marry a black woman, do I become black?
I didn't say black. She doesn't become black. I said you get into their culture, like you're digging more deep into their culture and the things that they do, you're going to tend to start doing a little bit more. That's what I'm saying. Like,
okay, so
you're not going to become black because if I like this, I'm not going to use that as a reference, but I'm not even going to reference it. But like,
I mean, you're just trying to way to justify that Kamala Harris isn't black, and you're failing.
I said she was biracial. Who said she wasn't black? That's crazy.
First of all, you tried to make the argument that she's not black, and then you try to make the argument that although she has a black dad, she's only 5%
I'm just saying she don't.
And then I had to fill you in on the fact that when you have a 100% black dad and a 100% South Asian mom, that you will be 50% black, 50% South Asian. And now you're trying to make the argument because she quote unquote hangs out with white people, that makes her less black. You're really reaching for straws. But you said that she embraces white people more than black people. How so?
Just because Democrats try to put into the fact that the black community is like the poorest and we need to help them out, when Trump was actually helping us out and really digging deep and like helping us out. Yes.
Okay, so how come you sent 16 times less funding to historically black universities in comparison to the Biden-Harris administration? If he was truly helping the African-American community out, why is it the case that he actually decreased funding to HBCUs?
But okay, that's one topic. He also helped. There was also the least unemployment jobs within the black community while he was in the president office.
Well, we saw a historical record low unemployment rate under Trump at 3.5%. Then Biden and Harris hopped in and beat him out with 3.4%. We've had a lower unemployment rate, including a lower African American unemployment rate, while Biden and Harris have been in office.
We've had more jobs for the black community while he was in office, and the reason
no, that's false.
It's true. It's on the internet. Like, it's proven he's created the most jobs, 7 million.
Wow. So it actually looks like. So what was the lowest unemployment rate for black workers under Trump's presidency?
Probably because COVID hit, but probably pretty high when COVID hit. I'm not gonna lie to you, but one thing you're missing is he also gave out welfare when COVID was going on. So
I just want to clarify here. The lowest unemployment rate for black workers under Trump's presidency was in August of 2019, and that was sitting at 5.3%. And the lowest unemployment rate for black workers under Biden and Harris, particularly setting in March of 2023, at 5.1%.
5.1%.
Right, lower, right, than the unemployment rate under Trump.
That's 1 year, and that's when COVID was just starting too.
No, that was before the unemployment caused by COVID.
Yeah, I'm okay. All you do, you have your computer and everything by your side. Well, I just have to talk to you, looking stupid sometimes.
That was actually the first time I had to reference my computer because you contested my fact that there was a lower unemployment rate for the African American community under Biden and Harris. So I whipped up my laptop, went to Fred Economic Data, and got the specific figures
I don't really
associated with
care
specific
about the
months and
facts
years.
and what you had to do to get to your facts or anything. To be honest with you,
So do you think Trump is racist?
No.
So then can
I
you
mean-
explain why he denied black people housing because they
I'm
were
not
black in the
sure.
70s? Can you explain why he said that because Barack Obama is black, this must mean he's not a natural U.S. born citizen, therefore he can't run for his presidency?
Wait, hold
Can you
on.
explain why he referenced the African American community as black with an S at the end during his debate with Biden? Can you explain why he referenced black jobs during his debate with Biden? What is a black job? Can you explain why he called for the death penalty for the Central Park Five when they particularly had been exonerated for their crimes prior? Can you explain why when he released his new sneaker line, he said that black people are going to love these, obviously just perpetuating a race-based stereotype?
Well, there's stereotypes are going to be a stereotype. That's just one thing I'm picking off of. So there's always going to be stereotypes no matter what. But
Right, but they're racist nonetheless. But maybe you could address the other things as well.
I mean, I don't know Trump individually. I mean, if he did something racist to me personally, like to my face, one on one, I might say something like a little bit like then I would disagree a little bit more.
Really? Hey, I got a question.
Why are you
We're
getting
white
mad?
slave.
Why you
We're
Stop
white.
huffing and
We're
puffing.
because what you just said was insane. We're white slave owner racists.
Yes.
What did they do to you?
Nothing.
Didn't you just say even though he denied black people housing, perpetuated the birther movement, and called
but
for the death penalty for the Central Park Five, he didn't do that to you, therefore it doesn't matter? So are you saying that every single black person alive today shouldn't care about slavery because they were not directly enslaved?
But everybody's been racist at one point of their life. If you deny that yourself,
Whoa,
then
hey, I've never denied black people opportunity because they're black.
no,
I've never
why
perpetuated
does it have to
obviously
be black
race-based
people? Why
stereotypes.
does it have to be black people? There's so many more racists than just black people. You're just picking one piece. Why
Wait,
does it-
in the same way, there's a lot of racist white people alive today. There was a lot of racist white people alive in the 1850s, right? Owning slaves and shit. That doesn't discount for the individual harm perpetuated at the hand of each white man to each black man, right? No, not at all. I think that your argument that there's a lot of racists ultimately is a very bad one, because imagine if someone was making the same argument during slavery. Obviously, we don't really care if there's a lot of racists. In fact, it should only make us care more.
One, 1950s was definitely not when
I said 1850s.
Oh, 1850s. Okay. But no, yes, I understand what your comparisons are and trying to get with the comparisons, but I'm caring about how my country is ran and how the country's ran. I'm not supposed to be friends with the president. Like, it's not my job to be.
So you'll admit that he's a racist?
I never said I'd admit it.
Well, I mean, your rebuttal was there's a lot of racists. Once I named the obviously racist things he's done, you didn't contest them and say they weren't racist. You just said that there's a lot of other racist people as well. So it seems like you would implicitly be affirming that he's a racist there.
Okay, well, you're trying to gaslight me and thinking that he's a racist, but no, I never said he was a racist, and I don't necessarily think he's
so like literally saying that black people should have less opportunity for the reason that they're black. That's not racist.
I've never felt like I've had less opportunity.
I'm particularly talking about Trump saying that Barack Obama shouldn't be able to run for president because he was born in Kenya, with no sufficient reason to believe he was born in Kenya, even though he has a birth certificate stating that he was born in Hawaii. Obviously, the only reason that Trump said that is because Barack Obama is black. This is literally saying that this black man shouldn't have the opportunity to run for president because of the color of his skin. Yo, Purdy, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Holy crap. Thank you so much for the love, Purdy. That is crazy. Purdy, thank you so much for the love. I want to get at least 500 W's for Purdy in that chat. That means the absolute world to me. Thank you so much for the love. I want to see some massive W's for Purdy down below. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much, Purdy. Massive, massive, massive W's for Purdy down below. Thank you so much for your kindness. You have been supporting me for absolutely so long, and I really appreciate you for it. Thank you so much, Purdy. Massive W Purdy's in that chat. Thank you so much. Massive W Purdy's. Seriously, been supporting me forever. You mean the world to me. You used to support me when we did the battles. You've been watching.
What's
the
that?
forever.
Colgate's calling.
It means the world.
Teeth are yellow. Holy.
Yeah, I do have bad teeth, but I don't say that changes anything here.
No, not really. I just wanted to point it out. I just noticed it when I was looking down on my phone screen.
Like, I'm
Anyway.
surprisingly, like, even though I have, like, bad teeth, I'm surprisingly, like, not insecure about it. So, I mean, you just kind of, like,
I never told you to be insecure about it.
I mean, like, sobbing. Like, who's calling? Oh, they said you have 4 brain cells. You should be insecure about that one, though, because that you're actually causing
sounds
harm
like
with
you're
your 4 brain
mad.
cells. What harm am I causing?
You're
with my bad teeth?
mad. You're mad.
Wait, so if I'm
Anyway.
mad for saying that you only have 4 brain cells, does that mean that you're mad for saying that I have
Obviously,
yellow
you
teeth?
would be, obviously, you would be unalive if you had 4 brain cells, or more or less on the spectrum. And I'm not saying that in like.
What
a
do you
mean
mean on
way.
the spectrum?
Like, I don't have to explain to you.
So when we're referencing a spectrum, you're usually going to be referencing the autism spectrum, and I don't know why you'd say
yes,
that people
I
with
would be referring
autism
to that because if someone had
conventionally
4
could be correlated to having less intelligence. The most intelligent people you will meet in your lifetime will most likely have autism.
the smart ones. Yes, I have intelligent friends with autism, but there are obviously other ones on the spectrum too, but that's besides the point. You're trying to sidetrack this. Let's get
You're the
back
one.
to
You're the one that interrupted me when I was absolutely destroying you and talked about my
interrupted
teeth.
me. You interrupted
You're getting
me.
pissed.
I'm
You are
not
getting so mad. You're getting so mad.
I'm mad.
Oh, I think it's because I got a $100 donation. That's right. I was reading
No,
off my
congratulations.
$100 donations,
I said,
and then you interrupt and you start talking about
hey,
my teeth.
Get your pape. Get your pape. But I'm saying you interrupted me, and obviously $100 dono. Shout out to that person. But I'm saying you interrupted me at the end of the day.
Yeah, to read off my donut, and I'll do it again. Period. Per slay. Right.
That's
All
kinda
right.
odd.
Anyways, so like, would you say that trying to take away opportunity from a black man because he's black is racist?
Taking the opportunity.
Kenya, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love W's in the chat for Kenya. Go ahead.
Yes, taking away an opportunity from a black person is technically racist.
Technically, fuck it, bro, dude. What do you keep using that word? Like it makes you sound
fucking
better.
racist?
Leslie, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Saying thank you for all that you do. Leslie, thank you so much for the love. I want to see some W's for Leslie Lee in the chat. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Massive W's for Leslie down below. Thank you so much. Anyways, so that's technically what he did to Obama.
No, because
Michael with $100 on PayPal. Yo, holy shit. Michael, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Michael says sending another one to piss this guy off. Yo, Michael, thank you
No
so
one's
much
pissed,
for the
'cause
love.
I'm
I want to see some
laughing.
massive W's for Michael in the chat. I gotta be a little bit more quiet because there's people working in the house. But seriously, thank you so much for the love. And Martha with the $10 on Venmo for schooling this fool. But y'all, please show some love to Michael down below in that chat. I want to see W's for Michael down below until we fucking end the live to restart once we move on to our next guest. Dude, Michael, thank you so much. That is so kind. That is so much money. Dude, you did not have to do that. Same with you, Purdy. Y'all do not have to be sending that much money.
Keep
I'm
slapping
so
on it,
grateful
bro.
for you. Thank you so much for
slapping on
the
it,
100.
bro.
You are pissed. This guy is pissed.
No, I'm not pissed.
Michael literally sent that $100 and said in the message, sending another one to piss him off more. And now you're over here saying keep slobbing on it, bro. It seems like he successfully achieved his mission.
No,
he got his $100 worth because he literally pissed you off
I'm
more.
just saying,
He
like,
achieved
he
his
did
end goal.
something.
He paid $100 to piss you off, and he got you pissed off. You
No,
just
that's just
essentially fulfill
Democrats
the
for
end
you.
of his
That's
bargain.
just Democrats for you, just pissing people off. But
Democrats piss people off.
yeah, you're Democrat.
Riley, thank you for the $5 of him. I appreciate you for the love. Even though Trump caused more division in our country in comparison to any modern U.S. president that we've had. Democrats piss people off. Democrats want people to have equal freedoms, equal opportunities, and equal rights. Democrats want to have a protected constitution and a protected democracy. Democrats want people to come together in the division and bring a new age of prosperity and freedom into the U.S. Trump wants to attempt to overthrow our government. Trump attempted or did take rights away from all 170 million American women and girls. And Trump particularly did advocate for more political division in the context of our country. And Democrats piss people off. Really?
I
Nothing to say.
really didn't get to finish the topic about Obama and him taking your rights away because you kind of started interrupting me, which I don't care about. I really don't. You think I'm mad? I'm really not. Anyways, he didn't take Obama's rights away from becoming a president or saying he shouldn't be a president because he still served his two terms, 8 years.
Okay,
so I don't know why you're saying he took his.
So I'm going to go ahead and explain it. Hey.
Okay. Explain it.
So if I work at a company and I'm friends with a hiring manager and a black man comes in and applies for a job and I walk up to the hiring manager and I say, you shouldn't hire him because he's black. You shouldn't hire him because of the color of his skin. He shouldn't have the same opportunities as the white applicants. Would I be doing something racist?
But if at the end of the day I still got the job.
Yeah, let's assume at the end of the day the hiring manager disregarded your comments and a black man got the job. Would we say what I did was racist?
If I still got the job, what you said was racist, but your actions weren't racist.
My actions of telling the hiring manager that they shouldn't hire a black man because of the color of their skin, that's not racist?
Oh, my bad. I miscorrected it. Yes, that is racist, but at the end of the day, why do I care about your comment when you're the one who didn't get the job and I got the job?
Well, I mean, I'm not asking you if you care about my comment. I'm asking you if you think my comment is racist. Now, in that hypothetical, replace me with Trump, replace the hiring manager with every U.S. voter, and replace the black man with Barack Obama, and replace the corporate job with the presidential election. You no longer have a hypothetical. You have exactly what Trump did when Obama was running for office. So if you'd say it was racist for me to do that in the hypothetical, would you say that was racist for Trump to do in real life?
Technically speaking.
Oh my God, you were so indoctrinated. Why am I trying to convince you that attempting to take opportunity away from a black man because they're black is racist? Bro, like, what year is it? Like, please.
Why doesn't he know what year it is? Wow, it's crazy.
You just went right over your head. That went right over your fucking head.
It really didn't, though.
Oh my God, Nart Nace with the $101 on PayPal. Yo, Nart Nace, that is NARTNES. Thank you so much for the $101 on PayPal. That is crazy. Holy fuck, y'all are going off. Yo, you try to one up the other ones. Nart Nace, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. That is crazy. And Leslie with the $20 on PayPal as well. Dude, Nart Nace, that was crazy. You did not need to send me that. I'm like, why the fuck are y'all going so hard? I am so grateful for everybody, you Nart Nace, for Michael, for Purdy. Y'all are so fucking kind. Thank you so much. I want to see some W's. We're just going to call him Nart for Nartness in that comment section literally right now. Thank you so much for the $101. And Leslie, seriously, thank you for the $20 on PayPal as well. Y'all are showing more love than I deserve. I do not deserve that. Y'all are literally so kind. Holy cow. You guys are...
Hey, he said it, not me.
Thank you so much for the love. And you guys have successfully pissed him the fuck off.
I'm not pissed
the first time someone sent me, hey, Haley with the $10 on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Haley. Let's get some W's for Haley in that chat. The first time someone sent me $100, you said that my teeth were yellow. The second time someone said $100, you said that I was slobbing on it. And then the third time someone said $101, you said, oh yeah, Dean doesn't deserve that. He said that, not me. People are really fucking pissing you off. I really appreciate you. Thank you for the love.
I really don't deserve it. You said I really don't deserve it.
He said he said it, not me. All right, hey, Jen, I got a question for everybody. How many continents are there?
7.
Name 3 of them.
Africa, Europe, and North America.
Name the other 4.
Ooh, Australia, Asia, Antarctica, and South America.
Wow. You know what, Jamin? I'm so surprised you did that. Lucy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that, Lucy. And Haley, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal as well. Thank you so much, Haley and Lucy. Dude, all right, we're gonna go ahead and hit a Purdy with another $100 on PayPal. Oh my god, to piss him off some more. Purdy, I'm so sorry. I probably kicked him right when you were on pause sitting that. I'm so sorry. I bet he's fuming in the comment section though. Purdy, oh my god. Dude, yo, you are going crazy today. Thank you so much for the love, Purdy. Let's get some W's for Purdy in the chat. That is fucking insane. Purdy, thank you so much for the love on PayPal. That is insanity. That is legitimate insanity. Thank you so much for the love. I want to see W Purdy's in that chat. Oh my god, dude. That is insanity. Holy shit. For everybody watching, we got to hit a quick restart on this stream. We're not pushing out, but we're on a new account, so I mean, I don't really expect to push out that much today. But for the 2.1 thousand people in here, we just got to restart. Click on my profile. Oh, Parker's live. Oh my god, I guess we're gonna go and hang out with Parker. But yo, seriously, Purdy, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. That is so kind of you. Thank you, everybody. Y'all have been so very kind to me today, and I'm just very thankful for you guys from the bottom of my heart. I'm so freaking blessed to be in the position that I am because of all of you. Would someone comment at Parker get a real job in that chat? We're going to go ahead and send him a raid and we're going to coast with him. At Parker Get a Real Job. Okay, awesome. For the 2,000 people in here, y'all head over to at Parker Get a Real Job on TikTok. We're gonna go ahead and hang out with him. We're gonna be co-hosting. We are gonna we're gonna be running up some debates, y'all. So everybody, make sure to come over. We're gonna continue having fun. But seriously, everybody, thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity today. Head over to at Parker Get a Real Job on TikTok. I'm gonna see y'all there in literally 10 seconds. All 1.9 thousand of you guys having the same debates on the same topic, just with a great friend who's great at debating as well. Love you all. See you on at Parker Get a Job. Here right now is the live audio. How many people do we have in here right now? I feel like my viewer count is not updating. Sick Hunter, awesome. Awesome. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Have I met Trump yet? I've not met Trump. But once again, everybody tuning in, welcome in. We're listening in to Trump and Elon's Twitter space. Someone in the comment section asks if I saw AJ's live. I did. That's fucking weird. What's up, Haiti? If I was given the opportunity to meet Trump, would I? Of course. Woo, okay. Maybe I should just hop back on live in a little bit. No, I'll let this play out. I'll let this play out. We'll see what happens. How old am I? I'm 19 years of age. Have I convinced my parents not to support Trump? No, I probably never will. Did it start? Yeah, technically it has started. I don't really know what's going on right now, though. Like, there's seriously just music playing out of Trump's mic. Like, the sound that you hear, that is music playing out of Trump's mic. He's probably late. Yeah, probably. It won't let you join? Yeah, it's not letting a lot of people in this space. That's why I kind of went on live. Do I know Praxman? I do. Gross that missile kid. Stronger than you, baby boy. What are we listening to exactly? Trump's Twitter space with Elon, but right now there's just like music coming through Trump's mic. Elon tweeted that there's been an attack on something. Let me check Elon's account. There appears to be a massive DDoS attack on X. Working on shutting it down. Worst case, we will proceed with a smaller number of live listeners and post the conversation later. Damn. There's been a widespread DDoS on X. To be fair, I think it's possible that it's not a DDoS. Like, all that a DDoS is sending, like, fake bot traffic to something repeatedly, right? So then it extends over the bandwidth of, like, the incoming traffic they could handle. And it, like, just causes massive internal failures. It's, like, totally possible that it's just so many people going to the platform. I guess we'll see. I'm actively watching the space go up and down. Trump's just throwing a fit. That's why they're late. Let's look at Trump's Twitter. I mean, the most recent thing is going to be the space. I'm brilliant. Thank you. Dean, what am I eating? Some chicken and some mashed potatoes and some corn. Yeah, guys, if this doesn't resolve itself here pretty quick, I'm just gonna end. DDoS is working perfectly? I don't want it to. I want to be able to listen to this shit. What's going on? We're listening into Trump and Elon's Twitter space. And that's just their, music, I guess. I don't know. That's coming out of Trump's mic. DDoS attack? Yeah. Yeah, bro, fuck that. Like, whatever, whoever, like, got the bright idea to try to DDoS X so they're gonna have this. So lame. So lame. So lame. Bad Democrats. It's probably like a government. I feel like there's no private citizen that would be able to do this much damage. What, dude? There's someone crying in my comment section. Is it working yet? Yeah, I mean, I happen to get lucky. And I happen to get in the space. So, hey, at the end of the day, if y'all can't get in the space, I did. We tested the system with 8 million concurrent listeners earlier today. Oh shit, yeah, right now there's only 200,000 people in the space, and earlier, when they did a test on it, there's 8 million concurrent. Yeah, shit, they are getting hit by a DDoS attack. People are saying it's not working if you hear the music. No, the music is coming through Trump's mic. That's like the waiting music that he is playing right now. How do I find the feed? You can go on Twitter, try to find it, but it's, I'm surprised that I got lucky and I got in. What is a DDoS? A DDoS attack is basically where you flood a service, an online service, with fake internet traffic, right? You ping its IP over and over and over again from different IPs, right? With bots, and eventually, if you like access it so much off of so many bots, it just consumes all the bandwidth that the service can offer, and it shuts the service down temporarily. And it seems to be that's what Musk is claiming is happening to Twitter right now. Yeah, but if I mean this would either be coming from like a foreign government, or like a legitimate like anonymous type shit. He's lying? Nah, I believe him. It took me a while to be able to get into this space. It was like glitching out. Are you highly paid lefties? That's crazy. No, there's like, it's just too big of a DDoS. Is it hard to pull off a DDoS attack on something like Twitter? Yeah. Yeah, on something like Twitter. I mean, like, not on like a local router, like on like your Wi-Fi. If you're watching, someone could DDoS your Wi-Fi and shut it down pretty easily, like anyone can. But when it's something as big as Twitter, like that's hard. How do you watch it? You go on Twitter, just look up Trump. Just go to Elon Musk's account. You can't even access Twitter properly. Yeah, like that's what it's shutting down right now. Did it get shut down? No, it's still up. I'm still listening to it. Dean, do I know what this is about? Well, apparently it's supposed to be an interview with Trump by Elon, but they're having some difficulties. How do I know about all this? Like about DDoSes and shit? I mean, it's because I've been in like software forever. Bro, when does it start? It was supposed to start 30 minutes ago. If it doesn't start here like shortly, I'm gonna hop off. Go hang out with my friend. Forever, he's like 20? Yeah, been doing it since I was like 13. Like, I sold my first software at 13 years old. Like, I mean, I've seen like seven years. That's a while. Like, that's a pretty long time. Getting them that botnet 5000, bro. This is a crazy fucking botnet, dude. Like, I can't even imagine, right, how large the botnet is that they're using to DDoS right now. You said 8:30, 6:30. That should be in 1 minute. Do you think that there's so many people trying to listen that it crashed? That's another possibility. Is that it's literally just not a DDoS attack, and it's just like people, like so many people want to listen to it. Probably a combination of them both. Trump broke the internet? Yeah, seemingly. No! No! I reloaded the page! I'm a dumbass! Please tell me I can get back in. Please tell me I can get back in. Please tell me I can get back in. Huh. Nice. I got back in. I got back in. There we go. We're back in. We're back in. Woo! All right. They're supposed to be starting literally right now. 6:30 or sorry, 8:30 ET. It's 8:30 for everybody on Eastern time. It's 8:30 right now, right? I bet you won't do that again. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that again. Yeah, okay. Well, according to Elon, it should be starting right now. And supposedly, I'm quite lucky to be in this space because it's shut down for everybody. So everybody coming in, right? I'm one of the select few that actually got into the Elon space. I should do 2016 type reaction with it in the corner. That's crazy. I should, right? If I knew how. Candy, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, saying thanks for streaming this. Of course, Candy. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. W's for Candy down below. Thank you so much, Candy. Thank you so much. W's for Candy in the chat. What do I expect from this? I don't know. Let's talk about that. What do I expect from this? So I'm honestly expecting Elon to ask Trump questions that Trump has never been asked. Okay? So, I mean, it was like, this was kind of like paraded and like marketed as a completely unscripted, spur of the moment interview. All right. And while I don't like Elon, one thing I will say about him is he speaks his fucking mind. Like I'd say, that we will probably get an interview from this guy that we've never had before. So from like a journalist perspective, this is very interesting. Okay. But I mean, then like the second step here is, you know, will Elon ask good questions? Probably not. You know, like he's obviously far right. You know, I hope that he does give Trump legitimate critique though, and good questions, but I guess we'll see. It's gonna be big weird, yeah. I have a feeling that it's just essentially gonna be Trump marketing his platform the whole time. We'll listen in. It's not an interview, it's a conversation. It's an interview. Okay, they said that they'd be resuming right now with a smaller group of people. I don't know what's going on. Taylor, thank you for the manifesting. They need to start soon. They literally said that they'd be starting 2 minutes ago. My dumbass reloaded again. Why am I so stupid? Why would I do that? Like, why? Like, why? Like, why would I do that? Like, why would I do that? I really hope it lets me back in. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. Dude, I keep reloading it. I keep on reloading it to see if Elon's tweeting out anything new. And I'm just like, I completely forgetting about the... dude. Like, Parker's gonna raid? Let's see. Parker raid soon? Parker might raid? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, we'll see. I told Parker only to raid if this ends up going well. You know? Yo, everybody coming in from Parker's stream. Welcome in, everyone. We're going to be live here, listening in to Trump and Elon's Twitter space, ladies and gentlemen. For everybody tuning in, it's very good to see you all. Looks like we got it pulled up here on my laptop, so we're just going to be listening in. But I do appreciate everybody for coming over from Parker's stream. Make sure to share out this live with a couple of friends. Do double tap on that phone screen. Let's try to get it bumping over here. Right, live listening in to the Trump and Elon Twitter space. This is going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting. We're going to see what they're going to talk about. We're going to critique it too. Love from Parker? Hey. W. Hey, Dean, what's up, Tessa? Parker Radio W? What is Twitter Space? It's essentially a podcast. Wonder where Parker's at. He should be here any second. Lone Star, thank you for the hand arts. We're still waiting for it to start, by the way. It supposedly was supposed to start literally like, I don't know, like 34 minutes ago. One of Parker's guests says that he has a crush on me. How cute. Parker's going back live? Oh, he's restarting, going to the bathroom? Oh. Oh, he's resetting his live. Hey, everybody coming in here from Parker's, if you want to stay around and listen to Donald Trump right now. The music stopped. Do you hear that noise? That's Trump's mic. There's like, I don't know if you guys could hear it. There's like a very soft noise. And it's just Donald Trump's mic. That's really strange. Like I hear Donald Trump on his phone right now. And there's just a very soft noise. And Donald Trump went on mute. Okay, so Donald Trump just went on mute. What is going on? This is such a strange experience. This is such a strange experience, guys. So Donald Trump just went on mute. So yeah, I guess for everybody coming in here, Elon left and Trump went on mute. I have no clue what's going on. I'm going to be so fucking real. Now it's starting to confuse me. It's Elon. It's going to be weird. Wait, are you going to hear it? Yeah, you guys could hear everything I hear. So we have it right now. Purdy, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much for the motorcycle. I really appreciate you for that, Purdy. Let's get some W Purdy's in the chat. Thank you so much. And Andrew, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. So everybody, it has started. It looks like Elon left. Dean, did I mute him? No. No, I did not mute Trump. How the fuck would I mute Trump? Hello? Hello? How would I mute Trump? Okay? We're listening in to the space currently. It looks like Trump stopped playing the music out of his mic. Then we heard his phone rustling around. He kind of sounded like one of the old boomers that come up on my lives. And now Trump put himself on mute. Like, that's literally what old people will do when they come on my live. Okay, so the space is not available again for a lot of people. The space is not available again. Yeah. They probably just talking. Okay. So Elon's still left, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like there's 1 million people in here. People are having to go on YouTube. Yeah. So, or you could just come in here for everybody. Just hang out. Just hang out in here. Should have done a Zoom call. So real. Apparently there's 1 million people listening in. We got 2.7 thousand in here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and copy this link because I'm really scared to refresh like the screen right now so I don't leave out of the space. But I'm just going to like copy it and open it up on another tab. I'm going to check Elon's feed right now. Let's see. Let's check his feed. Okay, it looks like they're supposed to be proceeding literally right now. Technical problems on X. So yeah, so the last update we have, ladies and gentlemen, is from Elon 10 minutes ago saying that they would proceed with a smaller number of concurrent viewers at 8:30 ET. So that was 8 minutes ago they were supposed to proceed. They're saying it's a DDoS. Well, yeah, the DDoS, it seems fixed now, though. Nobody wants to hear from Felon Don? I kind of do. I want to hear what he has to say. Is Trump going to drop out? No, I don't see why Trump would drop out. Elon's site is broken. Luckily, we got it pulled up here. I don't know why. It looks like the music stopped. We're still waiting. This is still strange. You want to hear it? Trust me, you guys hear everything right now. Trump literally put his microphone on mute. Oh, Elon joined back. Guys. Elon joined back. Elon joined. Okay, they're both on mute. Can't hear a thing? Okay, yeah, you guys hear what I hear. I swear to God. They're both on mute. Okay, this is like, what the fuck is going on? This is so strange. Yeah, it looks like there's thousands of people being locked out of this space right now. I'm very lucky to be one of the people in it. India, thank you so much for the motorcycle. Thank you for your kindness. And thank you for that a mustache as well. Don't refresh. Yeah, we're in. We're in right now. But W India is in the chat. We're in on my laptop. We're in. I'm going to keep y'all updated. Right now, they're both on mute. Okay, Donald Trump's on mute. Elon left, but he joined back. Now he's on mute too. I'm going to go ahead and just refresh both Elon Musk's and Donald Trump's feed on another page. It looks like no updates yet. They also have a live chat where they have... Yo, Lindsay. Hey, W. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. All right. Sweet. Sounds good. Now we're just waiting on them to say anything. This is strange. Okay, what if I go to most recent? I want to see what people are saying. Okay, so I have a tab pulled up here. Let's see what people are saying. All right, supposedly they should be starting right now. Nobody has sound. They're both on mute. We're trying to figure out what's going on. For the 2.9 thousand people in here, we are all listening in live right now to Trump and Elon's Twitter space. We're all waiting together. I'm in. A lot of people can't get in. I can. I got lucky. They're both still on mute. So we hear nothing from them. Twitter Spaces crashed. I know, yeah, it did. I got lucky. I'm one of the select few. You have this pulled up on Twitter? Yes, I do. I have it pulled up on Twitter. You could actually, if the green screen doesn't break, Chava, thank you for the sunglasses. If the green screen doesn't break, you could see the space right there that I'm in. There you go. You could see the space. All right. We're waiting on Dipey Don and Elon as we speak. For all my fellow Americans, we're going to try to react to this without bias. That's right. All my fellow Americans. They sound like Richard Nixon. I'm in awesome. We're still waiting for something to fucking happen. Right? Have y'all ever seen that one scene of... I refreshed it again. Dude. Okay, I got in again. Holy shit. I need to stop doing that on accident. Fact check him? Yeah, we're going to be fact checking him. Is this recorded? Yeah, Twitter is recording it. I got back in. This is my third time doing that. I'm sorry. I'm so silly. Elon unmuted. Elon unmuted his mic. Jennifer, thank you for the...
All right, hello everyone.
Thank you for the $5, Jennifer.
My apologies for the late start. We unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers, and saturated all of our data lines. Like basically hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated. We think we've overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say, and but I'm honored to have this conversation. I want to emphasize it's a conversation, and it's really intended to just get a feel for what Donald Trump is just like in a conversation. So it's hard to catch a vibe about someone if you just don't hear them talk in a normal way. And when there's an adversarial interview, like no one's themselves in an adversarial interview. So and this is really aimed at kind of open-minded, independent voters who just trying to make up their mind.
Not on my watch.
What is it? Just
Sorry.
to have a conversation. So, honored to Donald. Great to speak. We had a great conversation yesterday. As you mentioned yesterday, if we could just record that conversation and post it, it would have been excellent. And I hope we can have something like that today.
Well, I think we will. I'm pretty sure we will. And congratulations, because I see you broke every record in the book with so many millions of people, and it's an honor. We view that as an honor. And then you do
Fact check that. He only has 1 million people in there right now. Earlier today, there was a test Twitter space with 8 million.
Constructive, oftentimes constructive. And so we have to consider it an honor. But congratulations on breaking every record in the book tonight. That's great.
Well, thank you. Well, I mean, maybe we could start off with, the assassination attempt, which was an incredible thing. And I have to say that, your actions after that assassination attempt were inspiring. You, instead of shying away from things, instead of ducking down, you were pumping your fist in the air and saying, fight, fight, fight. And I think that's, the president of the United States represents America, and I think that is America. That is strength under fire, and so that's a big part of the reason why I was excited to endorse you as the president of the United States for having another term here. Is that was just incredibly inspiring. But I mean, what was it like for you?
Not pleasant, I have to be honest. I said there was blood. I had more blood. I didn't know I had that much blood. The doctors later told me that the ear is a place that is a very bloody place if you're going to get hit. But in this case, it was probably the best alternative you could even think about, because it went at the right angle, and it was a hard hit. It was very. I guess you would say surreal, but it wasn't surreal. I was telling somebody, you have instances like this, or like a lot less than this, where you feel it's a surreal situation. And I never felt that way. I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear.
Yeah.
And because it hit very hard, but hit the ear. And I also heard people shout, bullets, bullets, get down, because I moved down pretty nicely, pretty quickly, and we had bullets flying right over my head after I went down, so I'm glad I went down. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter, and so it hit me at an angle that was...
Maddie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Maddie.
That was the miracle. That was, for those people that don't believe in God, I think we got to all start thinking about that. You have to.
Okay, so he wants to thank God, and he's calling it a miracle that he wasn't hit by a bullet. What about Corey? What about the guy that died?
A lot of great people have said that to me, actually. But it was amazing that I happened to be turned just at that perfect angle. And all because I put down a chart on immigration that showed that the numbers were so great. I love that chart even more now.
Maybe it's a sign. Maybe that's a sign,
It's an immigration sign.
You highlighted a serious issue, and at that moment, the bullet missed your, hit your ear, but missed your head.
The amazing thing is that the sign, I said, bring down that sign on immigration, and it was literally about an eighth of a second where it would be good, and after that it was going to be a disaster, no matter which way you were facing. But it just had that perfect angle, which was exactly at this shooter. Very sad situation. Such a sad situation. As you know, we lost somebody that was great, Corey, who a firefighter, a great gentleman, a great trumper. He was just a fantastic family and a fantastic man. And a friend of mine came up, Elon, and said, I'd like to give the family some kind of help. And I said, that's great. He said, do you mind? I said, I don't mind at all. And he wrote out a check for $1 million, gave it to the wife. And, she said, this is really nice, but I'd rather have my husband back, which is a nice thing for somebody to say, to be honest. She's great. The family is great. And we raised a lot of money for them and for two other gentlemen who are unbelievable people also. They were hit really badly. They thought they were not going to make it, and they did. The doctors in the Butler area, I tell you, they were incredible. They saved the two, and they were really hit tough, both of them, equally. And we thought, my first question was, because I heard bullets flying over me, I said, how many people were killed? Because we had a massive crowd there, a tremendous, thousands and thousands of people, and there was no land. I mean, it was all people. So I said, how many people have been killed? Because I knew there were other shots being fired. And they said, we don't know yet, but some people have been badly hurt. And I have to give the Secret Service sniper, they call him, or sharpshooter, but sniper, because he didn't know there was a problem. He's an extraordinary shot, obviously, and he didn't know there was a problem. And he was able to pick it all out within 5 seconds. And he used one bullet from very far away, I guess probably about 400 yards. The shooter was 130, but he was on the opposite side of the field and the podium. And he saw the smoke and the flame from the gun, immediately recognized it, and immediately took a shot. And it was one perfect shot from very far away. And if he didn't do that, Elon, he would have. I mean, if he would have, a lot more people could have been badly hurt and killed. So I have to take my hat off to him, because that's also a surreal. He's been with them for 23 years, and he's never had anything like this.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he has to act, and it's a very tough thing to act and to be shooting somebody. But he saw the gun, saw the smoke, saw the flame from the gun, very far away. Obviously has very good eyes. He's got very good vision, which I assume you have to have in that particular work. But he took aim very quickly, and they say it was approximately 5 seconds from long range, one bullet. If that didn't happen, because the shooter had a lot of bullets, he had a lot of cartridges up there with him. So
Well,
would have been great.
I mean, that's clearly, he was very competent in taking that shot to stop the attempted assassination. But I mean, there does seem to be, some pretty significant failings elsewhere in the system. Like, there's just no way that, like, how on earth does a shooter get on a roof 130 yards away? That seems crazy. I think most people are wondering how on earth could such a thing happen.
Well, I view it as two ways. There should have been nobody on the roof. There were people, because there were so many tens of thousands of people there. There were people that were seeing him, and there was one woman with a red shirt and Trump all over it, and she's screaming. Well, that guy's got a gun. You saw it probably. There's a guy up there with a gun.
I mean, it's like, I guess, for my part, and I think probably many members of the public are wondering, how the heck are, basically people wondering by pointing out there's a guy on the roof with a gun. And they're seeing it, but somehow it's not being addressed. That does seem crazy.
Well,
this is kind of boring.
The communication between the local police, who sort of had an idea, and then ultimately a man lifted himself up to the roof, could barely do it because he was pulling himself up, and he saw the man with the gun. The man with the gun pointed the gun at him. He thought he was probably going to get shot, but he was like pulling himself up, and because of that, he couldn't get to his gun. And he fell down, actually very badly hurt his leg, his ankle. I hear very badly, but he fell down. And he did, from what I understand, he did say there's a guy up there with a gun. And the shooting started very quickly after that. I think it forced the shooter to go maybe quicker. You're supposed to be a very good shot. My sons, Don and Eric, they can't believe what happened, but they said from 130 yards, a bad shot would hit that target almost every time. They said it's like in golf, sinking a 2-foot putt.
Yeah, it's not a tough shot.
It's not a long shot. The Secret Service person had the long shot. He had triple the distance actually. So it was a.
The Secret Service person was closer to the shooter, actually.
Hard. I have to say this about the Secret Service. When I went down, and I went down based on, I think they're screaming, but other people also, because people saw this happen. You had so many people. One of the miracles was that nobody ran. I mean, if a gun goes off, the crowd control people showed us this. When guns go off, and it does happen in stadiums at a soccer match or some kind of a match, everybody flees. They call it a stampede, like cattle. But everybody, and a lot of people get killed with those stampedes. We had more people than you'd have at, some of these matches or these games. And
actual snooze fest, bro.
You had a small group behind us in the grandstand, and that was full. And you look at it as it was taking place, and normally they'd be running. They didn't leave. They saw that I was hurt. They saw a lot of blood. And they saw that I went down, and it's almost like they wanted to be with me. Well, out front, you had thousands, tens of thousands of people. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler, as far as the eye could see, and a lot of press too. There was, many cameras on watching this. It's what makes it so different, because normally things happen that aren't good, but you never have a picture of it. Here we have all these cameras shooting it, so sort of amazing. But one of the interesting things was that you didn't have anybody flee. You didn't have anybody stampede.
Sure.
Nobody. And there were some people behind me. They stood up and they're looking like, I'll tell you, you want to have them in a foxhole with you. I want to meet some of those people because it's so different from what you heard. But so I was down. But the Secret Service guys, there were bullets flying right over my head. You could hear them go whizzing, and these guys came jumping on top of me, and a young lady.
I'm so sorry, Chad. This is boring. Listen, we are gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and raid Parker. I don't know what we're gonna do over there. I don't know if we're gonna do debates or maybe listen to more of the interview. I'm just like.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, looking at the aerial views, that building would be like the #1 spot for a sniper. I mean, it's like the. If you were to pick, like,
I want to listen to his response here, though.
So if the goal is to assassinate, what's your favorite spot? That building. That building would be #1.
That would have been the spot.
It's like you can ask for a better location. It's like
no, that would have been the spot. You know what people think is when the local policeman, who, by the way, he really he did what he was supposed to do. He couldn't hold on any longer, and then when he got his head just peeking above, this guy standing there with a gun at his head, and. When he fell.
All right, snooze fest. Y'all spam at Parker Get a Real Job in the comment section. We're gonna head over there. At Parker Get a Real Job, legitimate snooze fest. I can't do it anymore. Spam at Parker Get a Real Job. I'm sorry, that is an actual snooze fest. I listen to a lot of Trump rallies, a lot of his interviews. This is a snooze fest. We're gonna head over to Parker's. We may turn it on over there. I guess we'll see. So everyone head over to at Parker Get a Real Job on TikTok. This is just too much of a snooze fest. We're gonna get everyone, so hit a raid. Head over to at Parker Get a Real Job. I'll see y'all all there shortly. See ya. At Parker Get a Real Job. Adios, guys. Wait, wrong one? Wrong one? Is it? Let me check. That could be the wrong one. He's on at Parker Needs a Job. At Parker Needs a Job in the comment section. Sorry. Go to at Parker Needs a Job. Unpin that. Would someone comment at Parker Needs a Job? Thank you. Okay, I gave y'all the wrong at. Okay, head over to at Parker Needs a Job on TikTok. There we go. We got the great at, the best at. There we go. At Parker Needs a Job. I'll see y'all there. Dean Raid on at Parker Needs a Job. See y'all over there. Good.
I think that it's necessary and who you're going to vote for. So I know
I'm asking you why you don't think that the civil court gave a correct determination of Trump's guilt.
So you use this a lot as a reason to not vote for Trump when there's about 100 different reasons.
We could talk about everything else once you could answer the question.
Yeah, I won't vote for a convicted rapist. I think I've said that about 17 times.
Do you think that Trump has raped a woman?
I haven't looked into the case that much. That's why I'm trying not to get stuck on this topic that you have brought up about 700 times to all of your viewers. I think you've beaten a dead horse with it because it truthfully isn't
I honestly
that
just see you
important.
pivoting. I see you like finding like any mechanism in the book to pivot around my question. So you continue to tell me that you want to vote for a convicted rapist. What's the difference between a rapist that hasn't been criminally convicted and one that has?
But they've been
right? You shouldn't vote for
convicted.
either. Right, but in the
But they've been
circumstance,
convicted.
the bad thing that they did was grape a woman, right? You're
Oh,
voting
yeah.
for them because they raped a woman. You're not voting. It's not that you're not voting for them because they're convicted of raping a woman, right? And we have more than enough evidence to believe that Trump raped a woman due to the liability claim upheld by the civil court, alongside the evidence actually submitted in the court.
Yeah, I mean, if you want my honest opinion, I think a lot of elected officials have probably done some really messed up stuff. Like,
Harris?
I have no idea because no one knows.
Exactly.
You don't know about anything. This is the government or the Democratic Party has gone after Trump for everything that he possibly can because they really don't want him in office. I mean, I'll just go back to this. I would
oh my
not vote.
fucking god! Give me a break. First of all, it was a private
Here,
citizen
wait,
who
let me
took him to
speak
civil.
for a second.
It was first of all, one second.
Decide, no,
hey
no,
JT,
here.
1 second. 1 second. It was a private citizen that took him to court. It wasn't the Democrat Party. Hey, thanks for letting me know if I ever want to run for president. I just have to become one of the most fucked up bad people on planet Earth. Go out and do as much bad shit as I can. And as soon as I start getting justified media backlash, as well as justified civil and criminal backlash, well, I could turn around and tell the nation that this is just the other party coming down hard on me because I'm your savior, therefore you should vote for me. Like, you're literally buying into the propaganda when you see a private citizen, a woman that Trump had raped in the 90s, hold him accountable in a civil court of law, ignore it, turn around and say that the Democrat Party is attacking him. You are buying into the propaganda. I hate to see this.
Well, would it make you feel better if I said that I wanted to vote for RFK Jr. instead of Donald Trump? Would that make you feel better, like in your emotions and everything like that? There's a lot of
I want to make you feel better. It just explains a lot.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't personally like Trump as a person, and I don't like some of the things that he's done. I don't like the way he's acted. I think a lot of people think the same way. I think a lot of the people who are going to vote for him, because we live in a two-party society where there's no other option than to just vote for one of these two terrible candidates that nobody wants. 1% of the population wanted Kamala Harris to be the president when she ran against Joe Biden, and now
And how come
apparently
she has
over
higher
50%.
approval rates now than Trump? Sorry,
She had the lowest approval rating of any vice president ever in existence. Can you talk about that?
And now JD Vance does?
No, he's not a vice president. He's not even like
a vice president nominee.
Yeah, so she was the vice president. She had the lowest approval ratings. Do you want to speak on that?
Of course, right? It's very simple.
What is your reason? What's your reasoning behind why she would have the lowest approval rating, even among Democrats? Why would that be?
Less partisan politics?
I don't. That's not a reasoning. No one
more
just
partisan politics.
People don't like her. People always have not liked her. That's why she.
Okay,
was
so your
one of the-
reason. So your reason is, insofar as why you think that she'll make a bad president, is because there's been people in the past that haven't approved of her?
Yeah, and people still don't approve of her. People just are going to vote for her because they're Democrat, just like a bunch of people are going to vote for her.
So public opinion, right, dictates who you're going to vote for. So when public opinion approved of Biden more than Trump in 2020, this means that you would have voted for Biden?
Oh, it's not about who I'm going to vote for. It's about who won. I mean, Joe Biden won because the people wanted him to win. People approved of him. People didn't approve of Kamala. She was appointed by the DNC because they waited a whole year after they should have to tell everyone in the whole world that should have already known that Joe Biden was senile, that she's now going to be the candidate when they should have done a primary, and we could have actually gotten a good candidate as the Democrat. I might have voted Democrat if it was actually a good person. There's a lot of decent Democrats that could have actually came on the ticket, and they would have got Kamala Harris would have not gotten put as the Democratic nominee if they didn't exactly orchestrate it this way to make sure she was the nominee, just because they believe in some sort of, like, you know, with an oncoming candidate, since she's been in office, that she's going to stir up more voters. But people don't like her. She's a very fake person. She changed her accent while she was in Atlanta because she knew she was speaking to predominantly black voters, and she changed her accent. Like, I mean, I can probably try to pull up that clip if you need the evidence, but I'm sure you've seen it before. She's just not a good person. That's the main reason why I'm not voting. I'm not voting for Trump because I like Trump. I'm not voting for Kamala because I don't like Kamala more. I wish RFK Jr. had a chance. Unfortunately, he doesn't now. I wish he did. I wish more people would open up their eyes and realize that an independent candidate could potentially win if enough people stood their ground and realized that RFK Jr. is the best option. But That's not true. And I'm at the voting poll. I mean, I live in Florida.
Hey, do you mind if I butt in here real quick? You're kind of rambling. Do you mind if I butt in?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to ramble, you can go ahead.
So I'm not going to ramble. I'm just going to educate. So first of all, it's funny that you just told me the reason you're not voting for Kamala Harris is because she's not a good person. But then you pivoted around me asking you why you're voting for a rapist, and you said that characters and concern policy is all that you care about. It seems that you're obviously going to ignore the fact that he's a rapist, fraudster, felon, election denying guy that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government. He's racist. He had civil litigation against him in the 70s for not ranting for to black people. He proposed the birth removal of Barack Obama, saying because he's black he shouldn't be able to run for president. And he specifically had sexualized little girls, boasted about how he likes to grab women by the P word without asking first, and had walked into the change rooms of half-naked teenage girls in Miss Teen USA. But then she's going to be a bad person for quote-unquote speaking in a black accent. First of all, what the hell is a black accent?
Oh, well, it's just I was just saying she changed the way she speaks. I don't have an exact definition of what a black accent is.
So I actually have the Harris speech at the Atlanta rally pulled up here on my computer. It is 20 minutes and 30 seconds long. Go ahead and name a random timestamp.
We'll go ahead with, let's see if I get lucky. 4 minutes and 35 seconds.
Phenomenal.
For example, as Attorney General of California, I took on one of our country's largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. Well, Donald Trump ran a for-profit college that scammed students.
Okay, so obviously what you said makes no sense. She sounds just as she sounds whenever she speaks. Right. And then also, I just want to put it out there that there's no such thing as a black accent. What you're most likely going to be referencing here is AAV, African American Vernacular English, which is not an accent. It is a dialect that is just as valid as any other dialect of English. However, the predominant reason that we'd see black people who speak AAV not speak AAV when they're in the public spotlight in front of a predominantly white audience is because there's negative social stereotypes associated with AAV, where it's deemed as being it being conveying of being less educated, being less intelligent, being quote unquote more ghetto. These are all negative stereotypes associated with it, right? So it is the case that we will see black people in America not speak AAV in front of a predominantly white audience, but they would feel comfortable around other African Americans that would understand what AAV is. However, it is the case that no, in this speech that she gave at Atlanta, she was not speaking in AAV.
Yeah, no worries. I do have to run though, but I appreciate you taking the time to speak with me. And
have a good one. Bye.
That's no worries. But
run.
I was just gonna say I appreciate you giving me the time because I see a lot of people on here aren't very articulate with their words, and I'm glad I got a shot to talk to you. But
yeah, have a good one, man.
Yeah, you too, man.
Right. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody just give us a minute to get our next guest up in the box. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know down below. We're going to go and get my main account up here just as a guest, right? Let's go to move on to our next guest as well. If you're in the queue, make sure that you are voting for Trump. Spam MAGA down below if you do want to come up. And if you do want to support me, my Venmo. One second. Sai, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love. Massive W for Sai in the chat. And if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. Thank you for the little crown rocks. What's up, Ghost? How old are you? All right, Ghost is leaving. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Yo, Julie, thank you so much for the $35 on Venmo. Julie says, speaking truths fearlessly. Julie, thank you so much for the love. That means the world to me. Y'all, let's get some W's for Julie in that comment section while we do get our next guest up here. Julie, seriously, thank you so much for the love. It means the world to me. Massive W's for Julie in the comment section. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here right now, guys. If you do want to come up and debate, spam MAGA down below. Hop in the queue. Y'all already know. I would preferably like to pull people up from the chat, not from the queue. But what's up, Neil? How old are you? Neil, you're on the live, buddy. What's up? Are you here? If you're not, I'm going to go and remove you. Wyatt, what's up? How old are you?
19.
All right, awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, man.
And why is that?
I don't know. It's just a better candidate.
Okay, so why is the rapist
not
better?
Not get locked up for weed, you know?
Okay, well, I mean, I hate to tell you, but you already caught a stray. You can't say the names of any DRUGS on the live. I'm fucking sorry, bro. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. If you're MAGA, let me know down below while we are moving on to our next guest here. We're just looking for our next debate of the day. That guy caught a stray very, very fast. I honestly feel bad for him. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody just give me 1 second. Devin, what's up? How old are you? All right, Devin's leaving. What's up, Mobile? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 26.
Perfect. Daniel, what's up? How old are you? Daniel's leaving. All right, we're just left with you. Real quick, mobile. Dan, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Dan says, I appreciate your work. Dan, I appreciate you for the love over there on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Dan in the chat. Make sure to show Dan some love for that $25 donation. Thank you so much, Dan. Mobile, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
All right, why's that?
I'm voting for Trump just because he's got big dick energy. He's a great man. He helps out the disability community quite a lot. Like when he was president, I was able to afford things. I was able to buy things. I was able to go out, go to the restaurants. And now that, you know, Biden's in office, I can't afford anything. You know, I'm disabled. You know, I understand Trump doesn't like Medicaid, and he thinks disabled people are like the worst. But you know, under his presidency, I was actually able to afford things. I was able to buy things. My wages were growing.
Yeah, so he's very publicly like anti-disabled people, and in fact, he has continually shamed disabled people at his rallies, mocking them, making fun of their mannerisms, and specifically speaking, right. So you're going to be referencing the higher price of goods under the Biden and Harris administration. So how did they cause inflation?
You're asking me a question like that I don't really have the answer for. You know, I believe that the inflation was caused primarily by like not producing oil, not being an exporter. Our country's not really exporting goods as much. It's not America first.
Yeah, so we're actually producing more oil now than we ever have been in the past, as well as more oil than any other country that has ever existed in the history of the earth. Right. Second of all, the inflation that we saw in America was global. It was caused by the pandemic, not by the Biden-Harris administration. Third of all, right, you have no reason here to assume the reason why there's lower prices under Trump than Biden was because of Trump.
Do you want to know the real reason why I think that like inflation is so high right now, and why housing prices are so expensive?
Yeah.
I believe it's because of all the migration to America. There's 20 million more people in America right now. Who's paying for that? I don't know. Obviously, the American taxpayers are paying quite a bit of money in New York City, Chicago, LA. And because of that, there's a lot of theft. I'm not saying that illegals are bad for our country. You know, I think within reason, we need illegals in our country to do certain jobs and to take care of certain things. But when you have 20 million people in our major cities, it's driving out people that have been living there for 10, 20, 30 years. For instance, I used to live in Seattle, Washington, but because of all the migration, the prices have went so skyrocketed.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and shut this down real quick. So first of all, you're saying that there's an additional 20 million people. Real quick. Barb, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Barb says, can't imagine what an amazing force you'll be in the future. Barb, that's so kind of you. Chat, show some love to Barb. I want to see at least 100 W's for Barb down below for the $25.
Oh shit, someone just gifted me $50. Thank you so much. Whoever gifted me $50, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for stopping by my TikTok.
So you actually like don't have like your payments in your bio, so you're obviously just mocking there. It's insane that you'd get jealous of me getting a $25 donation. But seriously, Barb, I do appreciate you. I don't know why this guy's acting the way he is. Then secondly, mobile. So when we're going to be referencing undocumented migration into the U.S., there's only been about 7 million undocumented total encounters at the border since Biden and Harris assumed office, and they've also deported more individuals than the Trump administration. So I have no clue where you're getting that 20 million figure from. Right. Second of all, undocumented migrants actually provide more to the economy than they take away. They're productive workers, right? That provide to the consumer base, that provide to the economy, right?
Within reason,
to do exactly that. And then third of all,
extent of the immigration that's in there currently, because right now in New York City,
okay,
they're giving immigrants,
do you mind if I finish?
Credit cards, they're giving them debit cards, they're giving them all this resources. And don't get me wrong, a lot of them are living in hotels. They also have a lot of them living in shitty situations too. So, you know,
mind if I finish without being interrupted?
People into hotels, they're moving out the homeless, they're moving out the disabled. I have a huge problem with immigration because what they're doing is they're kicking out the vets. I would like to be able to. Okay,
so you just interrupted me, and now you're.
I'm explaining something to you. They're kicking out the vets. They're kicking out the disabled out of the big cities.
Can you give me a source?
And they're moving in immigrants.
Can you give me a source?
Look it up.
You're gonna have to provide me with a title of an article, right, and a publisher, right? Because what you just said was obviously false, right? And the reason I asked you for a source was because you just lied. Okay, all right. And then second of all here, well, I've already demonstrated to you how it is the case that undocumented migrants actually provide more to the economy than they take away. They come here to work, provide for themselves,
Where's
provide
your
for their
source?
family. Yeah, so I mean, I can grab you a source for that as well. But I'm really done with your interruptions. So will you be able to engage in a conversation with me without interrupting me?
Let's continue conversing. I enjoy this.
That was not an answer to my question. So can we like continue to have a conversation without you interrupting me?
Yes.
All right, awesome. But one second, I'm going to go ahead and grab you a source. And in the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen. All right, thank you so much. Yeah, so we're going to be referencing the Kansas Reflector here. So this is particularly going to be referencing a study that would indicate that undocumented migrants paid almost $100 billion in taxes last year. So it would show that they pay more in taxes than even like U.S.-born citizens, for the reason that when an undocumented migrant would work, say, like a W-5 job, right, they automatically get those taxes deducted out of their paycheck. But because they are not a citizen of the country, at the end of the year when citizens would file for a tax return, they specifically they don't file for a tax return. They pay more in taxes. So there's my source. But what was your source?
Yeah, so in Boston, New York Post, they had a homeless shelter, vet shelter. It's called the Chelsea Soldiers Home. They have 545 vets experiencing homelessness on a single night in 2023. And instead of having homeless vets live there, they're planning on turning into a migrant shelter for families and pregnant women.
Okay, so not only has this not happened, not only is this speculatory, but it's also the case that this is anecdotal at best, right? And then secondly here, right, well, if you want to advocate for veterans, why don't you support Harris? Because specifically, Harris influenced the PACT Act that invested $800 million into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits to offer new benefits to over 1 million new veterans. Right. It's also the case that it's the first point in the last 20 years that we don't have active boots on the ground fighting in wars for the U.S. And it's the case that Biden and Harris have passed the largest pay increase for military, right, in the last 25 years. Right. So I think it's funny that you're going to be referencing our veterans or active duty military service members. Right. But then back on the point about our migration to the U.S., you also said that these individuals are violent. They're committing crimes. So are you a natural born U.S. citizen?
Yes.
So you're statistically speaking 4 times more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented migrant. Phenomenal. So, next point here.
Undocumented workers are less likely to call the police, and they're less likely to be in a, like, no one's, like, dude, I know migrants. I've been around migrants. My friends growing up are undocumented, dude. Anything that happens, they never call the police. People keep shit hush hush. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? You're
so
you're
undocumented
joking
migrants
right
that
now,
commit
bro.
violent crimes. So nobody who is going to commit a violent crime is going to call the cops on themselves. So even if it were to be true that undocumented migrants are less likely to do so, well, we're particularly referencing violent crimes committed by them, right? Then additionally here, right, this point ultimately fails as well. But out of curiosity, would you vote for someone that has tried to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government before?
I would vote for Trump.
So you would vote for someone that's tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government?
Did you not see the Kamala Harris rally? Did you not see BLM? Did you not see all the stuff that happened there? I mean, shit, dude. People were
So what
burning
happened
down
at
our
the Harris
cities.
rally?
People were burning down our cities with BLM, bro. Do you approve of that?
The BLM riots actually happened under Trump's presidency?
Yeah, but do you approve of BLM riots?
I don't approve of riots. No, I approve of peaceful protesting. Right? But this absolutely has no correlation to my question if you'd vote for someone who's attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government, right? So
He never
what did that have
he
to
never
do?
attempted a coup. He never went to jail. Where's his jail sentence? I don't see it.
Right, so Trump did attempt a coup.
Trump never told them to protest. It wasn't a coup at all.
So Trump did attempt a coup. So he actually sent several fake slates of electors to 7 different states to literally cast fake Trump votes into the Electoral College, right? For then Mike Pence to ignore the real votes from these 7 different states, except the fake ones, to make Trump the fake president of the U.S., right? Ignoring our civil electoral processes. Margarita, I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo, saying live support continue being great.
I appreciate you, Eric.
I really shut up, buddy. I really appreciate you for the love, Margarita. Let's get some W's in the chat for Margarita. I really appreciate you. Massive W's for Margarita. This guy's pissed about me getting donos. Anyways, so yeah, would you affirm the fact that Trump sent fake slates of electors to cast false votes into the Electoral College to be certified as real by Pence?
You should say your question one more time. I'm slow in the head.
I don't think that we should be like using like words such as like slow to reference other people or yourself. But would you affirm that Trump sent fake slates of electors to cast literal like fake Trump votes into the Electoral College to be passed off as real? So Mike Pence would certify them, making Trump the president of the United States of America in 2020 when he had rightfully lost the election?
I'm voting for Trump, man. Trump is the best, man. Let me tell you, brother.
Okay, I did ask you a question.
He's giving Americans cheap products.
Alexis, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. No donos for mobile. Yo, so real. Alexis, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Okay, so you did kind of pivot around my question there, right? It almost seems like you kind of factory reset, but you want to talk about cheap gas. So how did Biden and Harris increase the price of gasoline?
Do you know what the price of gas right now in Seattle is?
I don't know. If I had to like gauge off of like rough socioeconomic figures in the area, I'd probably say around $3 to $4 a gallon for like 87.
It's like $5 currently, brother.
Okay, but can you answer my question now? How did Biden and Harris cause an increase in the price of gas?
Taxes. So they're giving all these illegal immigrants free shit, giving them all types of free stuff.
So I have a question.
In Seattle,
what is
bro,
the federal government
free
giving
house in Seattle?
True, I appreciate you for the Lily the Leon. Yo, True, thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's for True the chat. Thank you for the Lily the Leon. Thank you so much. So you're saying that they increase the price of gas through taxes? So we're still under Trump's taxes?
So taxes in Seattle are all increased due to immigration. They're giving them free houses, free college, free food. Free
so that's going to be at the
free
state
debit
level.
cards.
That's not going to be at the federal level.
I understand that, but I just want to say that they're like
right. But I'm asking you how the Biden-Harris administration caused an increase in the price of gasoline. Can you answer that question?
They're letting in immigrants like crazy. Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
So
who's paying for that, dude?
So I have
Who's paying for the immigrants? Answer that.
Literally, they provide more to the economy than they take away. They pay for
Okay, so
themselves.
you're telling me that someone who speaks no English can provide to the economy. How is that?
Yes, of course. Yes, and yes.
How?
Yes, because you don't need to know how to speak English to hold a job in America.
You do need to speak English.
Okay. So you'd say that like particularly like people that just don't speak English, they just don't work?
They do not work. They do not have a job. They're waiting on visas. You can't work in America without a visa. How are you going to work illegally?
Okay. So could I please ask you specifically, could you give me a source that would indicate if you don't speak English you can't work in America?
You need to have a visa.
Oh, but you said that you can't work if you don't speak English.
How are you going to work a job without speaking English in America? You can pick fruits. I assume you can pick fruits. I can assume you can pick fruits and that there'd be a labor manager that's going to speak English and Spanish at the same time or whatever other languages. You have to remember, it's not just people that speak Spanish that's coming into our country. We have people that
you're just honestly kind of being like racist right now. I want to point that out.
Here,
right?
brother.
You are actively engaging in racism.
There's
so like
no
first of all,
racism.
English.
What did I say that was racist?
Yeah, saying that the reason that migration is bad is because they don't speak English, right? All that you're really
okay. So you're coming to a country that
so mobile. With all due respect, if you interrupt me again, I'm just gonna put you on mute.
You can mute me all you want. You just don't agree with my opinion, so you're going to mute me? Why don't we speak about this?
No, I'm actually telling you that I'm going to put you on mute for the reason that you're interrupting me. It has nothing to do with that.
I'm not interrupting you. I was speaking and you interrupted me, sir.
So no, I was speaking and you interrupted me.
You called me a racist because you didn't agree with my opinion.
There you go. You did it again. So the reason that I would particularly
I'm going to stop speaking, but
okay, so you're going to do it again. So now, okay, I'm going to give you one more strike before I put you on mute. Are you able to like act your age?
Continue speaking. I'm done talking right now.
Phenomenal. So yeah, the reason it's racist to say that the reason undocumented migration is bad is because they quote unquote don't speak English, right? Is because apart from just demonizing undocumented migrants because of the language that they'd speak, this would also have repercussions on individuals that were either born in America or were here through legal processes of immigration that are U.S. citizens that don't speak English, right? There's communities all across our country where English is not the predominantly spoken language. In fact, English isn't even the official language of the U.S. So for you to demonize an entire
the official
sector
language
of
of
our
the US.
consumer base, no, it is not. For you to demonize an entire sector of our consumer base here at home in the U.S., for you to demonize an entire group of people that live in the U.S., are citizens of the U.S. because of the language that they speak, right, as just screams colonialization to me, right? And I just think it's funny that you're going to demonize, right, migrants for quote unquote not speaking English, but then you're going to turn around and you're going to vote for the rapist, felon, fraudster that particularly superimposed a Muslim ban, banning Muslims from entering into the country, that sexualized a fifth grader, that boasted about grabbing women by the P word without consent, and specifically, right, also like proponed the birther movement of Barack Obama, saying that he wasn't born in America because he was black, told over 30,000 lies that were confirmed during his presidency, and was so delusional that he thinks that Biden is chasing after him with the DOJ, tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government in 2020, right? So my question to you would be, right, why are all those attributes not sufficient for you to say that this person should be kept out of the Oval Office, but then the attribute that predominantly speaking undocumented migrants don't speak English is sufficient for you to want to keep them out of the country?
So what's the official language of the U.S.?
We don't have one.
There's not an official language. So you're telling me like, so
Can you
the
respond to
president
my
speaks
question?
English, right?
The president speaks English.
Okay. So in America, when we grow up, what language do we learn in school?
Different schools learn different languages.
So
can you please respond to my question here?
So no,
Like, with
I
all
just
due
wanna,
respect,
I just
with all due respect, I'm gonna have you answer my question. I'm just gonna move on. Like, you've been kind of pivoting this whole time, right? So I'm just curious, right? Why once again you'd say that the fact that Trump is a rapist, felon, fraudster, racist, misogynist that tried to overthrow our government, right, is not sufficient reason for you to say that he should be kept out of the Oval Office. But then the idea that predominantly speaking undocumented migrants don't speak English is sufficient to quote unquote keep them out of the country.
all I know is I'm getting gifted like crazy, man. People really agree with my opinions, and I don't think he's a rapist or anything like that.
Okay, so why particularly would you contest the findings of a civil court that proved he had raped a woman in the 90s?
Why is he not in jail?
Why is he not in jail? Because it was a civil court that proved it, not a criminal court, and they didn't take it to a criminal court because the statute of limitations had passed. Right, but you did pivot around my question again, but we could pivot to this, that's fine.
Well, what's your question? Give me a short question that I can answer.
Why do you want a rapist to be in the Oval Office?
You're saying a rapist, right, with an R?
Yeah, but we have to use TikTok safe language, so why do you want a rapist to be in the Oval Office?
Why do I want a rapist to be in the Oval Office? Like I said, even though he doesn't really like disabled people. Donald Trump, he makes fun of disabled people. I am disabled. I had a way better life under Donald Trump's presidency. There was a lot of peace in America, a lot of peace overseas. People knew not to fuck around, or they would.
Yeah, can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that you agreed with?
Yeah, I would say him sending troops home from the Middle East.
So that actually happened under Biden's presidency, not Trump's. What's one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that you agreed with?
It started under Trump's presidency, though.
So what's the name of the policy?
I don't know the name of the policy.
Okay, do you know the name of any policy that Trump influenced to get passed?
I know his policies for...
No, you don't. So you're telling me that you'd vote for a rapist because he had good policy, but then you don't even know his policy, right? I think that we should probably keep a rapist out of the Oval Office because that perpetuates grape culture, right? It teaches young men that they could go out grape a woman, be found legally responsible for it, and still be able to get in the highest positions of power currently available on the earth, right? It perpetuates more harm towards women. It specifically tells men that they could go out grape women and get away with it for that same reason, so they'd be more likely to do so, right? It teaches men that they should just adopt and accept rapists into their social circles. It normalizes versus the actions in of themselves, right? And then also not to mention the fact that he's a rapist that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government, completely contests your claims that there's more peace in our country. It's impossible for there to be more peace in our country when we've had the biggest attack on our government since the Civil War, okay? Right? I think that that is a ludicrous claim that you made. Not to mention that he's also a womanizer that took away federal protections for all 170 million American women and girls specifically to access abortion, right? He sexualized little girls. He hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, I think that your claims are absolutely ludicrous here. And it seems like you're disregarding all of these attributes of his character because you quote-unquote lived better under his presidency, but you can't detail to me what policy he passed that caused you to live better. And you can't detail to me the policy that Biden and Harris passed that caused you to live worse.
I know what policy I like under Trump. It's the Farm Bill Act. He took care of our farmers. He's a great president. He sent a lot of money to our farmers and took good care of them. And because of that, you know, our farmers have been taken good care of. So
what did the Farm Bill do?
Sent 850, I think it was billion or $1 million. I think it was $1 million. $850 million to our farmers.
Yeah, so the Farm Bill is a package of legislation that's passed roughly once every 5 years. So this is passed nearly under every single president. They pass a new one every 5 years. Congress does, right? So the next one was actually in last year, right? So there's also a Farm Bill passed under Biden and Harris.
He also passed SNAP fraud, so a lot of people are doing fraud with food stamps, and he passed some measures to prevent fraud.
So what was the name of the policy he passed to prevent fraud?
It was the Farm Bill Act.
So once again, the Farm Bill Act is specifically passed every single 5 years. Jennifer, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you for the love. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Then also the funding that you're referencing, right? That's going to come from the negative impact of Trump, right? So tariffs, like they gave farmers more money because they're negatively impacted by like tariffs that Trump had imposed on them. So like this is literally like Trump throwing his own shit at a wall and cleaning it up. But like, yeah, seriously, Jennifer, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jennifer. Thank you so much.
W's.
Okay, so I mean, it seems like you were either silenced or silent. Another thing here, you really were referencing immigration a lot earlier, so I just have a question for you real quick, right? So I believe that Trump was incredibly ineffective when it came to the border, right? And if it wasn't the case that he could enact Title 42 at the end of his presidency because of COVID, right, a health emergency, right, he wouldn't have had as low of numbers as he had. He was incredibly ineffective when it came to the border. He tried to pass a border bill in Congress, it failed. He tried to pass a wall bill in Congress, it failed. Like everything that he tried to do for the border ultimately failed because he couldn't get Congress to come together, right? The only real thing that he did do for the border was a couple executive orders, right, that were really half-assed, and we only saw increasing rates of immigration under his presidency until Title 42 was enacted, right? Then he's also particularly used, right, undocumented migration into the U.S. under Biden and Harris, right, as a campaigning point for his election when he's the one that caused a lot of it. DJ, thank you so much for the meteor shower. I want to get some W's in the chat for DJ. I want to get some massive W's in the chat for DJ. Thank you so much for the meteor shower, man. Like, he's the one that called the Republicans in Congress and shot down the Republican-sponsored border bill, right? Specifically for the reason that he didn't want the Democrats to take a win so he can campaign on it, right? So if you think that undocumented migrants are so devastational to our country, right, you're saying that they cause inflation, they cause more homelessness, they cause gas to cost more, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, more crime. Well, it is the case that Trump wanted this to happen. He wanted our country to be in a devastated state so he could use that as a talking point in this campaign. Trump consistently puts Trump above the country, right? He did this with a coup that he staged against the country. He did this by making the border bill fail so he could campaign on this. He did this particularly with like his tax policy that benefited the top 1% more than it benefited the low and the middle class. He only cares about himself. He's a classic narcissist, right? And if I was a Republican and I was concerned about immigration issues, right, Trump would not be my first pick because of how incredibly ineffective he was with the border while he was president.
So under Trump, jobless claims hit a nearly 50-year low. Unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanic,
Yarvis, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. I appreciate you for the love, Yarvis.
Individuals with disabilities all reached record lows. So because of Trump, people were working, people were making money, people were killing it, dude. He lifted 7 million people off of food stamps. Poverty.
Yeah, so if we had
Americans and Hispanic Americans reach record lows because when you stop giving people money,
I have a quick question.
And they're making great money and they can afford things, they're gonna stop relying on the government. They're gonna
So
stop.
my question for you is, if we had
We're gonna
lower rates
stop
of
relying on the
unemployment,
government, bro. Let me speak a little bit more, brother. Wages rose fastest for low-income workers and blue-collar workers, 16% raise. And then African American home ownership increased by 5% under Donald Trump. If Donald Trump is a racist, why is it that so many lives were improved under Donald Trump's presidency? He brought jobs, factories, industries back to the USA. He created 1.2 million manufacturing jobs and construction jobs.
how did he do
Stock
that?
markets hit record highs. Everyone had so much money in their stocks. It was insane. Crypto was
So
all
you're galloping right now. I would like to respond to your point.
and on top of it, America was buying crypto under
Tom, thank you so much for the email message. I appreciate you for the love.
the
Let's get
other
some W's for Tom in the
countries
chat. Thank you.
all the other countries are buying crypto, and right now America is selling crypto. And
So I understand that you're reading off of an article right now. Can I respond?
I'm not reading off an article. I'm reading off little snippets that I have because I have screenshots on my phone.
Bits of articles. Yeah, awesome. So I'm going to go and respond now. So would you say, right, if we had even lower unemployment rates and even higher heights in the stock market and the crypto market under Biden and Harris, that this would give you more reason to vote for Harris than Trump?
You said what, brother?
So you just talked about unemployment rates and all-time highs in the stock market and crypto markets. So if we had even better figures in those categories under Biden and Harris, would this give you more reason to vote for Harris?
I'll vote for Harris if she takes care of immigration, man. Here's the thing.
I'm asking you, mobile. I'm asking you a very simple question here, right? So I mean, I just like contended every single talking point that you had. You ignored everything I said, and then you pivoted to literally reading off random economic figures, such as like low rates of unemployment
Isn't that
for the
what
general
you're doing?
populace, and
Isn't
then
that what you're
specific.
doing, sir?
And then specific. No,
Isn't
I've
that what
answered
you're
every
doing?
single.
You have a little computer
so
pulled
without-
up and you
so
have little
without-
snippets pulled up.
Hey, so mobile.
brother,
I have all
why are you
this all
trying to act
memorized.
like you're better than me, brother. You're doing
Hey, mobile. I'm talking. I'm gonna have to put you on. I'm gonna have to put you on mute if you interrupt me. All right. I'm literally trying to say something here. First of all, no, I'm actively responding to every single claim that is coming out of your mouth. Right. In fact, I'm responding to the claims that you just made right now. So I think it's incredibly embarrassing for you to say that I'm not. I'm doing the same thing that you'd be doing, and it's obviously false. But my question to you was, well, you just rattled off, right, a lot of like facts, right, about like 50-year lows for record low unemployment rates for the general populace, the black community, Hispanic communities, etc. Highs in the stock market, highs in the crypto market. So my just simple question for you is, if we had lower rates of unemployment for the general populace, lower rates of unemployment for the black community, lower rates of unemployment for the Hispanic community, and higher highs in the stock market and crypto market under Biden and Harris, would this give you more reason to vote for them? It's a very simple question.
Yes, I would.
Okay.
It would give me more reason to vote for them. Yes.
Perfect. So I'm just going to go and respond to that straight off the bat. The lowest rate of unemployment that we had under Trump was 3.5. We had an even lower 50-year low under Biden at 3.4. The lowest rate of unemployment for the African-American community under Trump was 5.6. The lowest rate of unemployment that we had for the African-American community under Biden and Harris was 5.1. We even had higher highs in the Dow Jones and the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. We even higher highs in the Bitcoin market and the Ethereum market and the Solana market when we're referencing cryptocurrencies, right? It's the case that we've also had the biggest boom, right, in manufacturing jobs as well as investment in them under the Biden-Harris administration because of the Chips and Science Act that particularly brought back 20% of the global chip production here back home in America, and because of the infrastructure bill as well, right? So it is the case that we've seen Biden and Harris do everything better in every single category that you just listed off.
Dude, let me tell you something. Trump started everything and he would have finished everything. They took over and they took over this dude's all of Trump's plans. They took over. Trump
No, wrong.
literally engineered all of this.
Bad and wrong. What you just said was false. Give me any evidence.
During his speeches, he talked about bringing back jobs to America, bringing back chips manufacturing to America. And during his 4 years, he was taking care of business, bringing jobs back to.
Wait, no, I'm not. I don't want you to rattle off more Trump talking points. I want you to give me evidence that Biden and Harris just assumed Trump's economy. Like we obviously know that's false because what happened in 2020? The economy collapsed. We had the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression. Right? We particularly had to stimulate it. Right? It was caused by the pandemic. Right? The economy that Biden and Harris inherited was a terrible economy onset by the pandemic. But if we want to talk about inheritance of economy, how about we talk about the fact that Trump inherited Obama's economy? You've absolutely no reason to believe that Biden and Harris inherited Trump's economy. That's obviously bullshit. That is absolutely false, 110%. I want you to give me any evidence of that because absolutely you just said that out of your ass. You lied in front of 4,000 people.
I'm not lying to nobody.
So they give me evidence.
What would you like evidence of?
For the idea that the only reason we've seen an acceleration in these low rates of unemployment under Biden and Harris is because they inherited Trump's economy.
So Harris is a copycat, brother. And Harris literally has been sitting in the back doing nothing for the last 4 years while Biden...
Once again, false. She's passed more tie-breaking votes.
Speaking gibberish.
Once again, false. She's passed more tie-breaking votes in the Senate than any VP that we've ever had in the history of the U.S. As well as if you trust J.D. Vance when he says that Biden's track record is her track record, she's influenced some of the most monumental legislation to ever be passed here at home in America, right? But you're not responding to anything I said. I asked you for evidence that particularly they inherited Trump's economy, and you said that your evidence was this idea that Harris is a copycat, right? Well, then you said that Harris hasn't done anything during the last 4 years. So why would your evidence be for the efficacy of the Biden-Harris administration being that Harris is a copycat if Harris hasn't done anything? Don't.
Oh, yeah.
All I know, brother, is that Trump, people were living great. They could buy houses, they could take care of business, and under...
Pivot. I'm going to go ahead and ask you again, right? I'm not doing the pivots. I don't do it. I don't have time for your bullshit. How could you say that the evidence for your claim that the reason the Biden-Harris administration has been so effective at lowering unemployment rates is that Harris is a copycat, right? When your follow-up statement is that Harris hasn't done anything, right? So how could Harris be the cause of the low unemployment rates under Biden and Harris because she's a copycat of Trump if Harris hasn't done anything? Unmute the mic. Answer my question. If you don't, mute. Ask it again. Very simple.
I don't have an answer for you, brother, man. I'm going to do some more research and answer for you. But, all I know is Trump started...
Perfect. Thank you for conceding. Moving on to our next guest here. Let's go into what our next guest, Lewis, has to say. We have no time for people that say they don't have a reason to believe in what they do. If you're a MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat. But Oscar, thank you so much for the $11 and the 11 cents on Venmo. That is absolutely so kind of you, Oscar. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's for Oscar in the chat. Also here, guys, Ryan with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Ryan. Chat, please show some love to Oscar and Ryan. I really appreciate the both of you so much for the love on Venmo. It means the world to me. Thank you guys so much. W's for Oscar and W's for Ryan. Let's go and get our next guest up in here at this point. If you are one of the 4,000 people watching the live and you are voting for Trump and you want to come up and debate, let me know in the comment section right now and we will load you up into the live. We are just still looking for our next guest. We got Michelle loading in as we speak. Everyone give us a moment. And if you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. And it supports me so much, guys. It means the world. We are getting our next guest up in here as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to come up, spam MAGA in the chat. Where are the Trump supporters today? I have no clue. Where they are at. Let's go ahead and get our next guest up in here right now, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone just give us a minute. No one is loading in. They're all scared. They are all terrified of me, ladies and gentlemen. We are still just trying to get our next guest up in here. I'm looking for people spamming MAGA in the chat. Keep on spamming that if you want to come up and I'll invite you up. Thank you so much for the anarts, Debbie. What's up, Jay? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, but I have a question based
I'm just looking to debate Trump supporters. Thank you so much. Moving on to our next guest here. Let's go to get our next guest up in the live, y'all, for the 4.1 thousand people in here. Double tap on the phone screen. All right, what's going on? How old are you?
I'm 25 years of age.
Are you voting for Trump?
Definitely.
And why is that?
This man has great policies.
So what's one policy that he influenced to get passed while he was president that benefited the low and the middle class more so than rich people?
All right, so let's take, for instance, a safe and secure border. I believe every state should implement policies that will protect your assets as a country. And I believe that is very important for any state to ensure that your borders are safe. That's just one thing.
Yeah, what policy on the border did he pass while he was president?
What border did he pass while he was president?
Yeah, what policy did he pass while he was president?
Well, I just mentioned ensuring that we have a safe and secure border. What's the thing? What's happening?
Because I asked you for the name of a policy. He actually didn't pass any border policy. He was really ineffective when it came for the border. We saw an constant increase in his border crossing in the border crossings under his presidency. The only reason he had a low amount of border crossings in total is because when COVID hit, he could implement Title 42, shutting down all crossings.
Well, that's probably because his counterpart has a very different ideology on actually having persons coming into the country. Probably if we if the United States of America actually came together and saw the importance of having a more secure border, then he wouldn't have had that problem passing the policy.
No, so he actually had a predominantly Republican Congress while he was president, right? And he couldn't get shit passed because he couldn't get people together, right? So, and then we have actually seen, right, Republican proposed bipartisan legislation in the House and the Senate for the border under under Biden and Harris's administration, but then Trump shot it the fuck down by calling the Republicans in Congress. He doesn't give a shit about the southern border because we need to remember he puts himself above the U.S. He just uses it as a marketing tool to get people to vote for him. That's why he shot bipartisan legislation that would have closed the border down under Biden and Harris's administration, because he didn't want the Democrats to take a win, so he could complain about how everybody coming across as a terrorist to get more people to vote for him now.
Well, I get that, but what I find very interesting though is that persons always try to discredit one candidate, but I'm unable to hear any effective plans by the candidate that they're supporting.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. Why don't we go ahead and talk about what the Biden-Harris administration has already done? They passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history, such as the PACT Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. I could go into the specifics of those as well, right? If we want to talk about proposed policy, we could reference expansions to the ACA or even potentially Medicare for all. We could reference a reformation of the TCGA to better benefit the low and the middle class with our federal tax policy, right? We could reference like the reinstitution of Roe v. Wade federally speaking to ensure all 170 million American women and girls have access to abortion, right? We could reference a lot of things here. But what does Trump reference? Ending inflation? How is he going to do that? That's a lie. What Trump references, he literally wants to deport pro-Hamas, quote-unquote, protesters. He's going to deport U.S. citizens. What does Trump reference? Wanting to replace our federal income tax with tariffs, just causing inflation, serving as a detriment to the low and the middle class. He has some proposed policy. Half of it is lies, and half of it will serve as a detriment to the constituents of our nation.
My thing, though, in politics, anybody should know that no administration will come up with anything just on their own. These things are very much inherited by previous administrations. So it's very condescending for you to just give credit to one administration for all the good things that they're experiencing. Nothing happens in a vacuum, though, Dean. I'm sure you know that.
I'm confused at what you're saying here. I haven't referenced anything that's happened in our country that has been caused by something other than the president. In fact, I haven't referenced anything that's happened in our country as a whole. I've only referenced policy, right? But hey, real quick, I just want to ask you a question. Would you vote for someone that has raped a woman?
No, I wouldn't do that. Has that been proven by Trump? Is that so?
Yes, it's been proven by a court that Trump raped a woman.
Well, that's very unfortunate. But you know what I think, though, Dean?
So does this mean that you won't be voting for Trump?
No, what I'm saying, if you could just give me an opportunity to express myself a minute, what I'm saying is that I believe that the Harris's, campaign, it's very much in danger for our future, the future of our nations. For example,
but the guy that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government in 2020 isn't?
No, what I'm saying, though, Dean, if you just give me an opportunity, is that very, very much of the times we don't look at things objectively. We criticize one, but we don't criticize the mishaps of another. Remember that...
What's one bad policy that the Biden-Harris administration has influenced get passed?
I mean, look at Biden. Biden has had no control over the country.
That's false. He's been our president.
That doesn't mean that... Not because you're a president means that you're effective, Dean.
He has been an incredibly effective president. His presidency has passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history.
That is very biased of you to say, though, Dean. That's the same president that had to pull out of the presidential race.
For the reason that he was doing bad in the polls, not because he's been a good, effective president.
But
And
at
one
the
bad policy
polls-
that he's influenced to get passed.
But at the polls for the very fact that he was unable to represent the United States effectively.
False. No, they've been once again one of the most effective presidents in modern U.S. history. He had to drop out of the polls because people perceived him to be mentally incoherent after the debate that he had with Trump. That doesn't mean that he actually is. That doesn't mean that he's been an effective president. I could name like 5 pieces of legislation that he has influenced to get passed that have been incredibly effective.
Dean,
right?
Dean, I respect
Right? Can you name one that hasn't?
No, I respect you and I like your passion, but don't skip over the fact that this same man that you praise and put on a pedestal had to pull out of the race
How many times have I
he
addressed
was
this?
unable. Well, it's the first time on your program. Probably you did, but I'm saying is that he had to pull out of the presidential race because he was unable to represent himself. Probably. That's
Okay, I'm
all
going to go ahead and
saying.
just respond to this for one last time. I've responded this to 2 times already. We're going in circles. I'm going to respond to it a last time, right? But we're just going to put a little bit more heat on the gas this time. So first of all, no, the reason that he specifically pulled out of the race at all was because he knew that he didn't have as good a chance in the polls as Kamala Harris did because of the way that Americans have perceived him after his debate with Trump. He's been an incredibly effective president, one of the most effective presidents in modern U.S. history, one of the best presidency that the U.S. has ever had, right? Like, for instance, they influenced to get passed some of the most monumental legislation, such as the PACT Act that invested $800 million into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits, offered new benefits to over 1 million new veterans, the CHIPS and Science Act that predominantly is going to bring back 20% of the global chip production here back home in America by 2030, the infrastructure bill, a bill that Trump tried to get passed but never could with a better split in Congress than the Biden-Harris administration, that invested $1 trillion into local infrastructure across America. And they've also been producing more domestic oil than any country that has ever existed in the history of the earth, more energy independence than we had under Trump. They gave us the best rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. I'm like being very objective with you, and I'm telling you exactly how, with facts, evidence, and proof, how they've been an effective presidency. Can you name one policy that they've influenced to get passed that you personally think has been bad?
Well, I believe. I don't want to make it a gender conversation, but given that the United States of America is predominantly conservative, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that that's very dangerous for our children. When you don't allow persons to acknowledge certain morals and standards, then what you'll find happening is that we're going to be exerting certain belief systems on our children. And I think Kamala is too left for a presidency that should be catering even for the religious needs of people. That's basically what I'm saying.
Really? Whoa, Trump is the one that banned Muslims from entering into our country, literal religious persecution. And you're saying that she is going to be harder on the religious beliefs of our citizens? Trump
But she has
imposed a
made-
Muslim ban.
But Dean, Kamala has made her entire campaign about representing a certain group that does not even subscribe to certain Christian principles. What are you saying?
What group?
What do you mean by what group? I don't want to, get too much into that, but it's very clear. She
group?
has the minority groups that she normally presents, which is basically
such as.
I believe you know the group that I'm talking about, Dean.
No, I want you to be explicitly clear.
All right, so I'm not sure if it is the same thing. Isn't it the LGBTQ plus?
Oh my God. Yeah, a president that fights for the rights of underrepresented and marginalized communities in our country, such as gay men and lesbian women, is anti-Christian. Yeah, please give me a break, bro. You just want to continue to persecute, right, a third of the human population that lives in our country that was specifically born with a trait that they can't control, that they can't change, that doesn't harm you. And you're going to say that, yeah, you don't want to vote for Kamala Harris, the only person standing up and fighting for the rights of said minority group for the reason that they're against your Christian principles. Name one verse in the Bible that tells us being gay is wrong, sir.
All right, so let me pick up where I left off because you
name one verse in the Christian Bible that says being gay is wrong.
Being gay is wrong. I think the Bible makes it very clear that we should be a man. There should be a man and a woman in any form of relationship. In that type of.
Name the verse, man.
Well, come on, let's go to Genesis. In the beginning, God created Adam and he created Eve. Throughout scripture, that's what has been always been promoted by the Bible. So I'm not sure
the story of Adam and Eve that's not only historically inaccurate but false, and it's subscribed to be false even by Christian theologians such as Orion, who's one of the most prolific Christian theologians that has ever lived. He says that story is absolutely fictitious. It's false. It never happened. It's parabolic. Or like Saint Augustine that particularly wrote within his canonical canonical writings that once again it was fictitious, it's false, it was a parable, it didn't mean anything, or the fact if we trace back the genealogies from Adam to Jesus laid out in Genesis, that we will see that there had passed 4,000 years from the moment the first human on earth was born, Adam, to Jesus, then 2,000 years since then, meaning that the earth would have been made 6,000 years ago, and that's false when we have, particularly speaking, historical artifacts from human on earth 45,000 years ago, right? Name the verse in the Bible that tells us that being gay is wrong.
Dean, this is not a religious debate. All I'm saying...
It absolutely is. You've made it a religious debate,
you have stretched the religious argument very far. All I'm saying is
all I'm saying is that you need to tell me which verse in the Bible says that being gay is wrong. You literally are coming up in here telling me on this live right now in front of... One second, just let me finish. Just let me finish. You're coming up here on live and telling me today that you would rather vote for the greatest...
Leviticus 20 verse 23, since you want verse, but all of the verses are in Leviticus 18. There are so many verses, Dean.
So you think that Leviticus is accurate in dictating what's morally right and wrong? Then do you think that Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 are particularly accurate when they say that it's okay to own slaves?
Dean, we're not shouting, Dean. All I'm saying is that you're going to say that the Bible is inaccurate. We're not shouting.
I'm asking you a question, Perry. So you just cited, right, Leviticus 18 and Leviticus 20, right, to tell us that being gay is wrong. So my question to you would be, well, do you think that the entirety of the book of Leviticus in the Christian Bible is accurate in telling us what is morally good and bad?
Dean, you're going to say the Bible is inaccurate. I'm going to say the Bible is infallible. We're going to get nowhere with
Perry,
debating the Bible.
This is an internal critique. Perry, this is an internal critique. We're going to accept that the Bible is true and accurate, and we're going to see what the outcomes are. So please, once again, do you think that the book of Leviticus in the Christian Bible is accurate in describing what is morally right and wrong?
All scripture in the Bible, Dean, it is accurate, and it is for us to model our lives and to have a moral compass. Now, just this last point before you continue. All I'm saying is that if we don't have measures in place, Dean, what we're going to find happen is that we're going to lose our moral compass as a nation.
Perry, I just want to stay on topic with this conversation. Let's just stay on topic. You could say whatever you want after. But first of all, Beth, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Oh my God. I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get some massive W's for Beth in that chat for the $50 on Venmo. Beth says, nailed it. First time follower here. Well, Beth, thank you so much for supporting me on Venmo. Thank you so much for following. Welcome, right, to the family. I really appreciate you for the $50 on Beth. She's a first time follower, first time donor. Y'all, please show Beth some love in the comment section. Make her feel open and accepted here, Beth. Thank you so much for the love. It means the world to me. But back on track with what we were saying, Perry. So you told me that the book of Leviticus in the Christian Bible is accurate in telling us what is morally good and bad. That's why you trust Leviticus 18 or Leviticus 20 when they say being gay is wrong. Well, the question that I'd have for you here is, well, when Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 say that you could own it, that you could buy a male or a female slave from the countries around you, from them you may buy slaves, or you may also buy some of the temporary residents living amongst you and the members of their clan born in your country, and you may make them slaves for life, going so far as to say that when the slave owner dies, that the slave can be passed down. Okay, are you going to continue to interrupt me?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying.
Muted, right? Thanks. Or like how the slave owner particularly says, the Bible says that this as soon as the slave owner dies, that the slave could be passed down as property to the child of the slave owner, right? So do you also think that's moral?
Dean, you need to have context, Dean.
Okay, I need to have context. So what's the context of Leviticus 18:22?
Thank you for unmuting me. So
Perry, what's the context of Leviticus 18:22? The verse that you cited to say that being gay is wrong.
I'm giving you the context based on you bringing up slavery. All I'm saying, bro, is that slavery then, what we considered slavery then, was totally different from the transatlantic slave trade. It was never what we experienced in colonialism, right? Slaves back then were actually indentured servants, Dean. You need to read that up and understand that it's very much different. As a matter of fact, indentured servants back then were treated very differently from what we saw in the transatlantic slave trade. So it was very much different. So don't compare. Go ahead.
You don't know your Bible, right?
No, you don't know the Bible, bro.
Do you mind if okay, Perry, you have to stop interrupting me. I'll stop interrupting you. Let's make a mutual deal. We've both been interrupting each other. Can we make a mutual deal to not interrupt one another?
Okay, no problem. Fair.
Mutual. I don't want to come after you specifically. I've been interrupting you too, right? A mutual deal. right? So you don't know your Bible. So when you're referencing Leviticus 25, you're saying that the slavery detailed in that is going to be indentured servitude, right? So you're wrong. So Leviticus 25 explicitly explains indentured servitude insofar as like having a servant pay off their debt and you own them for that time, only between an Israelite and another Israelite. But then God, quote unquote, goes on to say, if you're an Israelite, you could own a non-Israelite as a slave for life. Okay, it's separate from indentured servitude. So there's a couple things that we know about slavery as detailed between an Israelite and a non-Israelite in the context of the Christian Bible, particularly Levitical law. We know that first of all, if you were an Israelite, you could own someone from like Egypt or from the land of Canaans, right, that wasn't specifically an Israelite as property for the rest of their life until the day they died, as well as we know from Exodus 21 verses 20 through 20 that specifically speaking here, well, you could beat them as long as they recovered in 3 days as they were your property, right? Then I also think it's quite funny and hilarious that you tell me that I need to know extra context when I'm referencing Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, when you don't know what Leviticus 18:22, the verse that you cited that says being GAY is wrong, probably even reads. Can you tell me what Leviticus 18:22 says?
Dean, you're going to always subscribe to what you believe. Dean, all I'm saying, bro, is that...
Perry, I'm not going to do the pivots here. Can you answer my question? Can you tell me what Leviticus 18:22 says? He's going on pause. He doesn't know that we could see him go on pause. And see, that's the hypocrisy in the Christian worldview. Like, Christians will just spout out verses, right, that they think says being GAY is wrong, while not even knowing the verse or knowing the context of the verse. But as soon as I particularly reference other scripture that would say that being that you could literally own
I didn't
slaves,
go anywhere.
Perry's ultimate response is context, 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 but then he doesn't even know the context of the verse.
Dean, I didn't go anywhere. I just was answering a message on WhatsApp. That's fine. I didn't go anywhere. All I'm saying, bro, is that you're going to always say, and we don't want to draw that discussion because you're going to always say that the Bible is false. All I'm
Perry,
saying,
I'm not,
bro,
listen, I haven't even got there. Perry, stop pivoting. With all due respect, you were not answering my questions. You were not engaging with the substance of the conversation, and you were getting schooled on your own Bible. I'm referencing scripture. I'm referencing the context of scripture. 1 second. I'm referencing the context of scripture, and then when I ask you a question, you don't respond, you pivot away, and you say, well, I'm always going to reject the Bible. There's no point in having this conversation. When I haven't even told you that the Bible is false, I haven't even told you that I particularly reject it. The only thing that I have told you is the other verses in the Bible that would give you, Robert, thank you so much for the meteor shower, right? Some issues when you're referencing the book of Leviticus to say that being GAY is wrong, right? So once again, I just want to point it out. You referenced that book and you said that it is morally ordained by God and is accurate in making correct moral determinations. Well, if that's the case, you would have to accept slavery, right? As Leviticus 25 explicitly details that chattel slavery was permissible between an Israelite and a non-Israelite. You hit me back by saying, no, that was indentured servitude. That was not chattel slavery. You are incorrect. Leviticus 25 does talk about indentured servitude, but not between an Israelite and a non-Israelite, but between two Israelites, right? Think about it like nationalistic chattel slavery instead of like racist chattel slavery. In the same way here at home in America during Emancipation era slavery, a white person could only own a black person as a slave, not another white person. An Israelite could only own a non-Israelite as a slave, not another Israelite. But they could own another Israelite as an indentured servant.
The point, Dean, and I'm happy that you mentioned Israelites enslaving Israelites or as indentured servants. All I'm saying, Dean, is that even if we go back and forth with giving you my ideologies regarding scripture, you're going to always say, Dean, that I'm wrong. All I'm saying, bro, is that we need the Bible as a sense of moral compass. And what I don't see with the Democrats is where they use the Bible as their moral compass. You cannot have a country without any sense of moral compass. And I believe that we are endangering our children. We see these things in our movies, Dean. Explain to me, why do I have to turn on my television? And when I want to have a family setting just to watch something, I see something pop up that is unnatural. That's all I'm saying. We need to have regulations, and I'm not getting that from the Democrats. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so to respond to your claims real quick, you didn't actually refute any of my claims made on behalf of the scripture. You ignored them and moved on, right? And I find it incredibly, right, poor of you to hop up in my live and to literally advocate for more discrimination against GAY people on the basis of your...
Discrimination. It's not discrimination, Dean.
It is discrimination. It is discrimination to say that people were born with this trait that they didn't choose, that they can't control, that they can't change, that doesn't.
What do you mean by they
negatively
can't change? Dean, persons have changed. Explain to me how. I'm not interrupting you. Sorry, I'm not interrupting you. I'm just saying.
You are.
Persons have changed, though, Dean. You cannot say that persons who were quote unquote born that way cannot change.
Yeah,
when
they
persons have testimonials that they have changed from that lifestyle.
No, so if someone has a testimonial that they've quote unquote changed from that lifestyle, they're false, they're lying, they're wrong, or they've indoctrinated themselves. And my evidence for this is all of okay, sir, would you like me to
Okay, explain it. Explain that, because I really want you to explain that.
Yeah, so conversion therapies that you're going to be referencing here became popularized in the 1960s through the 2010s, right? The owners and the founders of these conversion therapies were all self-proclaimed ex-GAY men, and all of these conversion therapies, with the largest being Exodus International, ended up shutting down, and those quote-unquote ex-GAY men that own them ended up coming out stating that they're still gay and that they apologize for their atrocities against the LGBTQ plus community, right? It's also the case that we cannot change the shapes, sizes, and functions instilled in our neuroanatomy when it is the neuroanatomy that drives our sexual orientations. Like, we particularly have research done by the Netherlands Institute of Brain Research, the Center for Neurodoctrine Studies at the University of Pittsburgh in Massachusetts, or the Center for Neurochronology at UCLA that would indicate that there's specific biological predispositions for our sexual orientations. When we're talking about GAY men, what we're specifically going to see here is a larger anterior commissure in the context of the neuroanatomy. We're going to see varying traits of the AI and H3 subsection of the hypothalamus, or different dendritic densities. So your claim that this is something that's malleable, that can change, is false, right? And I could prove this to you through your own testimonial. So would you describe yourself as a straight man?
I am a heterosexual, Dean.
Can you choose to be sexually aroused by me right now?
If I can what?
Like, be like turned on by me right now. Can you choose to do that right now?
God made me a very straight individual, so no, I cannot.
Right, see, we can't choose that. I can't choose that either. No one can, right? So now that we've got that out of the way and we know that claim's false, I want to go ahead and reference using, right, the Bible as a moral standard for a country, right, and how that's going to be antithetical to Trump's leadership. First of all, we shouldn't be using some trivial standard that we call the Bible that has no forms of evidence to justify it to infringe upon the rights of others, right? This is particularly what was used historically to say that like white men have the right to own slaves. They made a slave Bible where they referenced Leviticus that already named off places like Samuel to justify the enslavement of others, right? I'm not going to diss you for your faith in the Christian church, but what I am going to diss you for is using that faith-based belief of yours to infringe upon the livelihoods of others, right? Then additionally here, any true Christian would not be voting for Trump, right? Because Trump has cheated on 3 of his wives, one with a peace star. Trump was held civilly liable for the rape of a woman. Trump has sexualized little girls, saying that he dated a 10-year-old in 10 years. Trump has boasted about grabbing women by the P word without consent. Trump has boasted to Howard Stern on Sirius XM about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls, right? Specifically because he owned the place, right? We also see that he has bad character qualities when we're speaking about racism, discrimination of others. In the 70s, he had civil litigation against him for not offering housing opportunities to black people. He proponed the birther movement of Barack Obama, essentially stating because he's black, he's not a U.S.-born citizen, therefore he shouldn't be able to run for presidency. Like, what do you expect this man to do? Die on the cross, rise 3 days later, and bang another porn star? There's no reason why you should be voting for this man as a Christian.
But what has Kamala done to prove to me as a Christian that I could have confidence in her that she will serve the interests of Bible-believing Christians in the United States?
By advocating for bolstering the low and the middle class, Medicare for all, and decreasing income inequities.
But
we can reference different verses of the Bible that particularly indicate that if you are a true Christian, you should care about those that are worse off. We could even reference parts of John that particularly would state that it is just as likely for a rich man to get into heaven as it is for a camel to go through the eye of a needle, right? We'd see that during Trump's presidency, he passed no legislation that benefited the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%. Meanwhile, she's advocated for a decrease in income inequities by all of the policy that was being passed at the hand of the Biden-Harris administration, predominantly benefiting the low and the middle class. She wants to increase the child tax credit. She wants to offer a new child tax credit to people making under 6 figures a year, right? It's incredibly clear here that there's going to be no Christian values instantiated by another Trump term. In fact, while he was in term, right, he instituted a Muslim ban, essentially saying if you would prescribe yourself to this set of beliefs, you can't even come in my country. Now, what is that really, that one story from the scripture poor referenced in the Bible, how Jesus wanted anybody to sit at his table and dine with him. Didn't matter if they were a tax collector. Didn't matter if they had been like possessed by a demon in the past. He wanted to surround himself with the people that the Pharisees wanted, right? And that's obviously going to be antithetical to Trump's Muslim ban. In the earlier verses that I referenced, insofar as Jesus caring about the poor, are going to be antithetical to his tax policy that decrease income equities.
But he did say that they would provide no tax for retired. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I did see where he mentioned that there would be a tax relief under his administration. I'm pretty sure that was stated.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. But before we do talk about that, I do have a couple of Venmos to read off here. First of all, Bernard, thank you so much. And Dory, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, Dory. W's for Dory in the chat. And Emily with the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Dory, Emily, and Bernard. Katie with the $5. Kate with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Kate. And David with the $10 on Venmo as well. Chat, please show some love to David, Kate, Katie, Emily, Dory, and Bernard. I really appreciate each and every single one of you. But now back to what your claim was about him wanting to decrease like tax on tips, decrease tax on those that are retired, on our veterans, etc. Well, he wants to abolish the federal tax income. That's how he's going to do all these things. But he's going to replace like the deficit that would be caused by that with tariffs. He wants to tariff all imports 10%, in particular imports from China 60 to 100%. Right? And tariffs cause inflation. And because that is a flat tax, that is going to a majority serve as a detriment to those that are worse off.
All right. So wouldn't you say that is him actually implementing something like this? Isn't it a good start? What's wrong with that, dude? And I'm trying to understand.
Because it causes inflation and a majority it serves as a detriment to the low and the middle class. It makes their lives harder as they spend more of their money on the bare necessities to live.
Dean,
right?
inflation
that's regressive, right? That actually causes more inflation. That causes the economic state of our country to decrease, right? That causes the low and the middle class to be worse off. That's literally, it's going to put us in a worse situation than we are in right now.
But Dean, to be fair though, Dean, inflation is never something foreign to any country and their economy. Inflation will always happen.
But like advocating for policy that will specifically cause inflation is.
No, my point though, Dean, I get that. I understand you. I get that. But what I'm saying is that you don't say because of the policy or it's his intention for inflation to be there. I think whether or not that policy would have been implemented, inflation is a natural part of economic economic growth.
There's obviously like some misunderstand, like I don't know, maybe I'm not like stating this as clear as I can, so I'll try to like state it even clearer, right? This policy that he's advocating for, replacing the federal income tax with tariffs, will cause inflation. He's advocating for policy that will knowingly cause inflation.
Oh, sorry, I was getting distracted by the messages in the comments. Well,
also,
I mean,
I have people
Dean,
in the chat saying that you live in Spanish Town, Jamaica. Do you vote in the U.S.? I'm going to take that as a no. I appreciate you for coming up, man. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Let's go and get our next guest up in here. Right. Also, David, thank you for the $10. How it is the case, right? How it is the case that if Trump was elected, he'd actually cause more inflation in the economy. I also want to address your point about misogyny, saying that other world leaders would never respect a woman. Well, I mean, first of all, they may not respect a woman because of their misogyny, but they're going to be forced to respect a woman that stands in front of the world's largest military, the world's largest GDP, the world's most booming economy with the world's largest consumer base. And I cannot wait to the day will I see that. That will be incredibly satisfying for me, and that will be incredibly satisfying for women and girls all around the world, because that will be
so now we're talking that America's going to invade Saudi and Russia?
What?
Because you said military.
I said that they're going to be forced
military.
into respecting a woman that stands in front of the world's largest military, the world's largest booming economy, the world's largest consumer base with the world's biggest GDP. They're going to have to respect her, because if they don't respect her, they'll be the big loser, right? So I can't wait to see that. That's going to be a massive win, and I bet women and girls all around the world would agree with me there, right? And then something else you keep referencing back, character, as if that's not important. Character is ultimately very important. It's a massive consideration. right? So I'm categorizing my vote for Harris based upon two things: character and policy. Referencing character, he's a rapist, she isn't. He's a racist, she isn't. He's a misogynist, she isn't. He's a felon, she's a prosecutor. He's a fraudster, she isn't. He's a liar, she isn't. He's delusional, she isn't. All right, we could go time and time and time again. He sexualized a little girl, she hasn't. He's boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking first, she hasn't. He's boasted about walking into the change rooms of half-naked teenage girls, and she hasn't. We could go through this time and time and time again. He denied housing to black people because they were black in the 70s, she didn't. He proposed the birther movement of Barack Obama, saying that he's black, therefore he wasn't born in America, therefore he shouldn't be able to run for president. She hasn't, all right? And then when we're referencing policy, he passed no policy that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited the top 1%, increase in income inequities. Meanwhile, the Biden-Harris administration passed 5 pieces of legislation that did exactly that. His proposed policy would cause inflation in the U.S. It would cause prices to even increase more. Meanwhile, she wants to revise his tax code, reducing inflation, and offering a new child tax credit to people with children under 5, and offering a new tax credit in general to people that make under 6 figures. Mic drop. Gag.
So the middle class and the low class employ the top 1%ers then. So I have a
Top 1
question.
percenters employ the middle and the low class. What does that have to do with anything?
Other than social media, like other
What
than
do you mean? What did that have to do with anything that I said? I love just listening to Trump supporters try to respond to me.
You interrupt and then you
fail.
say you interrupt and then you say don't interrupt me, and I heard everything you said. You went on a whole thing. So going back to the point of having the largest military, having the largest.
By the way, I do have a job. This is my job. This is what I do.
That's why I was asking. Are you a content creator solely?
Do I only have one job? Yes, I only have one job. Yep.
Okay, so referencing back to what you're talking about, biggest military, biggest GDP. You're not invading Russia. You're not invading Saudi. You're literally, Saudi got America by the balls because they sell them oil. I don't know
Crystal,
where you think. I don't know where you think a woman in power of the biggest country is gonna change.
Caitlin, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love there as well, Caitlin. Massive W's for Caitlin in the chat. I really appreciate you for that. And also, that's false. We produce more oil than Saudi Arabia.
Okay, all right, sure. So, how does Kamala plan to resolve the Ukraine-Russia situation?
I don't know her specific plans.
Okay, so
what are Trump's plans?
He's literally going to meet with Putin. He literally said it. I will have it stopped. I'm going to meet with him.
Okay, so that's not giving me any specific plans.
Trump went to North Korea. Trump was.
Wait, I just want to clarify real quick. That's not you giving me his specific plans to end the conflict.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
saying that he wants to meet with. Wait, she wants to meet with Zelensky.
There was no war. There was no violence. There was no war. There was no violence to any American or any war in the world during Trump's.
Okay, that's a lie. So are you saying that the 65 active duty service members that died under Trump's presidency didn't exist? That's not very patriotic of you. That's not very American of you.
I'm sorry. What war was there though?
What war was there? Okay,
yeah.
Well, first of all, nice pivot around my statement about the 65
Dude, you're not referencing anything that I'm asking.
Without response, you said that no Americans had died right under his presidency. You are completely ignoring and acting as if those 65 active duty service.
I've never said that.
Okay, sir. Okay, now you're going on mute. Okay, you said that no Americans had died. Well, now you're just going to be ignoring the active duty 65 service members that died under Trump's presidency. That's very anti-American, anti-patriotic of you. Then if you want to reference wars that existed under his presidency, we had the Turkish-Kurdish war because of our pull out of Kurdistan. We had a proxy war with Russia and Syria. We had the Yemen genocide. We had a 450% increase in drone strikes in the Middle East. And we took out one of Iran's lead military members. There was war. Go ahead and unmute now.
Yo, sorry, this is my first time on a live. So, okay, you know what, man? Hey, you seem like your heart is set on it. You want to vote for Kamala. I think the economy will be worse. I think it'll be better under Trump.
Can you actually respond to something I'm saying, though? Just respond to the last point I said. Just respond to the last point I said. You said there's no war under Trump. I named 3. Respond.
Okay. All right. You're good. I honestly salute to the 65 people that lost their lives that fought for this country, and I'm not ignoring them and saying that they don't exist. I think your heart's set on Kamala,
By all means, man, you vote
You said
that
there
way.
was
I'll
no
vote
war
the other
under
way.
Trump. I named 3. Respond
But
to
when
that
gas
point. Why
prices
aren't you
go up,
responding?
you'll remember this
Why
conversation.
aren't you responding? You said there's no wars under Trump. I named 3. Why aren't you responding to that? Why won't you acknowledge the
To
points
this
that I'm making? You're
impact of
obviously
what's
very,
going
and now
on.
you're interrupting me again. You're being incredibly dense on this live. You're not engaging with my talking points. You're just saying shit, spewing it out of your mouth, and then when I ultimately disprove the horseshit that's spewing out of your mouth, you pivot to another point and you ignore how I disproved it. And you've consistently done this throughout a conversation. And as soon as you run out of talking points for me to disprove, you say, "Oh, well, your heart's set on it." Well, this isn't you actively engaging in critical thought and productive dialogue on who you're voting for and why. This is just you spewing shit out of your mouth, not engaging with opposition, and then ultimately disengaging with the conversation as a whole when you run out of talking points, right? And that's a political ignorance that I come on live to address. People treat politics like NFL teams. People don't take it seriously insofar as making an objective decision through a rational evaluation on who the best candidate is. They just pick one and run with it till the end. It's high levels of tribalism, right? High levels of being dogmatic, and it's incredibly like tiring for me to see.
Okay. I'm glad. Like I said from the beginning, I think you're very well educated. I disagree with you, and we'll agree to disagree. I'll leave it at that because honestly, you talk about interrupting, but you've done it more than me than I have to you. So you have a good day. Good luck
And
to
then
you.
they just pivot to talking about my character. That's what they do every time. Yeah, have a good
You
one, bro.
pivot to
We're gonna go ahead and move on to
Trump's
our next guest here. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say. Then that's just what they do, guys. You know what I mean? Like, there's no real conversation to be had with a lot of the Trump supporters because they don't really care about actual productive dialogue. But if you're MAGA, let me know down below. We're going to go ahead and pull up our next guest. And Russ, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. I really appreciate it from you. And Crystal with the $5 on Venmo as well. Ali with the $2 on Venmo. I really appreciate everybody for showing love. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. And yeah, but let's go and get our next guest, Lori, up in here, y'all. If you are voting for Trump, let me know down below in that chat. Let's go and get our next guest up here literally right now, guys. Do double tap on that phone screen in the meantime while we're moving on to our next guest. What's up, Lori? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 62 years old.
Nice. Are you voting for Trump?
All right. Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. I just want to ask you a question prior to that. This will be my 20th year to be the ticket commissioner at my local voting precinct.
Andrea, thank you for the $7 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Andrea.
And were you this passionate about it when you voted before? Were you this passionate about any other presidential election prior to this one?
Well, I mean, the last presidential election in 2020, I was like 15, so of course I wasn't that passionate about it. But to answer your question,
I mean, were you this
passionate
passionate prior to this election? Were you this passionate about any other election?
No, I was a little kid.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. So, also, whatever point you want to talk about, I wondered, like, if you said you were 19, so will this be your first presidential election to vote in?
Of course it will be. I'm very excited for this to be my first one because this is the most important presidential election that we've seen in a very, very,
Phone's
very
breaking
long time.
up. Something's breaking up. Will this be your first presidential election to vote in?
Yeah, it sure will be. Anyway, so why are you voting for Trump?
Okay. I wondered I'm sorry. Repeat that.
Oh, Lori. Maybe you should try disconnecting the Wi-Fi on your phone, right, to see if you could get a better connection here, because I'd love to talk to you.
Yeah, I would too. I don't know what's happening.
You just have a very bad connection. Try to disconnect the Wi-Fi on your phone.
Because I've been watching you for a while and our connection was great. I don't know what happened. Okay, there we go. I think we're back.
Okay, try disconnecting the Wi-Fi on your phone real quick. I think that might help. If you could just go to the MAGA mobile, that'll be much better.
Yeah, hold on.
All right, let's let her try that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if that makes it better. If it doesn't, we're just going to move on to the next guest here.
Okay, let's try this again, maybe. Yeah, I was wondering, you said this will be your first election to vote in, presidential election to vote in?
Yes.
And I don't know why this is not
Unfortunately,
working.
we just have to move on from Lori. If you're MAGA, let me know down below. We're going to go ahead and pull up our next guest right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say. If you're MAGA, if you're voting for Trump, let me know in the comment section. It's so sad that we couldn't talk to Lori there. What's up, Linda? How old are you?
I am 54.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? He's vehemently sexist.
Okay, well, first of all, You said you were 19 and this is your first election?
Sure is.
Okay. So when Trump first come into office, you wasn't paying bills. You didn't have mortgages. You didn't have high gas. You didn't have high groceries. You didn't have a 401k. You didn't see how.
But I do have economic like figures, right? Because we don't need to like be like living and engaging with an economy to know, right, what said outcomes of the economy were. We just need to be able to reference, right, like the analytical figures. I'll give you a good analogy here. So when an investor invests in the stock market, let's say they want to throw $200,000 in Intel, what do? Do they go to Intel HQ in Silicon Valley and talk to the employees and look at their manufacturing lines? Or do they go to the internet and do they reference economic indicators such as their quarterly profits, right, and updates about their hirings and firings?
Okay, but still, over the years, and since they started the 401k and people have started things, the stock markets for the 401k is always based on the presidential's economy, the president. If the economy's been good, the 401ks are good. I seen my husband's 401k go more higher in Donald Trump than any other president.
Wait, that's actually not true. We've actually seen the highest numbers ever in the stock market under the Biden-Harris administration within the last year. Right, all-time high in the Dow Jones, the S&P 500, right, the Nasdaq. So I wouldn't doubt it if you experience relative highs under Trump. But we have seen higher highs under Biden and Harris.
Do you have a 401k?
I have an investment portfolio, which is probably going to be similar to 401k.
Okay, well, I have family members.
Risk.
I have family members that's had to freeze their money to pull it out of being played and put it in a hold because the last 3 years they're losing money.
I really hope they put it back in because they would have made much more money.
Well, when Trump gets back in, they will. Okay, but anyway, I mean,
wait, what? We're actually they're going to lose money. You understand that, right? What they should have done is they should have pulled it out. When did they pull it out? What year?
Well, since Biden's took in, they froze it.
Really? They pulled it out in 2001. They're going to lose so much money. They pulled it out at the lowest of 1 second. Just Linda, let me finish. So they pulled it out at the lowest of the low, like 2020, 2021, and now they're going to put it back in at all-time highs. They're literally going to lose so much money. I feel bad for them. That's why, right? Like undereducated people, when we're referencing things such as the stock market, should not have control over taking that money in or out because they don't like the current sitting president. That's going to cost them a lot of money.
Okay, but
anyways.
The economy has a lot to do with your 401k. Playing just regular stock market or you doing whatever, the presidential has always been important in that. A lot of people might disagree with me, but how the economy done is done. And then there's a lot of people that they can't afford. They've had to back off of how much they put in their 401ks because they have to buy groceries. We have to buy groceries. We have to pay, our insurances went up, our light bills have went up. So you got a person that is totally invested 100%.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
They just did.
Okay, but how, Linda?
For once, when they dropped the pipeline, when they dropped the pipeline, that hurt a lot. Okay.
I actually think that's a lie.
And the pandemic, and that's not just all their fault, but the pandemic's been part of it.
Hey, Linda, so you said that cutting off the pipeline caused inflation. That's false. So first of all, the Keystone XL was Canadian owned. Second of all, an order from the Supreme Court is what shut it down, right? Third of all, specifically speaking here, it wasn't currently producing oil, so when it was shut down, it couldn't have impacted the oil supply curve, so it couldn't have driven prices up. And fifth of all, you'd be indicating here that we'd see a decrease in the domestic supply of oil, when that's also false. We actually are currently producing more oil now than we ever have been before.
How old was you when Biden was inaugurated, signed in? How old was you? What is it?
Donald! Oh my God. Okay, there's people at my house right now checking because of the flood. I can't scream at the top of my lungs right now. I cannot scream at the top of my lungs. There's seriously there's like people in the house that I don't know. I have. So Donald, holy fuck, Donald, dude, thank you so much for the $500 on PayPal. Oh my God, Donald, I'm so sorry. If there was not people in my house, I would be screaming at the top of my lungs. I would be screaming at the top of my lungs. Holy shit. Donald, this is by far the biggest donation that I've received. Okay, right? Straight from a debate live. Holy crap. Chat, please show Donald some love. I cannot believe that this is real. I literally just had to do a double take. He leaves a note here. I really want to read it off. Donald says, thank you for always being respectful and taking the time to try to educate the less knowledgeable. Signed, matter of facts. Donald, thank you so much for the love, man. I don't even know how to respond to this. Holy shit. I really don't know how to respond to this. I'm so sorry for not, like I said, there's other people in my house. I cannot be that loud right now. But that is so kind of you. This is beyond generous. Seriously, one of the most generous people that is ever donated to me. This is incredible. I'm so grateful for you. Chat, I want y'all to show love to Donald literally until we end the live. That is insane. Donald, if you're watching right now, that is so incredibly kind of you. Please please message me on TikTok. You left your TikTok there. I would love to personally thank you after the live. Thank you so much. Chat, please show some love to Donald. Let's just keep the W's going. Anyways, Linda Sue, back to our conversation after that insane love showed by Donald. Do you kind of understand there how shutting the pipeline down actually didn't cause inflation?
Well, it did cause a lot of people to go out of jobs, and there's just been a lot of things. There's been a lot of things. Everything is on fire. And Biden's first day in office, you was what?
Biden, okay,
like
you
16?
keep referencing my name. That doesn't make me any less knowledgeable on these topics.
Well,
but back to what I said, you said that shutting down the pipeline cost a lot of jobs.
But don't you remember the first day when he signed papers and he killed the Keystone Pipeline the first day? Okay,
right, but that's just what do you mind if you actually listen to my response though? Right? So the reason that cutting the Keystone Pipeline didn't cause inflation is because it wasn't currently producing oil, which meant it didn't impact the oil supply curve, which meant it didn't drive prices up when it was discontinued. Second of all, he didn't shut it down just because he wanted to. He shut it down because of a Supreme Court order. And third of all, you said that cost American jobs. It was a Canadian-owned pipeline, and it only cost 35 full-time American jobs. And sixth of all, we've actually seen historical low rates of unemployment under the Biden-Harris administration, lower than what we saw under Trump. But I have a question for you now, unless you want to respond to that. Is that fair?
Go ahead with your question.
Yeah, so would you vote for someone that has raped a woman before?
There's no proof he's done that.
Okay, well, I mean, we'll
But I'll
reference
tell you
Trump.
what, do you remember Bill Clinton?
Yeah, I do, but real quick.
Do you remember what Bill Clinton actually done while he was president in the Oval Office?
If Bill Clinton was running for president today, this would be incredibly useful for you to mention, but he's not. So if you knew for a fact that Trump had raped a woman, would you still vote for him?
Huh?
If you knew for a fact that Trump had raped a woman, would you still vote for him?
I couldn't say that because I don't know for sure if he did or not.
Okay, well, Linda, the question that I'm asking you is if you did know for sure, would you still vote for him? It's a hypothetical question.
I would have to pray on that one.
So you'd have to ponder, you'd have to consider.
I'd have to pray about it.
Oh, you said pray. Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Do you think Donald Trump is a good Christian?
I think he stands up for the Christians, and so the Christians can have a voice when the Christians are now being pushed to not have a voice.
Right. So not only is he not a good Christian,
the LBGQT, if I'm saying that correct, it's
you didn't
like
say it correctly at all. But go ahead.
I'm sorry. I don't use that saying very much, but anyway, it's just the Christians. We have a voice too. You know, I understand they want to be heard. We want to be heard.
Yeah. So
we're being silent.
I don't know why you create like this false I don't know, like what like this false culture war in your head of like Christians versus GAY people that doesn't exist, right? I think that we should ultimately recognize and respect the human rights of everybody, not just Christians, but also people with non-heterosexual or sexual orientations. Then second of all, right, it's like very interesting that you'd say the guy that has cheated on 3 of his wives, one with a P star, the guy that has sexualized little girls and been held civilly liable for rape and criminally convicted of 34 felonies and fraud would be a good Christian. That's absurd. And third of all, right, as a Christian, you should recognize that religious persecution is bad. When Trump passed a Muslim ban stating that Muslims shouldn't be able to enter into the country
if
when he
Donald
was
Trump
president.
done any of that stuff in his past, do you know that Jesus Christ died on the cross to save us and to forgive us of our sins?
Right, but you have to pray
so
for
are you
forgiveness.
saying
And
Donald-
specifically
are you
speaking,
saying-
Donald Trump has stated that he has never and will never ask for forgiveness for his sins.
You
Right?
don't
He said
know
that in a
You
C-SPAN
don't know
interview.
what Donald Trump does when he's in
He
private.
said that in a C-SPAN interview in 2018. But
Well, that was
I just want
2018.
to.
But I do want to
Okay.
go back to one thing. Okay, we're not going to get into that because Jesus Christ died on the cross for our sins. All sins are forgiven.
The
Okay?
reason I wanted to reference
There's-
Christianity so importantly here is because any good Christian wouldn't be voting for Trump; they'd be voting for Harris, right? Because good Christians would know that in the book of John in the Christian Bible, it specifically says that it's just as likely that a rich man will enter into the kingdom of heaven as it is likely that a camel will pass through the eye of the needle, right? And the Bible also preaches about how important it is to care for the poor, care for the more needy, right, and care for the less fortunate. When meaningfully, right, Trump passed no policy that benefited the low and the middle class more than the top 1%, and actually wants to impose policy that will serve as a detriment to the low and middle class for the sake of the top 1%. Meanwhile, I can name 5 policies that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that benefit the low and middle class more than rich people, right? And she's actually advocated for more social safety nets to benefit the low and the middle class more. These are Christian beliefs, right? Other Christian beliefs, right, are sitting at the table with people that you disagree with. If you read the gospel, if you read the Bible, you'll see that Jesus, he reached out to the less fortunate, he reached out to the leopards, he reached out to people that were socially condemned because he wanted to bring everybody together. But meanwhile, when Trump was president, he created an in-group and an out-group, the MAGA voter base and the radical liberals. If you were a radical liberal, he didn't want to wish you a Merry Christmas, Happy Thanksgiving, etc. He viewed you as a bad person, very evil. He's currently doing this to undocumented migrants today. And another thing that he did while he was president was the imposition of a Muslim ban stating if you hold these particular beliefs, you can't even enter into my country. Meanwhile, if Jesus was God and the gospel was true, he invited people that held different beliefs than him to eat at the same table, right? And like that's a whole narrative of the gospel, was going against the Pharisees, was going against the Romans, was inviting everybody to come together and to pray and worship under one roof and to do what is right to be good, morally virtuous people.
Well, then I'm not going to vote for you. It's not got to do with money or the Democrats for the poor or the Republicans are for the rich. That swapped a long time ago. But anyway, back to what you said earlier. I'm a Republican and I'm a woman, and I wouldn't vote for any woman to be president.
Okay, we'll talk about that. But Joshua, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Sorry, on PayPal, sorry. I want to see some W's in the chat for Joshua. Thank you so much, Joshua. And if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. Thank you so much, Joshua. And Joshua with another $30 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Joshua. Let's get some more W's for Joshua in the comment section for the $50 in total. I want to see at least 100 W's for Joshua and keep the W Donalds coming. Thank you so much, Joshua. Anyway, so why wouldn't you vote for a woman? Why do you think men are better at leading than women?
Because they can lead. Now, don't get me wrong, I've outworked men. And could a woman lead this country? Yes, a woman could lead this country, but a woman don't have to just be a president here in the United States of this country. They have to deal with terrorists and other foreign countries. So you're going to tell me that a terrorist country is going to listen to a woman when they don't even respect their own women, and their women don't even have the rights to speak?
When that woman is standing in front of the world's largest
We don't have that large military anymore. That's where everybody is so deceived. Our military
without
is
interruption,
nothing.
Linda, please, without interruption, 1 second. So actually, funding for the military has increased under the Biden-Harris administration, and if we cut our budget in half, we'd still be leading the second largest military in the world by $100 billion in funding per year. That claim is false. But yeah, I think that any country around the world, regardless of how misogynistic or racist they are, is going to be forced into respecting Harris if she's elected, because Harris is standing in front and leading the world's largest military, the world's most booming economy, the world's largest consumer consumer base with one of the strongest nations in the world, right? Of course, they're going to be forced into respecting her. And quite honestly, I cannot wait for that day because we're going to see these emotional men that can't think outside of this square box of their the square box of their misogynistic ideologies, being forced to bow the knee to a woman who's in a position of power that they wouldn't be able to dream of achieving in 7 lifetimes.
They're not going to sit down and negotiate anything with her. They're not going to listen to a woman. Women in their countries are not even listened. And that's just one thing like I don't understand. A lot of these people in these riots and protesting, they are protesting for a country because of the way they live and who they choose to love would kill them in a second for that.
Jay, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love, Jay. Let's show some love in the comment section of Jay right now. Seriously, man, thank you so much. Massive W's for Jay. So a couple of things here, right? We actually have leaked documents from the Kremlin in Russia stating that Putin thinks Trump is easy to manipulate. This is why Putin has interfered with our election since 2016, pushing pro-Trump propaganda. So the claim that he would not listen to Kamala Harris or that he's more scared of Trump is false because he's advocated for Trump to get reelected through interference in our elections. Second of all, right, these misogynistic men and other world leaders are going to be forced to listen to her for the reasons that I listed. And then third of all, what do you think it tells all the women and girls watching this live today, right now, when you say something, no matter how good of a candidate you are, no matter how better you are against the person that you're running against, in this case, it's a grape and felon fraudster, well, obviously I'm not going to vote for a woman because other world leaders won't look up to them, won't respect them. You were literally saying that women should be systemically limited from positions of power because of what's between their legs, right? And that's very poor regardless of what your reason may be, right? Ultimately speaking, this is misogyny. And this is not misogyny coming from other countries and other like misogynistic world leaders. This is misogyny coming from within.
We need to start thinking about what's good for our country.
So then you should vote for the prosecutor instead of the felon. You should vote for the non-grapist instead of the grapist. You should vote for the person that wants to protect and preserve the American democracy, that cares about the American people, that wants to decrease income inequities, instead of the guy that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government, that particularly tried to rig our election, that increase in income inequalities, and puts himself above the country in every single scenario. If you cared about the country, the Trump would be your last choice. If you cared about the country, you'd be voting blue all the way down the ballot. If you cared about the country, we wouldn't even be having this discussion right now.
I would never vote blue.
and that details to me that you'd never care about our country.
But
yo, RTP, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you.
And I care about God, and I'm gonna tell you, my convictions would never let me vote Democrat. But anyway, thank you.
Wait, one second. I just want to ask you one last question. That's okay, Linda. If you care about a country, then why are you willingly voting for someone that tried to overthrow it through a violent coup? So yeah, that's like a really hard question to answer. I don't blame you, Linda. While she is pondering, Kara, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you. And Cindy, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. Chat, please show some love to Kara and Cindy. That is Kara and Cindy. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for the love. You guys have shown an insane level of support today, and I'm very grateful for it. She actually left. If you're Mag and you want to come up and debate, let me know in that comment section. We're going to go and load up our next guest right now. Let's go ahead and see what Shannon4969 has to say. Linda left. That's crazy, chat. Dude, keep the W Donalds coming. Kara says, love for all that you do. Thank you so much. Cindy says, for the goosebumps I get listening to you fight for female support. Thank you. You're a good soul, Cindy. I really appreciate you for the love. You're a good soul. Let's go to move on to our next guest. If you're voting for Trump, spam MAGA in the comment section, right? So I could get you up here to debate me, right? Also, do double tap on that phone screen. Let's try to hit 1 million likes. Share out that live as well. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here, just looking to get them loaded up. So everyone just be patient while we do exactly that. I'm going to start pulling from the comment section as well. If you're spamming MAGA down below, right, I'm going to start inviting you up. Also, just drop a me down below if you are already within the guest requests, because that makes it a lot easier for me specifically. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, and why is that?
What'd you say?
And why is that? Why are you voting for Trump?
Because he promised that he would get Playboy Cardi to drop his album as soon as possible.
All right, we're going to go to move on to our next guest. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
Well, damn right I'm voting for Trump, and you should too.
Okay, so are you like being ironic or are you being serious? I'm just looking for serious conversations.
I'm being completely honest here, sir.
All right, why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because you can't have no woman sitting here and run this country. This ain't no family, boy. This a country, okay?
So why can't women lead?
The Bible said that women can't lead, all right?
The Bible said that slavery is okay. The Bible supported genocide, but fun fact, the Bible actually never said that women can't lead.
When did the Bible say slavery was okay?
That's going to be Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 and Exodus 21 verses 20 through 21. I could recite them from memory.
Well, we're not here to talk about the Bible. We're here to talk about Trump and Kamala.
You literally brought the Bible up.
Well, I didn't mean to.
Okay, so you don't have control over the words that come out of your mouth. Very typical for a Trump voter. Go ahead.
Okay, I just feel like the country will be more taken serious with a man as a leader. And we can all agree on this, whether you like it or not. And I feel like deep down, you know, Dean.
I know that the country will be taken more serious by Harris, not by Trump, because we literally have videos of foreign world leaders mocking and laughing at Trump, not to mention that, of course, foreign world leaders are going to take the prosecutor more serious than the felon, the non-grapist more serious than the grapist, the person that cares about our democracy and is fighting to protect it, more serious than the person that baby raged when he lost the 2020 election and staged a coup against our government to rig the election. The whole idea that we're going to be taken more serious with a man is literally just misogyny. I think everybody took the UK pretty seriously when Queen Elizabeth was when Queen Elizabeth was in power. Now look at how seriously everybody's taking the UK today, right? Obviously,
well, you listen here, buddy.
False.
Do you really think that? Do you not think that they're laughing at Kamala behind her back? Be honest.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Now you're not being honest.
Okay, right. So why are they going to be laughing at Harris?
I don't want to say the wrong thing here, but I do.
She's now running on allowing workers not to be taxed on their tips.
And how's it antithetical to allotting more funding to the IRS to do their job better?
Because she just said that she's going to prevent us being taxed on tips, and now all of a sudden she just voted in to cast a vote so they can be taxed. So which is it?
I'm going to explain to you what
it's like the same thing. Hold on, just like what
you're confused,
as VP.
user. Do you mind if I interrupt here? I'm going to explain to you what the bill does. She did not influence a bill, all right, that allows the IRS.
I didn't say she influenced it.
She did not cast the tie-breaking vote for a bill that allows the IRS to track tips. That is false. The IRS has always tracked tips. That is true. Okay? What was within the bill that she influenced to get passed and signed into law with a tie-breaking vote was specifically allotting more funding, $80 billion, to the IRS to hire more people to do more audits. The reason why this was done is because when the government generates more revenue and taxes, it decreases inflation more. And this is why this was passed within the Inflation Reduction Act. It was a multifaceted plan, okay? Right? And historically speaking, this is literally done every 4 years, right? There's no contradiction between advocating for people to not get taxed on their tips while also allotting more funding to the IRS so they could do their job better, right? She's essentially just saying that that shouldn't be a part of the job that they do better.
So what's your thoughts on Trump's, and they're saying he's going to prevent us from being taxed on tips, and then Kamala saying the same thing, and you have media saying that when Kamala does it, it's perfectly fine, but when Trump does it, it's orange man bad.
Well, I don't know what media you'd be referencing, but obviously that's going to be a contradiction if it's the same policy. I don't agree with that, right?
I think most people's problems with when it comes to Trump and when it comes to the left or the Democrats, especially Kamala, when you have Trump. Well, look, I just showed you.
Are you saying that the media attacks Trump, that the DOJ has attacked Trump, that the criminal justice system has attacked Trump, that the DA of New York has attacked Trump? I just showed
you a perfect example of one particular policy that they're running on two.
Give me a publisher, right, that has wrote an article about how bad no tax on tips was when Trump had read about it, and give me another article from that same publisher that wrote how good it was when Trump.
Absolutely. I pull that up. I will pull that up because there is one.
Awesome.
1 second.
While he's looking for that, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen, guys.
But my birthday is literally in 2 days.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Trump.
All right. Why are you voting for Trump?
I wanted to ask you questions about this because everyone says that during Trump we had no wars, and
That's false.
So what wars were going on?
So we had the Turkish-Kurdish war, we had a proxy war with Russia and Syria, and a Yemen genocide. But Gia, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo, saying thank you for all that you do. Gia, I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Gia. Thank you so much. But honestly, if you're kind of like just leaning Trump, right, you're not necessarily an active cult member, right? I feel like I could just ask you a very simple question. So would you vote for someone that more likely than not has raped a woman?
No.
Okay, all right. So a civil court did prove that Trump had more likely than not raped a woman in 1996, right? So this should be sufficient reason for you to not vote for him.
Yeah, I understand that. And I think what he did was awful, and I'm not going to deny that. But don't you think the economy was better under Trump and people were able to actually afford things?
Well, it was better during the first 3 years, not the last year. The last year we had the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression. Is it okay if I blame that highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression on him? Or should I attribute that to the pandemic?
Okay, that's a good point, but why hasn't Joe Biden fixed things to where they're back to normal before the pandemic?
Well, it's actually really funny that you say that. He has. We have the same rate of inflation today that we had in 2018 under Trump's presidency before COVID.
But that may be true, but things are still more expensive compared to 2018.
Right, because inflation is the rate of change in the pricing of a good, right? We actually can't like deflate the pricing of goods. That would cause a recession. And in fact, if Trump was president right now, he wouldn't have been able to do that either, because once again, that would cause a recession.
Okay. And another thing people talk about is the border and how, I think it was 15 million illegal immigrants came under Biden. Is that true?
I think it's around 7 million, but I mean, I don't think that the particular figure matters. I mean, I'll just ask you this, right? Do you, this is a really good scenario of Trump placing himself above, right, the USA. So first of all, if I was a conservative that was concerned about immigration, right, Trump wouldn't be my guy. In fact, he was incredibly ineffective when it came to the border. He didn't pass any effective border legislation. We only saw an increase in the crossing figures until COVID hit and he enacted Title 42. Purdy, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. Let's get some W's in the chat for Purdy. Thank you so much. Thank you, Purdy. And then specifically speaking, Biden and Harris worked with Congress to pass bipartisan border legislation. We saw a bill proposed 2 years after they assumed office by Lankford, a Republican in Congress. Trump turned around, called the other Republicans in Congress, and told them to torpedo the bill by voting against it because he wanted to be able to use migrants entering into the U.S. and quote unquote destroying it, as he likes to say, as a campaigning talking point, right? Which is just an obvious scenario of him placing himself above the U.S.
Right, but wasn't that bill going to send money to Ukraine?
Right.
Even more money?
So the first border bill that we saw proposed by a Democrat did have money for Ukraine, and however, the second border bill was standalone and it was proposed by a Republican that didn't, right? And Trump torpedoed both.
Okay, so what is the reasoning for the influx of immigrants coming in within the past 4 years?
Well, I mean, think of the southern border like a river, and think of Title 42 that stopped all crossings because of a declared health emergency as a dam. When you ultimately break that dam down, well, you're going to see an influx of water rushing through the river, right? And this is the same thing that happened with the southern border after Title 42 had been taken down, right? People had came to the border for about a year and a half and they'd been denied. Countries had told people to stop going there because of Title 42. So as soon as that came down, right, everybody who's kind of queued up to enter into the country rushed in all at once, right? So that is what caused the crisis, and the crisis continued because Trump shot down legislation in the Congress until Biden signed executive orders into law that actually put us at lower rates of daily crossings today than we saw at the end of Trump's term. And Victoria, thank you so much for the champion. I appreciate you for that.
Okay, but why would they get rid of Title 42?
Because it would be unconstitutional to keep Title 42 enacted after the public health emergency had ended, as it was enacted for the public health emergency, right? It'd be against our Constitution. But I did want to reference a question that I asked you earlier back. So I asked you if you'd vote for someone that had more likely than not raped a woman. You said no. and then I filled you in on the fact that Trump has more likely than not raped a woman, and you said that you'd still be voting for Trump, right? So would you or would you not vote for a rapist? I want to get that straight. You're on mute. I can't hear you.
I mean, I understand what he did was wrong, but I don't think that. I feel like there's other things that we have to consider and other factors.
Okay, so you would vote for a rapist, correct? You'd vote for a woman who's like entered himself into a woman without her consent, right? You want a rapist to be in the Oval Office. You'd be fine with that.
Well, I'm not fine with it. That's why I'm still trying to decide. But it's just like the fact of the matter is that things were better for millions of Americans under Trump. And
okay, I've explained to you how that's the case. We've gone over there all those talking points already. Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed through Congress?
The tax cuts.
The tax cuts. Do you know what the name of the bill was?
The Tax Cuts and Job Act.
Right, so the TCGA actually sent 83% of its tax cuts to the top 1%, footed a bill of nearly $2 trillion on debt-related spending on our economy, and only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.02%. So that's going to be obviously a bad policy. Kamala Harris wants to reform it, wants to increase the personal tax rate on people making over $400,000 a year by 4%, to allow for an increased child tax credit to $500 a month, a renter's tax credit, and a tax credit to people making under six figures that will aim to reduce income inequities, right? So now that we know that that was a bad policy he influenced to get passed, what would you say is a good policy he influenced to get passed?
Well, I know we had better relationships with like Russia and North Korea under Trump.
Okay, so the reason we had a better relationship with Russia is because the Kremlin thought he was easy to manipulate, and Trump was closer to Putin ideologically speaking than not. Not to mention Trump, as well as his father, have worked with the Russian mafia in their pasts, right? I wouldn't say that that better relationship is necessarily a good thing when it's only bowing the knee to a tyrannical foreign dictator that doesn't respect human rights.
Right, but we didn't have the Russia and Ukraine war until Biden took into office, and a lot
of have a Russia-Ukraine war under Obama either, right? So how, would you say that because we didn't have it under Obama, that Obama prevented it?
No, not specifically, but
so then why would you say that Trump prevented it while he was president?
Well, it's just the fact that we didn't see any major wars under Trump because people respected him.
But no, you're assuming that that's the reason. That's called a correlation causation fallacy. You'd have to specifically indicate with the use of reasoning, evidence, and fact that if Trump was president today, right, none of these global conflicts would have occurred. And that's something you can't do, right? You're just drawing this baseless assumption probably because of your political biases. But we should be coming to our conclusions with the use of evidence and fact. So could you give me any evidence and fact to represent that?
Well, Donald Trump was the first president to go over to North Korea.
Okay, he was, right? He went over there to sign a denuclearization agreement with Kim Jong-un. He failed. Kim Jong-un didn't sign anything. It just served as a photo op that North Korea uses propaganda for their citizens. And as soon as he left, he went right back to calling him a rocket man. So obviously that was failed, right, diplomatic activities. And that also doesn't justify your claim that the reason none of these big wars happened under Trump was because people respected him more, right? You've only given emotion to substantiate that. Could you give fact?
Well, no, that's why I wanted to come up here and ask you some of the questions that I had.
Right, but see, if you can't give fact to substantiate what you believe in, well, then you shouldn't believe in it.
Okay. Thank you for letting me come up.
Yeah, was there anything else you wanted to go over here today?
Well, also, one more thing that Trump is.
We're just going to move on to our next guest. Guys, if you're in the queue and you're voting for Trump, all right, let me see a MAGA down below. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, y'all. I do get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. We're going to move on to our next guest here. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say. Everyone be patient while we get that next guest up in here for the 5.3 thousand people in here. I appreciate y'all for being here. All right, let's go to get our next guest up in here. What's up? How old are you? Andre, hello? All right, Andre's not here. We're going to move on to our next guest, guys. Just looking for debates. Guys, if you're already in the queue, right, and you want to come up and debate, let me see a me down below, right? We are loading in our next guest as we speak. What's up? How old are you?
33.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
And why is that?
Because we had a better economy when he was president.
Okay, so what policy did Trump influence to get passed that made the economy better?
I
What
don't care
policy
about
did Biden and
policies.
Harris influence to get passed that made it worse?
I don't care about the policies. I just
Well, you
know.
should, because that's how a president impacts our lives. They can't impact it outside of policy and executive order. So if you're just going to baselessly associate the better economy under Trump to being caused by Trump, can I baselessly associate the 14.8% record high unemployment rate in 2020 to be caused by Trump?
That's all you do is make baseless claims. I've listened to your lives multiple times, and you're getting paid by the Harris administration. So
Okay, it's funny how you accuse me of making baseless claims, turn around and say I'm getting paid by Harris in the same breath. That was funny.
yeah, okay. Do you have any proof to say that you're not?
Okay, so who has the standard of evidence? Sorry, the burden of proof? The person that makes the claim, the accuser, right? Or the person that the claim was made about, the accused? Do you have the burden of proof? What evidence do you have that I'm paid by the Biden-Harris administration?
That you're coming on lives every day talking about a bunch of baseless, useless things that are being said that aren't true. Trump is not a rapist. 100% not. He's not. He's not.
Okay, what do you have to say about the preponderance of evidence submitted into the court over a term length of 2 years, accepted by a unanimous jury that determined that, yes, Trump had raped a woman?
A
Right? Then
jury in
also,
New York
where's
that
the
was-
evidence that I'm paid by the Biden-Harris administration?
A
You're
jury
talking
in
about
New York
baseless
that was
claims
rigged.
and say that I get a paycheck from the DNC. Bro, I wish, but that's false. You're just mad that I'm smarter than you. You're mad that your man is down in the polls, and you're mad that this incredibly intelligent woman is going to beat the fuck out of him come November and is going to be running our country in a positive direction for the next 4 years. The MAGA cult is thinning. Republicans are turning against Trump. People are waking up, and I couldn't be more happy.
MAGA's a slogan. It's not a cult.
Amanda, thank you for the $5 on Venmo from the Harris administration. Thank you so much, Amanda. W's for Amanda in the chat. Thank you.
So what do you do with this money that you're getting on Venmo? Do you try to pay your $400 a month rent, or what are you doing with it?
Yo, Blaine, thank you for the $1 on Venmo, daily payment from the VP administration. And Sin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Proof that I'm from the DNC. Sin, I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for that.
On Venmo? What are you doing when you receive this money on Venmo? What do you do with it?
Oh my God, Nicole! Holy shit, Purdy with the $100 on PayPal from the DNC and the Harris administration. Holy shit, Purdy! Thank you so much for the $100. Let's get at least 500 W's for Purdy in the chat. What's a real job? Thank you so much, Purdy, for the $100, and Martha with the $10 on Venmo from the DNC. Sorry, what's a real job? India with the boxing gloves. Thank you so much.
$400 for an apartment. I saw somebody said in the
Thank you so
chat
much for the love. Thank you
was
so much for the
doable
love.
when Trump was in office.
Yo, Erica, thank you for the galaxy. Hey, buddy, what's a real job? Can you define that?
Do you go to work every day?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't see how.
I open up my phone, put it on its tripod, sit down, and dunk on idiots like you. That's great job. Phenomenal work. Sarah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for my real job, because classified docs are more concerning than tampons in a bathroom. So real. Thank you for the love, Sarah. I appreciate you. So can you define real job?
I just said where you wake up and you go to work every day.
You wake up and you go to work. Well, I wake up and I go on live.
And you steal money from all these poor people.
I steal money from poor people? How do I steal money from poor people? First of all, I think that's insane that you want to assume that the people that donate to me are poor. That's
No,
called
I meant like
disposable income.
poor,
And then
not
second of all, how am I stealing money from people when they're sending it out of in accordance with their own free will, given links to my Venmo, my PayPal, my bio? But yo, thank you so much, Nicole, for the $10 on Venmo. I'm so happy I could steal that from you. Thank you, Nicole. W's Nicole in the chat. And Ariel, thank you for the $4 on PayPal from the White House. I stole that from the White House.
They're sending you money based off your baseless claims and lies. So that's why I said
Wait, how could I be stealing it from them if they're sending it?
Not that they're poor, but poor for them for doing it.
Oh, yeah. So they're also poor for sending me money. How am I stealing it from them?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you, buddy.
Oh, do you think I'm like scamming them? I'm like scamming them, yeah, and stealing them out of their money because of my Venmo, my PayPal in the bio. Yo, Allison, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. You stole my money. I just stole my money. I just stole Allison's money. Thank you for the $5. And Karen, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I stole that one from the DNC too. Karen, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Marco, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for dunking on idiots all day long. I stole that from you, buddy. Bye, buddy, now. Mr. Crab's head ass, thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hey, so what is it? Do I steal money from poor people, or am I paid for by the DNC?
So here's a question for you. Are you using this money for personal gain, or using it to promote the Harris Walls campaign?
Nita, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo stolen from my poor wallet. I appreciate you for the love. Well, I use my money to pay my bills, and I use my money to invest in my long-term philanthropy goals. India, thank you for the manifesting, but that's none of your business, little boy. Lorenzo, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Thank you for stealing my money. Someone just thanked me for stealing their money. And Ariel, thank you for the $3 on PayPal hush money from Kamala's campaign. I appreciate you. Damn. Yo, Jesse, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. You stole this to pay your rent. I just stole money from Jesse to pay my rent. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. And yo, thank you so much for the champion. I really appreciate you for the love. I'm stealing so many people's money right now. I should go to jail. I'm a felon.
Are you going to debate me or are you going to just...
Blaine, thank you for the 50 cents on Venmo. Giving you my last 50 cents. Thank you so much, Blaine. Sorry, I'm shouting out donations.
Are you going to debate me or are you just going to...
Yo, Helen, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Stealing money from Helen. Josh, thank you for the $5 on Venmo from the Harris/Waltz administration. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you. And Helen with the $5 as well. Thank you so much.
And you have no backing with them. Trump is not accused of a rapist. He's not.
Janelle, shut up, buddy. Janelle, thank you for the $50 on Venmo accusing me of theft. Shut up, buddy. Janelle, thank you so much for the $50. Stealing $50 from Janelle. I want to see at least 100 W's for Janelle in the comment section for me stealing $50 from her. And Carson with the $5 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much for the love. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I'm almost just as much of a felon as Donald J. Trump.
You're triggered.
So pissed, obviously speaking. Wow. Hey, Michael, thank you for the 10 cents on Venmo. Stole that from him too. And yo, Ty, thank you for the 50 cents. And India with the boxing gloves. Thank you for the love. Thank you so much. Natalie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the bail fund. When I get put in jail for stealing people's money. Thank you so much, Natalie. Let's go. I really appreciate you for that. Sigma, thank you for the sunglasses. And Yama, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for stealing my money, sir. Exactly. I really appreciate you, Yama.
You want to debate?
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and debate. After I shout out Anna for the $25 on Venmo because Bat Crunchy is an angry idiot, I want to see at least 50 W's for Anna in the comment section right now for the $25 on Venmo, and W Jennifer's for the $10 on PayPal, straight from the Biden-Harris administration, stealing it from them too, and Evan with the $25 on Venmo for the bail fund when I get sent to jail for theft. Let's get 50 W's for Evan in the comment section, and Nikki, thank you for the $5. I stole that $5 from Nikki. Thank you for the love. And Brandon, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Stole that from Brandon as well. Thank you so much for the $10.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
Wait, you said that no one is sending me money, so what do you think I'm doing? Am I just like engaging in delusion actively?
You're scared. I think you're scared to talk about why Donald Trump's going to be the next president of the United States.
Okay, you know what we're going to go ahead and do? We're just going to go ahead and take 30 seconds here. We're going to flip it around. There's a first one, 19, 34, 47. Hope that works. Let's go ahead and hop back into the debate now that you got dunked on and you've been silenced. Tariel, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love, Tariel. Let's get at least 50 W's for Tariel in that chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Tariel.
Anybody can make fake PayPal accounts and send themselves money, so I don't know.
Wait. Are you kidding? Are you serious?
I'm just saying it's possible that you have like 50 PayPal accounts and you send yourself money to make yourself look like you're getting money.
And how am I doing? And how am I doing that while I'm on live talking to you?
I haven't seen your hands the whole time sitting there typing there, buddy.
So I'm just like typing away, signing in and signing out of 50 PayPal, sending all the money to myself at once, and they're all connected to separate bank accounts.
Or it's preset up.
Oh, so you think it's just like bots sending me my own money?
Could be.
So no wonder you're a Trump supporter. You're a conspiratorial fuck. Yo, odd dude, this guy's so fucking pressed that people are sending me money that he literally has to gaslight himself out of it. That is crazy. Ariel, thank you for the $2 on PayPal from the fake person. Yama with a $1 on Venmo for the fake person. And Marine, thank you for the $10 on Venmo from myself. Let's get some W's for Marine in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. Emily, thank you for the 22 setup dollars. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much, Marine. Let's get some W's. Hayes, thank you for the $1 on Venmo saying this amount matches his IQ. Natalie, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying this from a bot. Thank you so much for the love, Natalie. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much for the love, Natalie. Yo, we got all the bots going crazy. And Marco, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Marco, with the fake dollars. Thank you so much for the love. Yo, Vanessa, thank you for the $3 on PayPal on the bodiest bot from the bodiest spot around. Thank you for the love. Oscar with the $11 and the 11 cents saying stop sending yourself money. Dean W's for Oscar in the comment section. I really appreciate you for the love. I'm I'm sending myself so much money right now, bro. Lebert, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Backcountries didn't show him. That's crazy, Lebert. Thank you for the
still
love.
Yet to talk about anything politically related.
Let's do it. You asked me about the card shuffling. It's
I didn't know if it's an anxiety thing or what.
It's just like a fidget that I do. Anna, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
When you get
Want to see something
nervous?
cool? Wait,
When you
you're
get nervous?
conspiratorial fuck. You're gonna believe in magic. Tell me when to stop.
Stop.
All right, 6 of diamonds right there. Isn't that crazy? Do you believe I'm God now?
I do.
All right, obviously. Danica, thank you for the $25 on Venmo for the conspiratorial fuck. Let's get some W's for Danica in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. 50 W's for Danica. And yo, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo from Josephine. Thank you so much for the $10 and bot money, Josephine. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much. And Karin, thank you for the $3 on Venmo as well. I really appreciate you for that. And thank you for the You're Amazing. All right, so hey, specifically, can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more so than it benefited rich people?
Yeah, I just want to hit on one comment and then I'll answer your question. There was somebody in the chat that just said that your money should be going to charities, not TikTok creators. And
Yo, Gerard, thank you for the $10.
I 100% agree with that comment.
Yo, Doug Dimmadone, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. And Nat, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. W's for Doug and W's for Nat. Thank you so much. And Kira, thank you for the $2. And Antoni, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well. Yeah, so like people that are donating me their money, like they could send it wherever they want, and you're telling them that they shouldn't be sending it to me, right? I don't think you have control over what people do with their money. Are you advocating for more like government control of people's money? That's not very Republican of you. No. Yo, Purdy, thank you for the $42 on PayPal from the Money Bot. I want to see at least 100 W's for Purdy in the comment section right now for the $42 on PayPal. Holy shit. Let's get 100 W's for Purdy. Thank you for the love. Holy crap,
Somebody
you guys have been
just
going
asked
off.
if you've tried therapy in the comments, it might be worth looking into.
This is therapy for me. I love dunking on irrational MAGA supporters.
what have
Taylor,
you-
thank you for
what
the
have you done
$8
to
on
dunk
PayPal
on-
sent from a poorly designed NPC. Thank you for the
What
love,
have you
Taylor.
done to dunk on me?
Oh, man. Well, I mean, first of all, you said that my donations were fake and people started donating more. You said I was paid by the DNC. People started donating me money from the DNC. You said that all my donations were fake. I showed you my Venmo transaction lists. And then I proved to you that I'm the son of God by calling what card you'd stop on. We've been having fun.
Harris
Hey,
had 4 years to reduce inflation.
and they did. They actually were
And
back
they've
at the
done
same rate of
nothing, and she's done nothing.
So that's a big fat lie. The peak of inflation after the pandemic under Biden and Harris was 9%. We're back down to 2.9%, the same level we had in 2018. We've also had the quickest response from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. Dunked.
Trump has not been.
Josh, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. And Danica, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much. And
Trump
Sally,
was
thank you for the
never
$5 on
charged with
Venmo saying, don't worry, I
Trump
also
was
give to
never
plenty of
charged with
charities. Thank you.
SA. He was never.
Donica with the $10 on Venmo once again. Thank you so much for the love, Donica. W's for Donica down below. Go ahead.
I said Trump was never charged with SA at all.
Yeah, he literally was. He was held liable for it in a civil court.
Liable by a group of liberal jurors.
Liberal jurors. Yo, Natalie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Make America. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you for the love there, Natalie. Thank you for the love. Hey, so can you name, what's the name of his victim?
Margaret, some shit. I don't know. It's a lie, so I don't pay attention to it.
You don't know her name. Her name's E. Jean Carroll. Can you name one piece of evidence that she submitted in the courtroom?
No, because none of it was true. It was all made
Phenomenal.
up.
So here's the thing: you couldn't tell me the victim's name, and you couldn't tell me one piece of evidence that she submitted to prove that Trump had raped her, but yet you deny that Trump had raped her. This is like me staying inside for a month, but yet saying that it's like quite cold out, right? And I have no way of knowing that it's cold out if I've never gone outside. Just like you'd have no way of knowing that Trump absolutely didn't rape this woman if it's a case you don't even know her name nor one piece of evidence she submitted to the court. This is irrationality at its finest.
There's a conspiracy theory.
So do you see how like, it gets irrational for you to say that no, this woman was a liar, Trump did not rape her, when you don't even know one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court, nor do you know her name?
People make up lies all the time.
Right, but
you're lying about.
Don't you have to Don't you have to specifically validate, right, that it would be a lie by at least looking into the evidence that she submitted to prove him guilty?
She didn't validate that it happened. There wasn't one piece of evidence that was submitted that was true or factual.
Right. Actually, she did validate that it happened. And that's why the jury unanimously ruled when they didn't have to unanimously rule, including 2 Trump supporters, that Trump had raped her.
So what trouble did he get in over this?
He had to pay out $87 million.
Do you have any proof of that? You don't have any proof of that.
I do, right? So it's called the jury conviction, the jury verdict sheet. So if you look up Politico, right, jury verdict sheet, Trump v. Carroll, you'll see the official court documents coming from the state of New York, right, showing where the jury says that it has been proven that Mr. Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll, as well as it details the settlement amounts.
So you don't have any firsthand knowledge of it. You're making an assumption based off something you read. You have no firsthand knowledge of it.
There's the first-hand account is the court
You weren't in that dressing room. You don't know what happened. You are assuming something that you read online.
Have you ever been to a Trump rally?
Yeah.
When?
In Montana about, 6 days ago?
So do you know that Trump is still running for president today?
Yes.
How? You don't have any first-hand knowledge of that, only things that you've read online.
I know. It's second-hand knowledge, correct.
So yeah, but obviously, remember,
I'm not admitting
you only accept first-hand knowledge. You can't accept something that you read online, right? You don't know, right, for a fact that Trump is still running for president today.
I'm just saying,
haven't
you
seen him.
personally have no proof.
You personally have no proof, right? You haven't talked to Trump in the last 5 days. You haven't seen him on the campaign trail with your own 2 eyes. What reason do you have to believe that he's still running for president?
I'm not the one accusing him of it. You are. I'm not the one accusing him of it. You are. So I don't have anything else to say because I don't think that it's true. Doesn't mean that I'm not accusing him of it.
Wait, I have a question. Are you a Christian?
Kind of half and half. I mean, I believe, but I don't go to church. No.
What firsthand knowledge do you have of Jesus' resurrection?
I don't have any.
But you believe he resurrected, so that would contradict
it's a belief. It's not a fact. I believe that, but it's not something that I can factually say has happened.
Okay, so you'd say that Christianity isn't factually true.
I personally don't have any proof. No, it's a belief of mine.
So you believe things without evidence?
I have to believe something.
You're very irrational. So you believe that Trump literally died and resurrected from the dead without evidence, but you reject that Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll, even though there exists an insurmountable amount of evidence.
I'm just saying you don't have...
Nicole, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Nicole. And another Natalie, thank you for the $7 on Venmo as well. And Caitlin with the $20 on Venmo. Let's go. Massive W's for Caitlin in the chat. I really appreciate you for that. Massive W's for Caitlin, Nicole, and Natalie down below. Thank you so much, you guys. But yeah, I wanted to touch on the fact that you said I had no proof of the settlement being reached, that he had to pay her $90 million. Right, so I referenced you court documents that have the name of the court case, even have the date in the court in which it was held in, and have the official court number that you could reference with the New York State government website. How would this not be sufficient proof for the idea that he had to pay out $90 million?
Then why is everybody in the comments saying that he didn't pay anything? We can go back and read through your comments.
For the same reason that people are in my comments when I'm running on a Flat Earther live that say the Earth is flat, or the same reason people will be in my comments saying that God's real when I'm running a Christian live. There's always going to be more than one conspiracy theorists, right?
There's tons of people right now saying that he didn't pay. I don't know.
Just like there was tons of people saying during the times of slavery that it wasn't wrong to own black people as property, right? Crowd consensus and popular belief doesn't dictate truth. I'm giving you evidence, right? They're giving you their word of mouth. I'm giving you a court document. They're giving you nothing. I'm giving you the title, right, and the court number that you could reference, right, with a New York State website, and they're just giving you text on your phone screen, right? So obviously you're not referencing fact here, and you're probably a really irrational human being.
I can give you evidence that when Trump was in office, I was paying $1.72 a gallon for gas, and that now I'm paying $3.67 a gallon for gas. I can give you evidence that a dozen eggs are costing me $4.25. When Trump was in office, they were $1.23. I can give you that evidence. I don't know what else you need. I don't care about policies. That's what was happening when he was in office, and this is what's happening when Biden's in office now for 4 years.
Yeah. So how did the Biden-Harris administration cause an increase in the price of gas?
I don't like I said, I'm not going to give you specific policies, but there was obviously something that Trump was doing that was right to keep the cost of gas and groceries down when he was in office.
Okay. Well, I actually reject that. So what was he doing?
That's what I'm saying. I don't have an answer for you, but I'm saying that when he was in office, I was paying those prices, and now that he is not, I am no longer doing that. And I have to believe that when he gets back into office in November, the prices will go back to where they were.
Right. So you have a very simplistic view of the presidency. You're essentially saying if something happens while a president is serving, it's their fault. So would it be fair for me to say that the record high unemployment rate, the highest since the Great Depression that we saw at the end of Trump's presidency, was also his fault?
Yeah, I guess. Let me ask you a question. If you were managing a business and under your, let's say you were selling just something off the top, shoes, right? And when you were managing the business, you were selling 5,000 pairs of shoes a day. And then you left office, or you left your managerial spot, and somebody else came in and they were only selling 200 pairs of shoes a day. Do you think that the new manager would get the blame for why the demand of sales are down?
Definitely not if we could attribute the sales being down to something else with certainty. Just like we could attribute the inflation onset in America with certainty to the pandemic, because we didn't just see the inflation locally here in the US, but we saw it in every country around the world.
Listen,
However, it is the
block
case
starts from
that
the
the
top
US
down.
had the quickest rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. Right? And I just want to use your logic for one other thing here. Once again, it happened while Trump was in power. It didn't happen while Biden was in power. So specifically speaking, I didn't have a girlfriend while Trump was president. I have had a girlfriend while Biden's been president. Can I blame Trump for keeping me single?
I mean, you're talking freaking tomatoes and tomatoes, man.
Just like you're talking tomatoes and tomatoes when you attribute higher gas prices to the Biden-Harris administration.
The point
They've
I
done
was trying
nothing
to
to raise the
make
price
is
of gasoline. There's
the
been no
chopping
policy
block
that has done
starts
that.
from the
There's been no
top
executive
down.
order that's done that. It's the same logic, right? It's the same fucking logic. Me not having a girlfriend under Trump, having one under Biden is just like you paying lower for gas prices under Trump, higher for gas prices under Biden, right? There was no influence that the Biden-Harris administration had on the price of gasoline that caused it to increase.
I would assume you probably lied to your girlfriend, told her that you were actually a Republican. She realized that you were a man, and that's probably why you got a girlfriend.
Okay, so you'd say as I'm a Democrat, I'm not a man?
I'm saying that you...
Shit, thank you so much for the boxing glove. I really appreciate you so much.
I think that boxing glove was for me, bud.
Wow, you are really delusional. 34. That was not for you. Anyways, so I think, honestly, it's very progressive of you. You're saying, right, I'm not a man, even though I'm an adult human male with a penis. It seems like you're almost making some recognition that being a man or a woman is going to be predicated on a social construct in comparison to what's in between your legs.
You don't
claps around the room. Claps around the room. Then also, I think it's funny. One second. I'll let you finish. I think it's funny that you're saying in order to be a man, you need to support a rapist, felon, fraudster that stripped the federal protections for access to fundamental rights such as access to healthcare from all 170 million American women and girls. Like, you're literally saying in order to be a true man, you have to be a narcissistic piece of shit. Like, come on, brother. Thank you so much for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you for that. Before I started coming here on TikTok and talking about my political feelings, my thoughts, feelings, etc. Right? You understand I went to the gym every day, right? I did these things that were conventionally considered to be masculine, right? Especially by the right, had big muscles, right? I'm big into cars, etc. And then as soon as I started, saying things like, hey, maybe we shouldn't treat women like shit, all of a sudden I'm a beta soy boy cock that lets other men bang my girlfriend. But TY, I really appreciate you for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much, TY. Let's get some W's for TY in the comment section. So all that you're telling me here is that the modern alpha male movement doesn't uplift like critical thought, rationalism, engaging in subjects with evidence-based beliefs. It only uplifts narcissism. It only uplifts misogyny and harm perpetuated onto others, right? But in my mind, I'd say that you're the little boy for projecting your insecurities onto others. You're the little boy for holding to beliefs in which are harmful to the people around you with no good reason. You're the little boy for getting up on my live, becoming incredibly emotional and starting whining about how I'm not a man when you get logically debunked. I'm the man, you're the boy. That's the facts.
Is there facts that I got 383 points in my chat box and you got 152, bud?
152? What?
Your little blue stars there. You got 152. I got 383.
Yeah, you have $1.50 on your account, and I have 70 cents on my second account.
Okay, well, your supporters are coming in hot. There they go. They got it up there.
I have 31,000 coins on my account that I'm streaming on right now.
Yeah, nice. Well, what I consider a man is going hunting and fishing and being outdoors and teaching their kids values and right from wrong. And I don't think that you have that in you. I don't think you do, buddy.
Okay, so would you say that Donald Trump is not a real man because he can't distinguish between right and wrong?
I would say that Donald Trump has real man values and cares about his family.
Well, if he cares about his family, then why has he incessantly sexualized his daughter over the course of the last 20 years? So you could actually record like tapes at the time, and it was posted on the internet 7 years ago, and it originally aired in
The
1992.
quality was way too good for it to be recorded in 1982.
You could fact check this with literally so many sources.
My bad. 32 years ago, I said 24 or something like that, but it was 32 years ago.
So this did air in 1992.
Yeah, so that was 32 years ago.
Right. Trump sexualized a fifth grader.
And you're saying that it's true, and the quality of it sounds like it would be audio from today.
Why would you? What?
The quality.
They had microphones in 1992.
It sounded like shit and were super fuzzy, and you couldn't hear anything.
No, you're thinking about like 1892.
No, they definitely didn't have audio in 1892.
They actually did.
They didn't. They did not have audio.
You don't know your history.
You're going to tell me they had audio in 1892?
They did.
Prove it.
Bro, super unrelated to the debate.
You can't. Exactly.
Please look it up on YouTube.
You just got caught in a lie. You just got caught in a lie.
No.
You did.
They could ingrain audio into, what was it, like wax spools, and then play it back given the vibrations on the wax spool. The phonograph.
Gentlemen, our next guest claims to be back and better than ever. If that's true, why is he here?
So how good would you say this microphone is?
Please welcome to the program the always interesting, dynamic Donald Trump. Donald.
Would you say that this audio is good?
Yeah.
So this was another interview that Trump gave in May 21st of 1992.
Maybe of 2022.
No, this was him on Letterman in 1992.
Okay.
So I reject your claim, right, that the audio was quote unquote too good in the clip of him sexualizing a little girl to be from 1992, because I just played you another one of Trump's interview from the same year, and you said that the audio was also good.
Can I ask you a legit question? Just one question.
Are you capable?
Yeah, this is actually, I feel like, pretty fair. Do you think that regardless of your and I's political views or anybody else's political views, that we need to unite as a country and become one and whole?
Yeah, we need to unite away from, the domestic threat to our country's federal government that tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 vote, that being Donald Trump. We need to unite away from systemic misogyny and the perpetuation of rape culture, the individual perpetuating it be Donald Trump. We need to unite away from the person that puts himself above the country in any conceivable scenario, such as the border or like the outcome of the 2020 election, that being Donald Trump. We need to unite around Harris, 110%. I agree with you. Couldn't agree. Couldn't agree anymore.
Instead of you saying yes, you again attack Donald Trump for no reason.
Well, I attacked Donald Trump for staging a coup to rig the outcome of the 2020 election. Is that no reason?
That's a lie. That's false.
No, that's not a lie. He sent fake fake votes into the electoral
Find
college.
any sort of proof of that. Find any sort of proof. That's not CNN.
Oh shit! You just got.
Why did I get
flagged for that? Yeah, dude, just look up Trump fake electorate scheme. He's admitted it to the Supreme Court and is seeking immunity, calling it an official action. Drew, thank you for the $5 on Vim. I really appreciate you for the love. Audio recording began in 1877. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute. This guy got flagged. Why did he get flagged? Probably like for hate speech. I don't know why though. Guys, if you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let me know down below. And if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. We're gonna move on to our next guest at this point, y'all. For the 5.2 thousand people in here, if you're MAGA and you want to come up, let me know. Dude, honestly, like people like that last guest, like I don't know, I only keep them up here for like the entertainment value, just so people could see how like not that bright some Trump supporters are. Like that conversation was ultimately never gonna go anywhere. What's up, Michelle? How old are you? Michelle, you're on the live. Hi, hello. All right, we're going to move on to our next guest. Guys, if you're in the queue and you want to come up and debate, let me see a me down below, right? We're just currently looking for more people to come up and debate right now, live on air. Yo, Paige, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. And Drew with the $5. Paige with another $1. And Nicole with the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to move on to our next guest. We are going to see what our next guest here has to say, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute to get them loaded up. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're here to debate and do double tap on that phone screen, ladies and gentlemen. Still just looking for next guest. By the way, if you are a woman and you're voting for Trump, I would love for you to come up. So just let me know down below in the chat. Let me see a me down below if you want to come up and debate, guys. We're just looking for a next guest here, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute. Just give us a minute. Do you be patient? What's up, user? How old are you?
Hi, Dean. I'm 31.
Are you voting for Trump?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. Jacob, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, user, why are you voting for Trump? User disconnected. User, if you didn't mean to disconnect, hop back in the queue. I feel like you kind of wanted to have a conversation there. Don't know what happened. Anyways, Jacob, while I'll just talk to you in the meantime, why are you voting for Trump?
So I've more focused on sort of the LGBT side, economically, I'm not too educated in that area.
Oh, yeah, let's go ahead and talk about the LGBTQ plus community. A couple ground rules. So if you say GAY on the live, your account will be flagged and I'm going to have to kick you, but I want to have a good long conversation with you exactly how you feel. So we're going to use the word lesbian to reference everybody who isn't straight. We're going to use the word lesbian to reference the entirety of the LGBTQ plus community because that is the one word that TikTok doesn't ban us for. So go ahead, let's talk about it. And Lebert, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Lebert. But take it away, sir.
All right. So one of the things I'm big into the youth that we have today, right? The youth is the next up and coming part of our country, right? It's who we raise up. So one of the things, the biggest thing that I'm voting for Trump is for people who identify as the opposite gender. And would like to medically transition to that, right? Harris supports allowing that transition medically for people under 18, which to me seems very wrong. I wrote a thesis about why it should be illegal in all states for that to be the case until.
So why should it be illegal?
Because of the harmful medical effects, right?
Such as what?
So I can pull it up more.
It's funny how like Trump supporters will like tell like the LGBTQ plus community to stay out of their lives, keep it in the bedroom, and then this motherfucker writes a thesis on them. Okay, sorry.
I'm not saying that. Right. So people who took Lupron, which is the substitute use for puberty blockers, right? Because the government hasn't approved puberty blockers for medical transition because of the harmful medical effects that can be used. But people who used Lupron to increase their height at a young age, they had like brittling teeth and like their bones were like getting thinner, and hair was falling out. All of these effects happen to them.
Oh, wait, shit. Would you say that you'd support like gender affirming care for our youth if it is the case that it doesn't have like unforeseen negative consequences?
Would you say like socially or medically?
Medically.
No, I would not.
So if it is the case that like you'd say that you don't support it because of the unforeseen negative medical consequences of Lupron, but then you'd say even if Lupron didn't have these unforeseen negative medical consequences, you still wouldn't support it. That's not going to be the reason you don't support it. Like I'm going to go ahead and give you my position real quick just on this specific sub issue. I think that it's like totally fair to hold to a position, right? If like the said form of healthcare, right, is actually like detrimental medically speaking, that we should look into alternatives that aren't detrimental medically speaking. We don't disagree there. We just need to be looking for forms of like hormone replacement therapy or gender affirming care that doesn't have these high rates of unforeseen medical consequences. But now that we got it out of the way that you don't really care about that, right? Socially speaking, why would you say that like either youth or adults shouldn't have access to GAC?
I'm saying that adults, right? If you're over 18, right? Or 18 or over, you can do whatever you want, right? It's a country. You can do whatever you want, and I'm not going to try and stop you from that.
Okay.
However,
can you name another scenario where we like deny minors healthcare that we did not deny to adults?
Well, not necessarily. Well, I wouldn't call it healthcare, right? Because we can prescribe antidepressants to minors, right? That allow them to
Okay, so gender dysphoria is going to be recognized by the DSM and the APA,
Right, exactly.
the AMA as well. And what we particularly see here is that gender affirming care has good consequences in the long term, right? It reduces levels of gender dysphoria, it affirms one's internalized sense of self, and it would have positive outcomes, and it would be just as much of a form as necessary healthcare as any other, right? Very similar to getting braces or, undergoing a surgery to maybe fix a deviated septum, right? These are going to be conventionally accepted forms of healthcare that would serve as a benefit for the lives of anybody, not just adults, but also our youth, right? And then another big part of the equation that's put out here is that actually GAC hormone treatment is reversible. That's another fact, right? So I don't think that there's any good reason to say that minors shouldn't have access to said forms of healthcare. But then when we also consider the fact that they don't just get to walk into the hospital and get it done same day, they have to undergo years of therapy. They have to talk to medical health professionals left and right, and they have to get an official all clear right from said medical health professionals, multiple of them. It makes it incredibly clear that this is just as much of a form of healthcare as any other.
Right. And evidence in these medical professionals that have allowed minors to go through gender affirming care, they have allowed minors who have had...
Mari, thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo for battling against Dunning-Kruger MAGA sheep. I appreciate you for the love, Mari. W. Mari's in the chat. And Aaron, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the lesbians. Aaron, I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W for Aaron down below.
Right. We've seen that these medical professionals have allowed people, they allowed this one girl who was diagnosed schizophrenic to go through the GAC process. And so they've allowed minors who clearly are not mentally stable enough to make these decisions for themselves to go through these processes.
Okay. Well, I mean, so like, first of all, I think like in like under like particular conditions where someone like wouldn't be in a state to like make medical decisions for themselves, that we should just treat it as we would literally any other scenario, right? And pass that burden off to like someone else the same way like we would in literally any other scenario. I don't see how this is going to be antithetical to that of GAC, right? We just follow like the conventional like terms of use here, right? If someone is not in a condition to make medical decisions for themselves, they can't make medical decisions for themselves.
Yeah.
What does that tell us about like the use of GAC as a whole?
1 second. I saw a comment that asked what discipline I wrote my thesis in. I was classically educated through high school, and since I was 5th grade, studying.
Could you talk to me here?
I'm just addressing a comment because they asked me a question, so I'm going to answer that real quick. You've been acknowledging donors to you, and not only acknowledging with me. So I'm just going to take.
So Jacob, like I will, like, if you want to like acknowledge the comment section because you don't know how to respond to my points, I'll just send you back down to the comment section.
What was the question
now that
again?
I see like the obvious like attitude that you're going to be putting off here, we're just going to skip to the end. And we're going to get you in the gotcha. So you seem to really care about the safety of minors, right?
Correct.
And you want to ban like forms of healthcare because it has bad outcomes on minors, right?
Specifically, medical gender affirming care. Yes.
And what is the leading cause of death for minors?
It's suicide.
No, false. It's guns.
It's guns.
So if you want to ban gender affirming care because of its negative consequences on minors, why don't we go ahead and skip to the chase? We look at the largest negative consequence for minors, the biggest cause of death being guns. Do you support strict gun control to reduce minor fatality rates?
No, I do not, and I will tell you why. Just because something is legal does not prevent the ability to obtain the item, right? In Texas, it's illegal to possess marijuana, yet people possess
Caught a
marijuana.
stray. I'm so sorry, bro. You can't say the names of drugs on the lives. Dude, he literally caught such a fucking stray there. God damn it. Oh, fuck, bro. Oh, man. Hey, but Jacob, I know you're still watching. I had to kick you because you said the name of a drug. But specifically speaking, we do see with stricter gun control in areas, there's less gun deaths per capita. That's a fact. You'd have a decent hypothesis if we didn't have data that proved it wrong. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here, y'all. Natalie, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Natalie. And Laura with the $5 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much for the love. Laura says, way to rep Colorado. Shout out to the DUMB ass that says audio was not available in the 1890s. Yo, so real. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here. If you are MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let me know down below. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here literally right now, y'all. All right, we're just still looking to get our next guest up. If you want to come up and debate, literally let me know right now in the comment section. We're looking for our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just do be patient. Do give us a minute to get our next debate going. In the meantime, double tap. We are so close to 1 million likes, ladies and gentlemen. It is not funny. Make sure that you're double tapping on that live and sharing the stream out with a couple friends. What's up, Mercury? How old are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. How old are you?
26.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Am I allowed to say I don't know and then ask you some questions?
In my Discord, yes, I would love to talk to you in my Discord, right? I love talking to people that are not convinced or just right in the middle, don't know who to vote for. In the Discord, I want to convince you, but on the live, we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters. And yo, Cammy, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get 100 W's in the chat for Cammy literally right now. Thank you for the love.
Hey, what's up?
All right, they're driving right now, but seriously, Cammy, thank you so much for the love. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest, Kyle, up in the box. Massive W's for Cammy. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, or my bio, I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. What's up, Kyle? How old are you? All right, Kyle automatically left. All right, guys, get back to spamming MAGA in the comment section if you want to come up and debate. I'm going to go ahead and pull you up here. We're just looking for a next debate. Be patient while we are. All right, we're going to try to get Haz to load up. We're going to go ahead and try to get our next guests. Everybody just be patient. Rank Rider 44. We're going to try to get you to load up as well. Chloe, I got you with an invite. J Rocks, I got you with an invite. We are getting our next contestant up on the live. What's going on? You're obviously of age. You're voting for Trump, yeah?
That is correct. Can you hear me?
Sure can. And why are you voting for Trump, my good sir?
All right. So I was uncertain about Trump in 2016, along with 2020.
But then after he stages the coup to overthrow our government, you're certain. Of course. I get it. So why are you voting for Trump?
The main reason is that during COVID, first off, I would like to ask you, you do believe that the whitehouse.gov is a credible source, correct?
Fuck no. Fuck no. No. Hell no. Hell no.
Really?
Yeah, whitehouse.gov, right? When we're like, what they do is that the current administration could just literally post anything they want on there.
Oh, what about the CDC?
More credible, yeah.
Okay, so you do agree that Biden, can you confirm the date that Biden took over the Oval Office? What year and day?
I don't know when inauguration occurs. Is that on the 18th?
To get out if they didn't get the vaccine. With that being said, right now, the military is having trouble to keep a retention rate to strengthen back our military with soldiers, airmen, seamen, and, Coast Guard and things like that. That shows on my part that they came, whatever they did, they weakened us as an entirety, taken away from our social norms and today we're all sitting here with no forced vaccinations, no mandated masks, nothing to that nature. We're just living life as usual. So I'm voting for Trump because of that.
So, who mandated vaccines for the military?
It's I want to say that the CDC informed President Biden and Vice President Harris, in which they signed off on to go ahead and put the mandates into place.
Secretary of Defense did. Also, I'm just curious. You're saying that the vaccine mandates weakened our country. So we had vaccine mandates to prevent more unnecessary deaths of U.S. citizens. So if we didn't see as many people as they did take the vaccine, we didn't reach herd immunity as soon as we did, we would only have seen more unnecessary deaths of U.S. citizens. So what is going to weaken our country more, right? A political division caused by the ignorance of the right rejecting the efficacy of the vaccine on the basis of no fact, just the conspiratorial hearsay of the guy that staged a coup overthrow our government, or U.S. citizens dying as a result. Obviously, U.S. citizens dying as a result is going to weaken our country more.
It was the left who had control over the House and the Senate during that time.
Not relevant to what I said. I asked you what would weaken our country more, right? Conspiratorial hearsay pushed out as propaganda by the guy that tried to stage a coup against our government, saying that okay, I let you talk, or are you going to let me talk?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So you're talking about how the I don't even want to repeat myself. I can't even believe that I have to do this. This is so annoying for me. Let's just get some L's in the chat for the guest already. Oh my God, I hate this. Okay, back to what I was saying. You're saying that the vaccine mandate weakened the state of the country, right? Well, the reason for the vaccine mandate was to prevent more unnecessary deaths of U.S. citizens and to more quickly reach herd immunity to prevent even more unnecessary deaths down the line. The reason that we saw political division over the vaccine mandate and the efficacy of the vaccine as a whole was because of the conspiratorial BS pushed out by this man at the end of his term. and that was the cause of the political division. But my question to you is, what is going to weaken our country more? People being divided over ignorance, or people dying because they didn't take the vaccine? People dying because they didn't take the vaccine. People dying because herd immunity wasn't reached as quick as it was. That would weaken our country more. And then what weakened our country the most was the biggest internal attack on our democracy and on our government since the Civil War, when Trump staged a coup to overthrow our government with the use of a violent insurrection by sending fake votes into the Electoral College to be counted as real by Mike Pence, if done correctly, would have certified him as the winner of the election.
To be honest, Trump didn't take our freedom away. Biden and Harris did.
Trump took the freedom away of Trump tried to take the freedom away from every single American voter in the 2020 election, and here's how. So he knew that he wanted to maintain power given the re-election in 2020. We have sources as soon as September 9th when he called for the Proud Boys to stand by the voting polls to press people into voting for him. We have sources from October saying that he would claim victory over the election the night of the election, even if he was behind in the polls, and he would say that stop the count. That's what he did. And then he sent in fake electoral votes from 7 different states that deemed him as the true winner of those states, that would have swayed the Electoral College and its facility to elect him as our president, and he just wanted the real votes from those states to be cast out. That is infringing upon the civil and electoral processes of a functioning democracy, and that is an attempt to stage a coup to overthrow those same processes within our federal government. That is him taking the freedom of voting, right, for our representatives on the federal on the federal level away from every single American voter in said election.
Right now, I'm just hearing hearsay.
That's not hearsay.
But the truth of the matter is,
1 second. What claim would you like evidence for? Nothing I just said was hearsay.
did he get convicted of it? Was he brought to court and trialed and in prison for it? Because he should be in prison if that's the case.
Yeah. He actually is. So it's going to be the January 6th indictment. He's currently in court arguing that his actions were an official duty of his presidency, right? So the court case hasn't concluded yet, but his defense is admitting to the actions and just saying that it was an official act of his presidency.
Okay, but until he's tried and convicted, then, I mean, to me, it's all hearsay.
No, Jay Rocks, I'm literally saying that his defense is admitting to what he's accused of, but arguing that it was an official act of his presidency that he should have immunity for.
Okay, so what's going to be the outcome? I mean, are they still going to court for it? What's the problem?
The relevance of you mentioning
I can't judge somebody until they're convicted.
You could judge him for staging the coup to overthrow our government because he admitted to that.
Okay, well, when he does get tried and convicted, then to me, it's just all hearsay until then.
I'm so sorry. You're really fucking stupid. I'm literally telling you that he's admitting to these actions and arguing that he should have immunity for them. That's not hearsay.
I don't know if he admitted to the actions.
You're so dumb. Like, dude, like, I'm so sorry. You're so dumb.
I'm just on here to let you know. You're asking people to come up and why.
Lindsay, thank you for the $5 of it. You're so dumb. Wait, 1 second.
No, because Biden and Harris took my freedom away, along with you.
You're so dumb. Wait, J Rocks, you're so dumb. Like, you understand what? You know what? Like, so you're saying that it's hearsay that he did these things, even though he's admitted to doing these things. How do you solve that?
If he admitted to it, then he would be in prison.
No. I've explained to you 4 times why it's not. What's my explanation?
Courts, hearings.
So J Rocks, I've given you an explanation insofar as to the reason he's not in prison right now for doing this.
So you're saying his lawyers are delaying it. That's why he's not in prison.
And his lawyers are making the argument that it was an official act of his presidency.
Okay. Well, if it turns out that it was an official act of his presidency, then till then you can't judge him. I mean,
wait, the court ruling is just deciding if he is getting immunity for what he did or if he's not getting immunity for what he did. Right? Him getting governmental immunity or not getting governmental immunity doesn't change the fact that he staged a coup to overthrow our government. Right? I don't really care if he's immune or not immune from legal repercussions. I only care that he committed the coup.
And I understand where you're coming from, but he's innocent until proven guilty. It is what it is. I mean,
you're really stupid.
okay, you're going to go against the Supreme Court's judgments on innocent until proven guilty.
It's
that's common sense, bro.
his defense is that he's innocent not because he didn't do it, but he's innocent because he should be immune from it. Like, listen, imagine, let's just put this like in the context of Trump's grape case. So, like, imagine that he was taken to court for raping a woman, and his defense was, yeah, I raped the woman, but there's some very, like, small, like, legal indifference. Like, maybe they submitted a piece of evidence into the court wrong, therefore the court case should be thrown out. Like, he hasn't been criminally convicted, and maybe even the case will be thrown out because of some small discrepancy with evidence submitted to the court, but he's still admitting that he raped a woman, and that's what we'd care about, right? And the same way here, right? He's admitting that he tried to stage a coup to overthrow a government. He's just arguing that he should be immune from legal repercussions.
In the E. Jean Carroll case, when you're saying that he admitted to grape, there's two different definitions for grape and for assault.
Okay,
right?
I'm just gonna go ahead and kick you, man. Wow. Okay. Crazy. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here. Phew. Fucking hell. Some people are just really stupid, guys. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. These are rough. Yeah, that was like unbelievable. That's the first time I've like called someone stupid in like a week. All right, guys, if you're mad, let me know in the comment section. By the way, we actually did get a live restriction for that guy saying the name of a drug. We may have to restart the stream. But guys, is Parker live right now? Because if he is live, I don't really want to restart. I'm just going to play it out until the end. What's up, Colton? How old are you?
Oh, right, 24.
Colton's driving. Unfortunately, we just got to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. If you want to come up and debate, right, let me know down below. All right, let me see a MAGA, right, spam down below.
Top 1%. But that helped him. Hold on just a second.
Sleepy ghost. Go to bed. All right, for the 4.5 thousand of y'all in here, we're honestly going to try a restart on the stream if we drop below like 4.1. So we're going to start dropping still because of the age restriction. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here. Everyone just give us a minute. If you're mad and you want to come up and debate, let me know down below. We're just still looking for a next guest of the night, y'all. So everyone just do be patient while we are getting that going. Right, I'm like, oh, what the hell just happened to the screen? Y'all see that glitch? What the fuck was that? All right, moving on to our next guest. Still looking for a next debate here, guys.
If you're
Test?
I'm here.
You have a crazy echo.
I have a crazy. Okay, hold on 1 second. I'll fix it.
Bet. All right, while she's fixing that, y'all, do double tap on that phone screen. I would hate to restart after this, but unfortunately, we're going to have to do that. It's a deep state glitching. So real, so true, so on God. It was a MAGA hack.
Did that fix it?
I'm so sorry.
Oh,
you still have an echo.
You still have an echo.
All right, for the 4.4 thousand people in here, we're going to go ahead and restart the stream. We just kind of need to get taken care of the age restriction. Because when we get an age restriction, it essentially means that no one new can come into the live. So for the 4.3 thousand people that are in here, y'all are lucky. Hit the follow button, even if you disagree with me. Hit the follow button, because I'm going to be back on live in no time at all. And yeah, just tune right back in. If you want to secure your spot tuning right back into the live, just click on my profile picture, click through to my account, then refresh it. I'll just be right back on live. It's super simple, it's super easy, it's super quick. I really hope that all 4.3 thousand of y'all come back. I hate when I restart because like thousands of people don't come back. But yeah, I'm going to see y'all in like 10 seconds. Right, shooting out to that For You page, double tap on the phone screen, share out that live, spam the comment section. All right, let's just quickly get back on that For You page so we could just quickly get our shit right back in order. You know, all right, let's get my main account up here as a guest as well. We're going to go to throw that on mute. And we're going to hop right back into the debates. If you support Trump, hop in that queue. Y'all already know. All right, let's go get Jeremiah up here for the first debate of the night. We're on the go. Let's get Dean back up. Hell fucking yeah. For the 1.1 thousand people in here, dudes start double tapping. What's up, Jeremiah? How old are you?
Shut the fuck up, faggot. I'll beat the shit out of you, real shit.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, that is what I call a little boy, Jeremiah. I laugh at people like you. I laugh very hardly. Moving on to our next guest. Let's go and see what Griffin has to say. So the quiet part out loud, the bigotry of the right. pissed off cavemen banging rocks together, thinking that he's doing something.
Oh, we in here?
What's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
You voted for Trump?
Possibly.
All right. Well, we are just looking for people that are definitely voting for Trump, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute while we are getting our next guest up in here, y'all. For the 1.6 thousand people tuning back in from the restart, do double tap on that phone screen. What's up? How old are you?
I am 19. Can you hear me well?
Sure can. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
All right. And why's that?
I'm liking his policies or whatever. Actually, what policy?
Truly, name one policy that Trump
up?
influenced to get passed that you agreed with.
I liked the job market one. Oh shit! I had like so many things pulled up.
Moving on to our next guest, boring. We're gonna go and see what our next guest has to say. Let's go to get Christian up in the live. I liked his job market one. What the hell? We're gonna go and see what our next guest has to say, y'all. Everyone, do be patient. What's up, Christian? How old are you?
4.
Are you driving? They are driving. I'm so sorry, everybody. We just have to, kind of just give it a minute. I know that this sucks, ladies and gentlemen, but everyone just be patient. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here literally right now, y'all. Let's go to get David up on the stream. For the first 2,000 of y'all in here, welcome into the stream. I'm so grateful for y'all coming back. Be patient while we're getting the first debate going. Honestly, comment down below if you want to be pulled up. Just say MAGA in the comment section. I'm going to pull you up. What's up, Reek? How old are you?
34.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
And why is that?
I think he's a good person. He's good at golf.
Okay, so you said that Trump is a good person. So
a
someone that is
great person.
So you'd say that a rapist is a great person. You'd say that the womanizer and a sexualizer of little girls is a great person.
No, man, I'm not voting for him.
All right, moving on to our next guest. Guys, let us know in the comment section if you are voting for Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still looking for debates. Do we still have an echo? Oh, it fixed. Look at that. You're voting for Trump, yeah?
Yep.
All right. So why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? He has a vehemently sexist track record.
I don't care that he doesn't care about me. I don't expect politicians to care about me.
I mean, we should expect politicians not to be rapist womanizers, right?
He wasn't found guilty of grape.
He sure was.
He was not, and I can pull up the jury verdict form if you'd like. The first question on it says that he did, they proved that Trump raped her, and the check is no.
So real, so true. The jury verdict form does say that. Hey, I got a question. Would you agree that anything going into a woman's vagina without her consent is rape?
I don't understand why Democrats and people on the left care about this all of a sudden.
Okay, well, why do you stop caring about it all of a sudden when I ask you a question?
No, I have, but for the last 50 years, Democrats have done this to women and not demanded justice. So why are they concerned about it now?
Well, first of all, I don't think that we've had a Democrat president that had been held civilly liable for rape.
No, because nobody's changed the laws to allow them to do that.
I'm really confused on what you're asking. Maybe I could just give you a good response. I don't really care about your political affiliation. If we have like a public official such as a president that is a rapist and people didn't demand justice for that, didn't advocate against them, they're bad people too. But now that we could kind of stay on topic, would you agree that anything going inside of a woman's vagina without her consent is rape?
If I believe the woman, yeah.
Okay, so then you do think that Trump was held liable for rape. The reason that the first question on the jury verdict form reads that Trump isn't guilty of rape is because the state of New York only defined a male member entering in to a female member without consent as rape at the time, and they held him liable for inserting his fingers into her vagina without consent, right? But as we just determined, we both agree that what he did would be rape.
Well, why did she say that he inserted his member and then change it?
Well, she actually didn't say that.
Yes, she did. She said it in her interviews and in her book.
Right. So just to clarify here, right, her specific statements in the court of law was that it was either the male member or the fingers. He had both out, and she didn't know.
Have you ever been assaulted?
Into her.
Have you ever been?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay. Well, that's not something you forget. And also, E. Jean Carroll got on the stage.
So who are you to speak for victims?
I'm a victim.
So just because you're a victim does not give you a monopoly to speak.
It doesn't give me a monopoly, but it also gives me a right to question. And she changed her story multiple times.
She didn't. She literally did. Name the changes in her story.
She changed her story and she said that he threw her down and assaulted her. Then she said he put his member in her. Then she changed it to her fingers. She said that there was semen on her dress. There was not. She said on the stand that this was harmful for her.
Misinformation, literally misinformation.
That is
about
not
the dress.
misinformation.
The court had verified that there was unknown male sperm on the dress.
No.
She tried to submit it as evidence.
Unknown male DNA, not sperm. It specifically said not sperm.
It was specifically verified as being unknown male sperm on the dress.
It was not
She tried to
sperm.
submit it. 1 second. She tried to submit it to the court as evidence, right? But because Trump refused to provide his DNA,
He agreed to provide his DNA.
1 second. Let me finish speaking. Finish speaking without interruption. No, he didn't. When the window was open to submit evidence to the court, he refused to provide his DNA to the court. An innocent man would have so much good reason to supply his DNA to prove his innocent. A guilty man would have so much good reason to refuse. He refused. He's a guilty man.
No, he offered to provide his DNA, and Carol offered to provide her evidence for
After
it,
what?
and the judge
After what?
Judge denied both of them.
After what?
He can offer it at any time.
No. After what?
Even her DNA.
Answer my question. After what? After discovery was over, after the judge had specifically said that after this date, far in advance, I will no longer accept any new evidence submitted into this court, then Trump decided to try to submit his DNA to the court for good PR. And this shows, 1 second. Awesome. If you continue to interrupt me, I'm going to have to put you on mute. Can you act your age?
Okay.
Phenomenal. So let's go ahead and start from the top. So E. Jean Carroll tried to submit this dress with unknown male sperm that she claimed to be Trump's to the court for 2 years during discovery, right? And every single time she tried, it was denied because every single time Trump refused to provide his DNA, right? It was only after that the discovery period was over and the judge specifically said that he would no longer be accepting any new evidence that Trump tried to call his bluff and tried to submit his DNA to the court. And I don't think we should be surprised that it wasn't accepted, right? Just like public businesses, courtrooms have very strict rules and regulations. You're not just the party of law, you're the party of law and order, right? Being surprised that his DNA was denied is like going to a Chick-fil-A on Sunday and being surprised that you don't get served.
They did not find DNA on her dress.
You literally said 10 minutes ago that they
I'm
did.
sorry, they didn't find sperm on her dress.
So why are you pivoting around the fact that you said Trump tried to submit his DNA?
He did try to submit it, but it was after the date. I'm not arguing with that point, but I'm saying that there was no sperm found on her dress. It was male DNA.
So it was unknown male sperm. That's a fact. So then
No,
let's
it's
go back.
not a fact.
Okay. It was a fact. Okay, you could read the court documents. You could learn this for yourself. You're spreading misinformation.
Her information wasn't submitted.
I want to ask you, right? Can you name one good reason for him not to supply his DNA to the court if he was an innocent man before the cutoff for new evidence? I could name so many if he was guilty.
Yeah, well, his attorneys advised him not to.
I mean, you're assuming that the attorneys advised him not to, predicated on his innocence. I'd say that his attorneys advising him not to would be good reason if he was guilty. So what would be one good reason for him to not supply his DNA to the court if he was innocent?
Well, it's not a court case. It's not a criminal case, for one.
That doesn't give him good reason not to supply his DNA to the court if he's innocent.
I wouldn't supply my DNA to anybody in the court unless they get a warrant for it.
Really? So if you were pulled over by a cop, suspected you of drunk driving, and you were sober, you wouldn't take the breathalyzer?
I would take a breathalyzer test. That's not DNA.
So if you take the breathalyzer test, why wouldn't you take the DNA test?
Because there have been so many issues with DNA in labs. There was an entire issue where thousands of cases were thrown out in, I think it was, not Massachusetts, Washington State, because the lab person was on meth and was doing the test wrong.
Oh my God, dude, that's just the reason I just restarted. Fuck! What's up? How old are you, Amanda? All right, Amanda automatically dropped. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone, do just give us a minute. We're going to get Darian up in the live, y'all. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal or my bio, we're going to move on to the next guest here, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute, guys. Right? So do be patient while we are getting our next guest up in here, guys. If you're in the queue, make sure you're voting for Trump. What's up, Sean? How old are you? Sean, you are so quiet. I'm so sorry, man. If you're a MAGA, make sure to let me know down in the chat.
22, but I'm driving. I don't think I.
No! Move moving on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest, Shay, has to say. Everybody, just give us a minute. Yeah, let's get some F1s in that chat, bro. That fucking sucks, dude. Hopefully we don't get with another age restriction. Fuck, bro. All right, moving on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and see what they have to say. They train so hard to get you banned so real. What's up? How old are you?
52.
52. Oh, dude, you were a seasoned Trump voter. You probably did 2016, 2022. Hey, all right. Why are you voting for Trump?
What does me being a Trump supporter have to do with anything?
Oh, dude, I don't know. Why are you voting for Trump, though, Chris? I don't even need to ask if you are. I just already know.
Oh, why not?
Why not? Yeah, because he tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government in 2020. He passed no policy.
And here we go. It's going to be the same thing. You repeat yourself over and over every time you're with somebody.
I mean, you're not the first person to ask me why we shouldn't vote for Trump. Why are you surprised?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. It's like it's just like y'all use the whole grape thing. And that's
it's almost like Trump is the same bad man today that he was yesterday. Crazy, right? So anyways, you asked me why not. Do you actually want to know why not? Or are you just going to interrupt me again? And
No, go ahead. Speak your mind.
Yeah, it's because he tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government in 2020. He imposed a Muslim ban, which is religious persecution. He infringed upon all 170 million American women and girls' right to access abortion, being federally protected. He specifically has sexualized little kids. He's boasted about grabbing women by the P-word without consent and boasted about walking into the change rooms of half-naked teen girls, right? Then we're also looking at policy here. The Biden-Harris administration passed 5 big monumental pieces of legislation that benefited the low and middle class more so than the top 1%. Trump passed none. Trump doesn't care about the country. He puts himself above it continuously, like shooting down the bipartisan border bill in Congress because he wanted more undocumented migrants to come into our country so he could turn around and demonize them at his rallies and use that as a convincing reason for ignorant people to vote for him. So why shouldn't you vote for Harris?
Don't like her.
Why?
Just don't like anything about her. Don't like her. Just period. It's ridiculous.
Okay, well, I mean
this whole deal is ridiculous. Everybody going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's all, every time you turn, it's funny is every time you see the Democrats in there, it's always about race. That's the only thing they use. It's always race.
When have I talked about Kamala Harris's race?
Now, I'm not talking about you talking about Kamala Harris's race. I'm talking about Democrats in general. Why is it always got to be, why do they always have to run on race? Explain that one to me.
So she's not running on race?
Sure she is. She's telling everybody she's black.
Because she's black?
Yeah, that's a stupid reason to vote for somebody.
No one is voting for Kamala Harris because she's black. People are voting for Kamala Harris because of all the reasons that I just listed
She's done what? She hasn't done nothing, so why are you voting for her?
Yeah, I already told you. I'll tell you again, but let's talk about specifically what she's done.
No, you're telling me everything Biden did. I'm talking about what is Kamala doing.
Yeah, so specifically your name's pronounced Kamala. Then specifically the answer to your question would be that she's passed more tie-breaking votes in the Senate in comparison to any other VP that we've ever had. Literally the most effective VP ever, right? And do you trust J.D. Vance?
What's wrong with J.D. Vance?
So you do trust him. So he said that Biden's track record is her track record. So we could say that she influenced the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction
J.D.'s
Act,
not
the
running for
American Rescue
president.
Plan.
Kamala is.
Answer the phone, buddy. It's probably okay. Can you do something about that? Okay, he left. All right, moving on to our next guest. Let's gonna get Tony up in here, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute. For the 4.2 thousand people in here, make sure that we're double tapping. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio, guys.
I'm here.
What's up, Tony? You voting for Trump?
What's going on, Dean? Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
All right. Why are you voting for the Cheeto that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government? Let's hear it.
Well, to me, he never started a coup. The only coup that I witnessed was Kamala not getting voted as the candidate for Democrats.
Okay. So that wasn't a coup.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That wasn't a coup. So let's talk about the primaries. So when people are voted during the primaries, they get the people that vote for them, they're not voting for the candidate, they're voting for delegates for the candidate. And say that we have like multiple people running in the primaries that have like won in particular states that get delegates. When they eventually drop out of the race, they just reassign their delegates to like another candidate that they'd endorse. This is what Biden did. It's literally done in every single primary and every single election. It was even done within the Republican primaries this year. Okay, you're on pause, Tony. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Wait, can you hear me now?
Yeah. So anyways, why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because of his previous accomplishments that I just
like the accomplishment of denying black people housing in the 1970s because they were black, or is the accomplishment of saying that because Obama was a black man that must mean he wasn't born in the U.S. therefore should be able to run?
I'm not going to yell
for
or
president?
try to argue or none of that stuff. I'm just going to be civilized, and I'm going to paste his accomplishments. Look right there, I just posted it, and anyone can look at my comment and they can check the URL of his accomplishments.
Okay, you are literally so fucking lazy that you're not even here for a debate. You're just here to like post the link of a Trump White House archive document in the
I'll
chat.
tell you about it. He improved life so much, especially in New York City. I live in New York City, and I work every day. I'm a network infrastructure engineer. And when I go to work, I have to walk over all the migrants that are here, that are robbing stuff and getting let out every time they get caught by the police, because no one gets sent to prison anymore because of whatever forgiveness laws and stuff like that. And what's happening is that type of system of letting all those people in here, and we're giving them $3,874 a month each. Then we're putting them in hotel rooms that the city is paying over $2,000 a night for a minimum of 30 days, unless they have a kid and they're married. Then we give them the hotel room for at least 60 days or more. This is unsustainable. This is like so much money that it's unbelievable. Now, I heard about having a soft heart and kindness, and I know that we're all immigrants at one point of our bloodline. But when does it come to a point where we have to like lay down the law and make sure people do it the right way so we don't have to keep paying all this extra money and then allowing people that are coming in unvetted that we don't know that they're criminals until they rob somebody and rape someone?
Okay, well, I mean, there's a lot I could say about that, but we're going to go ahead and play a game. We're going to call this game Imagination. And in this game, we're going to treat every single word that just came out of your mouth as fact, okay? So in this alternate version of reality that we're calling Imagination, we have undocumented migrants pouring across the southern border, raping our citizens, committing crimes, and living off of the government that we're all paying for. So how do you explain Trump calling Republicans in Congress to torpedo 2 bipartisan border bills that would have stopped this crisis years ago because he wanted to be able to use the crisis as a campaign talking point for re-election?
Well, he wrote off on that because he was trying to stop 2 million illegals that were on the verge of crossing at the time. So he had to find a loophole to stop that from happening. Now, once the new administration took over, it should take no less than 6 months to make anything like that stop.
Okay, you didn't respond to my question. Maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to repeat it.
Sure.
Once again, we're playing a game called Imagination. And in this game of imagination, that's not real, but we'll talk about that later. It is certainly true that we have these violent MS-13 gang members pouring across our southern border, terrorizing citizens, raping them, and living off the government that you're paying for, okay? In this imaginary world that you think is real, these people are terrible and they're destroying our country. So in 2022, Trump called Republicans in Congress and he told them to vote against a Republican-proposed bipartisan border bill that would have terminated the crisis and decreased crossings by 60%, putting us at lower levels than we had at the end of Trump's term. Trump called Republicans in Congress and told them to torpedo it, to vote against the bill. And this is a fact. Langford, the person that wrote it, has spoken out about it on Fox News. We have people like Ted Cruz doing the same, and Trump even boasted about it at one of his rallies. So, wouldn't this make it abundantly clear that Trump, at the end of the day, puts himself above the country and above U.S. citizens because he torpedoed a bill that would have ended such a grave crisis for political reasons, just so he could use it as a campaigning talking point to increase his chances of winning re-election in 2024? Like, he's literally like, yeah, I want to thwart Congress's efforts to end this crisis of these MS-13 gang members killing our citizens, so then I could use the fact that MS-13 gang members are killing our citizens to win re-election. Like, doesn't that show how little he would care about the country if everything that you said was true?
To me, it doesn't show anything because in 2022, he wasn't a president, he wasn't a politician, and no one had to listen to any suggestion that he made. So when people went on their own recourse and they went off of anything that he may or may not have said, they did it on their own recognizance. So that is on the active politicians that were in office while this was happening, because he wasn't one of them. In 2022, he wasn't a president, he wasn't Congress, he wasn't Senate, he was nobody but a businessman who was a retired ex-president.
Yeah, so I just like want to clarify, right? If you have like no intention of killing your family members, and then I call you, and you really look up to me, I have a lot of power, and I'm like, hey, I'll endorse you if you kill if you kill your family members. So then you turn around and you kill your family members because I called you. You say I'd be like partially responsible for that?
I would say no. That's like if I call you and I say, yo, dude, you're so depressed, why don't you kill yourself? And then you go kill yourself. Am I the one that pulled the trigger in your brain?
You would definitely be partially responsible for that.
Well, we would feel a little bit guilty, but at the end of the day, it's up to the individual to make.
You would literally in that scenario, you would literally be partially responsible.
I would still say it's up to the individual.
You know, that's actually a crime.
I know it is. I know it is. And you know what else? It's like false accusations.
Okay,
like,
hey,
if you
so
call somebody a rapist,
let's push it to the
they're not a
fucking.
rapist.
Hey, little bro, let's push it to the max. Let's push it to the max. So when Hitler told the Nazi regime that he had built to go and unalive innocent Jewish people, was he partially responsible for that, or was he not? Because they could have simply not listened to him.
Yeah, but they could not listen to him. This was Nazi Germany. If you don't listen to him, you're dead.
Okay, so just like if the politicians in Congress didn't listen to him, they'd be politically dead.
Do you know about Saudi Arabia and Sharia law?
Okay, it's called Sharia law. First of all, second of all,
Well,
I just think it's so incredibly. I just think it's so incredibly like astounding. Like for the 5,000 people watching, like this guy literally like agreed with me that Trump did call Republicans in Congress. He did tell them to vote against bipartisan border legislation that would end the crisis.
He's a congressman.
Okay, we're gonna pull the Trump card. So he said he was responsible. He said at one of his rallies in Nevada to blame it on him if the border bills failed. He wants responsibility.
Yeah, but does that mean that the president and the vice president couldn't override and veto? Of course they could override and veto. They chose not to.
Wait, no, they could veto bills that haven't been passed by Congress. They can't veto bills that haven't been passed by Congress, putting them into the law.
Listen to me, brother. This is like the same thing when they told Kamala, but you were the border czar. You were.
Can we just clarify something real quick?
Everyone said no, she wasn't.
Tony, slow down. Tony, I just want to clarify something real quick. You just said that a president can veto Congress if Congress doesn't support a bill.
He can put in a motion for veto. Yes, he can.
No. They cannot veto Congress if Congress doesn't support a bill.
But he could put in a motion for it. He could start all his people.
If Congress passes a bill, they could veto it, making it so it's not signed into law. But they can't veto Congress if they don't pass a bill. What constitutional amendment supports that?
Question. I'm saying he could put a spotlight on it and put it into question.
And they have, but I want you to recognize that you should blame Trump for torpedoing those border bills because he told you to. Do you recognize that or do you not?
I recognize he has authority. I do not recognize that he forced those people to make their decision because of his influence.
Well, you understand that in this circumstance, Tony, we're going to say that they're both responsible. Every single Republican Congress member that listened to Trump and torpedoed the bill is responsible. However, Trump is also responsible for calling them in the first place. And it's not like you can contend the fact that Trump would be responsible here because he told he told everybody to blame him. He said that at one of his rallies in Nevada. If you can't see this, you're being like opportunistically dense and you are not looking to engage in good faith conversation with me. Like there's definitely a brick wall between us.
No, because you're not understanding something. Once you're a congressperson, you hold big responsibility. You can't just let anybody's hearsay or phone calls sway you when it comes to a decision that will affect 347 million people.
I agree. I literally agree. Yes, as I've already said, that the congressmen are partially responsible. We are in agreement there. But where we disagree is that Trump would also have partial responsibility for being the man that called them, telling them to torpedo the bill.
Well, yeah, but I guess you could say that he is for influence. That's like Michael Jordan calling up LeBron James and telling him he should try this method, and then LeBron listens to him and it works or it doesn't work. That was Michael Jordan's fault. I understand where you're coming from.
Sure. If you want to put it into football, not football. That's crazy.
Yeah,
into basketball terms. Into basketball terms, that works. There you go, Tony. Exactly. You're actually right. Yes. Oh my God. Let's go. There's actually been a development made. Yes,
but I'm going to say, but also he's not solely responsible for this happening.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. He's responsible alongside all the Republicans in Congress that listen to him.
And also the Democrats that voted on it. Republicans cannot make that decision by themselves. Republicans didn't even control the House when that happened.
So yeah, they did with the primary, with the midterms. They did. Unfortunately, yeah. But it was bipartisan. It did have Democrat support, and that is true. It would have passed if Trump didn't call the Republicans in Congress and they didn't listen to him. But now that we've came to the determination that yes, Trump would have some partial responsibility here. All right, doesn't this negatively reflect on Trump because he wants to continue to allow these described bad people into our country that are committing crimes, raping our citizens, etc.?
Yeah, but his direct statement is he's going to have the world's largest deportation act that has ever taken place, and I have faith that he will. That ICE agents will be employed fully once again.
I'm not getting what I want out of this conversation. So now we're gonna hop out of the game of imagination land, and we're gonna go back to reality. We're gonna talk about your claims about these people being violent rapists. Are you a U.S.-born citizen?
Yes, I am.
You are 4 times more likely to commit a violent crime such as rape than an undocumented migrant. So when you accuse them of being violent, bad people...
Yeah, but the people that got killed, like the 12-year-old that was raped for 2.5 hours by two illegals. Graped, I apologize. She got graped for 2.5 hours by 2 illegals and then murdered. And then I also had one here in Casena Park. I live in Queens, New York. And in the middle of Casena Park in Queens, New York, a 13-year-old girl was also raped by knife point by an illegal in front of her boyfriend.
Please say graped.
Oh, graped. I apologize. Graped with the G in front of her boyfriend.
Right, and those things are terrible. But when you take like the fact that violent crime is inevitable to occur in a country of the size of over 300 million constituents, and you conflate it and you use it to virtue signal upon an entire demographic of people that for the most part are coming here for a better life, are coming here to work to provide for themselves and their family.
But they're doing the opposite here in New York. I know it sounds sweet.
That's literally false. That's literally false.
It's not false.
4 times less likely to commit a violent crime.
They're right on my block. These guys ride around with 2 males on mopeds. And when they ride up to you, the male on the back gets out, puts a gun in your face, takes your handbag, and keeps driving. And they're doing it all the time, every day.
So should we deport all illegal citizens too, because they're 4 times more likely to commit violent crimes than undocumented migrants?
Listen, if they're illegal, they should be deported and then brought back to the border so they can do it the right way. I want them to sign up and do it the right way. What's the problem?
So the issue here isn't the fact that they're committing violent crimes. The issue here is that they're undocumented. Because if the issue was that they'd commit violent crimes, then you'd probably care more about natural-born U.S. citizens
real
for
issue,
the reason that natural-born U.S. citizens are more likely
I do agree with you partially, but I also believe that the real issue is that they're being unvetted. Nobody's really checking their background and seeing if they had a criminal history, were they a gang member, or do they have gang tattoos on their body? Did they take a vaccine? Are they going to force them to take a vaccine like they did with all of us to keep our jobs? We had to take vaccines. None of these people are being forced to take a COVID vaccine. It makes you want to take a double take and say, why are they treated like royalty and we civilians and citizens that pay taxes way too much, might I add, and we get treated like we're the third worlders that are illegal. And I you know what I mean? And these guys are getting more money than most of the homeless veterans that I know.
Okay. Yeah, Tony, listen. I want to be able to have a good conversation with you. I want to talk about each individual one of these points with detail, but as soon as I give you a rebuttal, you automatically pivot away from the point and you bring up 10 others, right? So that's what's called a Gish Gallop. Okay.
Well, I'm staying on the same topic. We were talking about illegal immigration and.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna address those points, but before I address those points, I do want to go ahead and continue conversation about the last point that we were addressing that you didn't really respond to me about. So you use the standard of undocumented migrants being violent criminals as good reason why they should be deported. Well, it is the case that undocumented migrants are statistically speaking 4 times less likely to commit crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens are, right? Like you are much more likely than undocumented migrants to grape someone, okay?
According to percentages, I'll agree.
Why would you say that if an undocumented migrant commits a violent crime, they should be deported from the country, but if a U.S. citizen commits a violent crime like rape, they should be allowed to run the country?
No, they shouldn't. And Trump was never convicted of rape. He was convicted of sexual abuse, which was groping. And they said there was no liable case for rape and there was no evidence that pointed to rape. And that's why they didn't entertain that charge.
That is false. That is very false.
That is true. I looked it up.
So I'm going to go ahead and correct you because we need to be concerned with the facts here. Would you agree that anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent is rape?
Absolutely. There's not a human alive that wouldn't agree with that.
What Trump was held liable for was inserting either his male member or his fingers into the vagina of a woman without her consent. The reason the jury didn't hold him liable for rape specifically was because in the state of New York at the time, rape was strictly defined as the male member entering into the female member without consent. That law has since been updated. Right now it would reflect what we both agreed on, right, to include anything, not just a male member entering into the female vagina without consent. And the judge said in the trial that yes, Donald Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll. And after the trial concluded and E. Jean Carroll went on live TV nationally and called Trump a rapist, he tried to countersue her for the reason that you just gave, that he was held liable for sexual abuse, not rape. And you know what the judge did? He threw it out and said that E. Jean Carroll's claims that Trump had raped her were substantially true. But the easiest response in the world to this is the jury held him liable for inserting his fingers into a woman without her consent. And both you and me agree, Tony, that a man doing that to a woman is rape.
I do, but when I read the details of the case, it said groping. It didn't say that he forcibly inserted anything inside of any part of her body. They said that he felt her breast or her butt or something to that effect. And I
must have not read the details of the case.
When you were having your debates yesterday with other people and I didn't have time to try to jump in, I was looking up that exact case and I read all of the details of it. And it was talking about groping and no, he wasn't liable of rape. The judge did not find him liable of it. And then he got fined $5 million.
Okay, so Tony, that is misinformation. That is a very clean cut and clear example of misinformation. And I think the way that I'll go about this is by simply asking you for evidence that what you're saying is true. When you ultimately will not be able to provide me with evidence, that will be
Well, I'm using my phone. My little fact finder is in my hand while I'm in the live with you, so I can't go Google it or give you a link or anything like that.
Okay, well, it is misinformation, right? Trump was held liable by the jury for inserting either his La, if you want to come up here, please do. For inserting either his fingers or his male member into E. Jean Carroll, specifically without consent. That is what they held him liable for. He was not held liable for just like groping her, grabbing her by her breasts. No, he was held liable for inserting a part of his body into her vagina without consent. Law of the Wild, does it say anywhere within the official court documents that he was held liable for groping?
You're asking the law guy, right?
Yeah.
Law of the land.
Groping, no.
Groping, no. So would you be able to clarify on exactly what he was held liable for doing? If you happen to have the chance.
Yeah, when you look at the jury instructions, I'm going to try to make this as TikTok friendly as possible. But in the jury instructions for the SA charge is that Donald Trump digitally entered E. Jean Carroll's private parts, which means with his fingers.
Really? I got to read that, man. You got to, can you provide us the link so we could look it up too?
Yeah, if you go to the New York Unified Court System, I can't get the case number, but the case number is easily locatable online.
Yeah, I can
scroll through scroll through there, look for the jury instructions for the there was the grape charge, which would have had to have been his private parts entering in her private parts under New York law at that time, and then the SA charge was with his fingers.
Understood. I mean, I can't comment on it. I got to read it like how you're reading it, and then I could form an opinion. But I mean, hey, I can't. I'm not even here to debate that part. I went from illegal immigrants to Jean Carroll getting SA'd. You know what I'm saying? So the illegal immigration conversation stepped to the side. I don't know what happened. But that's Dean. You're controlling the flow, brother.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that we'd get on the E. Jean Carroll conversation, specifically for the reason that you would reference, like, the E. Jean Carroll situation. We were talking about, like, violent crime rates of undocumented migrants, and that somehow got up to grape, and specifically the grape case held against Trump. So, yeah, but I think the overwhelming point was that I was trying to make is that you'll say, because you'd say that undocumented migrants that commit violent crimes such as grape shouldn't be allowed in the country, but if Donald Trump commits a violent crime such as grape, he should be allowed to run the country. And I think I was pointing out how incredibly hypocritical that was.
Well, I understood your point. It just said I didn't see it that way because I saw the essay. When I read the files, it came across differently than what the law of the land guy was seeing when I read it. And I was just reading it yesterday. So maybe I need to look into more details, like he's saying, look at the other website and then find out for myself. So yeah. I'm definitely going to do that. I'm just saying to myself like this, no matter what's happening in the presidential candidates' personal lives, all I had to do was ask myself, was I better when Trump was president? Yes. Am I going through some suffering and the people around me are finding it hard to buy groceries and pay bills? Yes, they are. Normal people that would never rent out space in their own home or renting rooms because they can't make the bills because the cost of living is just disastrous. And it's due to the inflation and everything that's happening here with the Stop the Inflation Act that they had passed is doing the exact opposite. You know what I mean? So
how did the Biden and Harris administration cause inflation? Also, real quick, Law, I invited you up if you're busy right now, man. Feel free to drop. I'm sorry for kind of putting you on the spot, but
no, I'm just killing some time, man. So I'm happy to stick around if you'd like.
Yeah, feel free, man. So anyways, how do you think that the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation, Tony?
Because the Inflation Reduction Act actually caused inflation that it was supposed to reduce.
How so?
By taking
also, I just want to point out that the Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law in 2022, right long after the 9% peak of inflation that we saw.
Let me break something down to everybody because we know a couple of the facts and figures, but there's one figure that's guaranteed that no one can deny. You can fact check it till you're blue in the face. It would take approximately $22 billion to rid the country of homelessness. So why are we sending $160 billion to Ukraine? When we could eliminate homelessness 8 times over, why are we helping this war that can't be won against a monster that can't be beat unless we want nuclear war?
Got it. So I did ask you how the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation through the Inflation Reduction Act. You completely pivoted around that, but I'm going to go ahead and respond to.
No, I said that the Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation. It did the opposite.
Through funding for Ukraine?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Ukraine is number one. Israel is number two.
I'm going to go and give this a multifaceted approach. So first of all, the reason that we're sending funding to Ukraine is because of the Budapest Memorandum, which is a denuclearization agreement that we signed with Ukraine in the 90s, stating if they give up their nukes, then we will provide them money, funding, and weapons if they're invaded by a foreign enemy, right? Allison, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Allison. Thank you so much for the $15. So essentially speaking, we are forced into funding Ukraine if we want to be looked at as reliable and a deal holder by other foreign countries around the world. Like, how could we expect countries like Iran or North Korea to even entertain the idea of a denuclearization agreement with us if we absolutely disrespected and revoked our side of the bargain with the denuclearization agreement?
Because there's got to be a limit.
They want to be able to. And then specifically speaking, remember, this is a multifaceted approach. You said that
there's got to be a limit.
You said that government spending. 1 second, please just allow me to finish, bro. Please.
Go right ahead.
You said that government funding and spending particularly caused inflation. So there's more government spending under the Trump administration than the Biden-Harris administration. Trump added $8.6 trillion to our national debt. Meanwhile, Biden only added $4.6 trillion. If we ignore COVID-related expenditure, Trump added $4.6 trillion and Biden added 4.2. So would you say that Trump actually caused more inflation than the Biden-Harris administration did?
Yeah, but listen, hear me out.
Yeah, you would. So if Trump caused more...
No, you're not letting me say something. Let me just say something. When Trump left office, inflation was 1.4%.
So then obviously government spending is not going to cause inflation for the reason that he spent more than the Biden-Harris administration did, and it didn't cause inflation.
Fact, but anyone could Google this. Within 2 years of Biden's administration, inflation went from 1.4% to 9%.
And the question that I'm asking you is how they caused that. And you're saying that they caused that through government spending, but there was less government spending under Biden and Harris than there was under Trump.
Now your rent is doubled. That's how they caused it.
Okay, so you're saying that because it happened while they were president, they caused it. So would you say because a record high unemployment rate since the Great Depression at 14.8% happened under Trump's administration that he caused that?
No, that did not happen under his administration.
It did. April of 2020. April of 2020, we had the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression. You could reference the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
April 2020 when Biden was president?
April of 2020, Trump was president.
There's no way. That's like, so how was unemployment so high and inflation was 1.4%?
Because inflation had not been onset by the pandemic. I could tell you what caused that record high unemployment rate, and I could tell you what caused the inflation too, but we're evaluating your argument right now, right? So specifically speaking, what do you say that I could blame that record high unemployment rate on Trump?
Not at all.
Even though it happened under his presidency. So why do you expect me to blame the record high inflation under the Biden-Harris administration on them?
Because it was caused under them. On the first 2 years.
But so was the record high unemployment rate under Trump's presidency.
Yeah, but you're not letting me finish my sentence. For the first 2 years, how you take an inflation point of 1.4% and raise it up to 9%, unless you're not blatantly doing something really messed up with all the money? You know what I mean? You're making some really bad decisions.
How does Trump take a record 50 or low unemployment rate of 3.5% and within 1 year raise it up to the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression? There has to be some type of bad management going on.
If you looked up Trump's accomplishments as president, his unemployment rate was 3.5%.
So how can you attribute the 3.5% unemployment rate under Trump to Trump, but you can't attribute the 14.8% unemployment rate under Trump to Trump? What's the difference?
Because I don't see it. Those are not facts that I've seen in my research.
That is a fact. That is a fact. April of 2020, referencing the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we saw the highest rate of unemployment rate since the Great Depression.
Words are beautiful. It's like a song.
I'm referencing the Bureau of Labor Statistics. I'm referencing the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the people that are reporting the rates of unemployment.
Well, I have to reference it myself and look at it. I am behind the facts. That's all I stand behind. And when I look at New York City, and I look at Chicago, and I look at LA and San Francisco.
I'm not going to let you pivot. 1 second. I'm not going to let you pivot because I'm just going to go ahead and prove this. I'm just going to go ahead and prove this.
When Trump was building a wall.
We're just going to go and prove this. Be quiet, please.
And then they reversed the wall being built.
Tony, 1 second. I'm giving you a source.
All right, I'll wait for the source.
Tony?
I'm looking.
Tony?
I'm looking.
April of 2020, 14.8% civilian unemployment rate.
So how did that skyrocket from just a year before?
Do you want to know? I'll tell you.
Because Trump didn't fire these people.
It skyrocketed because of COVID, because of the pandemic. We shouldn't blame the 14.8% unemployment rate in April of 2020 while Trump was president on Trump because the pandemic caused it. The same way we shouldn't blame the high rates of inflation seen under the Biden-Harris administration on Biden and Harris because the pandemic caused it. The pandemic onset inflation, not just locally here at home in the U.S., but globally in every single country around the world.
Yeah, but the pandemic caused that for over 2 years into their presidency?
Yes.
How did it? There's no way. I mean,
it happened in every other country around the earth.
I respect what you're saying. I respect you as an individual. I just
you understand? You understand that the U.S. had the quickest response from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. We had the best response. In fact, we are back at the same rate of inflation today that we had in 2018 under Trump pre-pandemic, right? And that is a fact. And once again, right, it's not just inflation here at home in the U.S., it's inflation in every single country, everywhere around the earth. Not just here, but everywhere.
All right, I feel you on that. Listen, I just got to dig more into the information and then have more fuel for when I do debate with you. I could come with better facts and figures. But it's been a pleasure talking with you, Dean. See, there are friendly people that support Trump that can talk with you humanely.
Yes, I will say, Tony, you have been respectful, and I appreciate you for that, but you've been very dense. I hope that you have a good rest of your day, though, man.
All right, thank you, man. Thank you.
Have a good one. Dear God. Oh, man. Well, how you doing today, bro?
Living the dream, buddy. How are you?
Living the dream, talking to people like Tony. You know, I will say, he was respectful. We could appreciate that.
Yeah, he's respectful, but like you either have to have the information or be able to present it. And like, I get it. Sometimes it's hard, but I feel like, and while he was respectful, it's like he sees something and then he believes it. And then if it doesn't confirm his own bias, he just doesn't believe it and says that he needs to research it. Whether he actually will go research it or not, I don't know. I'm skeptical. But I was getting a lot of confirmation bias where he just believed tacitly anything that confirmed his bias, but then needed to research anything that didn't.
Right, exactly. I have a couple donos to shut off here, but real quick, Brandy, you're obviously of age. Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not.
Yo, W's for Brandy in the chat. Guys, if you're a MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let me know down below. We're going to go ahead and pull up our next guest as we speak. Make sure if you are in the queue that you're voting for Trump. But Travis, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Chat, please show some love to Travis for the $15. And Brittany, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo as well. I really appreciate you for that love, Brittany. And Allison with a $15 on Venmo. Chat, show some love to Travis, Brittany, and Allison, the three of you guys. Thank you so much for your love over there on Venmo. Brittany, Allison, and Travis, y'all are very kind people for supporting me, and thank you so much for the love. Thank you guys so much. It means the world. It means more than y'all know. Thank you guys so much. If anyone else wants to support me here, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. They go straight to me, not like, the 30% here I get on TikTok. And also, if you want to support Law, his Cash App, PayPal, they are all going to be in the link in his bio. They're all going to a good cause as well to help fund legal defense for.
Paying fees for people who can't do it. Tomorrow, I'm actually, thanks to some donations I got in Harry's Live, I have a disabled person who got in just a minor car accident, but because of their criminal history, all of which is over 10 years or more, they decided to charge her with a crime. Actually a veteran as well. So I was able to get the charge knocked down to just a petty misdemeanor, which isn't even a crime in Minnesota. But she's disabled and can't work right now and can't even muster the money to pay the fine. So thanks to all the support from people in Harry's Live and your live. I'm going to go kind of anonymously. I'll do a video on it. So it won't be anonymous to you guys, but it'll be anonymous to her. Pay off her civil fine tomorrow.
Oh, that's great. Dude, W Law's in the chat. What's up, Diana? How old are you? Diana, are you here? No. All right, guys, spam MAGA down below. We're just going to try to get our next guest up in here. Spam MAGA down below in that chat, guys. Spam MAGA down below in that chat. We're just still looking for our next guest on the live here today. If you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate, just let us know down below, y'all. All right, let's see who we got. Rawfish, I invited you up. We're just looking for a next debate. Same thing with you, Rydog. We're just looking for a next conversation of the night here. What's up, Rydog and Rawfish? How old are you both?
21.
What about you, Rydog?
21.
You're 21. Awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, the first thing I'll say, and I think you can agree this was something good he did, the First Step Act.
Yeah, so he actually didn't influence that to get passed. It was proposed in Congress while Obama was president as well, but it failed to get passed, right? We can say a good thing that he did was sign it into law. He would have been a very shitty person for that specifically if he didn't, right? But I wouldn't say that this would give you reason to vote for him over Harris, as he didn't influence it to get passed. But regardless of that, why are you voting for Trump?
I think border-wise, we do need to re-implement Remain in Mexico and stop the flow. Hire more judges.
The Remain in Mexico policy had essentially no effect on border crossings under Trump's term. In fact, crossings only rise regardless of the Remain in Mexico policy until the pandemic hit and he was able to implement Title 42.
Here's what I think needs to happen. we need to hire more judges so that way we can get through these 4 million or whatever asylum cases and get the ones that are no good, aren't valid out, and speed that up. And then if you're coming on some weird, dumb asylum claim, you should just go to try the legal way to get in, and we need to speed it up. I think you can agree on it.
Yeah, that sounds more like Democrat policy, because remember, Trump just wants to quote-unquote deport them all. But anyways, now that we understand that the Remain in Mexico policy had no effect on border crossings and they only increased until the pandemic, why are you voting for Trump?
I'm afraid that raising corporate tax is just going to raise prices.
Okay, can you give me one point historically where this has occurred?
No, but I'm pretty new to
Okay,
politics.
and actually in like Nordic countries where we see higher corporate tax rates, we actually see more economic freedom, better social safety nets, more economic mobility. It's easier to scale and make a livable income and grind up to that top 1%, as well as we see relatively low rates of inflation. And we wouldn't see higher prices in what you would see in comparison to here, right? Specifically speaking, business expenses, such as for the productions of good, are written off prior to when that corporate tax rate would take effect on corporate profits, right? Anyways, specifically speaking, I'm going to go ahead and give you my reasons why I'm voting for Harris. Maybe you could see if they resonate with you or they don't. I'm going to be voting for Harris for two main reasons. There's two categories here. There's character and policy. About character, right? Well, I mean, let's just, face the truth. Trump is a deranged lunatic that can't distinguish between what is true and what is false, right? He had advisors on his campaign last time say that out loud, right? They were very concerned for his mental health. We even see now that he had reported a couple days ago that he'd been in a helicopter crash with Willie Brown. Then Willie Brown hits back because local interviewers had found him, and he says that Trump is a really creative man. He laughed and he said that never happened, right? And then yesterday, right, on his interview with Musk, he said that Kamala Harris looked like his wife. I don't know where that came from. He told it in over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency, alongside the biggest lie that any sitting U.S. president has ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. And what followed from said denial was an attempted coup to overthrow the government through sending fake votes into the Electoral College for him, all organized and orchestrated by himself, right? He was also held civilly liable for rape. He's been criminally convicted for 34 felonies because he paid off a peace star to stay quiet about engaging in intercourse with her, cheating on one of his wives before the 2016 election. He sexualized little girls. He's boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA, right? And has boasted about how he likes to grab women by the P word and he doesn't even need to ask first. So when we're comparing character, obviously Harris is going to have a better character. When we're referencing policy, he passed no policy that benefited the low and middle class more so than the top 1%, or should I say influence to get passed. Meanwhile, the Biden and Harris administration passed 5 big ones. The Chips and Science Act to bring manufacturing jobs home, the PACT Act that invested $800 million into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits, the infrastructure bill that invested $1 trillion into local communities all around the U.S., spurring construction jobs and investing stimulus into their local economies, the American Rescue Plan, right? So I mean, what's your take here?
I will say Trump does say some dumb stuff. I won't deny that for character purposes. I'm skeptical on Harris and the way she's just going to handle certain issues.
But you're not skeptical of the guy that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government?
Peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard is not staging anything.
Oh, you're going to be referencing the protests right outside of the Capitol. I wasn't even referencing that, but if you want to, right? He tweeted that out at what time? Do you know?
I don't know the exact time, but I know it was during his speech.
212 Mountain. He tweeted out at 212 Mountain. Do you know when the first pipe bomb went off and the first person died? 1. Okay, right? So that was already after they'd begun to enter into the Capitol. But what I was referencing is this orchestrated plan to send fake Trump votes into the Electoral College, claiming that states that voted for Biden actually voted for him, and then have those sent into Congress and certified as real votes from the Electoral College via VP. right? Only reason it failed is because his VP didn't certify the fake votes. But that was a coup to overthrow our government by rigging our election. It's also all factual.
That's what you believe, then go ahead and believe that he staged some sort of thing against our government.
Wait, would you affirm that like sending fake certificates of votes into Congress to be certified by the Senate as real is not a coup, or would be a coup?
I don't know where you're getting that from. So,
from him, he's arguing that it was an official act of his presidency.
Okay, so here's what we do. I want to get to something that,
well, I'm just curious if you'd vote for someone that's attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government and rig an election before.
I don't think he's trying to be a dictator. I don't know why.
It's not what I
that's
asked.
Even a
with all due
word.
Respect. Galen, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Galen. Let's get some W's in the chat for Galen. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. It means the world. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name. That is Galen. Galen, one of the two. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's in the chat. Thank you so much. Anyways, so like, would you agree that like trying to rig
the election? I don't really care what happened at that point.
What? So you would vote for someone that's attempted to stage a coup against our government and rig an election?
If that's what you want to say that happened, then I guess yes.
Okay. Well, you're anti-American. I don't really like want to talk to a traitor.
Voter ID.
I don't want to talk to a traitor. How could you support an insurrection and a coup to overthrow our government by rigging an election?
Voter ID Democrats are against. I think
I'm asking you a question. How can you support that? Can you answer?
What am I answering?
How can you support the biggest internal coup to overthrow our government since the Civil War?
Where did this coup happen?
It happened in 7 states, but predominantly speaking, the big part of it happened on January 6th, right, in the Capitol building when the Senate was certifying the vote, right? Because that's when they had the fake certificates of ascertainment saying that Trump had won, states that he didn't, on Mike Pence's desk to certify, to legitimize Trump as a president when he had rightfully lost.
You're stuck on January.
Do you support 9/11?
Leftist.
Do you support 9/11?
Why would I support people that...
Then how could you support January 6th? How could you support the coup?
I will be honest. Yes, people got violent, but...
It's not about... It's about the violence and the coup to rig the election. Both are attacks on democracy.
Trump.
Yo, Lydia, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Saying love listening to you debate. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Lydia. Thank you so much. Massive W's down below for Lydia. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. That is very kind of you. Thank you for the love, Lydia. So how can you support his attempt to rig the election and stage a coup against our federal government? Cast the votes of all American voters out the window, putting himself above them all, saying that he is the rightful president even though people voted him out? The authoritarian, tyrannical rule of a deluded narcissist. How can you say that is not relevant to your evaluation on who you're going to vote for come November?
And where are you getting this information that he did this?
Great question. From him and his lawyers. So he was originally indicted for January 6th, and there's ongoing litigation to convict him for these crimes, right, of staging a coup. And his argument against the indictment, against the trial, against the litigations, is that he did do exactly what they're accusing him of doing, but more specifically, he should be immune for it for the reason that it was an official act of his presidency. So this is a very clear-cut circumstance of factual information that I'm providing you, even admittedly so by Trump and his lawyers.
I don't really understand why you're worried about something in 2020.
Because he's running for re-election.
When I'm here in California, and I see how Democrats run their states.
Stephanie, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo for being a good human. I really appreciate you for that, Stephanie. Let's get some W's in the chat for Stephanie. Thank you so much for the $15 for quote unquote being a good human. Thank you so much for love. Right, Dog, I think that there's going to be some foundational separation between you and I. If you are not worried about the man that did everything I just named off, attempting the biggest attack on our democracy and internally speaking since the Civil War, if you are not worried about this man running for re-election to get back in the position that he was last time when this attack occurred, the only position that he can be in to try it again, there's a foundational difference between us.
So let's get to the stuff we can agree on.
We're gonna move on to your next guest. By the way, Law, feel free to literally butt in whenever. I don't want you to feel like you can't talk.
Yeah, I mean, you were already turning his gears at maximum speed in his head, so I didn't want to add any more mental brain work for him to do. But I will thank Patty for $50. Thank you so much. Condi, who lives in my state, wants to help out if there's ever a need. Condi, I will let you know. Thank you so much for $50. Thank you. And Leslie for $25. And then Phil for $15. Guys, thank you so much. I'm excited at the opportunity to help people who are in need, and thank you guys for being part of it.
Oh, that's so awesome of them. W Donners. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
And why is that?
Just honestly, with Harris, bro, Harris is scary. Let's see, her Waltz is a joke. I want to talk about their vice for a little.
Hey, why is Harris scary? What are your reasons?
I mean, first of all, I watched all her interviews, and her interview questions consist of what's her favorite curse word, what she likes to eat. Like, she doesn't even get serious questions.
Okay, motherfucker.
Yes,
I don't know what. One second. I don't know what you're yapping about. There's very serious interviews that she's engaged in. She was present within the primary debates for the 2020 presidential election for the Democrat Party, right? Like what you're particularly referencing is a minority of interviews that don't focus around her political career and her campaign for presidency or her acting as the VP, but rather focus on her and her personal life. I feel like that's just an incredibly weak straw man.
Oh, I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part?
The predominant amount of her interviews focus around her political career, her campaign for presidency in the last 4 years she served as our VP. A very small minority of them revolve around her and who she is as a person outside of politics that have, in a sense, humanized her, right? And you're going to appeal to the ones that have humanized her, such as the one joke media company asking her what her favorite curse word to her.
She just dodges everything.
So she quote-unquote dodges everything.
She dodges questions, it's a fact.
She dodges question. What's a question that she's dodged?
Here, let me find one. Let me pull up the interview real quick.
Just curious. Guys, these arguments are so weak. She's more scary than the rapist, felon, fraudster, election denier who tried to
she's letting in illegal images that's not doing the things. She has lied about, she hasn't even gone to the border. What was that when she said, she was asked if she even went to the border. She said no, and then said, isn't that asking me if I've been to Europe? What does that even mean?
You're out of date with your MAGA talking points. So when this became popularized by Trump, people looked into it, determined that she had been to the border in late 2021. The MAGA claim now isn't that she's not gone to the border, but it's that when she did go to the border, she didn't go to a safe space. She went to a safe part of the border. Right? But can you please tell me how Kamala Harris is going to be more scary than the rapist, felon, fraudster, deluded election denier that staged a coup to rig a federal election, that has sexualized little girls, sexualized his daughter, and boasted about grabbing women by their vagina without asking first, and boasted about buying a Miss Teen USA pageant so he could walk into the changing rooms of the half-naked teenage girls.
I'm not going to disagree with you on how it's wrong.
How is she more scary than him?
Yeah, I mean, dude, like she hasn't done anything. She's been in control of the border, and she hasn't done a thing to like even stop what's going on.
Okay, so the executive order that they passed that decreased crossings by 55% just doesn't exist then?
I mean, we're not seeing it here in America.
Yeah, we do, right? The crossings decreased 55%, putting us at lower levels now than at the end of Trump's term.
Okay. But I also
So how
think
is she more scary than Trump?
she's letting this shit happen. Oh, excuse my language.
You literally just made that claim, and I literally just debunked it.
I mean, you could read the numbers, but every American here down south, everyone can see like what's going on. There's numbers.
Okay, I'm not here for fringe conspiracy theory, denial of truth. It's embarrassing. You sound like a flat earther, right? So how is she more scary than Trump?
Here we go. Let me pull up an article.
SG, have you ever voted for a Democrat?
Sorry?
Have you ever voted for a Democrat?
I have not, but I've been trying to keep up with all what's going on.
So, I mean, is it fair to say that when you see a negative story about a Democrat, that you're more inclined to believe it?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Is it fair to say that when you see a negative story about a Democrat, you're more inclined to believe it?
I wouldn't say that. I would say I'm more in the middle. Like, honestly, I mean, I'm a human. I have my own morals, and I'm not like a robot that just listens to everyone. But
yeah, you are.
Right. I mean, you're rattling off a lot of bad things about Kamala, and it doesn't sound very objective because a lot of the things are out of date. Like you said, she's in charge of the border. That was never a thing. Like it sounds like you're looking for bad things to throw out there to justify something that you've already decided.
I mean, okay, I can see your point.
Right, so how do you feel about the fact that like Trump has raped a woman? He's like tried to stage a coup over.
I told you. I already said it. I'm not agreeing with it. It's obviously wrong.
Right. So my question is, what makes him the lesser of two evils, given that he's a
okay? But that's not. We're not. I don't want to. I'm sorry.
Okay, but my question to you is, what makes him better than Kamala Harris, given that he's a rapist felon that's tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government?
I think immediately just closing the border and making such a statement makes him a way better candidate than Kamala.
How would you expect him to be effective on the border this term when he's incredibly ineffective on the border last term? Literally, he couldn't bring Congress together to pass legislation on the wall. He couldn't bring Congress together for anything effective. He half-assed the wall through an executive order, and all of the policy that was implemented, an executive order that was implemented, did nothing to decrease crossings. In fact, we only saw crossings under him increase until COVID hit and he was able to enact Title 42, which was the only reason he had a low amount of border crossings. If I was a conservative and I cared about the border, I wouldn't be voting for Trump because he did fucking nothing apart signing Title 42 because of the public health emergency at the end.
Then what has Kamala done to do anything with the border?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'll go ahead and inform you. So Harris and Biden have influenced bipartisan legislation twice now, right, to the House on the border, both times sponsored by Republicans, right? Mm-hmm. And this was going to bring the American people together. It was going to end the crisis onset by Title 42 being revoked. But it was thwarted by Trump calling the Republicans in Congress and telling them to torpedo the bill. That's also a fact. We know what that is. We have Mitch McConnell, Ted Cruz, Langford admitting to this, saying that it was an issue, then Trump even taking accountability for it at one of his rallies in Nevada, which only further displays how Trump puts himself above the country, because if undocumented migration was so bad and was truly a crisis, well, my question would be, well, then why did he put himself above the country by rejecting bipartisan legislation that would have put an end for it under a Democrat presidency, just so he could turn around and use the crisis as a means to advocate for re-election?
Okay, but why are immigrants now getting housing and come with the catch and release? Like, why are they just being, and people who are actually going through the process can't come in? But now the people who
because
are
we have
legally
an extraordinarily like slow
money,
process of legal migration, and the reason that it's extraordinarily slow and terrible is because of Republicans. The only people fighting for safe, legal, quicker, right means of entry into this country are the Democrats. So if you'd say that the fact that they're so slow, right, resulting in migrants using illegal means of entry, right, across the border, right, is something that we'd mitigate and fix through quicker, safer.
We're fixing it by giving them housing when people in our own country can't even afford housing. They're getting it for free. Like,
so first of all, that's going to be a state issue. Second of all, no, that is not offered to undocumented migrants. They have to be here through legal processes such as that of asylum. And then third of all, that's not from the federal government. That's from state legislation.
Okay. I don't understand. I mean, it's obviously a problem.
Candy, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Holy crap. Thank you so much for the love, Candy. Let's get 100 W's in the chat for Candy right now. That is Candy with a K. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, Candy with a K and an I at the end. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. It means the world. And Purdy, thank you so much for the boxing gloves as well. I really appreciate you for that love, Purdy and Candy. Let's go. Let's get some W's down below. Thank you, guys. Take it away.
So, SG, what policy do you think that Trump could institute on the border that Biden isn't doing right now?
Honestly with you right now, I'm gonna have to look that up, and I could do more research on that. But I mean, Trump wants to be way more dominant over the border, and Biden and Kamala haven't done a thing except help them, give them benefits when people in our own country, in our own military are being...
I'm so sorry. I'm not going to allow you to make the same talking points more than 3 times. You've already made them twice. I've already debunked them twice. Move on.
Okay.
So, I mean, the biggest issue that we have on the border right now is our asylum process. Claims have been growing year over year. Right now, the asylum backlog, people who are waiting for their hearings, is 12.4 million people. Now, what if I was to tell you that legislation that I support is that we increase funding for Border Patrol officers. We also increase funding for the courts so that we can dig through those pending asylum claims faster, get people their court dates faster, find out whether they have a legitimate claim to be here or if their claim's bullshit, and we send them back to their countries or to a different country. And then also on top of that, we add $500 million for drug detection equipment at the border, and maybe even $500 million for the wall.
It's still coming across. It's still
would you support that legislation?
I mean, I would support it.
Right, and if we actually had an emergency on the border, then that would be priority number 1, right?
I mean, yeah, there is emergency there. There is.
Yeah, so I just described to you the Langford bill that Dean was just referencing that was authored by Oklahoma Senator James Langford, who's a Republican, Trump endorsed actually, and then Senator Kristen Sinema from Arizona, who at the time it was introduced was a Democrat. Now she's an independent. And it passed through the Senate. Once it got over to the House, Donald Trump called up Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, said, don't pass this bill because I need this to be an issue so I can run on the election. So we have this opportunity to make a big difference on the border and start stemming the tide of the asylum seekers and all of the stuff that's coming across the border. And Trump says, no, it's not that big of an emergency because I need this to continue to be an issue so I can win the election. Isn't that some shit?
I need to write down every single word you just said and repeat that, bro. Oh.
Look.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just asking,
I said I agree. It's not right, but I mean, with Biden in office at the border, our own border patrol. Did you remember when Biden posted on his Twitter about the border patrol officer who was on his horse and immediately said, accused him of saying he was whipping the migrants and it just wasn't true. I also want to talk about how the Border Patrol, their increase in suicide has also gone up. So what are they doing to even help our own people?
What is Trump doing to help the cops that committed suicide after January 6th that he denied alongside Ashley Babbitt, who was unalived in the Capitol on January 6th when he said no one died? You know what he's doing? He's calling the people that killed them, the people that broke the backs of the cops, the people that ripped their eyeballs out and broke their legs, true patriots, and he wants to pardon them from those criminal convictions. So, I mean, if you want to talk about helping out our police force, our cops, the Border Patrol, and you want to decrease these rates of suicides, etc., well, then maybe what we shouldn't do is advocate for pardons for those that are causing it and have been criminally convicted of these crimes, such as Trump did during the National Convention for Black Journalists.
Okay, I mean, could you answer my question?
Do you reference like suicide rates of Border Patrol? Do you think that an increase in migration across the southern border with the ongoing crisis caused those?
Well, I'm sorry, repeat that last part.
Like the increase in migration across the southern border because of the bad management caused that?
I can't answer that. Don't know too much on that.
Do you think that the border crisis caused that increase? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so like ending the border crisis, right, through effective legislation would therefore decrease the suicide rate. So when Langford, tried to do that, pass the House, and got to the Senate, like Law just said, then Trump told them to vote against it. Does this mean that Trump is actually causing higher suicidality rates because he explicitly wanted to shoot down a bill for no reason other than that he wanted to campaign on the point, which caused more migration into the U.S., which caused more suicides of the border agents?
I mean, I would say the unfair treatment that Biden has given to the Border Patrol has definitely increased, just him alone. I mean, he shows no respect for the people that are protecting our country.
Okay, so I don't think that you'd be able to substantiate that in the slightest, right? I don't think you have any reason to say that. Great pivot, though. Does Trump have respect for the people that protect our country?
Yes, he does, 100%.
So then how come he tried to destroy our country from within, launching the biggest attack on our government since the Civil War?
Wait, sorry, I just got a call. What are you saying?
You heard me. Then how come he tried to destroy our country from within,
I just got a call.
launching the biggest attack on our federal government internally since the Civil War?
Yeah, how?
How? By staging a coup with the means of a violent insurrection to overthrow our government through tyranny, voter suppression, voter fraud, and rigging the outcomes of a federal election?
I mean, the argument, I don't understand.
Trump tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election when he had lost.
He tried
wanted to stay
rig
in the
it.
White House, so he tried to rig it. Yeah.
Okay, how did he rig it?
How did he rig it? By sending slates of fake electorates to 7 different key states, then told them to fraudulate fake certificates of ascertainment, which is like the piece of paper that the state sends to the government to certify, right, on January 6th to determine the outcome of the election.
And didn't Biden
those
also
fake
have...
certificates of ascertainment were then sent into Congress, and then Mike Pence was told to certify the fake votes of ascertainment. Right, and if Pence had done that, it would have meant that Trump would be made our president, even though he was not voted to be such, right, through the use of fraudulent certificates.
Okay, and what about the people that had passed away that were voting for Biden somehow?
Can you name one person that passed away that voted for Biden?
How am I going to know that?
How do you know that people that passed away voted?
It's been proven.
I'm going to ask you for evidence.
Okay, hold on.
I mean, like, the answer is, well, like, there's always going to be some low-level voter fraud. 2020 was the safest election we've ever had. And the question should be, was there sufficient voter fraud to overturn the results of the election? Right. But I still want a source. I've actually never had someone give it to me.
While he looks that up, I want to talk real quick about the 988 hotline. For anybody who might be struggling, since the topic of self-unaliving came up, it is true that Donald Trump signed a bill, a bipartisan bill, to create the 988 hotline for anybody who's struggling through mental crises, but it was an unfunded mandate. Joe Biden did sign a bill that provided hundreds of millions of dollars to actually implement it nationwide, and as of 2022, it is nationwide. So for anybody who is struggling with any mental health struggles, there are people who care, who want to talk to you. Take care of yourself and just talk to somebody. 988 works on cell phones. You can text it. You can call it nationwide now.
Dude, such a W. Yeah, honestly, that's great. We've been needing that for a while. That was such good policy. First time I've looked at the federal government and been like, damn, y'all are doing some good work in a while. He actually ran away. All right, moving on to our next guest. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here. Guys, keep in mind, if you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on that platform. And if you want to support Law, right, and what he had spoke about earlier, right, advocating for helping underprivileged with paying particular fees related to criminal justice system, his Cash App and Venmo, I suppose, would be in the link in his bio as well. Yeah. What's up, Tiny Turtle? How old are you? Tiny Turtle, hello? All right, Tiny Turtle isn't here. We're going to move on to our next guest. If you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let me know down below, y'all. Let me know down below. Let's go ahead and just get our next guest up in here literally right now. Let me know in the comment section if you want to come up and debate. We're going to be on live for about another 40 minutes here, and then in 40 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and get off for the day. I hope by then Parker's on. Let's see. We got our next guest loading in. Everybody, let me know in the comment section if you want to come up and debate. Mickey Mandel, I got you with an invite. Make sure to pop up. South Texas bred and born, got you with an invite. We're still just looking for our next guest, guys. I'd love to talk to some crazy mega cultists, right? If you really just love Donald J. Trump, if you think, I don't know what's going on with the mic, just give it a second. There we go. If you think that Donald Trump is the savior of America, let me know.
I'd love a good sovereign citizen if one's out there. That would be fun too.
Oh, dude, I would love to watch you debate a sovereign citizen. Please, if you're a sovereign citizen, let Law know in the chat. In fact, Law, I'm going to give you mod powers, so if you see anybody, right, respond to that, just invite them up. There you are. What's up, Hunter? How old are you?
30. What's up, boys?
What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
I'm looking at it from more of a conservative versus liberal. I don't think Trump is Jesus. By the way, I just said that in the comments just to get on, but Trump's a total character.
I didn't even see you say that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you saw it, but yeah, Trump's a total character. I respect him as an entrepreneur. As a person, yeah, he has a ton of flaws. If you guys want to talk about the sexual allegation charge that was disproven, we can talk about that.
What? Disproven? Fuck no, it wasn't disproven. It was proven.
Oh, you talking about Jean Carroll, the woman who wrote a book saying rape is sexy, said it on CNN, then they cut the commercial, then named her dog Vagina?
How much do you want to bet?
Look it up.
That she didn't say rape is sexy. How much do you want to bet that she didn't say that? I have. Trust me. I've heard all this before. How much do you want to bet that Jean Carroll did not say that she thinks grape is sexy? How much money? I want to put money on the line here.
What? I'll bet. What is it? Your Venmo? I'll pay you if you're right.
How much? How much do you want to bet that she did not say that she thinks grape is sexy? How much? Name the amount.
Let's do $5. Pull it up.
Are you sure? $5? Are you sure you don't want to do it anymore?
Yeah, but you have to pull it from something that's not an obvious, like, pull up the literal quote.
I'll literally, no, I won't even pull up the quote. I'll play the clip. So how much do you want to bet?
No, dude. I'm talking about her book. In the clip, she said something really off-putting on CNN. Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you seen the clip?
Yeah, the whole grape is sexy thing is coming from the CNN interview with...
no, but it's also in a book.
Okay. Well, she probably said the same thing in the book that she said in the interview, that being that there's plenty of people that think grape is sexy, right? And then she goes on to say that grape is not sexy, grape is violent. Which is absolutely factually true.
For sure.
So where's my $5?
It's credibility.
Bro, pay up. You understand?
Literally what I just said. Bro,
no,
it's literally what I just said.
No, in the clip she said, I think other people think that grape is sexy, which is absolutely true. People sexualize grape. We literally have a kink called consent, not
she was
consent.
like feeding into it and they cut the commercial because of how fucking uncomfortable
I want you to understand that this clip actually comes from Patriots Are in Control on Twitter.
No,
like
I've seen the clip, bro.
Account.
I'm talking about the book. If you look up the book, but
Hunter, you said that she said she thinks grape is sexy.
In the book, bro. Look it up. Just Google it.
So now you're shifting the goalposts. You owe me $5 on Twitter.
Bro, anybody in the comments, I literally just said she wrote a book saying that on the air. She
What's
said
the name of the
something
book?
like that as well. I don't know. Look it up. I don't know this cuckoo woman's fucking book titles.
Oh, so now we're calling victims of grape cuckoo.
Well, you just called a victim of grape before incorrect, and that she couldn't speak on it because whatever reason. So you're a bigot for saying that.
I'm a bigot for saying that one victim of rape cannot devalue the experiences of another by placing an arbitrary threshold of how they would expect any quote-unquote true victim to respond, to then to turn around and vote the rapist into the highest position of power known to mankind at the expense of more harm being caused towards women, because that teaches men they could go out, grape a woman, be found accountable for it in a court of law, and still reach their highest goals and be accepted in the social circles by the men around them, causing more harm to women. Get fucking dunked on. Pay up. Where's my $5?
Dunked on. I love it. Do you know that it was at a
bio.
fucking party in a coat hanger, in a coat closet? That's what she said. It was at a party with a lot of people.
You haven't
in a coat
read
closet.
the court documents. Hey, Law, in the court documents, where does it say that the grape happened? Did it happen at a party in a coat closet?
No, dressing room in a department store.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wasn't at a party either. $5.
Well, I'll pay you if you can tell me why you guys are voting for Kamala. Because if I go to her website, I would love to hear some of Kamala's amazing
I'm gonna make $5. I'm gonna
policy.
make $5 for the 5,000 people watching this live. He says that he will pay me $5 if I
Dean, I
tell him
will,
I
bro.
vote
This
for
is
Kamala
your
Harris.
platform. Go ahead.
All right, everyone, y'all better hold him to that. I expect my $5. All right,
Screenshot it. I'll send it.
I'm voting for Kamala
but
Harris
wait,
because
real
of two
quick, real
categorical
quick.
reasons. The first category.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't want to hear about Biden. I want to hear about Kamala's accomplishment.
I'm voting for Kamala Harris for two main reasons. The first category will be character, and the second category will be policy. When we're examining the first category, that being character, we need to compare her to the individual that she's running against. Trump has raped a woman. Trump has sexualized little girls. Trump has boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking first. Trump has boasted about walking into the change rooms of half-naked teenage girls because he owns the place. Trump, while he was president, imposed a Muslim ban, which is religious persecution by definition, stating if you're Muslim, you can't enter into this country. Trump tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government through the use of violent insurrection and tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election to make him win when he was not voted in by the American public. Trump consistently and incessantly places himself above the American people, right? Such examples would be the coup to rig the federal election, or calling the leader of the Senate of the Republicans in the House, telling them to vote against the good border bill that would have ended the crisis so he could use the fact that more undocumented migrants are into our country as a campaigning talking point. Trump is also an incessant racist. In the 70s, he denied black people housing because they were black. This was confirmed by the Department of Justice in the state of New York. In 2012 and 2011, he confirmed that he thought Obama was born in Kenya because of the color of his skin, and for that reason, he shouldn't be able to run for president. And he continued that lie up until 2014. He also specifically called for the death penalty of the Central Park Five, even though they had been exonerated for their crimes, right? Trump is also wants to reinstitute Christian nationalism, which would call for more violence and more bigotry against already marginalized communities, such as that of the LGBTQ+, such as that of all 170 million American women and girls, by allowing states the right, by reversal of Roe v. Wade, to launch an attack upon women's rights and to deny them access to health care. So now that we have character out of the way, let's go to move on to policy. Trump implemented no policy that benefited the low and the middle class more so than it benefited the top 1%, increasing income inequities. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris specifically fought for policy to reduce income inequities by signing 5 pieces of legislation into law that predominantly benefited the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%. I'll go ahead and list them right now for clarity. The PACT Act invested $800 million in the expansion of VIA healthcare benefits, which allowed new VIA healthcare benefits to be offered to over 1 million new veterans that they weren't offered to prior. The CHIPS and Science Act specifically has brought back home 20% of the global chip production of chips back home here in America by 2030. The infrastructure bill invested $1 trillion into local communities and expand their infrastructure all around America to spur construction jobs and stimulating their economy. We saw the Inflation Reduction Act invested millions of dollars into renewable energy resources that aim to address supply chain issues in the long term to reduce inflation. So those are going to be my main two categorical reasons that I would be voting for Harris.
Did I mute myself?
I muted you, Pooks. $5.
Well, dude, I didn't hear anything about Kamala. You went right to Trump. I have heard no.
Oh, sure. I'll expand more specifically upon Kamala Harris. I did already with the influence policy, but I'll expand more upon Kamala Harris. She wants to reform the TCJA, which was Trump's tax cuts, by specifically increasing the personal tax rates on people making over $400,000 a year by 4% to provide a more grand social safety nets to the low and the bottom class. Kamala Harris wants to institute a child tax credit of $500 a month, raising it, bumping it up from what it is now, about $2,000 a year. Kamala Harris wants to introduce a renter's tax credit to help out the less fortunate in renting. Kamala Harris wants to introduce a tax credit in general, for people making under six figures a year. Kamala Harris fights for ACA reform and expansion, and possibly even Medicare for all. Kamala Harris wants to reinstitute Roe v. Wade, guaranteeing all 170 million American women their federally protected access to abortion, which will specifically decrease rates of poverty, increase levels of education, increase levels of employment, and increase overall qualities of life. And it will reshift the American dynamic that from forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls into becoming parents, into starting a family because the state is denying the woman access to healthcare, back to what it's supposed to be, that being financially well-off adults that desire to start a family, that consent to having children, and that will be beneficial not only to the women in our country, but to the country at large. So you said I didn't talk enough about Harris, so I muted you and I yapped about her specifically for about 3 minutes.
Well, it wasn't 3 minutes, but that's fair, bro. Yeah, so I think we can talk a lot about, like you said, tax credits specifically for renters. I know you want to talk to other people, dude. That's such a long conversation on how that fucks over landlords in the economy. I guess, can I just cut to the chase? How do you feel about socialism? Say that again, bro.
Yeah, wait, cut it to the chase. Reference socialism. Do it.
Yeah, how do you feel about socialism?
I feel very negatively about socialism.
Okay, that's actually really interesting. I would not have expected that coming from you.
What's socialism?
The definition? I can't give you the definition.
Because you don't know what it is. Socialism is a state in which the workers own the means of production, with the means of production being defined as any piece of equipment in which can be used to produce goods. We do not live in a socialist country. We live in a capitalist country.
Yeah.
And it is often confused by the right that social safety nets prelude to socialism, when that is ultimately false. In fact, libertarianism, which would be antithetical to that of communism or socialism, would involve free market mobility. And we see the greatest levels of market mobility and the ability to scale one's income within countries with the best social safety nets, such as those in the Nordic region. So now that we have that out of the way, and we know the claim that she's a socialist or a communist are false, pay the fuck up.
I will, bro, but that's also not what I'm saying. I'm saying some of the more Democrat left-leaning policies always lead to socialism. I have a marketing... Oh, okay, bro. Well, look at fucking Venezuela.
Venezuela is not a socialist country.
Oh my God.
What the fuck does Venezuela have to do with our conversation? Tell me one Democrat that has ever existed in Congress ever that has proposed legislation that would hint at...
How about your boy fucking Tim Wall that said socialism is another person's neighbor being a good
I'm asking you for policy that would indicate that any Democrat has ever, even suggested in Congress, that would indicate for the illegalization of privatized means of the production of goods.
I can look one up for you, bro, and I'd love to pay you so I can hop back on.
You can't find one because it's never happened because we're a capitalist country.
I'll look one up. I think that's more of a subjective matter of what it will lead to. But
no, false. When we're talking about socialism, communism, capitalism, libertarianism, they are academically precisely defined. We have extremely specific definitions of what these things are because of how contentious and important they are with an academic discussion about social and political philosophy. They are analytical as all fuck. They are very clearly defined. There is necessary and sufficient conditions, and our society has never and will ever meet them for socialism or communism. Pay me my $5, Venmo, PayPal in the bio.
How do I even find the bio?
By clicking on my profile picture. Also, y'all could spam it in chat.
Yeah, spam it in chat. You can, Dean, I gotta bounce in 2 minutes. You can screenshot it and let them know that I did. I'd love to hop back on, bro, but really quick, what do you think about the border?
What I think about the border, I think that we need to have faster, safer ports of entry, and we should specifically, right, do so for the reason that would decrease, right, illegal entry into the country. And the only person I see aiming to achieve that is Harris. I think that Trump has been incredibly ineffective on the border. But I just want to ask you to pay up. Can y'all spam my Venmo, my PayPal, and that's in my bio in the chat right now?
You didn't. So the border is not a fucking disaster right now. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, if you think it's a fucking disaster right now, you'd have to say that it was worse under Trump because there's less crossings today than in January of 2021 under Trump. Anyways, pay up, guys.
Bro,
spam. Can y'all spam my Venmo,
is this what you do? Do you just like lose something and then like lose a conversation and immediately cut people off and just cut on to the next person? Is that the strategy in debate?
I've literally responded to every single thing you've said, and then I just go back to telling you to pay up.
Bro, the border is a...
Lisi, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Saying slay. Lisi, I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Lisi in the comment section. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Guys, seriously, start spamming the Venmo and the pay. I want everybody in chat just to spam the
$20 dono. JD Vance, thanks for the $30 dono.
Oh, he's jealous.
I got my stream going too, baby.
He's crashing out. You're jealous that people are donating to me on Venmo and PayPal.
Dude, I'm just busting your balls. But okay, so the border's a fucking disaster.
I'm just cracking your balls in my head. I'm just busting your tits.
Bro, I didn't hear anything else on Kamala's that was specifically good for the nation. I heard a bunch of little bullshit, and really the reason that people are voting for her...
Little bullshit. That's what, bro, why do you always say that?
We're going to talk about a lot of big things tonight. But one thing that I want to talk about, Mr. Dean, is that you are voting for somebody that you didn't fucking vote for.
Eric, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
All time. I'm going to keep talking. The most unpopular VP of all fucking time. And you're voting for somebody that was installed that you didn't vote for and claiming that Trump staged a coup. When Nancy Pelosi literally went in and told Joe Biden we can do this the easy way or the hard way, they kicked him out, they got Kamala in, and you're voting for her because rather you have the Trump derangement syndrome. By the way, I'm not a Republican. I am very much a libertarian.
Nicole, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying eat him up, Dean. I appreciate you for the love, Nicole.
Yeah, you guys go ahead and vote for somebody that has no right being on the ballot.
He's crashing out. Teja, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, saying because Hunter is broke as fuck. Thank you so much for the love on Venmo, Teja with the $25, and Jacob with a $5 on Venmo, saying Hunter moved the goalpost, deadass. Danielle with a $10 on Venmo for righting the Trumpers' wrongs. Absolutely, Danielle, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. And Timothy with the $25 on PayPal as well for socialism. Let's go, Timothy. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Timothy. Let's go. W's for Timothy in the chat. All right, now to Dean Bunk. Whoa, I got another one. Con, thank you for the $25 on Venmo as well. Saying slaying your callers every single day, all day, Con. I appreciate you for the love. 1 second, I'm shouting out Con. Thank you for the love, Con. W's for Con in that chat. Thank you for the $25. Anyways, back to what you were saying. So I'm voting for the person that no one vote for in the primaries. So people actually don't vote for candidates in the primaries. They vote for delegates for a candidate. And when a candidate drops out of the primaries, what they will conventionally do is just pass those delegates to someone else. This happens in every single primary election on the Democrat side and the Republican side. And this is what Biden did. Dropped out of the race. He had his pledged delegates. He told them to vote for Harris, but she didn't even have them confirmed at that point. That's why it took 3 weeks until she had sufficient delegate nominations to be the presumptive nominee, not to mention that the DNC and the RNC are private political parties. They're unrelated to our government. You treat it as if it is our government, which just shows your political ignorance, and you are free to vote for whoever the hell you want come the election, but you had a lot of statements there. You're voting for this, you're voting for that. Yeah, I'm voting for the person that wants to protect women's rights, that wants to end income inequities, and wants to protect and preserve a democracy.
Dude,
And
it's
you have
such a
moral high
tired
ground. You're voting
talking
for the
point.
rapist and the coup that tried to overthrow our government.
Bro, Biden,
Debunked.
his literally daughter. If you just Google this, bro, his daughter said she used to shower with him when she was like 13 or something. Just fucking Google it. If you want to talk about Biden being a fucking creep, to any of the Trump fans in the chat, bro, Biden's a fucking creep. If you want to talk
I'm going to debunk
about
that too.
Oh, go ahead.
Are you ready? I'm going to go on my laptop. I'm going to Google it. All right, I Googled it. I'm back. So Ashley Biden's diary was stolen from her. Then it was a proposition to be sold to the Trump campaign. They denied it. It was sold to Project Veritas, a far-right leaning think tank that has a track record of manipulating documents that they get on political opponents, right? Then specifically under deposition, Ashley Biden testified to the fact that the contents of her diary had been grossly misinterpreted, and there had been false allegations lobbed at her as well as the people that she loves, right? So it specifically is the case that the contents of her diary remain unverified. And it's also specifically the case that Big Joe Biden is not running for presidential nominee. And if you fucking cared about old men being creepy to little girls, then why don't you care that on a CBS News interview in 1992, Trump said he wanted to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years? Why don't you care about in the early 2000s when he was talking to Howard Stern on Sirius XM? He boasted about walking into the change rooms of half-naked teenage girls that were half-naked, right? With even some teenage girls being young as 15 there. Why don't you care about the fact that he literally raped a woman? You virtue signaler. You were sitting on my live earlier calling her kooky, calling her crazy, saying that she's not a victim, calling her a liar, even though it's been proven in court. Then you turn around and you say that Ashley Biden's diary is sufficient evidence for you to believe that that occurred. So if an accusation that is unverified from Ashley Biden is sufficient to say that Biden is guilty, why is an accusation that has been verified through the use of a preponderance of evidence that is suggested to a jury that Trump is guilty of rape is not sufficient?
Dean,
Why do you hold a different evidentiary standard there?
Dean, is your guy in the chat? Is this? I didn't hear who he is. Is he a lawyer?
Yeah.
Can he confirm? Is Trump convicted on that?
Oh, I said proven.
Yeah, he's been convicted. Well, but he has been convicted of 34 felonies.
No, I didn't ask that
if you're
because the
talking about
felonies are bullshit, but go ahead and talk about the other thing.
Yeah, what Dean said is accurate. That he was found liable. So that's
what
a
does that mean in
determination of
lawyer terms? 'Cause
responsibility.
that sounds like it doesn't mean anything respectfully.
It does. So what is the
first... Well, so what?
Go ahead.
What courts decide is responsibility. So in a criminal court, you're determining criminal responsibility. In a civil court, you're determining financial responsibility.
Can you talk to me like I'm an idiot? I don't understand the lawyer terms.
1 second. I gotta shout out a few dodos here.
Go ahead.
Michael, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. I want to see at least 300 W's for Michael in the chat for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Michael. Zachary with the $5, Jenny with the $3, Faye with the $1, and Prescott with the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Prescott. I want to see some W's in the chat for Prescott as well. I appreciate y'all for the love. Also, I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic back to Law, but it is funny. Earlier, when I was trying to hold Hunter to paying me, he said he has to leave in 2 minutes. What happened to leaving in 2 minutes, buddy?
I'm still here.
That's what I thought. You are, because I'm no longer telling you to pay up. All right, chat, keep it on him. Anyways, Law, go ahead, man. I'm so sorry for interrupting.
No, dude, I will, but real quick, can we go back to the lawyer? Because it sounded like he kind of talked around it, but was 100% not convicted, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he was not convicted in a criminal court, Captain Obvious.
So, cool.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, did he just commit defamation or slander by saying that he was convicted and proven to be a rapist?
I said he was proven to be a rapist, which is absolute fucking fact. You know what happened? E. Jean Carroll went on live TV, called him a rapist. Trump tried to countersue her for probably trivial reasons, the same ones you're giving me right now. You know what the judge said? He fucking threw that shit out the window, saying that E. Jean Carroll's claims were substantially true. And if we go over the evidence, if we go over Trump's actions in the courtroom, we could prove it beyond the standard of evidence upheld in that civil court with the use of rational reasons here. We could say it is certainly true that Trump had raped her, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I heard earlier when you said that he provided DNA after the fact. Bro, Kind of sounds like a conspiracy theorist, to be honest. I know you guys.
When it's in the court documents.
What's on the court documents?
That he declined to provide his DNA to be tested against that on EG.
Yeah, bro. Hang on. To the lawyer in the chat, why would you ever fucking do that? Why if you would have had to, even if you're... See, that's where, Dean, I respect you, bro, but that's where, like, if you learn law... I've been through many court cases. I'm a business owner. I have to show up for these things. Why would I fucking give evidence if it could possibly go in any direction that wasn't to my benefit?
You know what? Hey, Law, I got a question for you. So if you had... If you had a person come to you, ask you for help in legal services, and they have been, been accused of rape, and it had gone to a civil court, and you were defending them, and they were innocent. The person that you were defending had been falsely accused, right? They were legitimately an innocent man, and the accuser, right, said that they have this dress with the person you're defending's DNA on it, and it got there from when the accuser said that they had been raped. Now, the person that you're defending had also said that they have never met the accuser in their life, and they're being honest. They're innocent. Let's remember that. Would you want them to do that DNA testing?
My advice to them would be that if there's no chance that their DNA is on that dress, to offer up the DNA, because then you're off scot-free.
Cool. Okay. But can you also admit that, like, if he did lie that he met her, but obviously didn't rape her? The other thing is, you as a lawyer will never know if they're being honest. So if you're being really honest, bro, you'd probably advise your client, hey, just don't do that.
Well, I mean, I chose my words carefully. I would tell them, if there is no chance that your DNA could possibly be on that dress, then you should offer it up. And if they say, no, I don't want to do that, then we continue on without it.
It's also very funny that the only reason you could think of for his legal team suggesting him to not supply his DNA is his legal team thinking that he actually raped her. Just saying. That shows that the only good reason for him not to submit his DNA was if he was guilty. John, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I really appreciate that. I'm going to pass the mic off to the lawyer, though. I'm going to quit my yapping. Sorry, guys.
Well, Dean, that's kind of respectfully, bro. I'm not trying to pull the age card. I think that's like kind of an immature way to look at it. Like, I don't know you, bro. Like, I don't know if you've been through litigation or anything, but like, you don't want to submit a fuck ton of evidence if there's any chance ever it could possibly go anyway. And you already know that everyone fucking hates Trump. Dude, if I was Trump's legal team, I'd be like, there's no fucking chance you're submitting anything. The evidence is probably going to be faulty. Bro, there's been an attempt on the man's life. The media... I can go off. Go ahead, bro. No, I can't.
You're breaking up.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, I need to get a new mic stand. Shit, I need to get a new mic stand. This shit is so broke. I'm actually going to get that on Amazon tonight. $100.
Well, let me pay you $5 after I get off, and I'll help.
Thanks, buddy. Right, yeah, it's an expensive mic stand. It costs like $150. Anyways, so specifically speaking here, you're giving reasons why his legal team wouldn't suggest that he'd provide his DNA. Can we remember that he tried to submit his DNA after the judge had ordered a cutoff date for new evidence? Like, that kind of nullifies all your reasons here, right? And that leads me to the obvious conclusion that he didn't want to submit his DNA because he was guilty, but then he didn't want people like me sitting on live using this as really good reason to say that he was guilty. So for a PR stunt, he tried to submit it after the judge had ordered a cutoff date for new evidence, knowing the judge would decline it.
Okay, I mean, I respect your opinion. It's kind of all speculation, but yeah, I respect your opinion.
Yeah, I mean, that's speculatory, but the preponderance of evidence that the jury objectively used in a non-biased fashion to conclude that it was more likely than not that Trump had inserted his fingers into E. Jean Carroll's vagina is not speculatory. That's proven fact.
Well, can I go to the lawyer? Is that an actual proven fact?
Well, so, I mean, nothing in neither criminal court or civil court is ever 100%. You don't have to prove beyond 100%. In a criminal court where they're depriving you of life and limb, the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. So, and then in a civil court, it's a preponderance of the evidence, which means it's more likely than not that the thing happened.
Okay. Okay, so you just get to the point where he's not convicted, but Dean can hop on here and say it's proven when it's really not. Is that kind of what I'm gathering?
Well, Dean is choosing his words carefully. He's saying that he's a proven sexual abuser, and he says grapist. That's a statement of opinion based off of where New York's law is right now. So, I mean, Dean is he talks fast, and it can be a bit confusing, but he's very careful with his words still.
But okay, yeah, I mean, I'm just asking. You're a lawyer. Like, is saying proven rapist, like, if that is not an actual conviction, is that like? I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble, but just like, is that borderline slander and defamation?
No, if Dean was to say that a jury convicted Donald Trump of grape, that would be a false statement, which isn't what he says. That he says he's a proven grapist, which is proven, and the conduct in which Donald Trump engaged in is colloquial grape.
Right. Then also, Michael, I really appreciate you for the $30 on Venmo towards the mic stand, because the cord on this mic stand is cutting out. In fact, you could hear it right now. Oh, wow. I'm going to use that $30 right. I'm going to go on Amazon right now and order a new one. Thank you for the $30 towards the mic stand. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Can you talk, Dean, or no?
Yeah, I might even just unplug the mic.
I mean, it's not bad. The audio is not bad, but bro, are you looking at like what's going on in Europe at all? Specifically, England is fucking burning right now. Poland's the opposite. They have literally zero crime because they let no immigration come in.
What does that have to do with why you're? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with why you're voting for Trump?
So I think I speak to a lot of people, and Dean, you're smart. Do you at least see like the appeal of Trump?
No.
Okay, well, I think you actually do, but I think the appeal is wanting to hold American culture intact and being called racist for it. So when you look at Poland, and
I call him racist because he denied black people housing in the 70s. I call him racist because he said because Barack Obama is black, he shouldn't be able to run for president because obviously he's not a natural-born U.S. citizen. I call him racist for referencing quote-unquote black jobs at his debate with Biden and referencing the African-American community as black with an S at the end. I call him racist for saying that obviously black people are going to buy his sneakers because black people love sneakers.
Okay, right. Well, I haven't heard that one. The housing is probably more not to do with race based on credit score, different things like that. If you look up when he said black jobs, I don't know if you're talking about where he did the interview with a bunch of black journalists, but they said black jobs, then he repeated black jobs and got like oh my gosh, he actually said it. So
wait, can I respond to the first point about
they asked him that because he said it in the debate. He said that the immigrants are coming and taking black jobs, and then they asked him a question about what is a black job.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, I respect you. You're actually wrong. If you go look at that video, they said black jobs on that interview before him. So he was responding to it.
No. What I'm saying is during the debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, he had said that the migrants are coming across the border and they're taking black jobs. So later on, 2 weeks later, when he was at this interview, they asked him, what's a black job? Because they're wondering what he meant by that statement when he said it in the debate.
Yeah, I think context does matter. Oh, go ahead, Dean. Dean, your mic's kind of fucked, bro. I think it was fine, Dean, when you used the regular one. It's definitely not as good if you use whatever.
Test? There? Oh my god. This mic is... Okay, we're going without the mic for the rest of the day. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your guys' conversation. I just wanted to say, Michael, thank you so much for the other $30 on Venmo. That is absolutely so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some more W's for Michael in that chat. I'm actually going on to Amazon right now and ordering a new mic stand as we speak. Yeah, anyways, sorry guys, go ahead. I just wanted to thank you.
No, it's all good. We got a little sidetracked. So, but just to go back to the initial thing, what I said is, and to kind of wrap this up, when I'm talking about Poland and England literally burning right now, their immigration is so fucking bad in England. Do you know anything about that, Dean? Like the 3 little girls that were killed?
Connor, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Like 3 little girls being unalived and that like causing riots.
Can I not say that?
I thought that the riots were predicated on a lie, but I don't know that much. But there was one thing that you said that I wanted to respond to that we kind of brazed over. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Dean, also, I don't want to be can I not say that word? Is that like...
What word?
I don't want to say it. Like, am I not supposed to say words like unalive, for example?
Yeah, just say unalive.
Okay, is that like a live thing?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, all good. Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, about the whole immigration thing, I thought that was like predicated on a lie. Like it actually was not an immigrant that had killed the 3 little girls. But I also wanted to respond to the housing thing that you said. So I brought up that specifically Trump was racist for denying black people housing in the 70s. And then you said, well, the reason that they probably denied the black people is because like low credit scores, not because they're black. So false. So the DOJ got reports of them straight out denying black people housing when they'd have like vacancy signs outside. So what the DOJ did is they sent testers, right? They sent black and white testers to like Trump's property where there was this vacancy sign outside. A white tester walked in, right? Asked if they had any available units for rent. Manager said, yes, we do. They left. Black tester walks in, asks if they have any available properties to rent. They say, no, we don't. So the DOJ investigated it, right? And essentially, they were able to get back to the property manager, the one that absolutely denied them housing. And the property manager said, well, I was just following the order of my boss, right? His boss being Trump. So then they finally had enough evidence to open civil litigation against Trump for this. And then essentially, right, Trump had to end up paying out a lot of money, and he had a promise that he wouldn't racially discriminate in his renting process. And he actually even had to publish like advertisements in the local newspapers that black people can rent from him.
Yeah, I hear you, bro, and I definitely don't stand by that. It's kind of like when Biden called black people super predators and said that he didn't want them going to school with his kids. You remember that?
So he actually didn't do that. Hillary Clinton did, though.
Well, what? So if Hillary Clinton literally said the word super predators, then there's a quote that sounds exactly like that by Biden, and I won't talk out of my ass. I'll go look it up.
Yeah, but I mean, I could just give you some examples of racism in Biden's past, right?
Yeah, but that's it, bro. I don't even need to hear that. Like, I'm just saying, like, you're kind of picking and choosing at that point. Like,
no, because Biden's not running. See, it's a racist.
Yeah, but bro, you voted for Biden. You voted for Biden.
And at that time, right, I wouldn't use a prior incidents of racism right against Trump because both of the people running for president were racist.
Do you see how that's so like?
And we'd instead be voting for the lesser of two evils, right? As they're both racist, and we'd be doing a comparative analysis due to other characteristics, right? But it is the case now that we have an opportunity to vote for someone who does not have a racist past, is not currently racist, and is running against a very blatant racist.
Oh, okay. Well, just really quick, bro. I think that's kind of morally lazy to do that and kind of even say right now, you're like, well, I wouldn't bring that up if Biden was running against him because Biden did the same thing. I get it. You're trying to win a debate.
Well, Biden didn't even do the same thing. Biden has countlessly apologized for racist incidents within his past. He has changed. He's become a better person. And he like served quite well to the African-American community here at home with the U.S. One example would be increasing funding from Trump's administration to HBCUs by 16 times, right? Meanwhile, Trump has never apologized for anything racist that he's done in his past. He doesn't hold himself accountable, and he doesn't really care, right? But Biden's not in the race. I think that you have great questions for 2 months ago, and as it currently stands, Trump is running against a woman who is not racist and never has been.
Yeah, I mean, can anybody disprove that her grandfather or great-grandfather in Jamaica wasn't a slave owner? Can anybody prove that?
No, that is true.
Okay, so...
You want to know why?
Fucking dope. Like, you just said there's...
You want to know why?
Go ahead, yeah.
So, how do you think that a slave owner could be biologically related to her through her ancestry? Well, let's open up this conversation. In the U.S. today, if you go around to African Americans alive right now and you look at their ancestry trees, you will see that a lot of them are white slave owners somewhere down the line. Mm-hmm. What else do they have in their ancestry tree? They have
black ancestors that were enslaved by the same white ancestors in their family tree. That's because, right, during Emancipation era slavery here at home in the U.S., alongside Jamaica, which, by the way, also had Africans forcefully shipped there because of Irish colonizers that came to own land and use slaves through the transatlantic slave trade. The black individuals within their ancestry were victims of rape at the hands of the white slave owners within their ancestry. And what do you think happened to that mixed baby? Did they get to benefit from the systemic racism deeply ingrained into the society? Did they get to live amongst the white people and speak down upon the black people? No, they lived amongst the slaves. They lived as slaves. There was no benefit from the white slave owner within their family tree. In fact, it only served as a detriment to the black slave that was raped by the white hand. Down to the comment section and pay up. Let's go ahead and see what time it is, chat. It is 5:40. We're going to go ahead and do one more debate. If you guys do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal, they are in my bio. Let's go get it. Yo, by the way, I think Law took off. W's for Law in the chat. Is Parker going on? I'm surprised that Parker's not live yet. Yo, Khan, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit. I want to see at least 5 fucking hundred W's for Khan in the comment section because of the $100 on Venmo. Yo, Khan, dude, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I want to see some W's for Khan down below. That is absolutely so kind of you. That is KHAN right now in the comment section. Thank you so much for the love. $100 is fucking crazy. In fact, I'm going to use that $100 to buy a new mic stand for this bad boy literally right now. As soon as I end the live, I'm going to be going on Amazon and doing exactly that because this shit broke. But dude, thank you so much. I want to see some massive W's for Khan down below. That is seriously so kind of you. Thank you so much. Massive W's for Khan in the chat. Thank you. That means the world to me. Thank you so much for the $100. We're gonna try to get our last debate going here, y'all. Keep in mind this will be the last debate of the night. If we can't get someone up in the next minute, I'm just honestly gonna end it here. And by the way, guys, if y'all know Q-Top, he's like a really stupid Trump supporter that kind of has a big platform. I'm actually going to be having a debate with him on my Discord at 6, so in like 20 minutes. Yeah, we're just honestly getting live. So I'm going to be having a debate with Q-Top. He's a pretty dumb Trump supporter. Here in like literally 20 minutes about Trump's attempted coup on our nation on January 6th. That's going to be happening on my Discord. So everybody that would like to see that, it's going to be really fun. I've never had a debate specifically on the issue, and I really have wanted to because I'm very interested in the topic. Make sure to join the Discord. That link is going to be my bio. It's just discord.gg/Dean, right? And if the link in the bio doesn't work, you could go to the Discord app on your phone, type in the join code Dean, D-E-A-N, or just go to your browser and type in discord.gg/Dean, right? So do that. It's going to be a lot of fun. It'd be a lot of fun if y'all could all watch it. It's essentially going to be like an instructional episode for you all because the facts are undeniable. Even Trump doesn't deny them. And I'm going to be going over a good bit of the timeline of the January 6th coup against our government with him. It's going to be a lot of fun. Join the Discord. It's going to be awesome. So for everybody in here, I appreciate you all so much for your support today. Whether that was just watching the live, hanging out, whether that was donating to me, or just hanging out and being a good member of the community, even just hitting that follow button. I've had a phenomenal day of debates today. I'm very thankful for each and every single one of you guys. Make sure to hit the follow button. I go live and I do this every single day, and we have a lot of fun with it, in all honesty. So I'm going to go ahead and head out for the rest of the night. But seriously, everybody join the Discord right now because we're going to be having that debate with Q-Top in 20 minutes. It's going to be so exciting. I love you all. See you on Discord in 20 minutes. Discord.gg/Dean. Adios, guys.
really expecting it to be a little bit difficult to get people in here for our debates today. So please help me out for the first 200 of you guys. If you're excited for some debates today, if you want to see some good conversations, make sure to double tap on that phone screen and make sure to share this live out with a couple friends. Spam the comment section as well. But once again, for everybody coming in here, it's going to be a slow send out. It's going to be a slow start to the stream for the only reason we haven't gone live on this account in months. But this is our main account, so who knows? Maybe it'll catch up in the algorithm and we'll have the biggest stream we've ever had because, we have 250,000 followers on this account. I guess we'll see. But for everybody tuning in here, if you're MAGA, make sure to hop in the queue. Let me know. Make sure to hop in the queue. Let me know in the chat as well. Spam MAGAs down below. It's so good to see you all. All right, let's see who we have in the guest requests. We're going to go ahead and get our first guest up in here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, first day back on the main account. I'm so excited. But once again, it's going to take a while to send out into the algorithm because when you don't touch these accounts for a while, you really have to resuscitate them.
I just wanted to say you're amazing and have a good day.
Brayton, you've been coming up here forever. I love you, man. W's for Brayton in the chat. Brain's awesome. But once again, for everybody tuning in here, I'm really expecting a slow send out today. We haven't touched the account in months, so welcome in, guys. We may even have to, hit it with a few restarts. What's up, Julio? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
And why is that?
I live in Europe.
Moving on to our next guest. Let's go and see what our next guest, Jordan, has to say. If you're in the queue, make sure you're voting for Trump, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? How old are you?
You're amazing.
Hey, I appreciate you so much. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump, ladies and gentlemen. We may even have just stopped sending out at about 470 viewers. Hopefully, I had a feeling this account would be cooked, but we'll see. What's up, TZ? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man? 35.
Have we spoke before?
Yeah, we have.
All right. I appreciate you for coming up. I'm just looking to talk to people that I haven't already spoke to. Yeah, Parker says, tap the screen. Everybody, do what Parker says. Double tap away on that phone screen. Let's get to 50,000 double taps. All right. Let's go to move on to our next guest here. Let's see what our next guest has to say. What's up, Gerard? How old are you? And Gerard is automatically... Oh, he's back. Hey, what's up, Gerard? How old are you?
It's my bad. I'm just listening. Love you, though.
No worries, Gerard. All right, guys, if you're one of the 520 people watching the stream and you're voting for Trump, let me know in the comments section. For the 3 people in the queue right now, Yoshi, Lucifer, and Pinche Peter, guys, if you're not voting for Trump, please do remove yourself from the guest request. We're just looking for debates. For all, the 600 friends in here, welcome into the stream. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
And why is that?
Because he's my savior. I have to.
He's your what?
He's my savior.
All right, you're trolling. Moving on to our next guest. What's going on, everybody? Welcome in. Let's go to get Billy up in here, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, guys. We're just looking for a first debate of the night. Billy, my man, you're probably over 18. Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Billy's just not here. Billy is AFK, ladies and gentlemen. Billy is AFK. Moving on to our next guest, Edwin. Wowzy. You know what? The first guest is always the worst guest to find, so everybody be patient. What's up, Edwin? How old are you?
I'm 26, and I'm voting for Donald J. Trump.
Okay, why are you voting for Trump, buddy?
I mean, why wouldn't I vote for Donald Trump? He made America safer and more affordable.
He made America safer, so we actually have higher violent crime rates under Trump's presidency than Biden and Harris's. Purdy, I really appreciate you for the here we go. Thank you so much for the love. And then how did Trump make America more... You disagree with CIA and also, FBI national crime statistics?
So you're telling me having wars in other countries is not safe?
Edwin, you disagree with like CIA and FBI, like domestic violent crime rates?
Yeah, well, there were no wars starting under Trump. And now we're closer to World War III than Trump.
We had the Turkish-Kurdish war because of our pull out of Kurdistan. We had a Yemen genocide and a proxy war, and Syria with Russia. We also had
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, the war was not a peace under Trump because there were wars everywhere. What I'm saying is there were no new wars that started under Trump, and now. And now
the
there were no new wars started. Now we're closer to World War III because of Biden.
Hey, Edwin. So the Turkish-Kurdish war did start. under Trump's administration with our pull out of Kurdistan, right? So did the proxy war in Russia with Syria, all right? So did the Yemen genocide, and then his self-proclaimed war on ISIS, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the U.S. was already at war with ISIS because in the war on terrorism. But anyways, we're now closer to World War III because of Biden allowed Putin to invade Ukraine or tried to invade Ukraine. That would never have happened under Trump because he respected Trump. Putin respected
We have
Trump.
leaked Kremlin documents that state that Putin thinks that Trump is easy to manipulate, and this would explain why we've had proven Russian and involvement in all of our elections since 2016, pushing pro-Trump propaganda.
Right, but he didn't. The reason why Putin did not invade Ukraine under Trump is because Trump told Putin that if he did that, he would bomb Moscow, and that made him respect Trump. The madman theory. Remember?
When did Trump tell Putin that?
I can't tell the date, but if you just Google Trump telling Putin that he would bomb Moscow, Google that. The first article will pop up. I think it's NBC or something.
That never happened.
That never happened. Well, what we're telling NBC News, or these articles are fake.
Macbeth, I really
Google it.
appreciate you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love. If you'd like to give me a source, you can, but you're going to have to provide me with the name of a publisher alongside a title of an article. But I mean, we can think about this super easily. So would you agree that Putin wants to invade Ukraine?
Putin, yeah, I do agree because.
Then how come Putin wants Trump in office if Trump will make it harder for Putin to invade Ukraine?
Okay, that's okay. Sorry, let me. So that source that you wanted is Yahoo News, March 29, 2024. Yahoo. Trump suggested he would bomb Moscow for invading Ukraine.
Oh,
Yahoo.
wait, but 2024, I thought you said the reason Putin never invaded Ukraine while Trump was president was because Trump had made that threat. But Trump hasn't been president since 2020, and you just cited a source from 2024.
Yeah, I mean, this is just they're redoing. I mean, Yahoo News. You know what I mean? Like, he still said he would. That he said that. You know what I mean? So
in 2024, right? But this wouldn't explain why, you made the claim that the reason Putin didn't invade Ukraine while Trump was president was because Trump had made this threat. But Trump wasn't president in 2024. Trump was president 4 years ago.
Okay. Well. Okay. Here. Okay.
Okay. So can you answer
February 23. What's that?
Can you answer my question now? So, does Putin want to invade Ukraine?
Yes, he wants to invade Ukraine because he.
Then how come Putin also has wanted Trump to be president, right? 2016, 2020, and now 2024. We have DoD, CIA reports as well as the Mueller report proving Russian interference with all three of these elections, specifically pushing pro-Trump propaganda, right?
So you're telling me Putin wants Trump president? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, obviously, because he'd be. That would be good for Russia because with Biden, he's going to cause a World War III, right?
Okay, so Biden, first of all, he's not running for president. Second of all,
Harris.
Oh, Harris is going to cause
I don't keep
World
track
War
of the
III.
Democrats.
And if Donald Trump is elected into office, the Death Star is going to come down to Earth and blow it up with its massive lasers.
What did you just say? That's all Democratic nonsense. You know what I mean? Did you just say they're gonna? What you say?
Just like it's Republican nonsense to say if Harris is elected, World War III is going to start. It's just fear.
It is because under their administration.
And if Trump is elected, the Death Star is going to come down to Earth and blow it up with its massive lasers.
Well, listen. Sorry, but look, it is true. We're closer to World War III now.
And it's true. If Trump is elected, the Death Star is going to come down to Earth and blow it up with its massive lasers. We've never been so close.
No, what is your evidence? Because World War II started with another country invading another country. That's how World War II started. Kind of like what we're, right?
Oh my God, no fucking shot. Where's my evidence? I don't have any evidence.
Exactly. And
exactly. You don't get the fucking point, do you? Just like you're saying, if Harris is elected, she's gonna cause World War III. She's gonna cause World War III, ladies and gentlemen.
My evidence is that. Okay, the World War II started when another country invaded another country in Europe. Under Biden and Harris, that's what happened. That's my evidence.
Wait, did FDR start World War II?
No, he didn't start World War II. But
okay, so then how would Harris start World War III?
Because he allows countries from Europe, in the same way World War II started, to invade another country.
Yeah, but didn't FDR allow that original invasion while he was president at the start of World War II? Meaning that FDR caused World War II?
No, he didn't cause World War II.
Okay, so then Harris didn't cause World War III.
No, but he's allowed it because Putin did not respect Biden and Harris administration.
Wait, okay, so now you're referencing a foreign tyrannical dictator that violates human rights and has killed people that have opposed him, and you're just baselessly assuming that he has more respect for Trump than Harris. He wants Trump in office because Trump is less of a threat to his regime.
Why
We have
did
Kremlin
Putin did
documents
not invade
suggesting.
Ukraine
One
under
second.
Trump? Tell me why.
Sir, if you're not gonna listen to me while I'm trying to teach you, I'm gonna move on to the next guest. So what did I just say? I want you to repeat what I was just talking about before you really interrupted me.
You're basically saying don't trust Putin because he's a communist dictator, blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm gonna go ahead and repeat myself now, little bro. You're gonna listen to me, right? Because if you don't listen to me, I'm gonna move on. What really gets on my nerves is when I'm trying to talk sense into an irrational person, and then the irrational person does not listen and rudely interrupts me. I don't care if you're irrational, but you just act with cordiality, and we have a two-way conversation where we could discuss our disagreements. But when you're irrational and you don't listen to a word that comes out of my mouth, and you interrupt me every single time I try to say something, then we have an issue. So can you sit down, crisscross applesauce, put a bubble in it, and listen while the real man talks?
Okay, all right. Let's let the real man talk then. Go ahead. What's your point?
Phenomenal. So just back to what I was saying here. So you'd specifically made the claim that Putin respects Trump more than Harris. So Harris is more So Putin is more scared of Harris than Trump, right? We have leaked Kremlin documents suggesting that the reason there's been Russian involvement with the 2016, 2020, and 2024 election was because Putin finds Trump easy to manipulate. Trump would align more ideologically speaking with Putin as well, right? So when you make the claim that Harris is going to start World War III because Putin likes her less, right? Well, I mean, you're just kind of describing the fact that Putin likes the person that he can't so easily manipulate less.
Okay, so what you said,
Liber, thank you for the $6 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. And Leslie, thank you for the subscription as well.
All right, so what you said suggested, okay, that's speculations and assumptions, okay? So
wait, can you please prove to me how it's not speculate? No, it's not a speculation or assumption. That's what the leaked document said. But can you please prove to me that it's not speculatory to say if Harris is elected that she's going to start World War III?
Well, like I said, under them, another country got invaded in Europe.
Yeah, but just like the same way, right? We saw countries
with
invading other countries on FDR, but you said that FDR didn't cause World War II. So if it's the case that FDR didn't cause World War II, well, then you couldn't say it's the case that Harris is going to cause World War III.
Well, so yes, I know what you're saying. Under FDR, right? I know what you're saying. What I'm saying, if that did happen, that pushes us closer to World War III. I know it didn't happen with FDR.
Well, the
FDR
difference here is that Harris. You understand, right? If we want to look at global conflicts and evaluate the risk factor for how close this would put us to a third world war, any global conflicts technically would. Right, but the question at hand is, well, did the current administration cause these global conflicts? And the answer to that is no.
And I do want to backtrack on what I said. FDR did cause World War II because World War II did actually start.
Can you respond to what I said there? Right?
What's that?
You weren't listening. So there's the second time you just haven't listened to something I said. So you do it a third time, I'm going to move on, okay? Right? So I said that technically speaking, any global conflict would put us closer in proximity to a third world war, right? On an evaluative scale of a risk factor of 0 to a risk factor of certain death for everyone, okay? Right? But the question at hand shouldn't be, is there more global conflict now than under Trump? But it should rather be, did the current administration cause said global conflict? And the answer to that question is no.
Okay, and I disagree with that because.
Okay, so how did Biden and Harris cause Russia's invasion of Ukraine?
Okay, they caused it by wanting so they want Ukraine to be in NATO. Okay, right? That's true. But Biden and Harris, right?
Is
and
Ukraine
that right
in NATO?
there. What's that?
Is Ukraine in NATO?
No, but they want to, and they were planning on doing it, and that's why.
When were they planning on inviting Ukraine to NATO?
They made speeches and said, yeah, Ukraine will be in NATO.
In what year?
In what year? I guess 2022. Before the invasion happened, they were preaching about that.
Okay, yeah. So actually, Russia annexed Crimea, right, in 2014. Before.
Yeah, but that's not annexation and invasion is different. They took a little piece of land,
Right, but that's when they
invasion.
started their Russian advancement towards Ukraine. So it
Okay,
to be
very
prior
good.
to the speeches that, which would demonstrate that these speeches didn't cause their invasion of Ukraine. You don't know what you're talking about now, do you?
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
a question for you.
Okay, what's your question? Go ahead. FDR started World War II, by
What's
the way.
one
Anyways.
FDR did not start. FDR did not start World
Yeah,
War
he let World War II started under him because he allowed one country to invade another country.
Okay, hey, so do you
anyways,
think that-
let's move on. Let's
so
move
if
on.
you're just saying if something happens, regardless, if something happens in the world, it was caused by the U.S. president. So I have a question. So when we had the highest rate of unemployment here at home in the U.S. since the Great Depression, under Trump at 14.8%, would you say that was caused by Trump?
I don't think so. I think employment is really high right now. And
No, it's not. But I mean, if we use your the logic you've been giving me this entire time since you joined the live, is if literally anything happens in the world, right? It doesn't even need to be here domestically at home in the U.S. If anything happens in the world, point blank, period, it was caused by the U.S. president, right? This is what you said about Kamala Harris and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This is even what you said about FDR in World War II. So I'm just seeing if you're going to hold your logic consistent.
Yes,
Did
because
Trump cause the highest rate of unemployment at 14.8% in April of 2020 since the Great Depression?
okay, let me answer your first part of what you said. So yes, as a leader of the free world, you kind of look over the entire world. Okay, as a leader of the free world, and the unemployment rate or whatever, it is whoever the president is, whatever happens under a president's watch, he's responsible for it.
So did Trump cause the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression?
Biden, I don't think so. I think the Harris and Biden administration
But
did. I
that,
don't
but that
think so. My
happened
answer
in the
to that is
country
no.
while he was president.
What's that?
But that happened in the country while he was president, April of 2020.
Yeah, I mean, yes. Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying now. Yes, COVID happened, and then there was no work. I agree with that.
So Trump caused the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression, or not?
Yes, he actually. Well, he didn't. Well, yeah.
Okay. Did he also cause COVID? Because that happened while he was
because
president.
of COVID.
Well, I mean, using your logic, couldn't we also say that Trump caused COVID?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Look, it happened under his watch, and yes, he allowed.
Trump caused the worst.
He takes full
Trump
responsibility.
caused the worst international pandemic that killed millions and millions and millions of people in the last 100 years, and he caused the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression.
Yeah,
this guy
it
is
happened
better
under
than
his
Harris?
watch, and that did happen. But like I said, under the Biden Harris administration, under Fauci, 3 million people would have died if they didn't do that travel ban. You know what I mean? But yes, everything happens under. Yeah, I agree with you with what you said. We had a COVID. We had a pandemic.
So Trump caused a negative net loss in jobs, one of the only presidents to do so. He caused the worst pandemic, globally speaking, since the Spanish flu in 1915. He caused the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression at nearly 15%. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris have caused the lowest rate of unemployment we've had in the last 50 years. They've added 15 million jobs back to the economy, and they increased the deficit less than Trump ever did. And you're going to sit here and tell me that you want to vote for Trump?
Yes, because the pandemic. Yeah, we have really low unemployment, or because of the COVID, there was nobody working, and those jobs, that 15 million you just mentioned, those are bounce back jobs. Those jobs.
So now you appeal to externalities to explain how things happen when a president is sitting in power in the country. See, that's the issue with the logic. I agree with you. I don't think that we could attribute literally everything that happens in a country to being caused by the president, right? Even the high rate of unemployment at the end of Trump's term, that wasn't caused by Trump, that was caused by the pandemic. But see, the logic you were using was a correlation causation fallacy. You said if anything happens in the world, that the US president is to blame, and that's fallacious. Fern, I appreciate you so much for the subscription. You did this with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, blaming it on Harris. I flipped it around on you, got you to concede that therefore Trump caused the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression, made you look silly. But now I'm just kind of filling you in that no, the president doesn't cause everything that happens in a country or in the world.
Yeah, but as a leader of the free world, everything is kind of they have to look over everything. You know what I mean? They're the leader of the free world, and something happens.
So I was single under Trump, not single under Biden and Harris. Did Trump cause me to not have a girlfriend?
Well, your love life. The president doesn't care about doesn't worry about your love life. You know what I mean? They worry about making America safer and more
in the same
affordable.
way, like Biden and Harris didn't pass a Dean has a girlfriend bill. They also didn't pass Russia will invade Ukraine bill. Like we understand that we're gonna see like the same misuse of logic in both of these two scenarios. But anyways, would you vote for someone that more likely than not had raped a woman?
Did you just say the R word? He was never convicted of the R word. Okay.
I'm asking you a question.
I would.
Would you vote for someone that more likely than not has raped a woman? I didn't ask you about a conviction.
I actually would, because a criminal history does not prevent someone from doing a good job. I actually would, if it was like Trump with his history, like with his like successful businesses and the way he's a good businessman, and he's just a more qualified candidate. Even if he's got a criminal history,
if Trump
so what?
had more likely than not raped a little girl, would you still vote for him?
I would not, because unless he's been convicted and has been found guilty, there's a trial and jury.
Raping an adult woman isn't bad enough, but raping a little girl is.
Yeah, because I think there's levels of crimes, and there is. That's why the sentencing is there's levels of crimes, and something like that. That's like way.
So why is raping an adult woman not bad enough?
Well, that right there. I would look. If it's Trump, it's okay. I'm gonna tell you right now, it doesn't matter. Okay, if it's Trump, I know it's shocking, but who cares? Trump, you can't. I mean, whatever crime, even if he kills somebody on Fifth Avenue, I still vote for Trump. The reason why, because he is.
If Trump raped your mother, would you still vote for him?
I would not. Okay. Look, if it's R, okay, here with this. If it's R, then no. Okay, no.
If Trump killed your mother, would you still vote for him?
I would not. Like I said, if he was convicted, and yes, I would not.
Okay,
I would not. I meant to say.
So I'm just trying to determine your standard here. So you wouldn't vote for Trump if he raped your mother, but you would vote for Trump if he raped someone else's daughter. Why do you hold a different standard there?
Okay. The R word. Okay, I thought you meant like S abuse, but the R word. I would not. Okay, like I said, there's
okay,
levels
so you
of crimes.
want to vote for Trump if he was a rapist. So Trump is a rapist, right? He was held liable by civil court for the rape of a woman in the 90s, right? So in light of this new information, does this mean that you will not be voting for Trump?
I would not. If he was convicted for rapist, then I would not. Criminally, I would not. If it's S abuse, where he kind of like harass a woman, whatever, that's just low level crimes. Some people will say, oh, that's high level crimes, blah blah blah. But
so he was held liable for rape, yes, for inserting his body into the body of a woman without her consent. Is that
well? That's not what he was like criminally convicted of. You know what I mean? And plus,
that is what he was held liable for. Yeah.
For the S abuse, not for rapists.
Yeah, he was held liable for inserting his body into the vagina of a woman without her consent. Would you agree with me that anything entering into a woman's vagina without the woman's consent is rape?
Yeah, that would. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but what I know, he wasn't. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. But all I know, but he wasn't.
Yeah, I'm just asking you for an answer to my question. Would you agree with me that any part of a man's body entering into a woman's vagina without the woman's consent is rape? Right?
I agree. Yes, I agree with you. That would be. Yeah. I think that would be R, but I don't know. That's really R. You know what I mean?
Okay,
But that's what I would.
You would agree here that Trump is a rapist because that is what he was held liable for doing.
No, I would not agree because he hasn't been convicted for it.
Okay. So would you say that so he was held liable for it in a civil court, right? Are you saying that being held liable in a civil court, right, isn't sufficient to prove that it occurred?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the burden of proof in a civil court?
Yeah, I mean, there's really you want me to call him as a rapist,
Edwin?
Right?
So do you know what's the burden of proof in a civil court?
A burden of proof in a civil court. I think it's lower than criminally. So it's like
right. But I'm asking you if you know what it is. Congratulations, preponderance of evidence. Right. Cammy, I appreciate you for the call.
You know what I mean? But
Edwin, I'm talking. So you continue to repeat that Trump wasn't criminally convicted of rape. We know that, Captain Obvious. Right? He was held civilly liable for it instead because the statute of limitations had passed, meaning that the victim couldn't pursue criminal litigation. Right? But if we look at the civil court, right, she suggested through preponderance of evidence to a jury after 2 years and deliberating inside of that courtroom, right, that yes, it was a fact that Trump had raped her. If you actually look at the evidence, right? That she
Right.
submitted into the court of law, and you look at Trump's defense, it becomes more even evidently clear. I'd make the argument with certainty, right, that if the statute of limitations were changed, that this absolutely could be proven within a criminal court. But see, my thing is, I'm not looking to courts. I'm looking to people and what they've done. And if there's been an insurmountable amount of evidence that has been suggested to a court to prove that Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll, like it was to the civil court that held him liable, right? That is more than sufficient information for me to know that that happened.
Okay.
So why do you reject the findings of the jury within the civil court? Because you hold to the claim that no, Trump is not a rapist.
Okay. My response to that is, yes, more than likely happened, but not proven.
It's not more than likely.
That's what preponderance is.
So that's the minimum standard of evidence, right? So it's just 51% and up, right? But I'd say when we actually look at the evidence submitted in the court, right, there's actually no reasonable doubt, right? Like for instance, can you name one piece of evidence that the victim submitted in the courtroom?
Absolutely nothing, and also the other side had nothing
Okay, you can't name
to
a piece
show
of
either,
evidence
other
submitted.
than
And do you know the name of the victim?
E. Jean Carroll, right?
E. Jean Carroll. So yeah, what piece of evidence did she submit that you would dispute here?
She absolutely submitted no evidence but her words. She has
So
no
that's a big
witnesses,
fat lie.
nothing.
Yeah, she had 7.
She has 7 witnesses that saw her do it, that saw him apparently do what he did.
No, witnesses to her story over the course of the next 14 years. Then medical records from when it happened, as well as a dress with unknown male sperm on it that she claimed to be Trump's from when it happened. Then Trump failed to provide his DNA to the court to be tested against that. A guilty man wouldn't provide his DNA because it'd prove his guilt. An innocent man would provide his DNA because it'd prove his innocence. What did Trump do? He failed to provide his DNA.
Right, and that doesn't prove that he did it by not providing his DNA. That's his assumptions and speculations. You know what I mean?
No, you can't just throw out the words assumptions and speculations, right? When this is a legitimate preponderance of evidence used by a civil court to rule that Trump was guilty in this case, right? So I'm just gonna go ahead and go over the evidence once again. So E. Jean Carroll had submitted medical records from the 1990s after it happened, right, stating that she was raped by Donald Trump. Right, there's consistency between the medical records as well as her own testimony, as well as the testimony of 7 witnesses. Right, it's also the case that she had a dress that had unknown male sperm on it that she claimed to be Trump's from when it happened, and she attempted to submit it to the court. Right, however, it was denied from being let into the court as Trump denied to provide his DNA to be tested against, right, the DNA on the dress. And I could think of plenty good reasons for an innocent man to submit his DNA to the court, right? Saving $90 million, saving the negative PR from being labeled a rapist, right? Saving 2 years in the court. And I can think of no good reasons for an innocent man not to submit his DNA. So in lieu of all the information I just shared with you, right, it's incredibly clear that yes, Trump did rape E. Jean Carroll.
Right. So to respond to your question, just because somebody didn't provide someone's DNA doesn't prove that he did it.
It's a preponderance of the things. Edwin, it's a preponderance.
More than likely happened, but
no,
it's not
no.
proven.
What I just showed you, right? There's no reasonable defense to the objection. Okay, right? So it's a preponderance of every single thing I just named off, right? There's no reasonable objection, right, to the conclusion that Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll. Can you give me any reasonable defense?
Yes. One reason is that one reason is that he did not provide his DNA, and that does not mean him doing that action proved that was his DNA on her in the 90s.
Edwin, I literally just responded to this, right? It's every single thing, right? So that is one facet of my reasons why I believe that Trump has raped E. Jean Carroll, but it's the preponderance of everything I just named off. It's not just, right, that Trump failed to provide his DNA to be tested against the DNA on the dress when he had no good reason to do so if he was an innocent man, right? And any rational person that was in his shoes and was innocent would have provided their DNA. But it's also the fact that there's medical records from the 90s indicating that, yes, Trump had raped her, as well as the consistency between said medical records, her testimony, the testimony of 7 other witnesses that remain consistent over the course of 23 years. So it's all those things put together, right? So why do you reject the conclusion that Trump is a rapist?
I reject the conclusion Trump is a rapist because, yes, I know, okay, so there's a lot of circumstances. Basically, you're saying there's a lot of circumstances that points him of doing it, okay? A lot of circumstances. But in the end, it's a preponderance. It's more likely than not 100% positive. More likely
No,
than
I'd
not.
argue.
So I just
I'd
want to switch to a
argue.
different
No,
subject.
no,
You know what I mean?
no, buddy. Right. So that's the minimum standard of evidence, right? I'd argue, right, that there's actually no defense for the idea that Trump didn't grape her, right? And it was proven beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, right? You have no reasonable doubt, right, in this case. And I'm waiting for you to articulate your reasonable doubt, but you can't because it doesn't exist, right? You only have speculatory hearsay and fringe conspiracy theory. Can you please
More likely
detail
than
to me
not
what your
is
reasonable doubt is?
speculation. More likely than not, aka preponderance, is speculation. More likely than
I'm gonna
not.
go and repeat
versus
this for the second
positively
time.
Did it.
I just want you to listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth, right? So the minimum threshold of evidence that has to be proven in a civil court is more likely than not. However, I believe that this specific case, right, suggested evidence that would prove beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that Trump had graped E. Jean Carroll, right? And if you would contest this claim, then you'd have to explicitly state your reasonable doubt. But you can't state your reasonable doubt.
Then tell me why the jury did not convict him liable for grape, only for S abuse, but not grape. Tell me why the court didn't do it. Because it's more likely they can prove it.
In the state of New York at the time, grape was defined as the male member entering into the female member without consent. She testified to not knowing if it was his PP or his hands or both, right? So they just held him liable for the sexual abuse that would account for either. But, well, I mean, we already went over the fact that under both your definition of grape and my definition of the grape, anything entering into a woman's vagina without her consent would be included. So regardless of what the specific findings of the jury were, we know that, yes, he was guilty of grape for that reason.
Yeah, but the jury never concluded to that and the back of that one. Now, can I switch the subject
No,
to
Edwin,
Kamala
what did I
Harris?
just say? You just asked me the question, why did the jury not hold him liable for grape? And I answered it clear as day. What was my answer?
Honestly, your answer was because of the old New York law about the grape, threshold or whatever. But in the end,
You weren't listening to my response.
That's
I'll go
what
ahead
you
and
said.
repeat it. No, Edwin, I'm going to go ahead and repeat my
viewed grape-
response. I'm going to go ahead and repeat my response. In the state of New York at the time, grape was defined as a male member entering into the female member without consent. The jury held Trump liable for sticking his fingers into her female member without her consent. But we've already colloquially agreed that this would be defined as grape, right? And you know what? The judge in the case actually agreed. He called it grape within the case. And then when E. Jean Carroll went on national TV after the fact and called him her grapist, he tried to countersue her for the reason that the jury didn't hold him liable for that. And then the judge rejected the countersuit for the reason that E. Jean Carroll's claims about him graping her were substantially true.
Okay, so basically, old laws, invalid laws that do not apply to the now laws. Okay, to the law in present. The invalid laws from the past does not apply to the laws in present. Okay?
I don't reference my definition of grape off of what the law says, and I never will.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You're talking about the old laws back in New York in the 90s, blah blah blah. But those laws don't apply now.
No, those laws were in.
That's why he wasn't found guilty of grape. Fuck. So yeah. So can we talk about Kamala now, about her drug use?
No, because you're saying once. Whoa, hey, chill. 1 second. So you're specifically still saying, right, that you don't believe Trump is a grapist, right, because he was held liable in a civil court. And I'm telling you that the evidence, right, proved beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that Trump had graped her, and you deny that. So I'm asking you to explicitly state what your reasonable doubt would be to the evidence, and you haven't been able to.
So my reasonable doubt to that is one. You think so my reasonable doubt is the juries did not find him liable for grape. And I know you're gonna say, and the reasonable doubt is there was no anything linking him to that, okay? And are you gonna say, back in the 90s in certain laws?
The jury held him liable for inserting his fingers into a woman's vagina without her consent. Inserting your fingers into a woman's vagina without her consent, grape.
I'm not a lawyer, but I would think that would be it. But it was not.
So we agree that
liable
the
for
jury
grape.
did held him liable for grape, colloquially with how we define the term.
Right. So, anyways, the fact still stands. He was not liable for grape.
Edwin, what do you think it means, right, when the jury doesn't hold him liable for grape?
That means
because in the state of New York at the time, they defined grape as the male member entering into the female member without consent. The jury did not find sufficient evidence to hold him liable for inserting his member into her member without consent. The jury did find sufficient evidence to hold him liable for inserting his fingers into her vagina without her consent. But it doesn't matter what was inserted into her vagina without consent, as we both agreed that anything entering into the female member without consent would be rape, right? So when you make the argument that your reasonable doubt is that the jury didn't hold him liable for rape, well, I made it explicitly clear why that's the case. And I've even continued to detail how it's the case that the judge called it rape in the court case. The law updated the following year, and countersuits from Trump were rejected on the basis that her claims that Trump had raped her were substantially true. Edwin, how many continents are there?
Well, okay, so you asked me those questions, but I can't ask you questions about Kamala. Like, what would I even ask you?
I'm waiting for you to explicitly state your reasonable doubt to the court case, but it's becoming evidently clear to me as well as the other 2.4 thousand people in here that you don't have one, right? What I've really recognized, Edwin, over the course of the last couple months of debating this issue is that the MAGA supporters that hold to the argument that Trump isn't a rapist are no different from the same fringe conspiracy theorists that would reject that the earth is round or would say that 9/11 was an inside job. You don't have any reason, any evidence, right, to suggest that the findings of the civil court were wrong, right? You only have your emotion, and you ignore and you contort reality to fit and align with your emotions. You're a fringe conspiracy theorist.
Okay, first of all, I'm not part of the jury, so, but what I do know as part of, the public, you can't call someone a murderer when they haven't been found guilty of murder. You know what I mean? Trump has not been found guilty of rape.
Literally found guilty, right, of
rape. S abuse, yes.
Okay, so Edwin, I'm going to go over this one last time with you. So would you say that he's not a rapist because the jury did not define him as a rapist due to the law at the time not including that?
Yes.
Okay, so when a husband would enter into his wife without the wife's consent in the year 1980 by chaining her down, would you say that he wasn't a rapist because rape in the context of marriage wasn't illegal until the 90s?
Yeah, if the law is the way it's like that, then I would not call somebody a rapist. If the law is like that, then...
Okay, really? Yeah, so when white slave owners would kill their black slaves in the 1850s, they weren't murderers because the law didn't define it as such?
Killing another person can be legal and illegal based on, you know what I'm saying? So in that case, it looks like rape, but is it rape under law? You know what I mean?
I'm asking you a question. When a white slave owner would kill one of their black slaves, they weren't a murderer because the law didn't define it as such?
Yes, it would not be a murder because they didn't get convicted of murder. Okay? If they have been convicted of murder, then you can call someone a murderer.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god.
So what is a murderer to you? A murderer is someone someone who's been convicted.
No, someone that unjustifiably.
All right.
Unjustifiably, right, kills a human.
A murderer is someone who's been convicted of a murder. You know what I mean?
Wow.
A rapist is someone who's been convicted of rape.
Wait, so Hitler wasn't a murderer because he was never convicted of it?
Has it been convicted? He hasn't been convicted of murder. That is the law. Like, he's killed people, but is it a murder? Has it been proven under law that he's been a murderer?
No, it hasn't.
In a sense of proven guilty, you know, until proven guilty. You know what I'm saying? You gotta give someone the presumption of innocence. Yeah, he's a genocidal. He killed people. He's a bad person. But under U.S. laws, has he been tried and convicted here? I know. Has he been tried and convicted here? He has not. So we can't call him a murderer. He's killed people.
Wow. Holy shit. Edwin, buddy. Wow. What?
Yeah, that's... Come on. Like, look. He killed people, right?
Okay.
Like I said,
wow. That's insane.
To defend his country, that's what he did.
So 200 years ago.
Countries.
So 200 years ago, when it was legal for a 50-year-old man to marry and engage in intercourse with an 8-year-old little girl, those men weren't pedophiles.
Those, I don't think you can say that word, but yeah, there would be the P word, yes.
Oh,
but that's not.
Oh, so that's what it took. So Hitler didn't do the trick, but P3DOs did.
Yeah, but you can't under U.S. law, you can't call someone a child or a rapist when they haven't been convicted of a child rapist. You gotta give them the presumption of innocence. You know what I mean? But anyway,
what? Wait. So the 50-year-old men that would marry and engage in intercourse with the 9-year-old girls were never convicted of child rape. Were they child rapists?
I guess you can't call them until there's been until you have to give someone their due process.
Oh my god!
You got to give them the due process.
Oh my! Yeah, he's gone. He got a flag for hate speech. Chat, was that real? Was that fucking real? Oh my god. Wow. Dude, I forget people like this are fucking real. You know, someone in the comment section just said run, Dean, run. Are you real? Are you real? Caden Walker, I want you to hop the fuck up here. Caden Walker 83. Hop up here, chat. Tell Caden Walker 83 to join the live. Tell Caden Walker 83 to join the live. He said, run, Dean, run. Fuck, dude. All right. Hey, for the 2.6 thousand people in here, we're going to go ahead and try out a little bit of a... Yeah, Caden's running right now. Run, Caden, run. We're going to go ahead and try out a little bit of a restart on the stream. We're going to see if we could get the live to send out. I'm going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen. For the 2.6 thousand people in here, hit that follow button. Click on that profile picture, and I'm going to be right back, y'all. Tuning back into the stream, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Make sure that we're sharing out this live with a couple of friends as well. And if you don't have any friends, just copy that link, spam that comment section as well. Yeah, it looks like our algorithm here is very limited today, so we just need to try to break through that. We're going to go ahead and move straight on to the debate. So guys, if you're hop in that queue, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? How old are you?
35.
35. What year were you born in?
19.
All right, he's not 35. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you are in that queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. For the first 500 people pouring back in here, welcome back into the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to our next guest. What's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going? I'm 19.
Nice. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, actually.
And why is that?
He's just a better candidate overall. I feel like, Kamala hasn't really shown her policies and really show what she can do.
Yeah, she actually has. She released, 6 economic policies today, actually.
Can you name what they are, please?
Yeah, sure. Let's go ahead and pull them up. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. For everybody tuning in here, do double tap. Do share out this live with a couple friends. Y'all already know what to do. Run this live up, guys. Run this live up. Yeah, so specifically, she wants to eliminate medical debt for millions of Americans. She wants to put a ban on price gouging for groceries and food. She wants to put a cap on prescription drug costs above the $35 cap on insulin that they already implemented under the Biden-Harris administration. She wants to allow for a $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers, particularly benefiting those who have consistently paid rent on time in their past. She wants to introduce a child tax credit that would provide $6,000 per child to families for the first year of a baby's life, which is bumped up twice as much from what was introduced in 2021. She wants to either expand the ACA or introduce Medicare for all. She wants to reinstitute Roe v. Wade, fighting for the rights of all 170 million American women and girls, with federal protections for abortion. I could go on all day. She wants to reform the TCGA, increasing the tax rates for people making over $400,000 a year, to introduce better benefits for the low and the middle class.
But notice none of her policies has to do with the immigration problem or the fact that the American people need more job opportunities or better education systems.
Okay. Well, first of all, these are only some of the proposed policies. Like I only said, she's already only released her economic policies, When we're going to be referencing the border education, we'd expect these, following the DNC. Second of all, you'd say that education is important to all American citizens. How do you feel about Trump wanting to dismantle the Federal Board of Education?
Dismantle. I want to say dismantle.
He wants to eliminate it.
Where did you get this? I haven't seen this anywhere.
From Trump.
His website?
From him and his speeches. Just look up Trump wants to dismantle Federal Board of Education. It's a fact.
All right, give me a second. I'm going to drop off and come back up when I find this.
You're not going to come back up.
I will, 100%.
I don't think you're going to come back up.
What did you say what did you tell me just search up?
Trump wants to dismantle Federal Board of Education.
All right, I'll come back up.
You're not going to come back up.
I will.
He's not going to come back up. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
All right. So why do you want to grape us in the Oval Office?
He hasn't been convicted of rape, so the preponderance of evidence is not an assignment of guilt. So she just provided.
So both courts are going to be an assignment of responsibility. Criminal courts assign criminal responsibility. Civil courts assign financial responsibility. But both would be an assignment of guilt.
No, liability is not an assignment of guilt.
What do you take guilt to be?
Guilt is when you're guilty or innocent is when you're convicted in a court of law.
Well, I mean, if you're just saying that guilt would be when you're convicted in a criminal court, well, yeah, it's not assigning a conviction in a criminal court, Captain Obvious.
Right, so you can't call him a grape. Now you can say he's liable, but you can't
that's
call
not
him
what I
rape.
mean when I say guilt.
Okay.
When I say guilt, I just mean it's been proven that this is true of the defendant, right? When I say guilt, I don't mean convicted in a criminal court.
Okay, well, as long as we're clear on that. But
clear on that, the fact that he's guilty and that he's a grapist. Yeah, we are.
Do you know the information? Because I heard we were talking about the Department of Education. Do you know like the statistics about like performance before and after the introduction of the Department of Education, or like what is your basis for saying
1973? Yeah, so why I disagree with like the dismantlement of the Federal Board of Education, right, is because a lot of Republican states don't address adequate funding to their statewide schooling systems. In fact, we'll see in some red states such as Louisiana that more of the funding that goes to their statewide schools is accounted through federal in comparison to statewide. And in the abolishment of the Federal Board of Education, right, it also abolishes those federal proceeds sent to the states for education, right, which will essentially mean that kids in California are learning from a different curriculum and have different fundings per student than kids in Louisiana, right? And I think that education is going to be a universal right that should remain consistent, right, regardless of your geographical location, right? And I don't think that kids in Louisiana deserve a worse education than kids in Colorado or California do. All right. Anyway, so I just have a quick question. Would you vote for someone here that's attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government before?
I mean, I would disagree with their characterization as a coup. My question is, why did so they didn't actually obstruct any legal process.
Just mind if you answer my question though?
Well, if you want to characterize it as a coup, yes, but I don't believe it's a coup. So I feel like it's a false. Like I'm not going to say it's a coup, but I support peaceful assembly, the people that peacefully assembled on January 6th.
Oh, I'm referencing Trump sending fake electorates to 7 different states to cast false votes into Electoral College. I'm referencing Trump trying to rig the election.
Wouldn't they be faithless electors?
What's that?
Wouldn't they be considered faithless electors?
I don't know what that means.
A faithless elector is someone who basically votes against there was some electors that were supposed to go to Donald Trump said they were gonna faithlessly elect Hillary Clinton anyway. So basically,
Hillary Clinton. I'm talking about the 2020 election. And inside of the 2020 election, what happened, right, was Trump thought that the election was stolen from him because he's delusional or he's just a liar. And then what he did to remedy the fact that the election had been stolen from him was he literally made fake votes for him and sent them to Congress, right? There's 7 states where he was confident that the election had been stolen from him. So then him and his team just sent fake certificates of ascertainments from those states to be certified as real by Mike Pence, just to rig the election straight up, right? So that's a soft coup.
I mean, we're gonna disagree. That part you may consider a soft coup, but I was specifically referring to J6. But I understand
on J6, right? So yeah, would you agree with me here, right? That
I would agree that the election was
government.
I just don't agree with your characterization because
my characterization is something claimed to be true by Trump. You understand that him as well as his attorneys right now are arguing to the Supreme Court that this is what they did, but it was an official act of his presidency. I mean, you could look up clips online of Will Barr, right, specifically arguing to Fox News that this was just a process to mitigate the fraudulent outcomes of the 2020 election because of the widespread voter fraud that they reported that never happened.
Okay, so what role does the president have in terms of elections?
What role does the president have in terms of election?
Securing them, verifying they're secured. Is he allowed to ask people to investigate things?
Wait, yeah. The president is allowed to ask people to investigate things, but the president isn't allowed to literally send fake electorates to 7 different states to make fake Trump votes to be sent to Congress. Right? He also went to the Justice Department with Bill Barr. He told Bill Barr just to announce that there had been voter fraud found when it hadn't been. Right? And then Bill Barr ended up resigning over that. And he left. Okay, he ran. We're going to move on to our next guest. For the 1.8 thousand people in here, I appreciate y'all for coming into the stream. All right, do make sure to double tap away in that phone screen. Do share this live with a couple of friends here today as well. Right, and specifically, guys, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move on to our next guest. But yeah, if you do want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and it greatly benefits me. Let's move on to our next guest, Pretty Woods Apparel, y'all. If we don't send out on this account, we're just going to head over to another account. Low-key, this account is pretty shot. Right? I haven't been on in a handful of months. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 53.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir, I am.
And why is that?
Because I'm sick of everything that's going on in America.
Such as what?
I'm sick of the GAY getting thrown in my face all over the TV. I'm sick of hearing.
Dear God, dude. Dear
Sick
fucking God.
Oh my fucking God, what?
Oh my God. You're sick of the GAY being thrown in your face all over the TV?
Yes, I am. I'm
How's
sick
the
of the
GAY being thrown in your face on the TV?
Because every time you turn on TV, that's all the hell you see.
What
Boys
the fuck
kissing.
are you watching? I
Boys-
don't see that every time I turn on my TV. Maybe you're going to a very special channel.
No. ABC, NBC.
You must be going to a very special channel to see that, right? To see boys kissing boys every time you turn it on.
No, I don't watch that shit like you and Parker do.
Wait, you're the one saying that you see it every single time you turn your
every
TV
time you
on.
turn on TV, they get.
Are
a
you
cure
sure it's
for
not
AIDS.
every single time you whip open your laptop at 3 a.m. when your wife is gone?
My wife ain't gone at 3 a.m.
Hiding in the other room, right? Open up that laptop, see boys kissing boys every single time.
You think you're a real badass behind that camera, don't you?
Were you one of the people that crashed Griner at the RNC, sir?
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
No worries. All right. So, are you just homophobic or what?
No, they need to keep the shit to themselves.
You understand that the only people not keeping sexual orientations to themselves
Is
are
the
like
Democrat.
straight people like you. You're the only one talking about boys kissing anybody. Right,
I wouldn't
on the
talk
live,
about
quite
it if it
frankly.
didn't get thrown in my face. Just like
Bro,
racism gets thrown in my face.
Who the hell is throwing it in your face, sir?
Democrats.
Name what? Like who? What are they doing? Be more specific. Democrats throw
I'm white.
GAY in my face.
I'm white, so I'm racist automatically. They
Oh
don't
my
even
God.
fucking know me.
Listen, bro, dude. All right, we're gonna start off on the first topic. How are Democrats throwing boys kissing boys in your face?
Because that's all y'all talk about is LGBTQ, A, B, C, D. I mean, they keep adding.
Literally,
words
the
to it.
first conversation I've had about the LGBTQ plus community, right,
Well, you ain't
today
been on it
is with
40
you
minutes.
right now. You're the one that brought it up. You're the one that wants to talk about boys kissing boys.
Well, because who am I talking to? When did
Probably
you
a
find
boy you want to kiss? Like older
I'm tired
millennial?
of hearing youth gender affirming bullshit. I mean, that's just
DB, I appreciate you for the champion. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's for DB in the comment section. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the champion, DB. Hey, buddy. Are you
gender affirming at birth is wrong.
They do not do gender affirming care at birth.
You scroll through the live and see what the hell. I mean, that's what your vice president.
Did you say gender affirming care at birth?
That's what your vice president wants to do.
Thank you for the Did you say gender affirming care at birth?
That's what your vice president did in Minnesota.
No. That's a lie.
Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
Oh man.
You're educated.
No, give me a source, please. That's the craziest thing that I've ever heard. I can't believe that this isn't ironic. I cannot believe that this is not satire. Gender affirming care at birth?
When did you and Parker figure out
What do you
y'all?
think gender affirming care is?
I have no idea. I'm a man. My pronoun is he, him. It's bullshit.
Wait, you have pronouns?
Yeah, he, him. Some of these lives you got to say that before they even let you talk. Ain't that bullshit?
Wait, but I thought but you know, your other like conservative comrades, some of them say they don't even have pronouns. You're actually more progressive than them.
I'm just some of these lives you have to say he, him, or you won't even.
You have pronouns, sir. Sir, your pronouns are he, him, huh?
Yeah. When did you and Parker figure out y'all were women?
Buddy, you can't come up on the live, spew like anti-trans rhetoric, then accuse an adult human male with a penis of being a woman. That is like so contradictory.
Well, both of y'all just belittle people, and it's freaking stupid.
Did you just hear what you just said? Thank you for the subscription. Like you can't spew anti-trans rhetoric. You can't like you can't vehemently hold this disdain for the LGBTQ plus community and then call an adult human male with a penis a woman. Like that is so antithetical to your anti-trans worldview. Unless you're being more progressive and you're saying that you could be a woman with a penis.
Well, I don't know no more. It kind of.
I don't, sir. With all due respect, I don't know if you ever knew in the first place. I'm just saying. You just sound like you may have never knew damn thing in the first place.
Y'all say y'all are for veterans. Y'all disrespect the anthem and the flag, and that's disrespecting every veteran that fought for us.
Okay. So you guys say that you're for veterans, and then Trump says that he wants to pardon the violent rioters on January 6th that got convicted of.
What does that got to do with veterans?
I appreciate you for the subscription. Well, it has to do with backing the blue. It has to do with the police, and then we'll go into veterans. Or a lot of cops are veterans, right? So Trump wants to pardon, the violent rioters on January 6th, right? That poked the eyes out of cops, broke their backs, their legs, their spines, right? Trump himself is also a 5 times draft dodger. He dodged the Vietnam draft 5 times, right? And specifically speaking, right? Can you name one piece of legislation passed by Trump while he was president that was for the veterans?
No, I can't.
Okay, but when we're referencing the Biden-Harris administration, I could reference the PACT Act that was for the veterans. They passed a piece of legislation that invested $800 million into expanding VA healthcare benefits to over 1 million new veterans. And Roberta, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying hello from Alaska. What's going on, Roberta? I really appreciate you for the $10. Let's get some W's for Roberta in the chat. Thank you so much for the $10. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much. W's for Roberta. All right. Hey, so do you support abortion?
I support abortion for certain reasons. Rape, incest, yes, they ought to be, but no, I think
like elective circumstances you don't. So I have a question. Would you agree with losing your right to own a gun if it meant that the lives of more innocent children would be saved?
They're not coming to get my guns. That's another thing. I'm all for the Second Amendment right, and I'm going to keep my assault rifles.
Right. So how could you say that you wouldn't give up your right to own a gun, even if it were to save the lives of more innocent children?
How is it saving? How is giving up my gun?
Sarah, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo from Sarah. I really appreciate you for the love, Sarah. Let's get some W's in the chat for Sarah. Thank you so much for the $10. I hope you're having a good day, Sarah, and thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. I'm going to go back to what I was saying.
I respect you for all the money you're making. I really do. I mean,
and the only point I was trying to make there
was you report that to the IRS?
Yeah, so I do pay taxes. Anyways, back to what I was saying, right? So you said that you wouldn't give up your right to own a gun, even if it saved the lives of more innocent children, but then you turn around and you say that all 170 million American women and girls are expected to give up their right to health care because you think it saves the lives of more innocent children. Can you explain to me your hypocritical double standard there?
I don't think that's a hypocritical double standard. That's totally 2 different issues.
All right, but in one scenario, you're like, I wouldn't give my right up as a man, even if it saved the lives of more innocent children. But then you're like, well, the women definitely should give their rights up because it'll save the lives of more innocent children.
If it's going to endanger the life of a woman, she ought to be able to have an abortion. But if
Yeah, but I'm talking about like the 99% of women who want to get an abortion because they don't want to maintain pregnancy, not out of not out of a substantial risk to their life.
That's irresponsible.
Okay, well, I mean, see how you think that abortion's wrong not because you care about the fetus or the child, but you think abortion's wrong because you think the mother's acting irresponsibly.
I think it's murder.
Okay, all right. Well, hey man, are you Christian?
Yes, sir, I am.
What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
I can't quote the Bible like you, Bubba.
No worries.
Jesus
Are you a patriot?
Jesus is my Lord and Savior.
Are you a patriot?
Yes.
What are the branches of government?
Legislative. I don't know. There's 3 of them. I don't know.
Yeah. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
What is Trump's middle name?
I don't care about his middle name.
Yeah. Are you a Republican?
Big time, yes.
Okay. And how many Republican senators are? Wait, then that's not a good question. How many senators are there?
I don't give a shit about that, dude.
Yeah. All right. Well, is there anything else that you wanted to go over?
Why do Democrats kneel for the national anthem and disrespect the flag? That's disrespecting veterans.
Oh, yeah, so true. Do you think that it should be federally illegal to burn the American flag like Trump does?
If it touches the ground, it should be burned, yes.
No, by like violent Democrats.
When did Trump burn a flag?
No. Trump wants to make it federally illegal to burn the American flag, right? So do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you're not a constitutionalist by any means, right? Because the Supreme Court has ruled that burning the American flag is protected under the First Amendment right to freedom of expression.
Yes, that's the First Amendment right. It's protesting. But
right, so you'd say that specifically speaking, we should violate people's constitutional right to burn the American flag and send them to jail for a year? It's not very patriotic of you.
Why would you burn the American flag, dude?
Well, I don't know, but I know that it's constitutionally protected. Texas v. Johnson, 1989.
Goodness, baby girl, my granddaughter. So, well, you ain't got nothing to say. Usually, you're just a real asshole to everybody.
I'm actually being quite kind to you, sir.
You are. You are.
All right. Well, we've got to move on to the next guest here, y'all. We're gonna try to keep on keeping on here to see if this live ever sends out. Also, yo, Parker, that's fucking crazy, bro. That's insane. But if it doesn't push out, we're honestly just gonna go back to one of our backup accounts. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. What's up? How old are you?
47.
Okay, you're obviously voting for Trump. I could tell via the weathered flag and eagle in your profile picture.
Why does the flag trigger you?
No fucking way you just asked me that. You get that from Facebook?
That's
you're RNC robot. That was funny. You're a stereotype.
You're stereotyping. You assume I'm a Republican and voting for Trump because I got a flag. Can
I assume that you're Republican and voting for Trump because you're in my guest request in the background says, why are you voting for Trump?
Can a Democrat be patriotic?
I'd say Democrats are more patriotic than Republicans.
Really?
Absolutely. Trump tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government in 2020. He also said he wanted to put the Constitution on pause, and he actively advocates for violating people's constitutional rights if they burn an American flag by sending them to jail. Right? Of course, Democrats are more patriotic than Republicans. They want to protect and preserve the state of our democracy, the state of our elections, the state of the checks and balances within our federal government, and they don't want to infringe upon people's constitutional rights, right? Like Trump does with the First Amendment, and they haven't said that they want to put the Constitution on pause. How can you call yourself a patriot when you support a guy that tried to stage a soft coup to overthrow an election by overthrow our government by rigging an election?
Well, we're running here Democrats for Trump.
Frank, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love. Let's get some W's for Frank in the chat. Massive W's for Frank. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Frank. Go ahead.
Dude, how do you get these people to give you $20?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I come on here speaking facts, the truth, right, with evidence every single day of my life. I come on here sitting down false patriots that don't care about our country, that only care about themselves and are probably suffer from high levels of narcissism. I come on here attempting to align people with the objective truth by engaging them in critical thought.
Your objective truth, not the objective truth.
No, it's objectively true.
Other than when you asked this guy about specific stats about the government, everything else was objective that you were talking about.
It's absolutely an objective fact, right? That Trump staged a soft coup to overthrow our federal government in 2020 by attempting to
actually, it's not, because prior to that, he actually asked Pelosi to bring in some of this extra state police, Capitol Police, and also the National Guard, which she actually is caught on video that her daughter videoed, saying it was her fault. She should have actually had more troops there.
Who controls the National Guard? The Speaker of the House or the DOD?
Speaker of the House.
DOD. The DOD controls the National Guard.
No.
And the
For
DOD
DC, hold on. For DC, the Speaker of the House actually controls it.
False.
DC is not a state.
Right. False. The DOD controls the National Guard even within Washington, D.C., right? And they didn't send in extra troops, right? And specifically the
Not
reason
troops. I
was
misspoke when I said troops. I meant to say Capitol Police.
Okay, yeah. And the DOD controls Capitol Police, National... Oh, well, they control National Guard.
Actually, Speaker of the House controls the Capitol Police.
That is false.
Okay.
Right, but my point was, right, it wasn't even about the violent riots and insurrection upon our Capitol caused by Trump. It was his attempt to rig the election, right? He sent fake electorates to 7 different states to cast false votes into the Electoral College to be counted as real votes to certify him as a president, even though he lost, right? And that is incredibly anti-democratic of him. It was a soft coup against our government. How
So
can
is
you
there
call
a
yourself
direct
patriot when you
link
support
to
that?
him telling those people to do those crimes?
Yes, because he's currently arguing to the Supreme Court that it was an official act of his presidency.
No, that actually was not part of the whole Supreme Court official act as a president.
Yes,
that
it
was
is.
not
It
part.
is.
No,
It
wasn't.
is.
No,
Okay.
wasn't.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and play you a clip of his lawyer stating that they had said that they had sent alternative slates of electors, right? And that was particularly what he was arguing. But he ran away. But we're gonna go ahead and still play the clip. We're gonna still play the clip, but we are gonna go ahead and get another guest up here just in the meantime. He left, but we're gonna still play that clip. So everybody, look at this.
Conduct, the immune acts in the indictment are stripped away, that Jack Smith doesn't have a case, that this case should be dismissed on that basis. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution. And that's what we're going to be litigating in front of the district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors. And as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been...
See what I mean? Anyways, what's up, Ricky? How old are you?
What's up, buddy?
How old are you?
48.
Awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, probably so.
All right. Why is that?
Well,
Ricky, you got a lot of background noise, buddy. I'm so sorry. Jeff, feel free to unmute that mic, man.
Hello.
Wait, 1 second. For everybody saying CNN is your source, so Trump's attorney went on CNN to be interviewed, right, about the January 6th indictments. Trump's attorney is my source. I just want to clarify there. The logo in the bottom right-hand corner doesn't matter. Go ahead and unmute that mic, Jeff.
Yeah, hello.
Awesome. Are you voting for Trump? Awesome. Why's that?
Because I'm pro-life. That's pretty much it.
Oh, okay. So do you think that like pro-choice legislation kills millions of babies per year?
Yes.
Okay. So would you still vote for Trump if he killed 100,000 children, right? Because at the end of the day, there would still be a net benefit of saving millions.
If there's a net benefit, then I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, so Trump could go kill every single kid, right? And in like, I don't know, Massachusetts right now, genocide them all, and you'd still vote for him.
Well, I think there's more things to consider if you're going that extreme, but I think in like a raw, net question, I would say I would choose for the better utilitarian option.
Yeah, that's fucking insane. That's insane. So just to clarify, Jeff, if Trump raped every single woman in your family, you'd still vote for him?
That, I don't know. That there's a lot of things to consider.
All right, but the net benefit?
Well, there might not be a net benefit in that situation.
Okay, so you're saying that like raping 7 women, or whatever like random number we'd assign there, would be worse, right, than killing every single fetus as a result of abortions per year, which is millions, right? Which I agree with you. is true. However, right, from the pro-life worldview, that would be false.
I feel like what you just said is less bad than anti-abortion legislation being passed.
I didn't understand that.
Yeah, so I think anything Trump did do is bad, but I think consequentially, passing pro-life legislation would be better.
Yeah, so if he raped every single woman in your family, you'd still vote for him.
Well, I don't think we're perfect beings. I think we're emotional. So I think I'd make the wrong decision there and not vote for him.
Wait, so you'd say that it'd be irrational for you to not vote for Trump if he raped every single woman in your family?
Well, yeah, maybe, like, consequentially speaking, right?
Got a load of that goober. MAGA cult, folks. MAGA cult. Okay, we're gonna move the fuck on. Dude, I swear to God, these Republicans, these MAGA cultists have the craziest takes known to mankind. It is a cult, ladies and gentlemen. It is a cult. We're gonna go to get our next guest up in here literally right now. Shit is actually crazy. Absolutely. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say, y'all. We're probably gonna take another guest or two, then switch to another account. What's up, Brady? How old are you? All right, Brady's not here. If you're MAGA, let me know down below. We're gonna go ahead and pull you up here. All right, so everybody, just give us a minute to do so, y'all. We're gonna go to get Phil Sutherland up here in the box. Everybody, just be patient while we're getting our next debate going. We may need to switch our accounts here today. All right, we're still just looking for our next guest. What's up? How old are you?
29.
Are you voting for Trump?
Currently, yeah.
And why is that?
Strictly performance-wise, and looking at the last 8 years, from 2016 to 2020, excluding COVID, I think Trump did a much better job in office than Biden and Harris have done in the past 4 years.
Really? I very strongly disagree. Can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefited the middle and the low class more so than rich people?
The 2017 Jobs Act,
it's called the Tax Cuts and
yeah.
Jobs Act. That benefited rich people more than the low and the middle class.
Definitely, there were definitely benefits to the middle class.
But I asked you, can you name a policy that he influenced to get passed that benefits to the low and the middle class more than rich people?
More, okay. So firstly, like, economic, it was just anecdotally speaking better during that time.
Well, I mean, the economy, pre-pandemic was honestly pretty damn good, right? And it was only getting better. But we want to attribute that to Trump, right? A political candy. I appreciate you so much for the champion. Thank you for the love. Unless you could detail to me policy or executive order that he influenced that caused it to be better, right? Would you be able to tell me the policy?
I'm not in politics every day. I'm just an average citizen.
Yeah, so you're just kind of using correlation causation logic here. You're like, well, it happened while he was president, therefore it's caused by him. At the end of his term, we saw the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression. That happened under his presidency too. Was that also caused by him?
Yeah, obviously it wasn't.
Right, so we can't just attribute everything that happens in the country to being caused by a president unless we could isolate for external variables, right, and demonstrate how they cause it through policy and executive order.
I guess switching notes, since you're looking for specific policies, the world was a much more peaceful place during that time.
I mean, it wasn't at peace. It was more peaceful. Yeah, sure. We didn't see Russia's invasion of Ukraine, right? Israel's genocide of the Palestinians, right? We didn't see these things, and they're definitely probably worse than what we had going on in the world under Trump. However, it's the case that I don't think we would be able to attribute those to the Biden-Harris administration, and for that reason, that wouldn't give us any reason to vote for Trump over Harris. Ryan, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, saying here's your Soros check. Thank you for the love, Ryan. Let's get some W's in the chat for Ryan for the $25 on Venmo. Seriously, thank you so much for the love, Ryan. Massive W's in the chat right now for Mr. Ryan. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much, man. Massive W's for Ryan, ladies and gentlemen. Massive W's. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I guess if you were gonna sum it up in a nutshell, why should, for a voter that's on the fence, why should they vote for Harris?
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, I think there's going to be two main categories why you should vote for Harris over Trump. The first category is going to be character, right? He's a rapist, she isn't. He's a racist, she isn't. He's a fraudster, she isn't. He's a felon, she isn't. It's also the case that he imposed a Muslim ban while he was president, or at least tried to, which was religious persecution by definition. He also tried to stage a soft coup to overthrow our federal government by rigging an election, right? Which is also something she didn't do, right? He's also sexualized little girls, saying that he did a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, right? He's also said that he likes to grab women by the P word without asking them first, right? Without consent. Or he's boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teen girls in Miss Teen USA to quote-unquote do inspections, right? Right, and then when we're talking about policy here, right, he passed no policy that benefited the low and the middle class more so than rich people, but the Biden-Harris administration passed 5, right, the PACT Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, right. He elected 3 justices to the Supreme Court to take federal protections away from all 170 million American women and girls access to abortion. Meanwhile, she's actively fighting for it to be federally reinstituted. It's the case that he perpetuates, racism, Christian nationalism, and further political division by radicalizing the right into the MAGA voter base, while also perpetuating income inequities by benefiting rich people, by serving a detriment to poor, right? There's a lot of reasons here.
Okay. Definitely something to consider. I mean, yeah, I'm super curious to watch like the debates and stuff, and yeah, I think it'll be really interesting.
All right. Is there anything else that you wanted to go over?
No, I think I'm good. Yeah.
All right. Appreciate you for coming up.
Yeah.
We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody give us a minute here. Let's get to see what Mike has to say. We're going to end after this, guys. I'm going to go live on another one of my accounts, chat. I don't know which account. I'm just going to see which one is free. Heidi, thank you so much for the champion. I appreciate you for that love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Heidi. Seriously, thank you so much for the champions. W's in the chat for Heidi. Thank you so much. We'll probably end up going live on DNC Dean. We'll see, though. Just because, I don't know. This account doesn't have algorithm, unfortunately. All right, let's see here. Jessica's not connecting. We're going to go. Honestly, we're going to go ahead and end now. So, chat, we are going to go live on @DNC Dean. It's possible that we may also go live on @Dean Get a Grip if that account is unbanned. We got a day ban yesterday. I don't know if it's still day ban, but I guess we'll see. Anna, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for enlightening Americans idiots with logic and facts. It's so kind of you. Thank you, Anna. So y'all check @Dean Get a Grip and check @DNC Dean. I'm gonna be live on one of those 2 accounts. For the 2.5 thousand people, I'll see you there. Thank you so much for hanging out. See you on my other accounts. Bye bye.
The border.
Sir Republic, you're in the live, buddy. All right, guys. The first guest is always the worst guest to find. I swear to God, that's always the case. The first guest is always the worst guest to find. All right, we're going to go to move on to our next guest here. What's up, Jacob? How old are you?
24.
Are you voting for Trump?
Duh.
And why is that?
Because I'm not a scrawny little bitch like you.
I could take you in a fist fight.
No, you couldn't. I promise
Sure
you.
could. Sure could.
What do you bench?
What do I bench? 255 at the moment.
Cap. Why are you voting for Kamala? Give me
Elan,
like
I appreciate
5
you for the
policies
$4
you really like.
on Venmo. 5 policies? Sure.
Yeah, 5 policies.
Chips and Science Act, PACT Act, Infrastructure Bill, Inflation Reduction Act, and American Rescue Plan. Now name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that you like.
You got me.
I did, because you came up here and you said.
Now let me ask you this.
But then I challenge your masculine ego, all right, and I just diss back the same shit you gave to me, bro. You're a fucking caveman. You're a legitimate fucking caveman. You don't have a brain in there. You have 2 rocks click clacking. Lights are on. Nobody's home, right? You are a shell of a human. Like what the fuck? I want to fight you. You're so scrawny. You're a bitch. Like, bro, dude, come the fuck on, okay? Unmute your mic. I want to see all 70 of your IQ points, right? Put in action at once. Tell me why Trump is better than Harris.
Let me ask you this. Do you think it's fair that when Trump said he was going to impose no tax on tips, you think it's fair that the media was shitting on him, saying it was going to cost the government billions of dollars over the next 10 years, but when Kamala did it, they're praising her for it. You think that's fair?
No, I don't.
All right. That's something we can agree on.
Yeah. So when they propose the same policy and we see like partisan media taking one stance towards one candidate that they
No,
don't
it
take to
wasn't
the
part
other,
of it. It was all CNN.
Of course
It
that's
was
not fair.
CBS.
Of course that's
I
not
mean,
fair. Right? Like, of course, I'd agree with you there. Of course, that's not fair, right? Unfortunately, we live in a country with partisan politics. Fox News would do the same thing, right? That's just the state of our country. Anyways, could you tell me why you want to vote for the greatest felon fraudster that attempted to overthrow an election through the use of a soft coup?
Realistically, I'm not for open borders at all. I am not for any transgender anything. I don't like Tim Walz. I live in the state of Minnesota. He has turned this state to shit.
Okay, so you're not for open borders. Do you think that we currently have open borders?
I mean, the Border Patrol does not support, Biden.
Do you think that we currently have open borders?
It's not that we have open borders. It's that they don't give a fuck. I mean, millions of immigrants are passing every day.
Do you think that we currently have a border? Millions?
Not millions. Thousands every day.
Okay, yeah. So do you think that we currently have a crisis at the southern border?
Kinda.
Okay, so would you say that
I also think that we're
would you say that we had a worse crisis right at the southern border at the end of Trump's term when we had more daily crossings than we do now?
I don't know. I'll just be honest. I don't know.
Okay, so earlier you were talking about right.
Here's the thing.
One second.
We're sending billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine.
Buddy, we'll talk about Ukraine next. We'll talk about Ukraine.
Yeah, hold on. We're sending.
No, I wanted just
hundreds
to make a point.
of billions of dollars to Ukraine, but
buddy,
Trump can't have $6 billion to build the wall. That would stop that.
Buddy, I've been trying to make a point. 1 fucking second, little bro. So earlier you referenced partisan politics. Right, so you said when Trump wanted to introduce no tax on tips, they said it would cost the government a lot of money. But when Harris wanted to implement the same thing, it wouldn't have. Right. So do you see how you're acting right in that same tribalist, biased fashion when we're referencing a crisis at the southern border? Because you're saying for certain, right, we do have a border crisis today, but we didn't have a border crisis even when there were more crossings under Trump.
That's false. Can you show me an article where it says that? Or can you give me a...
Customs and Border Patrol, go to January of 2021. You'll see 25.
Is that a .com? Is that a .org? What is that?
Customs and Border Patrol's a .gov.
All right. Well, what do you want me to search? You just want me to go to that website?
Customs and Border Control daily crossings by month. Look at January of 2021. Compare it to now.
Right.
Dude, I swear to God, what is going on with the guest today, ladies and gentlemen? I really don't fucking know. And he left. Could have guessed that from a mile away. All right, we're gonna go to mute that mic, get that account. Guys, if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, y'all. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Awesome. What year are you born in?
2005.
Why did you sound really not confident about that?
Dude,
what
I'm
year did you
19.
graduate high school?
2017.
You graduated high school in 2018.
Dude, I'm 19. Come on.
If you're 19, how did you graduate high school in 2018?
I didn't. I graduated 2 years ago.
What grade are you in?
I'm 19, bro.
So
I swear, just debate me. Just debate me. Come on, man. Why you?
Are you in college?
Yeah, I'm in college. I go to Iowa University.
So what grade level of college are you in?
I'm a freshman.
If you graduated from high school 2 years ago, you'd be going into your junior year.
Well, I didn't do college my year out of high school. I moved to Colorado and I just moved back to Iowa.
You took a gap year?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you graduated 2 years ago, it would have been 2 gap years.
No, it would have been 1 because I graduated in 2022.
I graduated 2 years ago. I'm going in my junior year. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. I'm sorry, I was just fucking with him. Ah, man. All right, we're gonna move on. What's up, human? How old are you?
I'm 29. I'm old.
Are you voting for Trump?
I don't even care. Just take me off. I'm mad at you. You really pissed me off last time, so I'm not going into detail.
No, please debate me. Ah, I pissed her off. She's mad at me. Ah. Wow. She's crying. Okay. Moving on. If you're voting for Trump, let me know down below. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, Rick. Oh, jeez, Rick. This isn't fun. What's up, Jill? How old are you? Jill, are you here? Oh, jeez. We're not sending out on this account either. Low-key, we were sending out better on the main account. Hey, for the 1.3 thousand people in here, we're heading back to the main account. I'm so sorry. We're just trying to figure out what the hell is going on today. So for everybody in here, head over to @itsdean, right? On TikTok. Spam the chat when we get back in there. Spam the like, spam the shares. We're just not sending out anywhere today, bro. I'll see y'all there. Raid that account. When I go live, spam Dean raid in the Kazi, Claire, Percy, DTM, Kaylor, Lindsay, Oriana, everybody tuning in to the live. Double tap on that phone screen. For the first 300 people in here, welcome into the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Do double tap away on that phone screen. Do share out this live with a couple friends as well. And hop in that queue if you're voting for Trump. We're going to go ahead and hop right back into the debates, ladies. So good to see you all. Welcome into the live. What's going on, Gainer Jay? What's up? How old are you, buddy?
I'm 53.
All right, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
All right, what's up?
Oh man. So, give me your stance on the new grocery gouging that she's going to bring up today. Do you have a stance on that yet?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'll tell you when I have it developed. I'm not that quick, right? So why are you voting for Trump?
Because I'm a capitalist.
Oh, you're a capitalist. So you support capitalism. You support
yes.
free flow of labor, right? So not only is it the case that Kamala Harris is going to be capitalist, every nominee that we have in the presidential race would be, but it is the case. Well, then would you support an open border because a closed border would restrict the free flow of labor into our country?
I don't think that's necessarily true. I think you need to have people coming in your country 100% for sure, but we should manage it better than we do now. Both Democrats and Republicans, to be honest with you.
So how does the fact that you're a capitalist give you reason to vote for Trump?
What's that?
How does the fact that you're a capitalist give you reason to vote for Trump over Harris? Like, for instance, I'm a capitalist, but I don't think that gives me reason to vote for one candidate over the other because they're both capitalists.
Some of her policies lean away from capitalism, such as let me think of some good examples. She wants
Sharon, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you for the love, Sharon.
She believes in single payer health insurance. She believes in people that come to the country illegal to give them I forget the three stances she has on that, but education. And I mean, the thing is, I just believe that people should come to the country legally, and they should, and then once they're here legally, should have the same rights as a U.S. citizen. But they should.
Kaz, thank you so much for the champion. I really appreciate you for that love, Kaz. Let's get some W's for Kaz in that chat. Thank you so much for the champion. Go ahead.
But so I think she has some of her policies lean away from capitalism. I mean,
I just want to clarify here. No, so there's no such thing as quote unquote leaning away from capitalism, right? Because when we're referencing like academia, how we define what capitalism is, how we define what socialism, communism are, we have very strict and clean-cut, clear definitions of these things because of their practical application within academia, and that's a fact, right? So all that capitalism is the privatized means of the privatized ownership of the means of production. Socialism would just be the worker, where the workers would own the means of production, right? And that's a fact, right? So like universal health care for all, right? This is not leaning away from the privatized ownership of the means of production in the slightest, right? So now that we have that out of the way, something else I'd like to address here when you're referencing the border, right? Well, I mean, it is the case, right, that Trump has continually thwarted, right, good border policy that would have stopped, right, like undocumented migrants coming in here through legal processes to the same, rate that they would be now, and it would have allowed for more effective, right, legal, more effective means of safe and quick entry into our country through a legal system, right? And Trump thwarted that because he wanted to be able to use that as a campaigning talking point within his bid for re-election in 2024. Right?
That is true.
Yeah, my question for you would be, would you vote for someone that has more likely than not sexually abused a woman?
With the problem with that statement is I do not want to that's a tough subject, and you're talking about Eugene Carroll, I take it.
Eugene Carroll, yes.
Yeah. I don't know enough about that case. The little I know about that case, and I do not like to blame or doubt a victim, so that's why it's hard to even talk about this exact thing. But I feel like the case itself, there's things about it that I felt like it was an attack on Trump.
Such as what?
Well, first of all, the timing of it.
Oh, dude, the court case was started in 2019 because the ACA changed the statute of limitations for bringing the court cases
right
in civil courts because of victims of rape at the hand of church fathers, right? Nothing to do with Trump, all right? But I feel like, right, like if she was doing it, right, because she didn't want him to win the presidential election, and it was all a big fat lie, that she would have brought it forth in 2015 when Trump wasn't an incumbent and didn't already have, right, a statistically near certain chance at winning re-election.
Yeah, I mean, maybe at that point she didn't, after seeing him, and people that hate Trump I mean, you look at that case and then you look at the other cases as well. I mean, like the hush money case with the third. I know you're going to call him a felon. That's your next thing you're going to say. And first of all,
you're talking about a legal system holding Trump accountable for his wrongdoings. I'm so surprised by the amount of Trump supporters, right, that will use our legal system as well as our media holding Trump accountable for the legitimately horrendous things that he has done, right, as more reason to vote for him, right? You say that, oh, this guy's our savior, right, and this is the deep state attacking him for wanting to come in here, save us and save America. I mean, bro, dude, if I ever run for president, I know that all I have to do, right, is just do the most morally atrocious things known to mankind, be called out for it by the media and be held accountable for the court of law, turn around and tell my voter base that this is the deep state attacking me for wanting to save you all and to be like the second coming of Jesus, right? So specifically speaking, this should show you that they're afraid of me and this should give you more reason to vote for me. Eugene Carroll's a private citizen that had medical records from the 90s indicating that she had been raped by Trump alongside the testimony of 7 witnesses and sperm on a dress, right, that she claimed was his, right? This had nothing to do with any political party. This had nothing to do with good timing. She wasn't a liar. In fact, the court proved, right, that yes, Trump had raped her. And then you turn around and with no sufficient reason, only your emotions, right, say that court was fraudulent, right? It's just incredible how far you're willing to go to contort reality to fit your MAGA narrative.
Well, what you're telling me that I'm voting for him because of these things, and you brought that up, so that's why I even talked about that subject. That's not why I'm voting for him. I'm voting for him for, in 26, the first part of his term, probably the first 2.5, 3, until COVID hit, really, he was doing a lot of good things. Everything was going pretty well. Matter of fact, his approval rating was somewhere around 49% at some time. So even some Democrats thought he was doing some things well. And then,
so what's one policy that he influenced to get passed that you really agreed with?
I would just say in general, I don't know about exact policies, and I know this is what everyone goes to, but I would say in general he had inflation low, prices were low, he had unemployment low.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
I never said that he caused inflation. COVID caused inflation, and the war in Ukraine and Russia is probably the main factor of that.
Right, but when you're going to be referencing the state of the economy prior to COVID, and you're going to be using this as like a good reason to vote for Trump, well, I mean, if you can't demonstrate to me like policy or executive order that he used to make the economy so good, well, then you just be operating on the basis of a correlation causation fallacy. You're just saying because it happened and he was our president, he's to blame. Well, I didn't have a girlfriend while Trump was president. I do now since Biden and Harris have been in our administration. Does this give me
You should vote for Biden
Harris to keep my girlfriend?
You should. I was kidding. No, but I mean, he was doing. I just feel like a lot of people had to admit that he was doing a good job, and we were staying out of major conflicts, and although there was things going on in the world, still it wasn't a perfect world. There wasn't large conflicts going on that were affecting.
Wait, he caused the largest internal conflict and attack on our federal government since the Civil War when he tried to stage a soft coup to overthrow our government in 2020.
Yeah, at least you say soft coup. I give you credit for that. And why do you call it a soft coup? Because there was no weapons?
Well, I mean...
Did I knock you right off your chair on that one, Dean?
And there we go. I'm back. Sorry, my mic unplugged. I'd call it a soft coup because I don't really want to debate about the insurrection right upon the Capitol that did involve violence, right? So it's just easier to use like rhetoric that is like like not so easily argued against, right?
Yeah.
I think it's like an objective fact, right? An uncontestable fact of reality that Trump launched a soft coup against our government by specifically trying to rig the outcomes of the 2020 election.
Yeah, I mean, don't you think if he was really trying to overthrow the government that they would have been armed and would have I mean, that was a...
No, I actually don't think that.
Sorry about that. Had a call.
Yeah, no, I actually don't think that. I think the way that he really tried to overthrow the government was the best way he could have done it, right? Because if he just went up in arms, well, then all of a sudden it would be evidently clear to every single American citizen, even the MAGA voter base, that this guy's is attempting to be a tyrannical dictator. But the way that he did it was a little bit more like covert, right? Under the guise, right, of Joe Biden attempting to steal the election, in which he then came in as a true American hero and quote unquote tried to steal it back by fraudulating Trump votes for him in the Electoral College, right? I think that he did what I would consider to be the perfect plan to stage a coup to overthrow our government, internally speaking, and very fortunately it didn't work because of one man being Mike Pence, placing the Constitution above Trump, not certifying the false Trump votes, right? But I just don't see how you could sit here and tell yourself that you want to vote for a rapist, felon, fraudster with a vehemently racist and sexist past that has literally tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government, right, through the use of a violent insurrection, and say that you're going to vote for him over, right, this incredibly intelligent, right, woman who wants to protect and preserve the state of our democracy, fight for the freedoms of all, reduce income inequities, right, and hopefully propel the U.S. in a positive direction, socially speaking and economically speaking.
That was well said, but I would bet you 6 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, we're not saying the same thing about Kamala Harris. I'm pretty much sure you weren't, because most Democrats and most people were trying to get rid of her and trying to figure out who they were going to try to get the guy from California, get Newsom and other people in that spot. And when they felt like they had no choice, that's how she ended up being selected. And now everyone's acting like she's the greatest thing that ever, walked the earth. And
Dude, you could put fucking anybody next to Trump, and
there you go.
By contrast, they look like the greatest thing to ever.
Well, then say that then, because that's what you really feel.
No. What I really feel like is, we see someone that actually wants to advance America, progress our society, wants to fight for the reproductive freedoms of all 170 million American women and girls, wants to reduce income inequities by raising the marginal tax rates on people making over $400,000 a year, to increase the child tax credit, to increase, like a renter's tax credit, to increase a tax credit to people making under six figures, right? That wants to fight for the rights of marginalized communities such as the LGBTQ+, the African Americans here at home in our country, has historically increased the funding sent to HBCUs, right? Wants to expand ACA or introduce Medicare for all. Then we compare that to the racist, raging lunatic that tried to overthrow a government with the use of a violent coup that took away reproductive rights away from all 170 million American women and girls, that particularly has raped a woman and has sexualized little girls, sexualized his own daughter, right? Of course, right, there's a stark comparison to be made there. And he ran the fuck away because he's terrified of someone that's smarter than him. Let's get some runner emojis in that chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get some massive W fucking runner emojis in that chat, because that guy absolutely fucking ran. See, that's what happens when you absolutely school these people. That's what happens when you school these people. What's up, Daly? How old are you?
24.
Are you voting for Chomp?
Absolutely.
Yeah, why the hell do you want the lunatic Cheeto man that tried to overthrow our government to be a president?
Well, first of all, that's a false narrative, so I don't understand why we're starting with a false narrative.
What's a false narrative?
He didn't try to overthrow the government, so that's
Can
a
you prove
false
that?
narrative. Well, he said, let's peacefully and patriotically make our voices heard. That was the verbatim quote.
You're talking about the protest outside of January 6th on the Capitol, right?
Right.
Well, by the way, by the time he tweeted that, right? And
No, he didn't. He didn't tweet that. That was his speech. I'm not.
And then I just want to put it out there. The reason I say he tried to stage a soft coup, he did tweet
You got to
that.
get your facts straight before you talk.
So my
about it.
facts are straight. That was on 2:12 p.m. Mountain.
I'm not talking about the tweet.
On Twitter.
No. The speech that he gave before the protest, where he said,
where he told them to fight like hell. Got it.
No.
You know what?
Fight
He
is a word that
referenced
the Democrats.
fighting.
No.
He referenced fighting 12
Fight is a
times,
word.
and then he referenced the peacefully protest twice. Okay. Anyways, that's not even what I'm referencing. The attempt of his to overthrow our government, right, for me doesn't even revolve around the protesters at the Capitol. I think that was a violent insurrection, but it's a completely different topic. The coup, right, came from him sending slates of fake electorates to 7 different states to cast fake Trump votes to the Electoral College to be certified as real by Mike Pence and the rest of the Senate to make him the illegitimate president of the United States of America. That was the
I think the actual coup came from all of the ballot harvesting and all of the changes in the legislation and all of the mules that you sent around to dump ballots off everywhere. So I mean,
but see, none of that shit ever happened.
Yeah, but
None
it
of that-
actually
literally
but it
every
actually
single
did, but
thing
it
you
actually
just said
did,
never
But
happened.
it actually did.
Give
It was
me
actual
proof.
cell phone data and video data to prove it. If those data was presented in a court of law, it would be enough to convict someone of a crime. See, you guys are just in denial and you try to control the narrative because all of the fact checkers are on the left. And the fact of the matter is that you guys are full of shit.
Okay, so you're actually the one that's full of shit. The cell phone data that you're
Actually, I'm not.
referencing.
Actually, I'm not.
Well, then why are you so scared to let me respond? If you knew, if you
No,
were,
I'm
if
letting
you
you.
were,
I'm
if
letting
you were
you
aligned with the
respond.
truth, then
I'm
you
letting you
wouldn't be scared to
respond,
let
but
me
I know
respond.
what you guys typically do is just run all over Republicans and say, I'm not going to let you do that to me in this.
Well, dude, if you thought that what you believe in was the truth, then you wouldn't be
Well,
scared of
go ahead and
scrutiny.
talk, man.
But it's so funny how incredibly scared of scrutiny
go
you
ahead.
are,
No,
which
go
means that
ahead.
you know
No, go
what
ahead.
what
No,
you believe
go
in is
ahead.
false.
Quit talking about how I'm scared and go ahead.
Well, I mean, if you want to quit, if you want me to quit talking about how scared you
No,
are,
go-
then let
no,
me
no,
speak.
no, no,
Because
no,
if you're
go
aligned
ahead.
with truth,
Go
well,
ahead,
okay,
please,
am I gonna have to put
please.
you on mute and put a little?
No, I'm asking you to talk. Go ahead.
Right. Well, you're talking over me. So which one is it? Do you want me to talk or do you want to talk? Which one
Well,
is
go
it?
ahead. Go ahead and make your point.
Right. So once again, I'm going to go ahead and make my point now for the last time. It's just hilarious, right? How people on the right will hold to the fringest conspiracy theories known to mankind, and they are
It's not a
so scared of
conspiracy theory.
scrutiny. There he goes again. And he's so scared of scrutiny for his conspiracy theory that when an intelligent person like me starts to talk about it and split it up and show how it's a false narrative, they interrupt, they throw the ad homs, they won't let you speak because they know it's not true. Okay, but let's go ahead and talk about the ballot harvesting, right? So this whole thing about the 2,000 mules, sending mules around, collecting ballots, doing ballot harvesting, and they all knew this through cell phone data. So there's a couple facts here. First of all, they bought that cell phone data from a larger conglomerate, but they discarded the cell phone data that didn't align with their theory. They bought a fuck ton of cell phone data. The vast majority of it didn't align with the theory of going ballot box to ballot box, so they just disregarded that cell phone data. So when they took their incredibly selected sample of the cell phone data that did align with the individual ballot boxes, well, they only had a wide range of about 1,000 feet. So they didn't even know if they were inside, right, of the ballot counting facilities. They just said that they were because they were in the general proximity. They also don't know that they took ballots. They just said that they were. They didn't even have any reason to do that. They just did. And then they put it into a movie. And you know what happened to that movie, 2,000 Mules? It was pulled from every single movie theater in America, specifically because it was misinformation and it was bullshit. But we don't even need my logical expertise to debunk these claims. We could just reference the 63 courts that Trump brought this case that the election was stolen to, and every single court threw it out, including 34 courts with Republican-appointed judges and 17 courts with Trump-appointed judges, right? This is big lie propaganda. This is strictly to defined as being such in the Mein Kampf, right? And this is what Trump was perpetuating. He started perpetuating this big lie propaganda that the election was going to be stolen from him months before the election occurred on September 9th with his debate with Biden. He told the Proud Boys to go stand back and stand by the polls to intimidate Democrat voters, right? And then there's leaked audios on October 9th and January 31st of him telling his chief strategist, right, and chief of operations at the White House exactly what he was going to do on election night, that being going to the podium, calling the count, saying that he won even if he was behind, and then saying that all of the mail-in ballots were going to be rigged, and that's exactly what he did. Starting on November 9th, he went live on Fox News and said that the ballot was, that the vote was being stolen from him, and that all the votes for Biden were illegal, and if you only counted the legal ones, he would have won. Everything I just said was a damn fact, and I'm so happy to debunk this MAGA fringe conspiracy theorist.
No, everything you said is not a fact, and I wouldn't use the word intelligent to describe yourself. I think that's a bit of a misnomer, man. The fact of the matter is, this cell phone data that you're talking about being debunked, there are over 2,000 people who we have on video literally going from ballot box to ballot box to ballot box, taking pictures of them dropping ballots off in the mail, covering their faces. It's very obvious what's going on. Being a cheater is a badge of honor in the Democrat Party. And the fact of the matter is they've been cheating in elections for years. This is not a new thing. If you weren't cheating, then you wouldn't care about things like voter ID and things like that, which require, I've got to have an ID to go buy alcohol. I've got to have an ID to go buy a cigarette. I've got to go have an ID to, do all sorts of things, right? But Democrats say, oh, that's voter suppression because you act as if black people are too stupid to go get an ID, which is not the case. Black people are intelligent. It's really racism on your end. You guys use racism as a card all of the time because you don't have any actual talking points when it comes to issues. The fact of the matter is you lose on the issues every single time. And to use the word intelligent to describe that type of propaganda is absolutely insane.
Yeah, so we have a fact check from AP News, a fact check.
Well,
from
a fact
Denver
check.
Post.
All the fact checkers lean liberal. What is your point?
Hey, buddy, I just let you talk.
What is your
let
point?
Me talk? Are you going to
go
let me
ahead.
talk?
Go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah. So, I mean, the reason I let you ramble there is because it ultimately makes you look worse. Like when you come on my live and you start saying that like these fringe conspiracy theories are objective proof that I'm spreading
Fringe
propaganda.
conspiracy
Hey,
theories.
so buddy, once again, right? If you really believe in what you say, if you think it's true, then you wouldn't be afraid of my scrutiny. I sat back.
I'm not
I put
afraid of
myself
your
on
scrutiny.
mute,
Your
and I let-
scrutiny doesn't stand up to scrutiny, though.
Daily. Here's what we're not going to do. I stood back. I put myself on mute. I let you talk until you finished. Did I not?
Go ahead, man.
That's what I thought. Like, see what I mean? Like, if you truly believe the words that you were saying,
No, I
you
do
wouldn't be
believe the words, 'cause
See what,
I know
see what
the
you're
words
doing
I'm
it again.
saying.
So what is it going to be? Am I going to have to put you on mute, or are you going to act your age?
Are you going to act? Am I going to act my age? We're having a dialogue here. Do you know what a dialogue
Was
is?
it a dialogue? Well, no, it's not a dialogue because a dialogue would have two parties actively engaging in a productive conversation with one another. What's happening?
we
is
are
I'm sitting back.
actively
So what
engaging.
is it going to be? Are you going to stop talking and let me speak, or am I going to put you on mute? Like, listen, I'm being so right.
Wouldn't you agree that we're
I'm giving
actively engaging here?
daily. 1 second. I mean, so there's a fourth time. What am I going to do? Am I going to put you on mute? Really? I don't want to do that, dude. So just
Okay, well,
wait your
talk.
turn.
So go ahead and talk then.
I've been attempting to talk this whole time, and then you've been interrupting me this whole time. So what is it going to
It's
be? Am I
just
going to
that-
put you on
okay,
mute?
my issue,
Daily.
Mike.
So there it is once again. Daily, am I going to put you on mute, okay? Or will you sit back and listen? You have two options. And this is how I know that you know what you're saying is bullshit, or else you wouldn't be afraid of the scrutiny. So now
I
I'm
know
going to go
it's
ahead and talk
accurate.
without it.
Go
See what I
ahead
mean
and
there
talk.
again?
Go
Chat,
ahead
there
and talk.
again. I want
Go
y'all
ahead
to
and
start.
talk.
I want y'all to start counting the times that this guy interrupts me. But I'm not going to mute him, right? Because I want y'all to count the times. So Daily, unmute your mic. I want you to exhibit self-control. Here we go. Start counting the times, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat. Count how many times he interrupts me. So anyways, this is how I know that he doesn't believe the bullshit that he's saying, or else he wouldn't be interrupting me, because he wouldn't be afraid of the scrutiny, okay? Because truth is never afraid of scrutiny. So what you're referencing here is this fringe conspiracy theory, this misinformation that people took ballots out of the ballot boxes, and this was all tracked through cell phone data. I've already debunked this, right? I told you about the fact that they only bought the cell phone phone data, of data that roughly aligned with their hypothesis. They ignored that didn't. They also roughly assumed where the cell phone data was being tracked to, because they only get it within like a half a mile radius. So then they just said that it was at the ballot boxes. We have no evidence of those ballots being stolen. We have no evidence of widespread voter fraud to overturn the results of the 2020 election. That is all bullshit. This has been debunked by AP News. Look up Fact Focus, gaping holes in the claims of 2K ballot mules. Look up the Denver Post, fact-checking 2,000 mules, the movie alleging ballot fraud. Look up the Washington Post 2 years later. Obvious misinformation is finally taken down from 2,000 mules. Look up NPR, debunked the film causes Republicans to mobilize, right? It's been debunked time and time and time again. It is misinformation at its finest, right? But what you've told me is that these are all liberal fact checkers that are just spreading propaganda, and you know the truth and everyone else around you is lying. So how do you feel about the 34 Republican appointed judges, right? And then the 17 Trump appointed judges, right? That ruled that there was no sufficient evidence for widespread voter fraud within the 2020 election to overturn the results.
I feel like the basis on which I feel like he had bad legal counsel, and I feel like the basis on which he made those arguments was not very good. So as far as look, you're correct about that. As far as it being thrown out, I feel like he had really bad legal counsel.
Tim, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for destroying fascism. I really appreciate you for that love, Tim. Let's get some W's in the chat for Tim. Thank you so much, Tim. What? Massive W's in the chat for Tim for the $20 for destroying fascism. No, I'm literally destroying fascism. This is actual fascism on the live right now. Then I have one other question. So how do you feel about the fact that on October 9th and on October 31st that Trump had told his chiefs of staff, as well as his former chief strategists, that he had planned to call the election on election night, even if he was behind in the polls, screaming to stop the count because they knew that the mail-in ballots would be democratically favored?
Well, they obviously knew that there was ballot harvesting going on prior to the fact, so I would have done the same thing.
How could they have known that there was ballot? One second, I have a question. How could they know that there was ballot harvesting going on before any ballots were sent in? This started on October 9th. That's when we have the leaked audio clip of him talking to Renice Priebus, his chief of staff.
There was already a lot of intel coming in from the ground level that this was being done.
Can you give me that intel?
Well, there were reports, news reports, where they're going around.
Can you give me a report about ballot harvesting from before October 9th?
I get that you're asking me to cite something, and that's a fair request. But for me to just pull this up out of my head randomly, I just remember that they were going around. No, false. They were going around and they were having immigrants and people who were coming in there harvesting ballots. There's proof that they harvested ballots.
I want the proof of this intel from before October 9th.
Then I can show you that they did this. But this is
Ron. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you for the love.
This is
no. That's a big lie. That's a big lie. So see what I mean? He calls me a propagandist, but then he can't give any evidence for what he's saying. I want proof of ballot harvesting prior to October 9th, the first time Trump told his chief of staff exactly what he was going to do on the night of the election. I'm here, the mic. Give me the evidence. I don't care about your propaganda. I care about the evidence.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's go back to the fact that you're going.
No. Let's not go back anywhere. I want the evidence of ballot harvesting.
Well, I know. See, you're trying to put me on the spot to cite.
I am. I literally
didn't come in here. I didn't.
Kristen, thank you for the subscription. It's because you can't. It's because you don't have evidence.
Are you gonna let me talk? Like you?
I just want the evidence.
Boy, are you gonna let me talk?
Oh, now you're getting mad. Let's get some baby bottles in the chat for the whiner.
Like screaming over me like a girl. Are you gonna let me talk?
Oh, what? Wait. So now you're saying that girls are emotional, and he left. Let's go. Yo, Purdy, thank you for the 20 gifted subs on app. Purdy, thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get some massive W's for Purdy right now in that comment section. I really appreciate you for that love. We are taking our victory lap right now because we just destroyed fascism live on air. Purdy, thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. That is incredible. Massive W's for Purdy down below. I really appreciate you for that, for your kindness. And May, thank you for the money gun. Let's go, y'all. We are, dude, victory lap. Let's go. Joseph, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. $10 on Venmo as well, saying being smarter than daily. Absolutely. Thank you for the love. Thank you, Joseph. W. Joseph in the chat. And Anna, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying don't tell Parker you're my favorite debater. That's crazy, Anna, but thank you so much for the $10. W's for Purdy, W's for Joseph, and W's for Anna. Thank you all so much for your love. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. That's what we do to the fascists, to the the liars, to the cultists. We dookie on them. We destroy them, ladies and gentlemen. All we do is we win. India, thank you so much for the love. And if anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. Let's get some W's in that chat. What's up, Rock? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, can you hear me?
Sure can. Are you voting for Trump?
No, sir. Not
All right,
voting for Trump.
Appreciate you for coming up. I am just looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump. Thank you so much for coming up, though. Let's go and get our next guest up in here, y'all. If you are voting for Trump, let me see that in the chat. India, thank you for the love as well. Right, let me see a MAGA spam down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here. What's up, Sarah? How old are you?
Teen. Hi.
How old are you?
So I just wanted to say hi. I am voting for Trump. I'm 61 and I'm from New York. So I sort of grew up with hearing about Trump. So he's not as bad as the media portrays him.
Okay, I'd say he is as bad, or even worse than how the media portrays him. He definitely denied black people housing. In the 70s, he proponed the birther movement of Barack Obama, saying because he's black, he shouldn't be able to run for president. He has a vehemently sexist track record with raping a woman, sexualizing little girls, and boasting about grabbing women by the P word without consent. He's a very bad man.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I respect your opinion because I work as a school teacher and it's nice to see someone so young fighting for what they believe in. So I just wanted to actually compliment you. I didn't want to, argue. Not every Trump supporter is, crazy. You know what I mean?
All right. Well, hey, Sarah, I appreciate you for coming up, and thank you for the compliment. I hope that you have a good rest of your day.
I just wanted to compliment.
I appreciate you, Sarah. I appreciate you for your compliment. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah, for the compliment. W, Sarah, very respectful. Very respectful. W's for Sarah. We're gonna move on to our next guest. What's up, Ghost? Are you driving? All right, Ghost is definitely driving. If you're MAGA, let me know down below, y'all. Let me know down below in that chat if you're MAGA. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest here, y'all. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say, guys. Everyone, just give us a minute to get our next guest up in here, y'all. Looks like our third account gets unbanned here in about 30 minutes. We're probably gonna try to switch over there, guys. But in the meantime, we're gonna go to get our next guest up in here. Let's go and see what we have. Brittany, I got you with an invite up. If you're MAGA, let me know down below. We're still just looking for our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. Be patient while we get him up in here. If you want to come up and debate, let me see me in the comment section, and everybody hanging out with us, just be patient. What's up, V? How old are you? V, you're on the live. Trump Nation, 27. Baby, I invited you up. 27, are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump.
And why is that?
That's my boy. You need Trump.
Okay, I'm so sorry. You have a lot of background noise. Trump Nation, you're voting for Trump. Why?
Trump's the best.
Okay, you're a cultist. So
You're
rapist is the best?
You're a cultist. You went from Biden to Kamala. Who's next?
So wait, I have a question.
Else get blocked or what, buddy, dude? Because you're on your third one now. What's going on with you?
I'm actually on my main account right now.
Yeah, you get paid $1,500 for each account.
I don't get paid any money on any account. What?
What?
What do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
Not directly.
Not directly? What do you mean by that? How does a DNC indirectly pay me?
I don't know. Tell me.
I don't get paid by the DNC. You're just delusional.
You're the only influencer out here not getting paid.
No, there's no influencer I know is getting paid.
Huh?
No influencer I know is getting paid by the DNC.
You know Harry Sisson?
I do know Harry Sisson. He's one of my good friends. He's not getting paid by the DNC either.
I could tell he was one of your good friends, buddy.
He's also not getting paid by the DNC.
He's getting paid. Yes, he's getting paid, brother. There's paperwork. There's receipts.
No, there's not.
You're a flat out liar, dude.
No, you're a flat out conspiracy theorist.
This is what Democrats do. You lie, and then lie some more.
Yo, Purdy, thank you for the $42 on PayPal with love from the DNC.
You do a fake little fucking Yeah, a fake donation just to
That's not a fake donation. Purdy just sent me. Purdy just sent me $42 on PayPal from the DNC.
Brother, keep begging for money. That's what you're.
Well, I'm not begging for money, but wait, you just said it was a fake donation. Purdy, thank you so much for the $42 on PayPal from the DNC. I really appreciate you for that love. I really appreciate you for that love, Purdy. That's so kind of you. He said I was begging for money, and he said that the money was fake. So which one is it? Am I begging for money, or am I reading off a fake donation? Sarah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Fake donation for me. Let's go. W's for Sarah. What's up, Tim? Are you voting for Trump?
I think so, yeah.
And why is that?
Well, I'm gonna have to look deeper into it because it's gonna be my first time voting. But
Nira, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as a fake donation. Thank you for the love, Nira. Go ahead, Tim.
but like I said, dude, like a lot of what you're saying is just wrong. Like,
Name
first of
one
all-
thing I've said
All right,
that's
I will.
wrong.
You said that Trump didn't want to provide his DNA samples, and he actually offered to provide them to the court, but the judge actually
After
denied
what?
it. Look it
After
up.
what? After what? After what happened before he tried to quote unquote tried to provide his DNA to the court? What happened?
What happened? You tell me.
What happened? The judge ordered that discovery period was over, and neither the defense nor the prosecutioners could submit new evidence.
So why? So
Mary, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love. I really appreciate you, Mary. W's for Mary down below.
Okay, so then if it was really that, if he refused to provide it then why is it bad? Why would they not let him provide it then?
Yeah, dude. Like being surprised that being surprised that like the defense couldn't submit new evidence to the court case after the cutoff for new evidence to be submitted to the court case had passed is like going to Chick-fil-A on a Sunday and being surprised that you're not going to be served, right? Because remember, you're not just the party of law, but you're also the party of order. There's order within a courtroom. And when the judge rules that discovery period is going to end on this date, right, there's nothing that anybody can do to change that fact. And obviously there's nothing that either the defense or the prosecutor can do to submit evidence after that point. It's just the order that exists within a courtroom. We hold a very high standard of operational procedures within inside of a courtroom.
All right, dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't realize it was past the discovery date. But also, don't you think that it was probably an impartial jury, considering that it was in Manhattan and the vast majority of voters there are
Trump, Trump, a billionaire, got the best lawyers in the world, but they're actually the worst lawyers in the world because they couldn't select a good jury. The worst lawyers in the world.
It's impossible to select a jury, and also the prosecution has to agree on it. You do know that.
Yeah, it's a jury selection made between both the lawyers of the defendant as well as the prosecutor. So I have a question. Would you accept that Trump would be a rapist if it was proved within a criminal court?
Depends where it is.
If it was in New York, if like
I probably wouldn't, because I think it's impossible for him to get a fair trial. It's impossible for him to get a fair trial. How is it fair for him to get a fair trial?
Oh my God, you're just a cultist. What happened to the party of law and order, sir?
What? Dude, I'm just telling you that it's impossible.
You say back the blue, but you know,
I've
fuck
never
the
said
criminal
that.
justice
How do you know what
system.
I
I'm
say?
voting for a felon. Arnett, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying, Dean, how much more to drop the next idiot for real? $5 billion, $5 billion to drop, but I actually do that for like $100. Anyways, Tim, go ahead.
So you do realize though that it's impossible for him to get a jury that's not biased. It's impossible. So it's impossible to get him a
That's literally a lie. That's literally a lie. I'm going to go ahead and give you a couple facts. So first of all, right, the jury decision didn't need to be anonymous, meaning that 3 of the 9 jurors could have said that no, Trump didn't grape her, and they still would have ruled that he did.
Okay, but
however, it is the case. Well, one second, that all 9 of the jurors said that yes, right, they had proven that Trump had graped her, right? But 2 of the jurors were Trump supporters. So it's also the case that every single jury always has bias. They have bias against people with tattoos. They have bias against people that they don't find attractive. They have bias even like sometimes racially or on the basis of gender, right? The goal of jury selection isn't to find people that don't have bias. The goal of jury selection is to find people who could set that bias aside and operate on the objective facts as presented within the court case, right? And all 9 of those jurors made a strict, clean, clear promise to the judge under threat of perjury that they would ignore all personal biases and would only operate on the facts as presented within the court case. Just saying that you reject it because of the bias of the court is the most intellectually lazy fucking thing I've heard all day. This is merely you attempting to put immunity on Trump for anything that he would ever be accused of. And this is you attempting to make up or dream the fringe conspiracy theory that he's being unfairly persecuted by the DOJ and by the Biden administration, by Democrats as a whole, because he is the savior of this country. I know now, if I ever want to run for president, to go out and do the most morally atrocious shit known to mankind, and then face the media backlash for being a bad person, and even be held liable for it by the criminal justice system, just so I could then turn around to my supporters and rally them around the common conspiracy theory that this is just the other side of the aisle unfairly politically persecuting me, when in all reality, I'm just a piece of shit.
All right. Well, first of all, dude, it doesn't matter if that 2 of the 9 fucking jurors were Trump supporters, because how does that matter if they're all discussing it as a whole? So you could have one juror influence another juror's opinion based on their personal beliefs. Okay. And if they put on something under perjury, dude, how is anyone going to know if what they did was based on goodwill or honesty? Because honestly, dude, like I bet you a lot of people.
If Trump was criminally convicted of raping a little girl, criminally convicted of raping a little girl, would you still vote for him?
Huh, dude? Like I said, I would have to look. All right, first of all, why are you adding that's a little girl? Why does that matter? Okay, like why are you adding that in there?
Can you answer my question?
Huh? I don't know. I would have to look deeper into it.
What would you have to specifically determine about the court case by looking into it deeper to evaluate if you'd still vote for him?
I would have to watch the whole case and then make my decision based on the evidence.
Oh, so you'd have to make your decision based upon the evidence. So this
I would have to
obviously
watch
means
the
that
case
you also...
myself.
Yeah, so this obviously means that your decision that Trump didn't rape E. Jean Carroll was made based upon the evidence submitted in the civil court case. So what was the evidence submitted in the civil court case that you made your decision based upon?
My evidence is that it was in New York, where it's mostly liberal, and it would make perfect sense for the jurors to try to.
Okay, so you don't know the evidence submitted in the court case. That's funny.
Did you watch the whole case?
Let's say that this. I know every single piece of evidence submitted. Yes, but let's say that this criminal court that convicted him of raping a little girl was also held in the state of New York at the same time. Would you reject that criminal court case?
If what? Sorry.
If it was held in the state of New York with the same jury members?
Like I said, dude, I'd have to look at the case.
What would you have to look at?
Huh?
What would you have to look at?
I don't know, dude. Like, I would have to watch the case, and then I can make my opinion based on the case.
Did you watch the grape case in the civil court?
Not yet, but I'll still have to do that.
But you've already made an opinion about it, even though you haven't watched the case.
Yeah, so I'm just
so why would you be able to make an opinion about this
Amendment.
hypothetical criminal court case without watching that case?
Oh, okay. If I knew absolutely nothing about it, then my opinion would be he's innocent until proven guilty, because that's probably a biased jury.
You can't say he's innocent.
I believe innocent until proven guilty. That's what I believe.
No, you don't.
I do.
No,
don't tell me
because
what
he was
I don't.
proven guilty, and you think he's innocent.
Yeah, but like I said,
it's innocent until proven guilty, until it's Trump, and then it's innocent until proven guilty.
Because it's impossible for him to
get
a non-biased jury. It's impossible for him to get a non-biased jury.
Yeah, but just like in the same way you'd say that it was, so this would mean that it would also be impossible for Trump to get a non-biased jury in a criminal court case for raping the little girl. So this would mean that you'd still vote for him if he was proven criminally guilty of raping a little girl, right?
Like I said, dude, if I watched the case...
Wait, but why would you even need to watch the case? Why wouldn't you just say, well, you don't even need to watch the case because you know it's impossible for him to get a non-biased jury?
Because if he did it, then I wouldn't vote for him.
We determine if he did it based upon the determination of the jury. But this is where your catch-22 comes into play, because you wouldn't trust the determination of the jury. You've already said that it would be impossible for him to get a non-biased jury.
Huh? It is impossible for him to get non-biased jury.
So then you'd never trust the determination of the jury, because
I wouldn't trust the determination of the jury. I would trust the determination of myself. Like I said, I'll still have to look into this case.
Okay. You said that you'd trust the determination of yourself. So what was the name of Trump's victim in the civil court case that held him liable?
Eugene Carroll, right?
No, it was E. Jean Carroll. And what was one piece of evidence that she submitted to? It's not the same thing. What was one piece of evidence that she had submitted to the court?
She had sperm on her dress.
She actually never submitted to the address to the court, specifically because Trump refused to provide his DNA. All right. So it is the case that you don't even know one piece of evidence.
That was all right. You asked. All right. I guess technically she didn't do it, but that was.
So what's one piece of evidence submitted to the court?
Like I said, I'll have to look more into it.
Bro, you don't even know one piece of evidence submitted to the court case, and you're over here telling me that you're obviously
I'm telling you
not gonna...
that what I'm telling you is that the jury's
Tim,
decision
without
was
interruption, go on mute, sit, and listen, right? So you're over here, you don't even know her fucking name. You said Eugene Carroll, her name is Eugene Carroll, and you don't even know one piece of evidence that she submitted to the courtroom, but you're over here telling me that Trump is an innocent man? Bro, this is like me.
I'm not telling you he's an innocent man. That's not what I told you.
Oh, so you think Trump is a rapist?
No, I don't know.
Oh, you don't.
I honestly don't.
What do you vote for someone that?
But
you don't
also
know is a rapist?
another reason that I did like Trump is the tariffs that supported American businesses that he placed on China and whatnot.
Oh God! So you want to pivot away from the fact that you're so incredibly irrational, you'd vote for Trump even if he raped a little girl, to the fact that
No, if he raped a, no, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is what you were talking about the most, and I just thought it was stupid because you made your decision based on the jury's decision. But I don't think it's possible for the jury to get a. I don't think it's possible to get a fair jury because you're in New York
but that's
City.
like a bullshit claim. You know that, right?
Like, huh?
You know that that's like just. Like
I don't think it's a
absolute,
bullshit
like,
claim.
horseshit.
I think it's completely reasonable.
Okay, so give me evidence to support this seemingly reasonable claim.
I'm pretty sure I read somewhere. I don't know if it's true. Wait one sec.
I'm pretty sure I read somewhere. I don't know if it's true. We're already off to a terrible start.
1 sec.
Dear God.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. So I read it somewhere. I don't know if it's true, but it's like 12% of the vote went to Trump in Manhattan, which is where they picked out the jurors. Something crazy low number. So a lot of people in New York City hate Trump and would do anything to see him not run in the next election, especially because a lot of people think that he's going to fucking do Project 25. And so I think it's reasonable to proclaim that a blue state like New York could have a lot of biased jurors that want to see Trump get locked up by any means. So that's why I don't think it's fair.
Until you consider that there was 2 Republicans on the jury, they didn't need to all.
Then those people are also biased.
Tim, your whole argument that the jury was biased hinges on the fact that they don't like Trump because they're Democrats. But now you're saying that even the Republicans were biased against him.
They're biased towards Trump. Yes.
Okay, so if they're biased towards Trump and they ruled that Trump had raped Eugene Carroll, what does this tell you?
No, that doesn't matter because they all discuss it as a jury. They discuss it together.
They actually didn't.
So they could have influenced their opinion. The 7 other biased people could have influenced the other 2 people.
Okay, so you're
to
saying
vote for that way. Also, wait.
Biased radical
Also,
left,
these
right,
people live in New York.
Gaslit and manipulated the Republicans into incorrectly ruling that Trump is a rapist.
What?
So you're saying that the tyranny, right, of the oppressive radical left gaslit, all right, the Republicans on the jury into saying that Trump had raped Eugene Carroll when he truly hasn't.
Also, how do you know how radical these people were?
I'm just, dude, exactly.
I'm saying from the
bias towards bias against Trump in a manner that would lead them to lying to the judge, saying under threat of perjury that they would operate on the objective facts as presented in the court case instead of otherwise.
But how are you going to convict someone under the threat of perjury if it's your opinion?
No, I'm saying that all 9 of the jurors that were essentially selected by Trump's lawyers as well as Eugene Carroll's, right, had promised, right, the judge that they.
I know what they promised the judge, but what I'm saying is that considering that Donald Trump was going to run in 2020, these people put away their promise away and kept that down. Thinking
so the jury selection in a civil court,
like for example, OJ
Tim,
Simpson.
1 second. Oh wait, talk about OJ. Go for it.
All right. For example, O.J. Simpson, dude.
Do you think O.J. Simpson was guilty?
Listen, let me finish.
No. Do you think that O.J. Simpson was a murderer? Yes or no?
I don't know. Probably. Yeah.
And what kind of court? And what kind of court was he held liable in?
Criminal court? Oh no, libel and civil. He was libel and civil.
It was
but he
only proven
he
to
was-
have he was only proven to have murdered someone in a civil court. In fact, in the criminal court, they didn't find him guilty, and you're
Right.
siding with the civil court. Your own standard of evidence that you just threw out of the fucking window, saying wasn't enough for Trump, is all of a sudden enough for anybody else. That's how hypocritical the right is, folks. Then also, they use this same jury selection process in criminal courts that they use in civil courts, and his whole argument
I
here
know,
hinges
but
on the
what
fact
that's not
that
my
the jury
argument.
was biased against Trump in the civil court. So this would essentially tell us if Trump was brought in to a criminal court for raping a little girl and he was found criminally guilty, okay, that he would throw that straight out the window too because of the impossibility to find a non-biased jury. So Tim, would you or would you not vote right for Trump if he
Dude,
was found criminally
you're not even letting me
convicted
explain
of
myself.
raping a little girl?
But you think O.J. Simpson was innocent?
No, I don't. I think that motherfucker
You think he was guilty, right? But do you think that the jury really thought that he was innocent in criminal court?
I don't know the specifics about the criminal court case.
Okay, dude. But what I was gonna say is that, like, you look at the people like who make up.
Yeah, you're talking about the jury. You think it's all biased. I understand that.
So I'm
right?
saying that the jury was biased for O.J. Simpson
if
just
Trump
like it was for
was
Trump.
found criminally
So
convicted
people
of
are
raping a
able
little
to put
girl,
away
would you
their
still vote for him because of the
listen,
jury?
so
Because
people-
no, shut the fuck up, Tim.
People clearly
Shut the
put
fuck up.
away
Stop talking.
their
Stop talking.
promises to the
Stop
judge.
talking. Stop talking. Would you still vote for Trump if he was criminally convicted of raping a little girl in a criminal court? Because obviously you'd say that the jury was biased.
Dude, would I convict Trump if he was? Like I said, I would have to watch the case.
Wait, but you didn't watch the case about E. Jean Carroll and you're still voting for him?
Huh? No, I didn't. I never said I was. I said I'll have to look into it more. But I just think it's
No,
unfair
you're not going to look into it more. You've already
yes, I
made your
will.
determination.
I did not
No,
make my-
here's my problem with you. I'm asking you if you'd vote for Trump if he was criminally convicted of raping a little girl, right? And your answer isn't no. It's that you'd have to watch the case. So we already have a red flag here. But I know that you're being intellectually dishonest and you're straight up lying because you didn't watch the grape case that he has in the real world. That being the grape case against E. Jean Carroll. You didn't know one.
Listen, why is that
to the court? You didn't know her name. You didn't watch the case, right? So can I ask you why you would vote for someone that was criminally convicted of raping a little girl?
Listen, why does it matter if what they make? Why is that a red flag that I say if I say that I'd have to look into it? Like,
do you
you just want me to
34
just look
felonies?
into everything as it is? Just
No,
how it's
because you don't
presented to me, or
you
want me to
don't actually
deeper
look into it. Do you
Yeah, I will
accept
look
his
into it.
34 felonies?
Because I don't know who I'm voting for yet. But what
do you
I do
accept
know,
do you accept Trump's 34 felonies?
no.
But
Not
that
yet.
was in a criminal court.
Okay, but it's biased no matter what.
Oh my God! You just assumed that there's bias. Wait, what were the 34
has to be
felonies
bias.
for? What
Because,
were the
listen, let me
34
ask you
felonies
something.
for? No, Tim.
Huh?
What were the 34 felonies for?
It doesn't matter what they were for.
Oh my God! How can you say that you know this criminal court was wrong? It is no way in
I'll tell
hell
you
that
how I
Trump
know.
committed. Shut the fuck up and listen
So
to me
you were
speak,
at-
Tim. Calm the fuck down. How can you say that this criminal court was wrong, that Trump didn't commit these 34 felonies, and this was obviously a biased jury, when you don't even know what the 34 felonies were for? This is like me saying that it's excruciatingly hot outside, even though I've been sitting in my basement for the last year and a half. This is like me saying that I love the smell of lavender, even though I've never smelled lavender in my life. This is like me saying that I love sitting in trees, even though I've never seen a damn tree since the day I've been born. This is you just yielding conclusions right on the basis of literally no evidence. How can you say that obviously the criminal court that convicted Trump of 34 felonies had a biased jury and ruled incorrectly when you don't even know what the felonies were for?
I'll tell you how I know. Because listen, let me ask you a question, dude. If you ask every juror this question, who are you going to vote for? Trump, Kamala, or at this time it would be Biden. Trump, Biden, or you don't have any opinion. You know, if you say I'm gonna vote for Biden, then you're obviously biased towards Trump because you don't like Trump. That's why you're voting for Biden. So that makes you biased already because you don't like Trump. If you don't like the guy, then why would you want to vote for him to be innocent? Okay. And then if you say, oh, I'm gonna vote for Trump, then you're biased towards Trump. Okay. And then if you say, I don't care, then you're not really a reasonable person because you don't care about politics. So all of those three options, dude, show you that it's impossible for him to get an actual jury that's not biased. Okay, and you understand that the
How
Sixth
do you
Amendment
know
states
that Trump didn't?
the Sixth
commit-
Amendment.
How do you know that Trump didn't commit these 34 felonies?
Dude, I'll have to.
when you
Like I
don't
said,
even
I
know
haven't
what the
looked
34
into it, but
felonies
no
are for?
matter what the case is, this is a biased jury.
Sandy, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. So here's my issue with you. Honestly, I have the same experience debating you, Tim, that I do when I debate flat earthers, that I do when I debate people that think 9/11 was an inside job, that I do when I debate people that hold to fringe conspiracy theories, okay? All right, you're no different than them, right? You orientate, right, what you believe to be true on the basis of your emotions, right? You're acting like a literal, like, barbaric caveman, right? And this is a modern day display of anti-intellectualism. This is why the right has launched their attack on higher education, because they don't want people to be educated, to align themselves with truth, to think more critically. This is why Trump wants to disenfranchise the Federal Board of Education, because they don't want people to be educated. They don't want people to think critically. Trump has even said that he loves the undereducated, right? And you're spawning in this attack, right, on being smarter, engaging in critical thought. No, you can't just assume, right, that a criminal court, right, that is typically correct by a large margin, right, was incorrect when they determined that Trump had committed 34 felonies, when you don't even know what the 34 felonies were for, nor do you know the political orientation or bias of any of the jury members, right? You're a fucking joke. You understand that, right?
Dude, it doesn't matter what I would have to look into like the exact case and everything. Okay, I haven't looked into it yet, but what I do know is that Trump is like no other person in this country. Okay,
Gerard, I appreciate you for the $15 on PayPal, saying Dean got time today. Clocked it. Thank you so much for the love, Gerard. Let's get some W's in the chat for Gerard. Thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Honestly, I really loved interrupting you there, Tim. I really wish more people would. I wish I had more donations to interrupt you with, because that was very satisfying. Miguel, thank you so much for the champion. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that, Elizabeth. Let's get at least 100 W's for Elizabeth down below, saying he's killing me. He's the VP of the MAGA cult. So real. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, Elizabeth. Massive W's for Elizabeth in that chat. Thank you so much for the love.
I already made what I said. It's impossible for him to get a jury. I'd have to look.
No, it's not.
Okay, explain how my reasoning is invalid.
Yeah, because his lawyers selected the jurors.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter, because when lawyers select jurors, they're Devin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love, because they're looking for people that can set their biases aside and operate on the facts as presented within the court.
And how do lawyers select the jurors?
All right, it's a very long, lengthy process where they ask them.
They ask them questions.
Where they ask them like a lot of questions. They determine their biases. They determine where they sit on the political spectrum. They determine their ability to only align with the facts as presented within the court case. And they were selected by Trump's lawyers. So are you just saying that
they were selected by the prosecutors and lawyers? It's not.
Madeline, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo, saying at what point is this good enough for him to believe? So real. But Madeline with a $50, I want to get at least 100 W's from Madeline in that chat for the $50 on Venmo. That is crazy. Thank you so much for the for the $50. And Bree with the $10 on Venmo. Tim isn't familiar with the jury selection process. So real. Thank you for the $10, Bree. But I still want to see some more W's for Madeline down below. That $50 is nuts. Thank you so much for the love. And Gerard, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. And Elizabeth with a $15 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, Gerard and Elizabeth, both for the $15. I want to see some W's for Gerard and for Elizabeth down below. And Tim with a $9 on Venmo, saying keep destroying fascism. I appreciate you for the $9 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
And yeah, and also, dude, so now we address that he can't get a fair jury because everyone has he's gonna have bias.
Joseph, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. Hey, so Tim, how do you know that E. Jean Carroll's claims that Trump had raped her aren't true if you don't know one piece of evidence she submitted in the court of law?
I don't know if they are true or not true, but what I do know is
right.
that
So I specifically know that they are true. So she
you don't know that though.
Yeah, I do. I do.
You don't.
So
you have bias.
I do.
Bias
Elizabeth, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the Colts. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, Elizabeth. W's for Elizabeth in the chat. Can you mute the dog?
Can you mute the fucking donations?
No.
Okay. Well, then no.
Oh, I'll mute the dog for you. So yeah, I actually do know, right, that Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll. Specifically speaking, E. Jean Carroll had medical records from the 90s right after it happened indicating that yes, Trump had raped her. She had consistency between the said medical records and her story over the last 23 years, as well as the story of 7 other witnesses. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love, Elizabeth. W's for Elizabeth in the comment section. Thank you for the $10. All right, alongside the fact that she even had a dress with unknown male sperm on it that she claimed to be Trump's, and she claimed to have worn when Trump raped her. And then Trump turns around and then specifically, all right, fails to provide his DNA to the court of law, saying that he doesn't want to, when any reasonably innocent man would have provided his DNA to prove that. Like, let me ask you a question, Tim. If you were pulled over by the cops and suspected of drunk driving, and they said, here, take this breathalyzer to prove to us that you're sober, would you take the breathalyzer?
If I was
Elizabeth with the $10 on Venmo, as well as another $15. Elizabeth, thank you for the total of the $25 on Venmo.
I don't think
thank you
that's-
so much for the shut up. Thank you for the love, Elizabeth. W's for Elizabeth down below.
I don't think that's a fair comparison. I think it's more if a cop wanted to search your car and you didn't have drugs in it, would you let him search your car? I wouldn't. It's the same thing as saying that.
No. So what
really
happened
is.
was she suggested a preponderance of evidence to the court, including medical records, consistency between the testimony of herself, 7 other witnesses, and a dress with his DNA on it. And then he was like, I'm not going to provide my DNA, but I'm innocent. I swear to God. So I'm going to name a couple good reasons for him to provide his DNA if he's innocent. He would have saved $90 million that he had to pay out to her. He would have been able to countersue her for a claim that he was a rapist in her book. He would have been able to scapegoat the negative PR associated with being labeled a rapist by the media, right? And he would have been able to increase his chances at winning re-election because people didn't view him as a rapist. Can you name one good reason for him not to submit his DNA to the court, assuming that he was an innocent man?
Yeah, it's his right not to submit his DNA to the court, and now they have his DNA on file. So,
First of all, about having the DNA on file, we don't know if they do or not.
Well, let me ask
But
you
they
this.
couldn't- No, you're answering my question. I'm evaluating your answer. All right. So they actually would have to request the DNA from him to be used within the civil court case. They can't just like get the DNA that they supposedly have on file. First of all, I don't know what the fuck you mean there. They have to request it specifically from him for the use for that court case. Right. And then about it being his right. Right. Just because something is your right, it doesn't give you good reason to do it. Like, would you say that I, as a white man, have good reason to scream the N-word because that is my First Amendment right of freedom of speech?
Is it really though? Because it's not freedom from punishment. It's not a good idea.
The answer there is no, right? That
No.
doesn't give me good
Right,
reason to
that's what I
scream the
said.
N-word, right? So in the same way, it was his legal right to refuse to provide his DNA. That doesn't give him good reason to. Right? Good
I think
would
it's
involve
more of like you refusing for them to like search your car if they suspect drugs. I think it's more comparable to that.
I'm asking you to name a good reason for him not to give his DNA to the court.
And like I said, dude, he literally offered to give up his DNA later on in the trial.
Right after the evidentiary cutoff.
Was it?
Yeah. Right?
Can I
It was
get a
after the
source?
discovery period was over.
Let me look that up.
Court documents, buddy.
Court documents? That's not a source.
Yes, it is.
Okay, but do you have the exact
Wait,
documents?
what? What do you mean the court documents aren't the source?
Find the court documents.
The court documents specifically go over, right, when discovery period was active.
Stop trying to mute me to make me look like an idiot.
Period had occurred, and when he tried
You know
to
what I
submit
mean by
DNA
court
to the court.
documents?
Court
What I mean by court documents is, do you have this court documents to show me that it was past
Yes,
the
go
evidential
online,
period?
look up Trump v. Carroll, court documents. You can
All right, dude, I'll look it up later
instruction
because I don't
and
want to
that
get this
specifically is the
lumpy.
case. It was
But
after the deadline.
another-
Yo, Jason, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and Anna, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo as well. Anna saying because I gotta go, but I hope you keep putting them in your place. Absolutely, Anna. Let's get at least 100 W's in the chat for Anna for the $25 on Venmo. Go ahead.
Okay, dude.
Elizabeth, thank you for the $35 on Venmo saying, shut this dummy down. I got you, Elizabeth. You've been showing so much love today. Thank you so much for the insane level of love, Elizabeth. I want to see some W's in that chat for Elizabeth right fucking now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much for the $35 on Venmo. That is incredible. Thank you so much for the love, Elizabeth.
I also like how he's putting tariffs on the fucking China and shit because that protects American businesses. U.S. businesses, and that's why
Tariffs
it's
actually
unemployment.
serve as a detriment to the low and the middle class because they're inflationary for two main
Okay.
reasons. It decreases the supply of goods within our countries for consumers to buy. So when we have a constant demand, of course, that's going to introduce higher prices, as well as the fact that that tariff, that tax for those that opt into it, right, pass that tax off to the consumer. So tariffs
Okay.
cause inflation.
All right. Then how come I'm not on the aggregate level? Because if that was true on the aggregate level, on the whole level, why was inflation only like 2.9% under Trump? Also, it protects so many
We
different
saw an
industries
increase in
for the U.S.
inflation
to.
from tariffs, and this is specifically right what all economists would agree on. This is why like trade deals
Yes,
such as
yes,
the
it
TPP
causes inflation.
associated with tariffs, right, are supported. Right, this is why we also
I
now
agree.
support employment
I
of the
agree.
TPP.
It causes inflation.
Right? And
I'm not saying that it doesn't.
if you agree that tariffs cause inflation, then how do you
Yes.
feel about him wanting to replace the federal income tax with tariffs on all imported goods? Would you agree that this would be inflationary as all hell and would be detrimental to the low and the middle class that proportionately spend more of their income on the bare necessities to live?
First of all, dude, you can't. He's not going to replace the federal income tax with tariffs. You can't
he
do
said
that.
he wants to.
He could say that, but that's just not going to happen. That's
He
unrealistic.
said he wants to.
Okay.
I said this
It's
is like one of the
irrational.
worst proposed policies ever. All right, but the reason that you don't really care
One
about
of the
it
worst
is because you
proposed
won't be able
policies
to
ever
get it
is
done.
crazy. But what was I saying, dude? Fuck,
I'm asking you if
now
you
you're gonna
support
lose
his
my train of
proposed
thought.
policy or not.
What policy? That policy? That's. When did he even say this?
Dude, okay, do you want a source? Yeah, like he said this, I believe. He's been saying this at his rallies all across America. He wants to replace the
Okay.
federal
Do you have
income tax.
a video of him saying it?
Yeah, Jenny, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Jenny. I want to see some W's in the chat for Jenny. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jenny for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And he said this like 2 days ago as well. He's been repeating this all throughout his campaign trail. So do you just not involve yourself with politics?
Huh? Nah. Wait. Can you play it? Like a video of him saying this?
Yeah.
Okay. Where he specifically said, I want to replace income tax with tariffs.
Yeah, so you could go to the taxfoundation.org. All right, so Trump income tax and tariff proposals, details and analysis, right? And then it goes over right his proposed deal, right, about how he floated the possibility of entirely replacing the federal income tax with new tariffs.
Who did he propose it
Tax
to?
Policy Center. His supporters.
His supporters when?
When? This is going to be coming from June 18th, 2024.
Okay, is there like a video of him saying it?
I mean, there's videos as reported by like CNBC. I bet if you dig, you could find one, right? But I just care about the proposal here, right? And you could find like Yahoo Finance talking about the proposal, Tax Foundation, which is the .org, talking about the proposal, Americans Institute for Economic Research talking about the proposal.
And he specifically says, I'm going to replace all federal income tax with tariffs.
Yeah.
You don't have a video though.
Right.
Like
so
I might have to dig for myself for your claim.
Yeah, I mean, I'm giving you sources for the claim. I just gave you 4, right? Like, I don't understand like why this wouldn't be sufficient here.
I mean, I don't know, dude. I just feel like
I just gave you a source from the Tax
Give me a
Foundation.
source. That's great, but like you don't have any video of him saying it or proposing it. You're just saying that someone else said it.
Yeah, so Donald Trump, in a meeting with the GOP lawmakers at Capitol Hill Club in Washington, D.C., right, proposed the deal of imposing an all-tariff policy that would ultimately enable the U.S. to get rid of the income tax, right, in a private meeting with Republican presidential candidates, right? We have sources on this from CNBC, Tax Foundation, Peterson's Institute for International Economics. I'm giving you sufficient evidence.
Oh, so he said this in a meeting. He allegedly said this in a meeting, but
No,
there's
he's been allegedly saying this in a meeting. He said this multiple times, right? I have multiple
times, but you don't have one video.
Bro, because we don't have a video. We have sources, right, in like text form, like articles.
Articles, okay. And also, dude, like, what's wrong with? So there's not on the aggregate level, dude. You do realize that tariffs do not.
One second, can you recognize that this is a proposed policy of Trump's? Like, I don't even know like what the fuck you're doing. Like, you are being so incredibly dense. You are like actually being dense as all hell, Tim. Right? You have given me like no reason to believe, right, that we should reject the findings of the civil court. You were just saying that the jury's biased. You didn't give me any reason. You couldn't name one piece of evidence you even submitted in the court. You've been acting incredibly irrational the entire time you've been up here. And now I'm giving you like I'm cross-referencing sources from like 15 different institutes, right, of economic research, right? And now you're doing
Yeah, dude,
what?
I
You're
just want
denying it all.
because you're saying that no, I'm not denying it. I'm just saying this is like what you're making this seem like this is one of his major proposals. So I just would say I would like a video of him proposing it. That's
Yeah.
all.
So, dude, 1 second. Are you a Christian?
I'm half Christian. Yeah.
Dude, get the fuck out of here. You're telling me that me cross-referencing 15 different sources, naming all of them, telling you everybody that reported on it, even detailing to you how mainstream this is to have occurred, is not sufficient evidence to prove that it occurred, but then you believe that a magic man died on the cross and rose 3 days later, 2,000 years ago?
When did I say I believe that? Now you're just making assumptions.
You said you're a Christian? That's a core
I'm half
belief of
Christian.
Christianity.
Yes, I am. Yeah, because my fucking parent, my fucking dad was Christian. That doesn't make me believe in Christianity.
You think that Christianity is like an ethnicity?
If I feel like if one of your parents are Christian, doesn't that make you Christian?
Okay, I understand who I'm talking to now. I need to stop taking Tim so seriously.
Oh, so you're saying you identify as Christian?
Jenny, I appreciate you for the $20 on
ask you something,
Venmo.
dude.
I really appreciate you for the love, Jenny. Let's get some W's for Jenny in the chat. One second, buddy. So Jenny, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying Tim Hortons education fund. Yeah, guys, we're gonna start an education fund for Tim, right? Venmo, PayPal in the bio. Tammy, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo as well, right? For Tim Hortons, right? Education fund as well. Thank you so much for the love. All right, we're starting an education fund for Tim. Link in bio. All right. Anyways, go ahead.
So, do you think that Judaism is you can inherit? Can you inherit Judaism?
Oh, bless your heart, buddy. So Judaism is an ethnicity. So you could be ethnically Jewish as well as you could be religiously Jewish.
But you can't be ethically Christian.
No.
How does that make sense?
Because
aren't they both religions?
Right. So Judaism isn't just a religion; it's also an ethnicity.
Right, but you're saying Christianity is not.
Do you think that I could be ethnically atheist?
No.
Can't be ethnically Christian.
Really?
Brad, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for Tim Hortons Education Fund. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Brad for the $20 on Venmo for Tim Hortons Education Fund. I really appreciate you for the love. Can you define Christianity for me?
Yeah, a religion that believes in Jesus Christ.
So do you believe that Jesus Christ was the Son of God?
Probably not.
So then you're not a Christian, right?
I guess.
I mean, let me just ask you, would you consider me a Christian because both of my parents are Christians?
Yeah.
I'm a Christian?
If you're both your parents are Christian, I would consider you a Christian.
Is it possible to be an atheist Christian?
Well, you're ethnically Christian, but you believe in atheism. It's like listen, it's like
I'm an atheist Christian. I'm an atheist Christian. Jesus is not the Son of God, but I am a follower of.
Well,
of
listen.
Jesus. Wait, Amy, what do you think? Amy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for the $5 for Tim Hortons Education Fund. Where do you think the word Christian comes from? What do you think that word means in a nutshell?
Well, I don't understand how Judaism is an ethnicity. How is Judaism? It's not an ethnicity.
So you could be ethnically Jewish.
How can you be ethnically Jewish and not ethnically Christian? How does that make sense?
Jesus Christ, because like ethnicities are social constructs, and like because of how long the religion has been around, and like where like we predominantly seen right, like the Jewish religion like have a stronghold in like the Middle East, near like where modern day Israel would be.
So it's a social construct.
It's just different. I don't know why it's different. It just is. I'm gonna be honest.
You don't know why it's different. It just is.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Okay. Bless your heart. Elizabeth, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Yo, I really appreciate you for the love. I want to see some W's in the chat for Elizabeth. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the love, Elizabeth. Let's get some massive W's for Elizabeth in the chat for the $100 on PayPal for Tim Hortons Education Fund. Let's go. Massive W's for Elizabeth in the chat. That is so kind of you. Thank you for the $100. What?
All right, dude.
You said that nobody gave me $100?
I doubt it.
1 second. Yo, Elizabeth, do I have your consent? You know what? Her comment's really funny, so I'm just gonna block out her name. Her last name. 1 second. Her comment's really
All right,
funny.
dude. You don't have to show me this. I believe you. I don't care.
No. 1 second, bro. I'm gonna fact. Wait, what evidence do you have to believe that $100 donation wasn't real?
I don't have any evidence.
Because
I
you
don't
seemingly
care.
take Trump for his word of mouth. Why don't you
I
take
don't
me
take
for
it
mine?
for his word of mouth.
Yeah. The only reason you think he's
But
not
you,
good
you,
is
you
because
do
he
seem
said
to ignore that his tariffs policy doesn't protect. You just like when I said that it protects American businesses, you said, "Oh, it's bad for
No,
inflation." Then why was
doesn't.
inflation at 2.8% the whole
Prices to
time he was
rise.
as president?
Yeah, we saw a rise in inflation from when he implemented the policy until not, and then we specifically have economic evaluations from conservative as well as liberal. 1 second, from conservatives as well as like liberal, like economists that would specifically agree they'd cause inflation. Anyways, I just want to go ahead and show you this, right? So there's $100, right, from Elizabeth on PayPal, specifically saying I don't have any actual videos of this guy. Being given brain cells because he's making me believe he definitely didn't get any. So not only did she send me $100, but she fucking shit on you. She didn't just send me $100. She fucking ended you. Crazy. I love conspiracy theorists. Y'all are so fun.
How am I a conspiracy theorist?
Are you asking me that question as a joke?
No. How am I a conspiracy theorist?
Wait, do you believe that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump?
Probably not.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, would you like renounce Trump for claiming that it was stolen from him, right? Causing tens of millions of American citizens and American voters to have virtues of distrust in our civil and electoral processes over the course of the next 4 years, right? Specifically attempting to undermine our American democracy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're going to vote for the guy that you would admit tried to undermine the American democracy.
Like I said, dude, I honestly don't think
Matthew, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Let's get some W's for Matthew in that chat. And Amy and Alexandria, I appreciate the both of you guys for the $5 on Venmo. And Shirley for the $30 on Venmo, saying Tim is fucking stupid. Shirley, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. I want to see at least 100 W's in the chat for Shirley. Thank you for the $100. Sorry, for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you for the love. Go ahead and continue.
Yeah, but you want like I said, fuck. I care about the economy and what he's doing with the tariffs. I support. That's why I support him.
Okay, so then why wouldn't you agree with replacing all federal income taxes with tariffs?
Because I don't think that he's going to do that, and I don't think that's rational. But I think you can get some tariffs up, and I think.
Yeah, so I mean, I've given you
tariffs
about 15 sources to demonstrate, right, that this is a policy intended by him.
Dude, you know that's never going to happen.
Okay, well, I mean, isn't that already a little bit?
Do you think it could be rational to say that he's going to the extreme that much so they can negotiate down?
1 second. So do you see how it's already kind of like a red flag to say that you recognize that Trump has really absurd policy and has done insane things in his past, but the only reason you're voting for him is because there's no way that people would let that slide? Nathan, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love. Let's get some W's for Nathan in the chat. He got an age restriction, so we had to kick him. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest, though. I really appreciate everybody for the insane levels of love that y'all have been showing me today. Thank you. What's up? How old are you?
I'm not voting for Trump. Bye.
Hey, yo, W's for Jeff. Yo, Shari, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Let's show some love to Shari down below. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, Shari. And Crystal, thank you for the $10 as well. Y'all are showing so much love today. Let's get some W's for Shari and some W's for Crystal down below in that chat. Thank you both for the $10 on Venmo. That is seriously so kind of you guys. We're going to go ahead and load up our next guest literally right now, guys. If we are in the queue, make sure that we are voting for Trump. We're just looking for our next debate. Spam MAGA down below if you are voting for Trump. What's going on, Max Sizzle? How old are you? All right, Max Sizzle isn't here. Marky Mark, what's up? How old are you? Mark?
52.
52. Mark, I feel like you're going to slur me. Please don't slur me. Just promise you're not going to slur me. Okay, why are you voting for Trump?
I'm not going to slur you, Daddy.
All right. Are you voting for Trump?
You old enough to vote? You old enough to vote? You look like a little kid. You old enough to vote?
Not only am I old enough to vote, but I'm also old enough to know that you're going to die alone if you treat your children any way similar to the way you just treated me. Yeah. So, with ageism aside, why are you going to be voting for Trump? Yo, Madeline, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for being old enough to vote. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for being old enough to vote. Thank you for the love. 1 second, Marky Mark. I'm thanking my donor. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for Madeline for being old enough to vote. I really appreciate you for that. Yeah, just to clarify, Marky Mark, I am old enough to vote. I'm like, okay, buddy, I understand that, like, you're like, you're ripe old age, right? I'm a little kid. I'm like a quarter your age. Yo, Shannon, thank you for the $15 on Venmo for being old enough to vote. And Shirley, thank you for the $15 because this guy is creepy. Shirley and Shannon, I appreciate y'all for the $15 both on Venmo and send with the $5 on Venmo.
Sticking up my ass and calling anal sex.
Hey, so buddy, are you gonna tell me why you're voting for Trump? I'm here to engage in like good dialogue. Devin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying imagine, thinking that was funny and laughing. That was so cringy. Thank you. And Tatiana, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying muzzle this mutt, his laugh is nails on chalkboard. That's crazy, Tatiana. Thank you for the $5. Alexandria with the $5 as well. Thank you so much. So Marky Mike, why are you voting for Trump?
Because I want to, you little bitch.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate to you, although I may be a little kid, I'm still, like, much smarter than you. Can you name,
No,
like,
I
one...
didn't say little kid, I said little bitch.
Yeah, and you're the one on your knees with your mouth open for Trump to piss and shit in with all of his lies and conspiracy theories that you buy because they're words that came out of his mouth. That's crazy.
You're a
So why
liar.
are you voting for Trump?
Because you're a liar.
Yo, Bree, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get some W's in that chat for Bree. That was crazy.
Kamala Harris
that was
is paying
crazy.
you $1,500 to lie.
Okay, can you give me any evidence of that? No, he can't.
He's paying you $1,500 to lie, dude.
Yeah, I'm asking you for evidence, right? Did we just forget that we have to have evidence for our beliefs? I wish that someone would pay me $1,500 to be on here. That'd be fucking fun.
I bet you beat off to her picture at night when you're in the bed, don't you?
That was fucking gross as hell. That was insane. That was insane. That was Mark. that was like crazy. Are you kidding me? That was like the most crazy shit that I've heard all day. Brother,
You're the one saying the most craziest shit all day.
No, I'm not.
You lie all day, dude.
Oh my god, name one thing that I've said that's been a lie. Hey, Derek, thank you for the $2 on Venmo saying... 1 second, Marky, I'm thanking a donor. Derek, thank you for the $2 on Venmo saying you're clearly more educated.
Fuck your donor.
You want to fuck my donors?
I said, fuck your donor. And you. Fuck your donor.
You want to fuck my donors and me?
Oh,
Yo, Katie with a $1. Be careful. You have Marky Mark on the watch. Spoon with $1 as well. Katie and Spoon, y'all gotta be careful. Wait for Marky Mark.
Did y'all hear that? He said he wanted to suck my boner.
Bro, why do you keep talking about me, first of all, masturbating to Kamala Harris, and then saying that? Mark, do you want me?
Nah, I wouldn't have you. You're not my type.
Okay, Mark, why are you voting for Trump? Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Elizabeth. Let's get some W's in the chat for Elizabeth. Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Shut up while I'm thanking my donor. Thank you so much, all right, for the love on Venmo, Elizabeth. I want to get at least 500 W's for Elizabeth down in that chat. Thank you so much for that love. Thank you so much for the love, Elizabeth. Let's get some W's for Elizabeth for the $50. So you said I'm not your type, Marky Mark. I understand. I'm not your sister. But Shannon, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. But anyways, Mark, I actually am here, right, to engage in like seemingly productive conversations with people about why they're voting for different candidates. And you said that you're voting for Trump, right? Let's set your insane, right, emotions to the side. And let's just try to actually have a productive conversation. So without like screaming, yelling, or insulting me, right? Why are you going to be voting for Trump? Or can this like 70-year-old man not act his age? And can a literal 19-year-old act more mature?
Yeah, I said I'm sorry.
All right, so why are you voting for Trump, Mark?
I'm voting for Trump because I want to. It's a free country, and I can do what the hell I want to do.
Kai, thank you for the money gun.
You're not going to change my mind if we're sitting up here telling a bunch of lies and shit, you know.
So how many branches of government are there?
Enough.
How many?
Enough.
Enough. Okay. Sal, thank you for the money gun. And how many continents are there?
Too many.
Okay. And what is Trump's first name?
Trump's first name is your daddy.
You don't know Trump's first name?
daddy.
You don't know Trump's first name, Mark? Thank you for the cool duck. That was really cute.
He's your daddy.
No fucking shot, guys. He doesn't know Trump's first name.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Mark, I have a question. What are your pronouns?
First name is your daddy.
What are your pronouns?
Where am I from?
Yeah, what are your pronouns, Mark?
My pronouns.
Yeah, what are your pronouns?
Why you keep asking me stupid questions?
No, Mark, what are your pronouns?
What are verbs? What are nouns?
I'm asking you, what are your pronouns? Alexandria, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for dealing with Mark's laugh. I really appreciate you for that love, Alexandria. Thank you for the $10. Do you not know what pronouns are? He left. Okay. We're going to go on and move on to our next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go and get our next guest up in here. Oh my gosh, guys. Mark, come on. We got to do better. If you guys want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal is in the bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and it means the world to me. But we're going to go and get our next guest up in here right now. Does he even know how to vote? Yeah, I don't think that guy's going to be able to even make his way down to the ballot box. What's up, Jose? How old are you?
I'm 47.
You voting for Trump?
I am. I'm voting for Trump this time around.
All right. Why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because there's too much. Everybody's saying about conspiracies. The conspiracy really is that indictments, assassination attempts, all this is happening on election year. It could have happened in 21, 22. Personally, I don't like him.
It could have happened in 22, you say?
All of these indictments could have happened in 23. It didn't have to happen the election year. And the assassination.
Yo, Ka, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Ka. Ka says, I'm so sorry that you have to deal with undereducated Trump supporters. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, Ka. So you said it could happen in 22. So in 2022,
it could have happened in
22.
He could have. There were indictments. They tried to, but they waited. They didn't know if he was going to run or not. He ended up running.
Elizabeth, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Let's go. The word pronoun was truly a curse to the Trump supporters. Thank you for the love, Elizabeth, with the $25 on Venmo. Let's get at least 50 W's for Elizabeth down below. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so anyhow, they all waited till the last minute of 2024. Also, they already knew Biden had dementia. I know a lot about dementia because my father has dementia, and I know how it operates and how everybody could see. Anybody that is knowledgeable, put aside all the politics stuff, all the bad stuff. You know, they're bad on both sides, but I'm just, what I'm stickler to here is the political persecution that's happening. That's what turned me. Trust me, I voted for Biden. I did not like Trump. I voted for Biden in 2020. I voted for Hillary Clinton. In 2016, I voted for Barack Obama, 2008, 2012. So I was diehard until I saw that they came in the wrong way. All they had to do was prove that all the stuff is bad. They didn't have to do it the way they did it, you know, and then all of a sudden coincidence. Nobody's on that roof. Somebody shoots the president or the nominee, you know, Trump. Somebody tries to assassinate him, all on a roof that was completely empty. I mean, there's too many coincidences that there is, you know, something going on. And my eyes are open to it. And then they just force out Biden, you know? Yeah, okay, it's legal for Kamala to come in and take the nominee. Yeah, 100%. Legally, it's all in the rule book for the Democrats. I get it. But the way they did it, why do it that way? Why even put a shadow on it? You know what I mean?
The only person that tried to force Biden out of the presidency was Trump. When he lost the 2020 election to Biden, and he literally made fraudulent certificates of ascertainment for Congress to certify as real Trump votes on January 6th. So that is legitimate political persecution. And that is legitimately a soft coup that Trump had launched to try to keep Biden out of the White House by literally trying to rig an election.
I agree with that. He should have taken that like a man. He should have taken that loss like a man. He didn't. But he didn't have district attorneys, people from
Do you mind if I talk here real quick? Madeline, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Yo, Madeline, that is so much love. Thank you so much. I'm so mad that we lost him. Wait, so was that bullshit?
Yeah, I mean, you have a right to a fair and impartial jury, which is what a jury of your peers, which is what the Sixth Amendment has been interpreted to represent. But impartial doesn't mean like people who don't exist with bias. Impartial means people who can impartially judge the case and evaluate the facts as they're presented and the law as the judge instructs them.
Yeah, that's why I asked him that question, because all juries are biased. And then he says 6 articles. That was, yeah, man. I'm so sad that you missed them. Unfortunate. Well, yeah. Feel free to hang out up here, but if you're doing shit, have a good rest of your day. I'm really sad that you didn't end up getting to talk to.
Yeah. So there's a question I want you to ask next time somebody claims to be a lawyer. This is something that every lawyer should be able to answer immediately without asking. Ask them, in what class in law school did we learn about the rule in Shelley's case?
Bet. All right, I will ask that.
And then the answer, if they say anything other than property law, or if they hem and haw, I would highly doubt that they're an actual lawyer.
Oh man, I'm so sad. I'm so fucking sad that you missed them. Oh well. All right. Thanks for coming.
I'll hang out for now, but yeah, go ahead.
All right. What's up, Chloe? How old are you?
Do I have to really tell you?
No, you're good, Chloe. Just wanted to make sure you're over the age of 18. All right. Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, why is that?
Because I would never vote for Kamala, ever.
Okay, why is that?
Because she's not a good person. She's terrible.
Okay. So we want to talk about character. I don't know. This is just me. I'd say that the rapist, felon, fraudster, election denier, racist, misogynist is going to be a worse person than Harris.
Dean, you are so young, and I'm not saying this is a bad way, but you have not lived life at all. You can't even see what's going on. We are literally watching a movie. Pretty soon, everything's going to come out, and you are going to be freaked out, and you're going to be crying because we've been lied to about everything. And no, I'm not a conspiracy.
Okay. Okay, guys. Hey, welcome in. For everybody tuning in. We got taken down on the third account, bro. Okay, I need to be, all right, I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be gentle. I'm going to be PC for the rest of the day. Okay. No bans here, ladies and gentlemen. No bans here. I'm going to be nice and gentle. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for everybody tuning in, I appreciate y'all for being here. Make sure to double tap away on that phone screen. Do share out that live, okay, Pookies, okay? All right, we're going to be nice and gentle for the rest of the day. Yeah, L bands in the chat, L bands in the chat. If you're just tuning in and you're voting for Trump, hop in the queue or let me know down below. We're probably going to be streaming for another hour or two. But we're going to be nice and gentle, ladies and gentlemen. If you see me getting too aggressive with a guest, doing something that could get me banned, start spamming F1 in the chat. Say, Dean, snap back in line. Okay? That's what I want you to say. That's what I want you to say. But anyways, once again, for the first 700 of you guys in here, welcome into the live. It's so good to see you all. And Leslie, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal for the bands. I really appreciate you for that love, Leslie. Let's get some W's in the chat for Leslie. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. That means the world to me. Thank you so much. Massive W's for Leslie down below. Y'all, everyone just give us a minute. We're going to be nice and gentle. Adam, buddy, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you voting for President Donald J. Trump?
Of course.
Okay, and why is that?
Well, I'm from Kentucky.
I can tell.
So that pretty much explains it, but I'm from a pretty small town here, and it's just not very liberal.
Okay, all right. So why do you personally think that Trump is a better presidential candidate than Harris?
I just believe in small areas he will be the better president. Small towns.
I know, but like why?
Oh, I mean, back in COVID, I know, I watch your lives. You say that gas prices have nothing to do with presidents, but I paid 99 cents a gallon.
Yeah,
at one point.
right? Like during the peak of the pandemic when no one was driving, so they had to drop prices to account for the lower demand, sure. But do you think that the Biden-Harris administration made your gas cost more?
At some points it did.
Okay, how did they do that?
I was paying $4 a gallon at some point in a small town in Kentucky. That's unheard of.
Right, buddy. Here's the thing, though, right? Yeah, you have to tell me how they cause gas prices to increase. Like I could tell you that when Trump was president, I was single, right? No girlfriend, right? No girlfriend. But when we've had the Biden-Harris administration, I've had 70 billion girlfriends. Okay, so has the Biden-Harris administration caused me to have girlfriends?
You got older. You got better looking.
Okay, right. So we're obviously going to say that no, the president didn't influence that because they didn't pass a Dean has 70 billion girlfriends deal. In the same way, the Biden-Harris administration didn't pass a gas will now cost more act, right?
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you can.
Does your job continue if Trump gets in office in 2024?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Are you going to push harder, even though the election doesn't matter for 4 more years?
I mean, I don't really debate about the election when it's not election season. I debate about social issues, but that's like irrelevant, right? But let me ask you this question: would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable for more likely than not sexually abusing a woman?
It depends.
Okay, and what does it depend on?
You said he was held liable in a civil court.
Right. So yeah, would you vote for someone that is more likely than not sexually abused a woman?
I guess this year I am.
Okay, right. So what if they were held liable for raping a little girl instead of an adult woman? Would you still vote for them then?
Probably not.
All right. So why would you say that raping a little girl is sufficient for you not to vote for Trump, but raping an adult woman isn't?
Sorry, go ahead. One more time. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, you said you'd still vote for him if he was held liable for the rape of a woman, but you wouldn't vote for him if he was held liable for the rape of a girl. So what's the difference between those scenarios that makes one worse than the other?
Okay, so the little girl. I mean, so what was the grown? She was a grown what? Mattress actress?
No, she was a journalist, right? But regardless, that doesn't really answer my question. I'm asking you, right, why you'd say you'd vote for him if he raped a girl, but you would vote for him if he raped a woman. Like, I'm just asking you why there's a difference. Like, why is your standard different there?
I guess there really isn't a difference.
Right. So if you wouldn't vote for him in one scenario, you shouldn't vote for him in the other scenario if there's no difference.
But he didn't grape a little girl either.
Right, but he did grape an adult woman. That's what he was held liable for doing. And if there's no difference between being held liable for the grape of an adult woman and the grape of a little girl, right? Specifically speaking here, right? You shouldn't vote for him if he graped either, right?
But did he grape him? I mean,
right. You told me that you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for graping a little girl, and there's no difference between being held civilly liable for that or the graping of an adult woman. Therefore, if you wouldn't vote for him for a civil liability claim of the grape of a little girl, you wouldn't vote for him for a civil liability claim for the grape of an adult woman, right?
correct.
Right. So he was held civilly liable for the grape of an adult woman, which means you won't vote for him.
But I'm gonna vote for him.
We're going to do a quick logic test. We have two
Okay, go
statements.
ahead.
I want you to tell me what the conclusion is that the statements yield. The first statement is Socrates is a man. The second statement is all men are mortal. What does this tell us about Socrates?
That Socrates is immortal.
Is that mortal? Yeah. So first statement, Adam wouldn't vote for someone that was held civilly liable for graping a woman. Second statement, Trump has been held civilly liable for graping a woman. What does this tell us about Adam voting for Trump?
That Adam is voting for a rapist.
Okay. I can't do it. I just can't. There comes a point where I just can't do it, chat. I'm not gonna lie, ladies and gentlemen. There comes a point where I just can't do it. Oh man, I don't get paid enough for that shit. Jesus Christ. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
You voting for Trump?
No, but I think you're wrong here, though.
All right. I am just looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump. If you are in the queue, make sure that you are voting for Trump, ladies and gentlemen. In the queue. What's up, Frankie? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right. And why is that?
I just think we're better off with him.
All right. Oh, shit. Can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed while he was president that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited
I don't
rich
care
people?
about the policies. It's how we lived during them and then now.
Okay. Well, I mean, would you say that the 14?
Do you think are you living better now or 4 years ago?
I'm living better now than 4 years ago, and so are you.
That's a lie.
No, 4 years ago we had the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression. 4 years ago,
That
our
is a
businesses
lie.
were on lockdown because of COVID. 4 years ago, right? Specifically, we had the world's largest public health emergency in the last 100 years. 4 years ago, I wasn't able to go to school. 4 years ago, I was locked in home. 4 years ago, we had to socially distance and isolate from others. We're obviously going to be better off now than we were 4 years ago.
And then how come they didn't do anything these 4 years?
So I think they actually did do things. You just don't know what they did. Like they actually passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history.
Like
the PACT Act, the Chips and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. Need I say more?
Yeah.
No, I think we'll keep it at 5. Can you name?
But
one policy
where
that
is
Trump
everything
passed?
that they passed? Like I don't see anything. Nothing's benefited us.
Well, actually, we've had the quickest response from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. So it literally has benefited us.
But I'm more broke now than I was 4 years ago, and I have like this similar job.
Yeah, but that doesn't discount the fact that we've had the quickest global rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic. You having less money in your bank account is probably associated with you not working as hard.
Like living, groceries, gas, everything.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause an increase in the price of gasoline? Don't leave, bro. Don't run, little boy. Right? So how did the Biden-Harris administration cause an increase in the price of gas, sir?
No, I do not know.
Okay, well, if you don't know how they caused it, well, then how do you know that
better
they caused
then than now?
Okay, well, I mean, how did Trump cause you to live better?
I was just better under him.
Okay, I mean, well, I wasn't. So
why
does this give me
why
reason to
aren't we
vote for the
better
Biden-Harris
under
administration?
Biden and Harris?
Bro, so this is called a correlation causation fallacy. Just because two variables are associated, it doesn't mean one caused the other. So specifically speaking, I didn't have a girlfriend under Trump. I did under Biden. Can I blame the fact that I
Yeah,
was
I've heard you
single
say
on
that
Trump?
before. It doesn't matter though. It's like, how do I know the next 4 years are going to be different?
Sir, I didn't have a girlfriend under Trump, but I do have under Biden and Harris. Can I blame the fact that I didn't have a girlfriend under Trump on Trump?
I'm not talking about your fucking girlfriend. I'm talking about living.
Right, because there's no correlation between like Trump and my girlfriend because he didn't pass a Dean gets
You're
no
literally a
girlfriends bill,
muppet.
just like he did.
Everything that you hear from liberal media and all that stuff.
Okay, you want me to get this account banned, don't you? But I'm gonna stay calm. I'm gonna stay calm. Frankie, what is one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president?
And didn't he start the Chips and Science Act?
No. Frankie, what is one policy influenced to get passed under Trump's administration?
I don't know.
So how can you call me a Muppet saying that I just listen to the leftist media when I actually do my research? I look at what policies being passed and the effect that it has had on the American people. Then you're sitting over here with the two rocks clacking it back and forth in your brain, believing literally any single word that comes out of Trump's mouth.
I don't study politics that much, but I do watch both sides, and I could see the lies that the left portrays. Like,
so what is one thing that I've ever said on my live that's been a lie?
A lot of stuff.
Name one. Be
like you said earlier, you said Trump. What did he say?
So you can't even name it. You can't even name it. You don't know. You're ignorant.
Because there's so many things that you lie about.
Then name one of them.
You said Trump said something 2 days ago in his speech, and the guy told you to play the video, and you couldn't play it.
Because I gave him 14 sources from articles instead.
Well, you said you were going to play the video, and you never played it.
I never said I'd play a video. I said
Yeah,
that
you
I'd give him
did.
sources, and I gave him 14 sources for the claim. Frankie,
And then you said he's
you
civilly
really want me to
liable
get
for
this count
great.
banned?
Can you 100% prove he did it?
Oh my God, you can't 100% prove that the Earth is round. You can't 100% prove that 9/11 wasn't an inside job. You can't 100%
So why are you
prove
saying?
that I'm
So
not
why are you
just
saying
pixels on
he
your
did
phone
it? Then
screen.
you don't know if he did it.
Because you don't need 100%
And then
certainty
she
of
comes
fact
out
to say
20
that
years
hey,
later during election time.
Frankie, I'm responding to your question. Please don't piss me off. I just want to have a good stream here, and people like you make it incredibly hard. Okay, right? I just want to enjoy my time. I want to have some fun debates, right? But when people like you come up in here, right, it just makes it an incredibly poor experience for me. So I'm gonna show you my patience, right? But just follow me here. So are you saying that you can't believe something is true unless you're 100% certain of it?
In a case like this, yeah. You can't
Frankie,
tell
are
people
you
not to vote for
100
Trump. You can't tell people not to vote for Trump.
Frankie, are you 100% sure that I'm not just pixels on your phone screen, that I'm a real person?
Just like I'm 100% Trump don't know if Trump did it. You can't be 100% that he did.
Frankie, are you 100% sure that I'm a real person? Or is it possible that I'm
Yeah,
just
because
AI
I could
just
see
pixels
it.
on
There's
your phone
evidence
screen?
right here of you like talking and all that shit.
But is it possible that I'm just pixels on your phone screen and I'm AI?
It is.
Okay, so you can't be 100%
But it's
certain
called.
about.
There's a time and place.
Frankie,
Common fucking sense.
Frankie, so you
Common
can't-
sense.
Frankie, so you can't be 100% certain of the fact that I exist. So, would you be able to hold to the claim that I exist?
You can't compare the two.
We are literally comparing your evidentiary standard
Well, common
for what is
sense.
true and what is false, right? So when you say that you could only believe things to be true if you're 100% certain of them, we actually can't be 100% certain of anything. You can't be 100% certain that you're not just a brain living in a vat and you're living in a VR, right? And nothing around you is real, right? You can't be 100% certain of the fact that the Earth is round or that 9/11 wasn't an inside job, right? Arnett, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal for being calm. I really appreciate you for the love, Arnett. Let's get some W's for Arnett in the comment section. But rather, right, we use more justified standards of evidence, that being what is more likely than not to have occurred. Right? So it's more likely than not that the Earth is round. It's more likely than not that 9/11 wasn't an inside job due to a preponderance of evidence. And this is the same standard of evidence, right, that was used to conclude that, yes, Trump had raped a woman in the 90s.
So then why are you saying he raped a woman if it's not 100% true?
The same way I'd say that 9/11 wasn't an inside job, even though that's not 100% true.
You think it was an inside job?
No, I'm saying it wasn't an inside job, even though it's possible it was an inside job, because that possibility is incredibly unlikely, right? But real quick, if he was proven in a criminal court to have raped a woman, would you say then it'd be fair to call him a rapist?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
If this court was criminal, would you say it'd be fair for me to call him a rapist if they had found him guilty of rape?
Well, in criminal, they would have actual evidence, right?
So would you say that if he was convicted in a criminal court, that it'd be fair for me to call him? Criminal courts don't use the standard of evidence of 100% certainty.
Well, I would need evidence.
Frankie, you just said that you'd only believe that Trump is a rapist.
Yeah,
if
if there was
100%
evidence.
certainty in this fact. But then you said if it was concluded in a criminal court that he had raped a woman, that you'd believe it. but criminal courts don't uphold a 100% like standard of evidence.
But there's still like they show enough evidence to like make you believe it, you know?
So what is the standard of evidence upheld in a civil court?
I don't know, wasn't it like 5150?
Civil courts uphold a minimum standard of evidence, that being what's more likely than not to occur. I believe when we're going to be referencing the civil court that held Trump liable for rape, that was proven beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, and there's no reasonable reason to doubt the findings of the jury.
Okay.
All right. So can you name one piece of evidence submitted in the court of law?
No, I cannot.
If you can't name one piece of evidence submitted in the court of law, then how do you know that there wasn't enough evidence submitted to prove Trump guilt?
I feel like he would be in jail. There's just no way somebody could do that and just get away with it.
No, he didn't get away with it, but he didn't go to jail. Instead, he was ordered to pay out $90 million.
And then
civil courts determine, one second, because civil courts determine financial responsibility, not criminal responsibility. But I'm going to go back to my question, and I expect an answer. How do you know that there was not enough evidence?
I did answer. I said I don't know.
Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll when you don't even know one piece of evidence submitted inside of the courtroom?
I just don't. It's literally all common sense to me how she comes out 20 years. You're great. You're going to come out 20 years later during election time to try to get this man down.
I'm debating a
like, come on, dude.
Pigeon.
You're the fucking Muppet.
Pigeon.
What are you talking about? 20 years later, isn't it common sense? Like, can you open your eyes?
You are a pigeon.
Can you open your eyes, bro?
Hey, did white slave owners think that it was
Jesus
common
Christ.
sense that it wasn't
I'm not
wrong
talking
to
about
own
slaves.
black
I'm talking about this case.
You're a fucking pigeon.
So let me ask you, you don't think it's weird literally at all? 20 years later, she comes out during election time.
In fact, I know it's not weird as it is typical, right?
You saying it's not weird is fucking just...
One moment. 62% of women who get raped, right, specifically never report it to the authorities in their lifetimes. We shouldn't be victim blaming one that took 20 years.
Yeah. During election time, because it's such a big case, it's obviously going to go against him.
Who's more likely to win a presidential election, an incumbent or a fresh nominee?
Incumbent.
Okay, so if she brought this case forward because she was a liar and she just wanted to reduce his chances of winning election, why would she bring it forth when he was the incumbent, not the fresh nominee?
Because you guys know it would be, it's like...
Alingia, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, for the $5 for maintaining my patience. I'm really fucking trying. This sucks. Go ahead.
Yeah, us too. It's like you have no common sense. You just believe whatever you fucking hear.
Frankie, what is common sense?
Something you don't have.
I'm asking you to define what common sense is. I'm not asking you to tell me I don't have it. Alexandria, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying your big vocabulary is confusing the ignorant. Absolutely. It really is. I'm almost going to lose my shit. Yo, 1 second. Alexandria, thank you so much for the $10. Frankie, please define common sense.
Can you say Eugene Carroll lied?
No, because she didn't lie. Frankie, please define common sense.
How do you know? There wasn't 100% evidence. It's 5150.
Okay, Frankie, right? We've already gone over the fact how you said you would accept that Trump is a rapist if it was proven in a criminal court. Do criminal courts hold a 100% evidentiary standard?
You're literally brainwashed. And just by me listening to both sides, I could at least have sense on both sides, but you're literally stuck on the left, dude. If I studied politics like you, I'd fucking wash you right now.
Okay, Frankie, I'm going to repeat my question. So you said that you would require, right, 100% evidence to know something is true. Well, then why is it the case that you said you would accept this if it was upheld in a criminal court when criminal courts don't uphold
We're talking about the civil case.
Standard of evidence that you said
there was not 100% evidence he did anything.
Okay, Frankie, I'm going to ask you a question, right? And I would love for you to listen. Is that fair? Frankie, can I ask you a question? Can I have you listen?
Yeah, go ahead.
How can you say that you would accept a criminal court's determination that Trump had raped a woman when you hold a standard of evidence, that being 100% certainty, when even criminal courts do not prove something to be 100% true? Can you repeat that question? What did I just ask you?
So what's the difference in evidence on both
Frankie, please repeat the question I just asked you. I want to make sure that you understood it. You didn't even understand it, Frankie?
Yeah, I did. You're basically asking me the difference on the evidence.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Elizabeth, thank you for the $25 on PayPal, saying breathe, Dean, breathe. I'm really trying. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the love. Thank you for the $25 on PayPal. That is so kind of you. Let's get some W's for Elizabeth in that chat.
Dean,
thank you so much. I really appreciate you for the love, Elizabeth.
Kamala's gonna lose, or what is it, Kamala?
Thank you so much. So, one second.
Are you mad Kamala's gonna lose?
Frankie, I'm going to repeat my question and let's see if you could get it this time. So we're not even going to be focusing on you answering my question. We're just going to be focusing on you comprehending my question. So my question is, right, how can you say that you would accept a criminal court
when a criminal court doesn't even provide 100% evidence? I know what you're talking about.
Frankie, are you going to cut me off? Hey, you know what? I have a question. How many branches of government do we have?
3.
Name them.
No, I'm good.
Because you don't know them.
I just said 3.
How many continents do we have?
I'm not your puppet, dude. I'm not going to answer your questions.
You don't know how many continents there are. What is Trump's first name? Of course. We have 7 continents, buddy.
Okay,
What is Trump's first name? North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa, Antarctica.
Okay, good. Yeah. Good for you. What did that prove? So
wait, I have a question. Can you go ahead and name the 7 continents right after I just did?
I'm good.
No, Frankie, name them.
No, I'm good, Dean.
No, Frankie, why are you good? Why don't you want to? I literally just named them. I literally just named them. Why don't you want to name them, Frankie?
Why would I name them?
Why don't you want to name them, Frankie?
I'm all right.
Because you don't know them, even though I just told you exactly what they were? Wait, one second. You don't want to name the 7 continents, even though I just told you what they were because you have the memory of a goldfish.
We're not talking about this.
I can't do it, Frankie. You're going to get me taken down, buddy. We're going to go and move on to our next guest here. I can't do that shit. I'm not going to. Woof. I listen. That's the type of shit that gets me taken down. Hey, guys, if you want to support me, right, for literally dying on live, talking to people like Frankie, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and it means the world. Luke, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 24 years old.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am actually not voting for Trump. I am voting for Kamala Harris.
Yo, W, based. Megan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love, Megan. Let's get some W's for Megan in the chat. Yo, base guest, W's for guest, voting for Harris. Let's go. For the 3.6 thousand people in here, if you're voting Trump, let me know down below. What's up? How old are you? Hey, you're on the live. You here? All right, they're not here. Guys, if you're MAGA, just let me know in the comment section. Low-key, just let me know down below. I'm going to pull you up, put a me down below if you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate. I would love to debate a... Oh. Huh. Beautiful. Hey, Q-Top. How you doing?
What's going on?
I have a question for you that I've been trying to ask you for 3 days. How do you feel about Trump, right?
Please, bro, you know I can't talk about that without getting, bro. Don't do that, bro. That's disingenuous. Come on, bro. Let's talk policy.
I've been talking about it all day.
But I get banned when I talk about that. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why I was trying to schedule a debate, but then you kind of flake. So that's why I was.
Go on a backup account that you don't care about, as if you're already not.
No, this is my I already got. No, they already banned my main. So this is the only account I got right now. That's what I'm saying.
Yo, Jennifer, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you for the love. Wait, would you be down to debate me on Discord as soon as I end this live?
Bro, what time are you getting off?
Cammy, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Cammy. Let's get some W's in the chat for Cammy. I really appreciate you for the $25 on PayPal. Massive W's for Cammy down below. Thank you so much.
Dean, would you?
Yeah, I could tell you. So I'm gonna be getting off of the live right here in about an hour. Would you be down to debate me right on Discord right about Trump staging a coup to overthrow our government in an hour?
I'm actually in the studio right now. I had 30, 45 minutes to debate you.
Buddy. I've been really trying to talk to you about
no,
this.
No, bro, that's what I'm saying. But I don't think it was really that important because you told me the time and then I've
been trying to talk to you about this for days.
Can you admit that you weren't ready at the time that you gave me though?
No. I told you 6 through 8 p.m. EST. All right. And then you took the soonest available time slot in there at 6. And then you said, "Oh, 1 minute later, he's not here." So
you tell me 6 to 8, bro. I have the clip. You told me we agreed on 6 p.m. EST.
Brother, can you play me the clip?
You told me you were in Mountain Time.
What's that?
Yeah, I'll post the clip. I'll send you the clip.
No, just play it on.
I have it on this phone, so I can't do both at the same time.
Wait. You have it on your phone, right? On your phone, go to Discord. DM me the clip on Discord, and I'll play it off my laptop right now for everyone.
DM you the clip on. I have to edit the list. It's in my TikTok. Like, I have to edit it.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
No, brother. If you want, Dean,
Okay.
it's not a gotcha moment, bro. Like I have the clip. You like everyone saw in my chat that you said 6 p.m. EST.
If you had the clip, you'd send it to me on Discord right now to play it in front of everyone.
Bro, I have to edit it. It's a whole live. Is what I'm saying. Like I have to edit it, bro. Like it's not a gotcha moment. Wait, but Dean, can I just ask you like a quick question though?
I mean, listen. I'd be willing to let you answer or ask me